The protracted conflict between the Texid Empire and the Silan Empire has transformed the newly conscripted soldiers, who were once paralyzed by the gruesome sight of dismembered ODs, into hardened warriors, utterly desensitized to the specter of death within a matter of days. In this context, the term veteran merely refers to those who have survived 3 months without succumbing to the relentless tide of battle. Soldiers summoned from the various provinces of the Empire continuously converge upon the central mountain range of Hylar, charging forth into a realm rife with the clash of blades and the intertwining of life and death. Those few remaining veterans, who first set foot on the battlefield months prior, have now morphed into formidable human instruments of destruction. Their eyes, devoid of emotion, glint with a ruthless ferocity. Having repelled the last enemy from their line, they collapse in a slumber before even reaching their barracks. Upon awakening, they consume their rations, and once satiated, they await the call to arms, ready to plunge into the fray, unwilling to abandon even a single comrade in the heat of battle. Yet, even amid such tenacity, many veterans become so engulfed in the chaos of combat that they forget everything, failing to retreat safely and ultimately fall forever. Upon the battlefield, the high-ranking commanders of both nations have long grown weary of this protracted war, which has dragged on for 5 or 6 years without a decisive outcome. Countless battles, both grand and minute, have erupted, showcasing an array of strategies and tactics. Various legions have taken turns to engage in combat, ultimately devolving uncontrollably into a primitive and straightforward war of attrition. The principles of offense and defense have vanished, as the command center mechanically issues daily charges into battle. Without the need for enforcement squads wielding bloody blades to drive them forward, soldiers instinctively rally and charge towards the enemy ranks, lost in a melee reminiscent of a meat grinder. In this chaos, pain and death blur the lines of existence, and only upon being slain by the adversary can one find the ultimate release. The once noble sorcerers, whose identities were synonymous with aristocracy, have shed their former elegance and now toil grimy and desperate, casting spells and meditating with fair. 4. The once cherished magical crystals and cores are now incessantly supplied from the rear, squandered with extravagant abandon. There is scarcely time to admire their exquisite crystalline forms or marvel at the surging waves of magical energy before they are drained of their immense power, disintegrating into worthless dust. A distinctive aroma, born from magical spices that enhance the success rate of spell casting, permeates the entire battlefield's rear. The air, freely inhaled, no longer requires the lavish sprinkling of these costly spices to possess the efficacy of aiding mental focus and stability. Instead, mere mechanical incantations suffice to successfully conjure spells. The skies above the battlefield are fraught with peril, a realm where the highest echelon of imperial might converges. Here, the once rare dragon riders have seemingly become frequent visitors, embodying the apex of aerial supremacy. Becoming a dragon rider demands not only the endurance to withstand numerous trials, but also the possession of strength, tenacity, and a measure of fortune. Only those formidable individuals who meet these stringent criteria can resonate with their souls before the dragon god's covenant, thereby earning the opportunity to forge a bondu. It's a dragon companion. This sacred pact entails sharing in glory as equals. However, even the mightiest warriors may find that, despite overcoming countless challenges, they remain unable to evoke a soul resonance, thus disqualifying them from attaining the esteemed title of Dragon Rider. In truth, among 100,000 aspirants, perhaps only 1 or 2 may be fortunate enough to receive such an honor. This rigorous selection process ensures that the number of Dragon Riders remains perpetually low. Once one ascends to this revered status, their martial cultivation accelerates exponentially as a result of the harmonious resonance with their dragon partner. There are instances of individuals who, through sheer force, have vanquished dragons and compelled them to serve as mounts. Yet, they must contend with the inevitable wrath of the dragon kin and the relentless pursuit that follows. To date, few have dared to undertake such audacious defiance. Those who have typically meet swift demise, that a dragon coerced into servitude does not yield any benefits in martial cultivation, illustrating the quintessential advantage of true dragon riders. Given time to nurture their bond, knights partnered with dragons swiftly ascend to unparalleled power. The ordinary populace, upon catching a glimpse, would deem it a lifelong subject of boastful discourse. Yet now, the central mountain range of Halar has almost transformed into a battleground for aerial warriors of two nations. Point 1 need only glance upward occasionally to witness the fearsome and colossal dragons roaring as they traverse the skies. Utilizing their aerial superiority, they unleash fierce breath attacks, etching a continuous tapestry of anguished cries upon the ground, either clashing violently with rival dragons or other aerial forces, resulting in resounding magical shockwaves that ripple through the atmosphere. Previously significant figures such as the Archmage and the Sword Saint falling in battle will have sparked considerable tremors of concern. However, here, such occurrences have become commonplace. The once illustrious reputation of dragon riders has similarly diminished. Almost every month, at least one dragon rider and their mighty steed succumb to the chaos of war, either vanquished by equally formidable foes or, tragically, wounded and captured. Why the enemy? Where they are overwhelmed and perished under the relentless onslaught of light infantry, a clear demonstration of the adage that many ants can bring down an elephant. Among the approximately 105 registered dragon riders of the Silan Empire, 61 have congregated upon the battlefield of the Central Mountain Range, while the remaining 44 remain in the imperial capital, safeguarding the palace. In contrast, the Taxis Empire boasts merely a handful of dragon riders, with their primary counterforce being over 600 Griffin and Thunder Eagle riders. Although individually they may lack the might of the dragons, their strength lies in their sheer numbers and the intricate synergy of their formations. A piercing and ethereal melody resonated from the summit of a mountain, situated above the snow line in the central range of the Hyla Mountains. Its pinna, silly cloaked in ice and snow for countless millennia, a black-armored figure, with a 7-inch long, peculiar flute poised at his lips, stood atop the snow-clad peak. The biting, razor-sharp winds lashed against his obsidian armor, forged from mysterious black steel, while a crimson cloak billowed behind him, rustling like a battle standard on fur. Let in the breeze. Above him, the void shimmered like rippling water, and a formidable beast emerged, adorned with draconic horns resembling a crown, its body enveloped in impenetra scale armor, and immense wings stretching outwards. Roar. A thunderous, commanding bellow erupted from the air, a mere 100 meters above the summit. The palpable roar sent shockwaves through the atmosphere, rippling outward like concentric circles upon water. The surrounding white mist clinging to the peak was swept away, while the nearby mountains trembled under the force of this deafening cry. Ancient layers of snow, dislodged and set into motion, cascaded down, swelling into a cataclysmic avalanche, echoing through the ages. The young golden dragon, not yet a millennium old, unfurled its formidable form in the skies. Its impressive length of over 10 zhang did not hinder its grace as it circled the snow-capped peak. With a sudden retraction of its wings, it dove towards the summit. Yet, as it approached the crystalline layers of ice and snow, akin to tempered steel, a low rumble emanated from the dragon, and it momentarily defied gravity, crashing heavily upon the summit. This collision sent a flurry of snowflakes and ice particles soaring into the air, which then struck the exposed rocks and ice with a resounding crack that nearly brought the peak to ruin. This peculiar temporary suspension was a unique manifestation of the Golden Dragon's void magnetic field, capable of producing a counter-gravitational effect that supported its substantial weight, rivaling that of Earth dragons. This ability is an innate talent of every golden dragon. Otherwise, the ordinary ground would be utterly incapable of bearing such immense mass, as a single step would sink it into the soil like stepping into soft tofu, akin to being ensnared by natural quicksand. The 7-inch-long dragon flute serves as a testament to the bond between dragon riders and their majestic companions. Crafted 100 millennia ago through an ancient pact between the wise of both dragon and human races, it was established to combat external threats. This alliance melded the formidable power of dragons with the inventive spirit of humanity, maximizing the potential of strength and intellect. Each dragon flute is a masterpiece, meticulously forged by alchemists and artisans from both races, utilizing precious materials and extraordinary techniques. Once a dragon enters into a knightly contract with its dragon rider through the dragon flute, it acquires an eternal sanctuary for rest and the extraordinary ability to traverse spa. See, upon being summoned. Within this haven, the dragon rejuvenates, and at the sound of the flute, it can emerge from the void or instantaneously breach the fabric of space to arrive at the location of its rider. The dragon flute serves not only as a testament to their bond, but also as a wondrous artifact of spatial coordinates and storage. Each dragon flute possesses a unique melody, ensuring that every dragon bound by a knightly contract can only perceive the distinct notes produced by the flute held by its rider. This golden dragon, resembling a fearsome weapon adorned with sharp implements, boasts wings that resemble a multitude of blades forged together. Its naturally formed metallic armor shields every part and joint of its body, a craftsmanship so exquisite that even the most skilled human artisans could not replicate it, let alone the intricate intertwining of dark, arcane patterns upon its surface. Its claws are as sharp as divine weapons, effortlessly shattering millennia-old ice comparable to fine steel. The dragon's horn seemed to harbor the latent power of thunder, occasionally flashing with electric brilliance. The palpable aura of bloodshed envelopes it, while its enormous crimson, slit-like eyes fixate intensely on the knight before it, as if poised to pounce and rend the foe asunder. Gold coins. How is the restoration progressing? A youthful voice emerged from beneath a helmet that shrouded his entire head, leaving only a pair of eyes visible in a dense whitum. Ist escaping through the narrow slits. He seemed utterly unfazed by the menacing presence of the colossal dragon before him, which exhibited a decidedly hostile demeanor. Truly infuriating. I can hardly wait to engage those pesky flies from the Taxis Empire once more. Little more and you mustn't perish, it would grieve me greatly. The dragon's tail, now devoid of its previous perfection, appeared to possess a life of its own. The damaged sections writhed and grew at a visible pace, intricately reconstructing themselves, slowly regaining their form. Although it could mend swiftly, this rapid recovery would significantly compromise its strength. In the second segment, a gold dragon, bearing a hint of malevolence, scratched its tail, which should have resembled a finely crafted lance, but was now a mere shadow of its former self, eliciting its profound ire. Its sharp claws grazed the back of the knight's head, whether intentionally or not. The previous knight's chaos had been nothing short of disastrous. The gold dragon had been struck directly by a strategic-grade magical scroll that had inexplicably soared from an unknown source. Had it not been for the knight's timely eruption of all his fighting spirit to dispel the magical effects, the dragon would have plummeted from a height of 1,000 meters, frozen into a massive ice block. While the dragon's formidable physique would likely prevent it from shattering upon impact, it would surely be encased in ice for a century or more, captured as a prisoner. Humans possess a plethora of methods to contend with various extraordinary beings. Even though the dragon is among the most powerful creatures beneath this vast expanse of stars, it is still laden with treasures, apart from bestowing upon its adversaries the illustrious title of Dragon Slayer. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that it could be dismembered by foes, transformed into an array of magical weapons, leaving it utterly bereft of recourse for justice. Each golden dragon is a master of cold weapon craftsmanship, subsisting on metal and adorning itself with it. They are the innate favorites of the power of gold, capable of evolving into unparalleled battle instruments, despite lacking magical offensive capabilities. In ancient legends, golden dragons were the weapons wielded by gods in their conquests, capable of transforming into the fabled sword of Damocles, renowned for its formidable combat prowess. They are also the most bloodthirsty and ruthless of the dragonkin, each one a fierce and untamed creature, even with the ancient pact between dragons and humans. The number of gold dragon knights who can successfully forge a contract without being torn to shreds is exceedingly rare. This renders the golden dragon one of the few perilous contractual dragons, as not all golden dragons are inclined to become the flying mounts of human knights. The golden dragon named Gold Coin lies languidly, seemingly moving with casual indifference, yet only its knight, Morin, is aware of the latent danger in its demeanor. Had Morin been unprepared moments ago, the trajectory of its tail-scratching motion could have easily severed his head. As long as one can eliminate their knight, they can liberate themselves from the cursed Dragon Knight contract, free from the anxiety of being forcibly summoned while indulging in unrestrained pleasures. What a marvelous prospect it would be to revel in unbridled joy. Heaven knows how unfortunate one must be to resonate soulfully with a human named Morin. Under the dragon god's coercive contract, he reluctantly signed the Knight's Pact. Thus this golden-scaled giant dragon constantly seeks opportunities to rid itself of its knight. In a border town, struggling to compete with wild dogs for scraps of food, relying on the occasional kindness of strangers and selling whatever meager labor he could provide, Morin, born a homeless orphan, has never known the meaning of surrender. A meager morsel often represents the thin line between life and death. Having witnessed peers of similar age succumb helplessly to despair amidst the ravages of illness and hunger, he spares no effort to seize every opportunity. He would rather cling stubbornly like a wretched piece of filth, enduring relentless adversity, even if it be distasteful. Beatings, insults, and scornful neglect, none of these indignities can dissuade him from seeking a chance to survive. When the Silan Empire discovered Morin's potential as a dragon knight during the conscription, he was sent to a brutal training camp. Regardless of the perils and hardships he confronted, he would never willingly relinquish this opportunity to alter his fate. To survive, one must not abandon the deeply ingrained principle etched into one's very bones. Morin, gritting his teeth, resolutely persevered, even at a cost far greater than that of others. Ultimately, he emerged from a multitude of candidates, fortuitously resonating on a soul level with one of the dragons awaiting selection. However, it was a ferocious creature, renowned for its untamed nature, a gold dragon, one of the most perilous choices for a mount. Furthermore, Morin's combat aura was of the light attribute. Although their attributes did not conflict, they also did not complement each other, resulting in a rather awkward combination devoid of any enhancement. Far inferior to the rapid advancements achievable through synergistic or identical attributes. Amid the gloating glances of the eliminated candidates, the intricate gaze of the training camp instructor, and the regretful looks from the other fortunate aspirants who had become dragon riders, Morin steadfastly accepted the dragon flute. Despite the concerns regarding attribute compatibility and the inherent dangers of the gold dragon, he had already come to terms with these realities during his time in the training camp. To him, this gold dragon, whimsically named Gold Coin, appeared merely as a fierce yet cunning wild dog. With utmost caution, he believed he could safeguard himself and ascend to the prestigious status of a dragon knight, a title that would irrevocably alter the course of his destiny. Morin has always exercised utmost caution, wary of being ensnared by the very forces he wields. With the dragon flute in his possession, he can effortlessly compel the majestic dragon into a dormant state within the confines of a contractual space with merely a thought. The proud and untamed golden dragon finds itself momentarily at a loss against Morin's authority. Yet, even in its slumber, Morin remains ever vigilant, embodying a state of heightened alertness. Should he fail to secure a decisive victory, it is conceivable that Morin might relinquish the dragon flute and his identity as a dragon knight, opting instead to seal the creature within the flute for eternity, a fate akin to death itself. Such a calamitous outcome is one that the gold coins would dread. Since the inception of the ancient covenant, numerous dragon knights have met their demise at the hands of their own dragons. There are even instances where knights, having forged contracts with golden dragons, in a fit of terror, discarded their flutes and allowed the dragons to roam free, becoming dragon knights without dragons. The formidable yet perilous nature of golden dragons elicits both admiration and fear, yet not everyone is equipped to make such a choice. The resonance of souls is the linchpin of a successful contract. The notion of a symbiotic contract is a mere fallacy. The dragonkin are not so benevolent as to share their protracted existence with the fleeting lives of humankind. Rather, it is a pact of martial cooperation, where the death of either party results in the immediate dissolution of the contract, with no possibility of mutual demise. The rare and cataclysmic war between the Taxis Empire and the Silan Empire, including the Healer Campaign, which has claimed nearly 160,000 lives from both nations, has witnessed countless fleeting heroes and valiant figures. However, the catalyst for this conflict is laughably trivial, scarcely worthy of mention. It was merely a minor follower within the envoy of the Taxis Empire visiting the Silan Empire, embroiled in a dispute over half a gold coin with a court attendant of the Silan Empire. Amidst the machinations and incitements of a group of lowly individuals, the matter escalated, drawing in nobler figures, until it burgeoned into a matter of national dignity and interest. Beneath this spark, two nations, which had initially engaged in superficial diplomacy and extolled the virtues of peaceful development, simultaneously cast aside their hypocritical facades, igniting a bloody national war. This conflict culminated in a fierce battle centered around the Hylar Central Mountain Range, a struggle of immense national strength that lasted 5 years and has since been mockingly dubbed the Half-Gold Coin War by historians. To this day, the war remains unresolved, draining the substantial resources of both kingdoms, leaving their monarchs in a state of helplessness, fully aware of their diminished power, yet unable to withdraw from the fray. Suddenly, a blazing white meteor streaked across the distant sky, trailing a long tail and producing a thunderous sonic boom as it hurtled toward the icy peaks. It struck the frost-bitten landscape with the intensity of boiling water, causing the thick, millennia-old ice to melt away in an instant, transforming the mountaintop into a cascade of waterfalls. A thick fog of steam enveloped the summit, creating an illusion of a mountain crowned with a white cap. AKA, are you trying to roast me? Startled by the acrid scent of sulfur in the air, the man clad in black armor whirled around, witnessing the billowing white mist dissipate, only to be confronted by an enormous crimson fireball surging toward him, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of heat, as if it sought to turn him into a roasted fowl. Morin, it appears that I cannot possibly compare myself to Brother Gettle. He certainly possesses the ability to instill great fear. Accompanied by hearty laughter, a colossal fireball erupted, showering sparks across the sky, revealing a dragon and a man who landed gracefully before the armored figure. Upon touching the ground, the earth beneath the massive dragon's claw emitted a sharp hissing sound as white smoke enveloped the area, while the crimson flames entwined with the claw seemed poised to transform the rock, dried by the melted snow, into searing magma. Haha, aka. You and Misael are the Fire Dragon Knight duo, both striking and conspicuous. How could you possibly compare to Brother Gittle's innate stealth skills as a shadow dragon? Morin cradled his helmet with both hands and removed it with force, revealing an expression of both exasperation and amusement. His dark pupils and short black hair harmonized perfectly with the black and gold dragon beside him, which feigned a state of repose. AKA, clad in a fire-red heavy armor that matched his dragon, stood a full head taller than Morin. In the training camp, AKA was one of Morin's few close friends. Hailing from an ordinary rural family and having a younger sister, compared to Morin, AKA's upbringing was decidedly more fortunate. Humph. The golden dragon, with an air of disdain, flicked its tail, effortlessly shattering a massive rock revealed by the melting snow as though it were mere tofu. In its eyes, this young fire dragon, nearly a century its junior, could be reduced to fragments with a single swipe, and what could its fire breath possibly do against it? The golden dragon, having consumed the liquid magic gold, possessed an innate command over the elemental forces of gold. Despite lacking any magical prowess, the notion of completely melting itself was absurd. Unless the opponent wielded flames that transcended the extraordinary level of the primordial flame. Otherwise, it would be futile to attempt any form of harm against itself. Perhaps sensing the perilous aura emanating from the golden dragon's treasure, the fire dragon instinctively recoiled a few steps, its gaze fixated anxiously on its counterpart. One of its wings partially shielded its knight, wary of any sudden aggression from the gold coins that might endanger its rider. The golden dragon was notorious for its fierce temperament among its kin, making it one of the most formidable companions a knight could have. Observing the fire dragon's movements, the golden dragon merely huffed in indifference, curling its body as if feigning sleep, dismissing the presence of the feeble creature. Miss Hale, a young fire dragon still in its growth phase at just under 1,000 years, presented a curious spectacle. It was difficult to fathom that a creature known for its flamboyant nature, adorned with eternal flames and sulphurous smoke that drew attention wherever it went, would resort to a sneak attack, akin to a child playing at thievery. It was indeed a pity that this unfortunate dragon had been led astray by its knight, engaging in such futile endeavors, imitating the stealth techniques meant for shadow dragons. Perhaps it was the rigorous training from Brother Gadai that left a profound impact. For the Dragon Knight Akka found himself incessantly contemplating how to counterbalance his deficiencies and reclaim the advantage that had been so thoroughly seized by his adversary. Even Morin, with a mere flick of his toes, could deduce the peculiar motivations behind Akka's recent behaviors. Morin, you are undoubtedly unfazed, for the golden dragons, despite their lack of swiftness, possess formidable physical prowess and robust defenses, rivaled only by the black dragon lineage. These past few days have seen me subjected to relentless drills by Brother Gadai, who incessantly critiques the imbalance in the offensive and defensive capabilities of both myself and Mazel, cautioning that such disparities render us susceptible to adversarial exploitation. Thus, I yearn to learn the formidable techniques of Brother Gadai and his mount, the Shadow Dragon Sky, a strategy that entails respecting the opponent's martial skills, as this is the most effective means of psychological warfare. With the 9 turns of Fiery Sun battle, chi still coursing through him, Akka removed his helmet, revealing a cascade of chestnut hair and a youthful visage that would undoubtedly make the hearts of many maidens flutter, even as his expression resembled that of a pained melon, eliciting a chuckle from onlookers. The martial arts practiced by dragon knights and their steeds are predominantly of the same elemental affinity, ensuring a seamless synergy in their combined strength. However, there exists a rare cadre of dragon knights and mighty dragons who, despite forming a soul resonance that enables a bond, belong to disparate elemental categories. A fortunate few among them can cultivate a beneficial synergistic enhancement, such as the combination of wind and fire or water and lightning, yielding unparalleled potency. It is not merely a case of 1 + 1 exceeding 2, but rather a testament to the elevated demands placed on both elemental control and mutual understanding. Only when one's prowess reaches an extraordinary zenith can one effectively harness their abilities in the appropriate arena and at the opportune moment, thus maximizing their impact. The constraints of incompatible attributes can only be transcended through the possession of profound wisdom, transforming the mundane into the miraculous. Some dragons, for reasons unknown, willingly choose to become companions of human knights, regardless of whether their attributes align or complement each other. Throughout millennia, such fortunate individuals have been exceedingly rare, with only a handful of instances recorded. Therefore, the resonance of souls serves as the foundation for becoming a dragon knight. Yet, even this does not guarantee the attainment of true knighthood. Many dragon knights have been forsaken by their draconic companions, unable to command their dragon steeds, ultimately having their dragon flutes forcibly reclaimed. Few can endure such drastic fluctuations. Many prodigious talents, once held in high esteem, fade into obscurity, quietly submerged in the river of history. It is evident that amidst such peril and uncertainty, the honor and reverence associated with being a genuine dragon knight are unparalleled. Akkar and his dragon partner, Mizel, share the same elemental affinity. Akkar's radiant 9-turned flame chi harmonizes beautifully with the fire dragon, propelling his prowess to remarkable heights. As is rumored to be the case for dragon knights, the union of Morin and the golden dragon is a rare amalgamation of light and gold attributes. Initially, Morin's mentor, the dragon knight O'Hagan, was profoundly astonished by how Morin and the golden dragon could establish a soul resonance under the dragon goddess contract, thus forming a knightly bond. In this world, alongside the elemental energies of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, there exist some exceptional and rare energies such as ice, poison, space, time, and blood. Although light and gold do not inherently foster a symbiotic relationship, their combination is unprecedented. Historically, the number of dragon knights has always been limited, and the pairing of knights with opposing attributes is exceedingly rare. Most of these unique attribute knights have paved their own paths toward accumulating distinct powers through trial and error. The key to harnessing their abilities lies in Morin's own exploration. Do not underestimate yourself, Akka. You are a fire dragon knight, not a shadow dragon knight. Even if other types of dragons attempt to mimic, they shall never master the unique skills of the shadow dragon. Brother Gettel's shadow dragon is inherently adept at stealth, making it unparalleled in ambush and lethal strikes. However, such tactics are merely surprise attacks. In a direct confrontation, the synergy between you and Miziel will undoubtedly prevail. The power of a dragon knight necessitates the combined wisdom of both knight and dragon partner to wield their strength effectively, rather than allowing raw power to dictate their actions. You and Miziel should contemplate this deeply. I believe that the fire attribute should embody relentless offense. The best defense is indeed a strong offense. By attacking relentlessly, you can keep your opponent from retaliating, rendering defensive measures unnecessary. Morin kindly cautioned AKA to cease his foolish antics. Frankly speaking, a dragon masquerading as a thief with fingers in his ears, regardless of where he appears, resembles nothing more than a comical jester, bringing great shame to the dragon lineage. Morin could easily envision AKA being stripped of his dragon knight honors by the ancient elders of the dragon clan for corrupting the young Misael. The golden dragon, with its claw over its eyes, pitted Misael for having such a character as AKA as her knight. Perhaps Morin should discreetly eliminate AKA to liberate the unfortunate little fire dragon. The majestic golden dragon was secretly sharpening its pristine fangs, contemplating whether to add a petite morsel to its menu. Every dragon knight is a solitary wielder of supreme power, shrouded in mystery regarding their abilities. The more secrets one conceals, the greater the advantage they possess in critical moments. transforming those secrets into powerful trump cards for survival or victory. The unique skills of a Dragon Knight are typically known only to their mentors and disciples. Even their life partners might not glean a fragment of knowledge about them despite sharing a lifetime together. Usually, practitioners of the same craft are wary of revealing their secret techniques, wishing for others to remain far beneath their prowess. Were it not for AKA being Morin's childhood friend from the training camp, and of noble descent, having the fortune to become a Dragon Knight alongside him, Morin would have remained indifferent to offering guidance. The power attributes of dragons stem from the blessings of the gods. There is no inherent hierarchy among them. The distinction in strength lies solely in the application of their abilities. Even elements as disparate as water and fire can achieve miraculous harmony when mastery reaches an exalted level of control. Morin, your words have stirred something within me. The elders of our clan seem only to slumber, entirely neglecting the education of the younger generation. They insist that dragons require no learning, believing that their lengthy lives impart all the knowledge they need. The fire dragon, Misael, who had remained silent until now, flashed a grateful smile at Morin, revealing a set of formidable white teeth that, truth be told, lacked any charm and resembled a predatory grin. The young dragon then turned to his knight, rolling his eyes dramatically. AK, you are truly a dullard. To this remark from the fire dragon, the golden dragon, gold coin, expressed profound sympathy. The relationship between dragon riders and their dragons is reciprocal. While the knight selects his dragon, the dragon also assesses its knight. Dragon riders are not merely companions to the dragons, but also serve as their guides and wisdom. While humans transition from childhood to adulthood in merely a few years, dragons take at least a millennium to reach maturity. For the dragon race, a lifespan that spans thousands of years inevitably leads to an existence devoid of purpose. The innate knowledge and skills inherited through their bloodlines ensure that dragons can survive and protect themselves to a certain extent. Yet, the dragon race adopts a laissez-faire attitude, allowing each dragon to gradually learn and master everything, thus alleviating the solitude that accompanies their protracted lives. Misael, do not speak of me in such a manner. At least grant me a modicum of respect. AKA wore a look of grievance, feeling humiliated by the disdain of his draconic companion in front of others. Even before his steadfast friend, Morin, he felt compelled to defend his dignity. Flailing his arms like a monkey in a fervent attempt to justify himself, I did it for the sake of both of us. Wouldn't it be splendid if Brother Geedle witnessed us suddenly unleashing the Shadow Dragon's ultimate move? How impressive that would be. Alas, what a foolish creature he was. Did he not comprehend that opposing elements would inevitably clash? If it were otherwise, dragons of multiple or even all elemental types would have graced the realm by now. Even those rare dragons with the innate ability to wield two elements are seldom seen, appearing only once in a million years. Would such extraordinary draconic beings ever deign to serve as mounts for mere knights? They would never fall within the purview of contracted dragon species. Observing AKA's exaggerated gestures, the golden dragon, Gold, buried his massive head deep into a pile of rocks like an ostrich, evidently taken aback. The hard stone was little more than soft tofu before the metallic dragon. Soon after, Gold sprang to his feet, one of his dragon wings unfurling to reveal several sharp, sword-like metallic blades aimed directly at AKA. He turned to the fire dragon, Mizel, and exclaimed, "Little fire dragon, shall I eliminate this utterly ignorant knight? Being associated with him is nothing short of a disgrace to our dragon kin." In the 4th chapter, Arca gazed in horror at the suddenly unleashed golden dragon and the long, sword-like blade that loomed less than a foot from his face. He had long heard of the golden dragon's notorious reputation as the dragon of slaughter, yet he never anticipated such peril at such close proximity, especially in the presence of his companion, the fire dragon, Mizel, who was now intent on defending him. "What do you intend?" Arca shouted defiantly. "Gold, do not presume that your prowess instills fear in me. I am not easily intimidated." The fire dragon, Mizel, roared with fury, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the golden dragon. "Damn it! This capricious golden dragon nearly eliminated my companion right before my eyes. The dragon god should never have included the golden dragon among the contractable dragon species." Mizel unleashed a searing wall of fire, forming a formidable barrier to protect his knight. The intense heat transformed the sharp blade protruding from the golden dragon's wing to a glowing red, even emitting light. The flame's extreme temperature rendered the golden dragon momentarily vulnerable, impairing its control and reflexes over its metallic body parts. Yet, the golden dragon merely sneered, retracting its blade with disdain. Let me see. Huh. The Dragon Knight, Morin, who is ever on the brink of being slain by his own dragon, and the stealth-practicing knight, Arca. You two have been hiding here all along. While your disobedient dragons engage in infighting? What a disgrace for the Dragon Knight Legion. A most irritating sound echoed from above the snowy peaks, interrupting the conversation between Morin and AKA, who had just witnessed the earlier scene. The expressions on Morin and AKA's faces shifted, a flicker of disdain flashing in their eyes as they looked up to see a bipedal dragon descending, carrying a young man clad in extraordinarily resplendent armor. This individual was none other than Glan, the sole heir of the Minister of Civil Affairs, Harrison, leveraging his father's immense influence and wealth. He had acquired a dragon of the Wyvern lineage as his steed, adorned himself in masterfully crafted mithril armor, and donned a remarkably extravagant cloak. He had managed to weasel his way into the Dragon Knight Corps under the guise of a so-called empty knight, frequently exploiting this title to indulge in frivolous pursuits. Now, he had come to the battlefield to seek military accolades, his gaudy mithril armor and lackluster combat prowess rendering him an obvious target in the sky. To put it bluntly, while the true knights engaged in fierce combat ahead, he lurked behind, scavenging for easy victories and surreptitiously claiming glory. Alas, his father's position as one of the 4 key ministers, overseeing finance, justice, civil affairs, and military, had rendered him untouchable. Count Mukarib, the watchman of the Dragon Knight Corps, was a sycophant eager to curry favor with the wealthy and powerful Minister Harrison. Despite the honorable nature of Captain Ruger, he too found it necessary to bow to authority, discreetly instructing every Dragon Knight to extend special consideration to this arrogant scion, even allowing him to claim a few merits to hasten his departure. Upon the sudden appearance of Glan, Morin and AKA exchanged a glance, both feeling as though a single rotten apple had spoiled the entire barrel. AKA, you are of noble descent. Do not mingle too closely with the commoners. Be wary of compromising your esteemed identity, perhaps out of envy for AKA's noble status and connections. Gran, precariously hovering in the air atop his dragon, directed his ire towards Morin. Morin, remember this. Today, you must vanquish 10 foes for me, ensuring they count towards my military achievements. Should you dare defy me, beware of the consequences. Look, a wretch like you should be grateful for my noble lineage. Do not assume that mere Dragon Knight status can shield you from my wrath nonsense. A commoner will always remain a commoner. Gran, born into nobility, frequently relished flaunting his superior bloodline before the common-born Dragon Knights, behaving arrogantly and indiscriminately, even resorting to extortion of military accolades and seizing spoils of war. Perhaps it is a divine orchestration at play. Those capable of forging a pact with the dragon god are often of common birth. Gran, for all his lineage, has never managed even a trace of spiritual resonance with a true dragon, instead commanding a pitiable subdragon bound by a slave contract, masquerading as a dragon knight within the ranks. Even the few other non-dragon mounted knights in the Legion prefer to keep their distance from his foul presence. Gran menaced Morin with curses, a recurring spectacle. The elderly man's favoritism and the sycophantic flattery of those self-serving officials have only exacerbated matters. This scoundrel is insufferable. Gran, I fear you not. Should you dare threaten my friends again, be cautious. I shall not hesitate to strike you. Before Morin could feel anger, Arca leaped into action, his entire being enveloped in a fiery aura. Resonating with the battle energy of the nearby fire dragon, the temperature around him surged, and the ground beneath his feet emitted a sizzling sound as it scorched. Upon witnessing Arca's furious transformation, the second heir of the civil minister, not one to be easily intimidated, quickly retreated with his bipedal dragon, not forgetting to retort, Arca, just because you've become a dragon knight does not mean you can act recklessly. I am not afraid of you. Mind your own business. We shall see. With that, he hastily made his escape, fearing that Arca's wrath would soon be upon him. In comparison to the dragon, the bipedal dragon was truly no match at all, much to the envy and jealousy of young Master Jelong. Morin, do not waste your temper on such a person. He is not worth it. Arca fumed as he watched the scoundrel ride away on his bipedal dragon, his fists clenched tightly, vowing to teach this ungrateful wretch a lesson the next time they crossed paths. Allowing him to continue unchallenged would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Dragon Knights. He continued bitterly, who would have thought I would encounter him in this battle, like a repugnant fly, truly unfortunate, Morin. You must be cautious. Do not let this hindrance bring you trouble. His combat skills are lacking, yet he excels in causing chaos. Never mind, a dog may bite, but can a person not retaliate? I shall exercise caution. From a young age, Morin, a child of the streets, had grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of human emotions. He had endured the oppression of the nobility, yet he remained indifferent to their presence, provided they did not threaten his very existence. Among the common folk, there are both virtuous and nefarious individuals, just as there are among the aristocracy. Akka was one of the few nobles with whom Morin had forged a close friendship. Upon hearing Morin's words, Akka felt a slight sense of reassurance. However, it was undeniable that Morin was the most cautious knight of the dragon riders, a fact evidenced by his ability to command a golden dragon up to this point. Suddenly, Goldcoin and Mizel, the two colossal dragons, abruptly lifted their heads and turned their gaze towards the southeast. In the distance, a brilliant red point of light ascended into the sky, climbing higher and higher until it pierced through the clouds, reaching an extraordinary altitude before erupting into a fiery cloud. The playful expression on Akka's face swiftly faded, leaving him devoid of emotion as he murmured, "A significant event. The Tessie Empire is about to unleash its fury." This signal indicated that the situation had escalated to a critical level, marking an urgent military crisis. "Let us go, Mizel, and seize this opportunity," Akka exclaimed, akin to a bandit spotting a richly laden caravan. He eagerly leaped onto the back of the fire dragon, Mizel, making haste to distance himself from the perilous golden dragon. It was only a temperament as composed as Morin's that could endure the presence of such a formidable golden dragon as his steed and survive this long, without succumbing to fear or death. This was a record unmatched in history, a perilous endeavor for both himself and his enemies, a true test of survival instincts. The formidable fire dragon, Misael, swiftly twisted its massive body, its enormous wings stirring up a scorching tempest. Flames erupted violently from its scaly form as it propelled itself skyward, its claws striking the ground with fervor. "Morin, hurry up. If you lag behind, Commander Dahl will unleash his wrath." The golden dragon, Jinbi, hesitated, contemplating whether to join or remain behind to recover from its injuries. With a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile, Morin glanced towards the unpredictable creature, uncertain if it would resort to deceit, leaving him stranded. "Enough chatter. I intend to show Tessie's wretched spawn my true power." Jinbi, unable to contain the sting of a recent defeat from a 9th-level spell, was spurred into action by Morin's provocation. Recalling the previous humiliation, it disregarded all caution and roared in fury. With a subtle upward curl of his lips, Morin donned his helmet and leapt onto a massive rock, soaring into the air. Jinbi flapped its wings, producing a thunderous sonic boom, lifting Morin into the sky. With a powerful flap, it created a series of explosive sounds that echoed through the air, quickly catching up to Misael and Akka, who were already 100 meters ahead. The two dragons soared with remarkable speed, reaching the signal's origin in a matter of moments. From a height of 1,000 meters, they gazed down upon the ground, where a dark mass resembling an ant swarm congregated. Only sporadic patches of brown earth peeked through, as countless figures flowed like water from both camps, converging into a narrow strip of confrontation space. Amidst the dense formations, glimmers of cold steel reflected light, akin to stardust in the vast expanse above. Warm and humid air currents from the distant ocean congregated beneath the snow line of the Healer Mountains, accumulating into thick, ominous clouds that intensified the heavy atmosphere between heaven and earth. Hiss. Goodness, they've stirred a hornet's nest. Both individuals and dragons alike inhaled sharply. It was the largest mobilization since the onset of hostilities between the two nations, resembling a colossal powder keg tipped precariously, where even the tiniest spark could ignite an unimaginable catastrophe. "Misael, safeguard your knight. Damn it, you've lost focus again." The golden dragon roared suddenly, fiercely flapping its wings to violently shove aside the adjacent fire dragon, before swiftly folding its wings and descending. Even the most arrogant of dragons understood that without the cooperation of their human knight companions in such a scenario, death loomed closely. It emitted a long, resonant roar, cautioning the fire dragon, which was merely a century younger than itself. A spear of ice, half the length of a dragon's body and imbued with extreme cold, narrowly grazed Misael's position, propelled by the golden dragon's impact, until it exhausted its force far in the distance, tracing an arc through the sky before plummeting to the ground. Whether it would harm the ground forces was beyond the concern of Morin and his companions. Only a couple of seconds later, the sound of the ice spear slicing through the air reached them, seemingly narrating the perilously sharp nature of the recent strike having breached the sound barrier. Moving faster than sound itself, the fire dragon Misael and the dragon knight Akka felt their hearts race uncontrollably. These two were utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. This was a battlefield where anything could transpire. Under ordinary circumstances, the Golden Dragon would hardly concern itself with the fate of the fire dragon, Mizel's knight. However, in a state of battle, the loss of even a single unit of combat power could significantly alter the balance of strength between the two sides. Damn it, it's that wretched creature from Taxi. Witnessing several small dark figures intermittently appearing within the ominously low-hanging clouds, aka was filled with furious wrath. Mizel, too, raised its elongated neck, unleashing a barrage of azure fireballs toward that direction, though the probability of hitting was anyone's guess. Golfin, let us go. A battle cry erupted from Morin's clenched teeth. Recognizing that the recent ambush that nearly skewered aka and Mizel like candied hawthorn was undoubtedly a premeditated strike. Such precision and targeting with ice spears against the fire dragon could only be executed by an exceptional individual. Ice shards still clung to the tips of the Golden Dragon's wings. Charge! The Golden Dragon Golfin roared at the recently recovered aka and Mizel, little fire dragon, provide cover. With a sudden flap of its wings, the armor that formed upon its surface became more menacing, adorned with sharp spikes. The defining trait of the Golden Dragon is its ability to transform its entire body from within, akin to liquid metal, allowing it to evolve into various forms of weaponry. At this moment, Goldfin resembled a porcupine armed to the teeth, darting erratically as it ascended toward the cloud layers above. This peculiar flight pattern mimicked the hunting trajectory of a wind dragon, albeit with only a fraction of effectiveness due to its non-wind nature. Yet it sufficiently compensated for the Golden Dragon's inherent lack of agility. Two fiery orbs, each resembling a human head, pursued the Golden Dragon from behind, shadowing its every movement as it danced through the air. Although Akka and Mizel shared equally tempestuous and fiery temperaments, it was no small feat to become dragon knights. At this moment, they executed Morin's signature auxiliary attack technique, Meteor Companion, providing steadfast protection for him. This endeavor not only required an intimate understanding of the Golden Dragon's flight trajectory but also demanded audacious and precise control, accompanied by the two explosive fireballs. The Golden Dragon surged toward the heavy clouds above. Let us give them a taste of our might. Blade surge. Morin grasped the dragon's saddle tightly, his body radiating with the luminous energy of light. A faint golden shimmer erupted as he extended his hand backward. With a clang, a magnificent two-handed sword, gleaming and dazzling, sprang forth from the massive sword sheath at his back, landing firmly in his grasp. Once a dragon knight found themselves in extreme proximity to their adversary, the battle would rest solely upon the knight's prowess. The Golden Dragon let out a low, resonant roar, its formidable wings unfurling menacingly. Suddenly, several elongated blades detached from its wings, hurtling with remarkable speed toward the shadowy figures flickering within the distant clouds. In a flash, they pierced the veil of the clouds, leaving behind a lingering echo that sliced through the air, rivaling the speed of the earlier ambush by ice spears. Mastery over metal was the Golden Dragon's forte, with various ores and metals forming an integral part of its arsenal, transforming its body, donning armor, morphing into blades, and utilizing its innate void magnetic field to launch razor-sharp attacks against foes were all part of the Golden Dragon's remarkable skill set. Amidst the clouds, sharp, startled roars of fury resonated. The seemingly casual ambush executed by the Golden Dragon appeared to have yielded unexpected results. A series of lightning bolts descended from the clouds, while the Golden Dragon swayed left and right. Two fireballs trailing closely behind collided fiercely with a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel, resulting in the spectacular bloom of two enormous crimson dahlias, each measuring over 100 meters in diameter, resplendent in their beauty. This ominous weather felt peculiar. It must be the work of the Empire of Tessie. The stormy weather was decidedly unfavorable for me. Morin tightened his grip, warning that if he fell, it would be his own fault. He was about to charge forward. The Golden Dragon evaded the incessant lightning strikes, while the dark clouds above brewed even more. Its body, adorned with blade-like scales, attracted the lightning despite the innate void magnetic field defense of the Golden Dragon, which might not fully shield it from the concentrated onslaught of lightning. Morin enveloped himself in a radiant aura, which blossomed into a faint luminous shield. Countless serpentine bolts writhed upon the shield's surface, sending tingles of numbness through Morin's body, causing a distinct delay in his movements. Engaging in combat with the lightning-wielding adversaries beneath the storm clouds felt akin to battling the very forces of nature. It could only be said that their opponents were exceedingly cunning, managing to orchestrate an environment advantageous to themselves. Leveraging the elements, they could effortlessly unleash their maximum offensive capabilities. Both Morin and AKA found their strengths diminished in such an environment. Let us charge forth and tear them asunder. Morin's eyes gleamed with fervor for battle, as his crimson cloak billowed behind him like a battle standard. Both the Golden Dragon and the Dark Dragon were renowned for their prowess in close-quarter combat. While the Dark Dragon might leave its foes intact or in ruin, the rampaging Golden Dragon was a ferocious entity that would not relent until its adversaries were utterly obliterated. Gold coin, now close your eyes and heed my command. Morin shouted from atop the magnificent Golden Dragon. In order to maintain his status as a dragon rider and avoid the ridicule of losing the dragon flute, he continually devised various means to control the majestic creature. Although the Golden Dragon harbored intentions of overthrowing its rider, it refrained from such irrational actions on the battlefield. Without the support of its knight, its combat effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish, and the enemy would not hesitate to exploit the vulnerability of a dragon without a rider. As a proud member of the dragon race, especially one considered the embodiment of the most powerful weapon in the hands of the divine, the Golden Dragon had no reason to flee. Once on the battlefield, it consciously chose to fight alongside Morin, harboring no thoughts of shirking its duties or acting treacherously. Regardless of the circumstances, the Golden Dragon held no disdain for seizing the opportunity to betray Morin. Even the dimmest-witted dragon understood that stabbing a comrade in the back during combat was tantamount to courting death unless a clandestine agreement with the enemy was reached. Such an act was absolutely incompatible with the honor of a dragon. Suddenly, a faint aura emanated from Morin, rapidly expanding to envelop the Golden Dragon's form in a shimmering golden shell, resembling a colossal eggshell soaring towards the clouds. In an instant, this pale golden luminescence erupted into a blinding radiance, akin to the midday sun breaking through the clouds, illuminating the world in a dazzling white light that rendered all unable to open their eyes. A dazzling orb of light abruptly surged into the clouds, accompanied by the clashing sounds of weaponry and the relentless roars of colossal beasts. Amidst a dissonant wail of anguish, a figure clad in azure armor tumbled helplessly from the heavens, leaving a trail of blood as it fell like a shooting star. Bereft of its steed and lacking the prowess of a sword saint or a mage god, the fate of this aerial knight was all too predictable. Soon after, a cacophony of inexplicable beastly howls intertwined with the resounding thunder as serpentine bolts of lightning flickered through the clouds. Suddenly, the golden form of a dragon emerged from below the clouds, its claws fiercely grasping a massive bird cloaked in black iron feathers. Those with keen eyes on the ground would recognize this formidable creature as the ninth-tier avian giant, the Thunder Sparrow, revered as the spirit of wind and lightning. With feathers as resilient as tempered steel, it commanded the elements and was immune to low-tier magic of the third rank and below, making it a coveted symbol of power among the aristocracy, often venerated as a guardian beast. Yet, now it was being torn apart like a mere rag doll beneath the claws of the Golden Dragon. With a twist of its sinuous body, the dragon's myriad of sharp appendages shredded through the Thunder Sparrow. A gruesome spectacle unfolded as blood and countless feathers rained down, revealing the merciless nature of the Golden Dragon, intent on annihilation and destruction. In the clouds, several dark figures, sensing impending danger, swiftly scattered in all directions. Among them, a griffin knight bore a gleaming silver blade on his arm, leaving a trail of blood droplets in the air, one of the results of the previously launched golden projectiles. Below the clouds, an onslaught of fireballs surged upward, erupting into a chaotic bombardment that illuminated the sky with flashes of red light, rendering the fleeing figures utterly disheveled. Once the protective fireballs and lightning surrounding the Golden Dragon dissipated, the Fire Dragon, Misael, summoned 2 additional fireballs to shield the Golden Dragon, while recklessly unleashing fireballs in all directions. These azure-white, highly compressed fireballs exuded a menacing aura, their potency far surpassing that of ordinary fire spells by 100-fold. Damn it! These cowards flee as swiftly as rabbits. Morlin, I shall eliminate them all. After slaying a Thunder Sparrow knight from the Taxis Empire and seriously wounding another, the Golden Dragon seemed insatiable, its wing blades quivering and lengthening with increased intensity, accelerating its flight. Without uttering a word, Morlin's gaze, sharp as a sword beneath his helmet, roamed the sky in search of the next target. His dragon-slaying greatsword gleamed with a crimson hue, and with a slight flick of his wrist, that crimson shimmer was whisked away by the swift winds above, dissolving into a trail of blood droplets that vanished into the air. In the 6th chapter of the tale, A myriad of electric serpents danced across the radiant shield enveloping the colossal dragon, only to vanish after a considerable while. Morin had not anticipated deploying one of his signature techniques, the blazing sunstorm, so early in the encounter, and yet the yield left him somewhat dissatisfied. The metallic sheen of the golden dragon, enhanced by its reflective properties, augmented the effect of his grand light magic, the luminescent burst, transforming it into a blinding sphere of radiance. This maneuver demanded an extraordinarily high level of control over the dragon's physique. Even a slight imperfection in its surface would preclude optimal results. This technique was a unique combination skill that Morin had painstakingly developed over time. Once the blazing sunstorm was unleashed, the non-light-based dragon beneath him would similarly lose its sight, relying solely on the knight's precise guidance. The synergy and trust between them had to be flawless to execute this technique. Otherwise, they would flounder aimlessly, akin to headless flies. In the distance, several more dragons, bearing knights aloft, surged forward with thunderous roars, encircling the black dots that fled into the cloud cover. From the ranks of the Silan Empire, over 40 dragons ascended rapidly into the fray, while the Taxis Empire summoned a dense, ominous canopy of clouds. Griffin Knights, Thunderbird Knights, Flame-Winged Horse Knights, Gale Eagle Knights, and even the rare dragon riders, among nearly 10 types of aerial mounts, launched into the sky. For the first time, both factions unleashed their aerial might without reservation. Engaging in an unprecedented aerial confrontation, the sky has transformed into a grand arena for a magical duel, where an exquisite array of devastating spells is unleashed without restraint. Both sides have ignited true flames of combat, and the mounts of the aerial knights showcase their innate abilities from great distances, relentlessly launching lethal attacks. In the midst of this chaotic ballet, the airborne knights wield their weapons, harnessing the speed of their steeds to strike down opposing knights and grievously injure their mounts, all the while remaining wary of the perilous magical projectiles that might bring them crashing down. A mighty dragon has just severed the head of a griffin with a single bite, and the dragon rider seizes the moment to cleave the griffin rider's head. In an instant, they are besieged by 6 or 7 thunderbirds, attacking from all directions in a frenzied onslaught. In the tumult, the dragon rider is caught off guard as a thunderbird's iron claws yank him from the dragoness back, sending him spiraling away with a scream. Simultaneously, several bolts of violet-blue lightning strike him, reducing him to a charred remnant plummeting toward the earth. With the loss of its rider, the dragon descends into a frenzy, annihilating 2 thunderbirds along with their riders. Yet, a greater number of thunderbirds and griffins surge forward, encircling the dragon. The air reverberates with the dragon's furious roars of defiance, as numerous thunderbirds and griffins, along with their riders, fall from the sky. However, soon the dragon's blood rains down upon the heavens, its strength waning as it begins to plummet towards the ground, relentlessly pursued by lightning and fireballs that seek to obliterate it. The Dragon Knights, amidst this chaotic conflict, dare not proclaim their invincibility. The fall of a single Dragon Knight often entails the demise of a multitude of various aerial warriors. Despite the desperation displayed in this battle, the Silan Empire has undeniably suffered unprecedented losses since the onset of hostilities. The strategists at the command center, employing the Eagle Eye technique combined with the Water Mirror technique, scrutinized the aerial skirmish, and without exception, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. In a mere quarter of an hour, 15 colossal dragons and over 20 dragon knights perished, while the Taxis Empire paid a steep price, nearly losing half of its aerial forces, including its scarce number of dragon knights. The staggering casualties have left everyone apprehensive. Will the dragon race unilaterally rescind the Dragon Knight pact between the two races following this battle? After all, the reproduction of dragons is a formidable challenge. The loss of 15 dragons represents nearly the total birth rate of new dragons within the last 60 years for the dragon race. Such a depletion in the midst of a human empire's conflict is a significant blow to a race already limited in numbers, barely exceeding 10,000. On the ground, the clash of 1,000,000 soldiers ignites a tumultuous tide of blood, accompanied by the resounding war drums and the piercing long notes of horns. As the two factions collide like a surging tide, countless bodies fall at their initial contact. The foremost soldiers advance, weapons in hand, accelerating their charge, while the ranks behind them gradually widen, forming a continuous line of assault. The centurions take turns issuing commands to charge, compelling the soldiers to press onward with grim determination. Retreating even a single step would result in being trampled into a bloody pulp beneath countless feet. Cavalry formations collide with enemy infantry and cavalry alike, while the cacophony of battle, Shouts, struggles, anguished cries, and the clashing of weapons mingles into a symphony of death, with the Grim Reaper grinning malevolently, harvesting souls amidst the bloodshed. In the lower skies, magic and arrows collide with fierce intensity. Fire, water, earth, ice, wind, and even necromantic spells burst forth like deadly fireworks. As the mages from both sides intercept each other's magic, they unleash powerful spells in a desperate bid to strike their opponents. Occasionally, a spell lands amidst the throng, instantly clearing a space that is swiftly reclaimed by the chaos of battle. Almost without aiming, a single strike can claim numerous lives, as potent magic carves out swathes of death through the crowd. The clouds above, disturbed by the tumult of magical energies, take on strange forms. One side is shrouded in swirling darkness, flickering with countless dancing bolts of lightning, while the other resembles a boiling magma of fiery clouds, radiating with the intense heat of an inferno. Morin, the forbidden spell of the Mage Guild, is exceedingly perilous. We must retreat at once. The voice of Akar resonated in Morin's ears as the fire dragon, Misael, soared past the upper right of the golden dragon, Coin. Hot on Misael's tail was a colossal black dragon, engaged in a relentless pursuit. The two titans of the sky weaving through the clouds in a fierce dance of chase and evasion. The Taxis Empire, though possessing a limited number of dragon flutes, was capable of assembling dragon riders. The dragon flute, a testament to the alliance between the dragon clans, was regarded as the ultimate strategic weapon of the great empires, predominantly held by official entities. To privately possess a dragon flute was tantamount to treason, inviting the calamity of confiscation and annihilation. As dynasties rose and fell, the only means to acquire a dragon flute lay in the slaying of a dragon rider. The ancient craft of creating dragon flutes had long been lost to the annals of history. Perhaps remnants existed within the dragon clans, but it was evident that such knowledge would never be offered to humankind. Sensing a disturbance within the clouds, the heights became increasingly treacherous. The aerial combat space of various nations' sky knights was being forced closer to the ground, where the dangers multiplied. Arrows rained down like torrential rain, while magical ambushes struck unexpectedly. The crossbow bolts, equipped with steel chains, posed a lethal threat to the aerial knights, akin to a warhorse stumbling upon a hidden snare. A single misstep could lead to a precipitous fall, where screams were silenced, buried alive beneath the overwhelming tide of ground forces. The golden dragon, Coin, had lost considerable mass, its form having diminished by 3 full circles, as it relentlessly launched sharp spines and keen blades from its body. Though its attacks were fierce, such exertion took a significant toll on the golden dragon. The golden dragons sustained themselves on a diverse array of metals and minerals, often storing them within their bodies or adorning themselves with armors formed from these materials. In the heat of battle, they can transform these resources into an assortment of weaponry, even employing them as projectile weapons for ranged assaults. Aside from manipulating the void's magnetic fields to grant themselves the ability to hover and to create repulsive barriers for protection, golden dragons possess few formidable magical offensive skills, primarily relying on close combat. This is the fairness bestowed by the Creator. With every advantage comes a corresponding disadvantage. And where there are deficiencies, alternative means arise to compensate. In the brief span of a single tea time, Morin and his steadfast companion, the golden dragon named Gold Coin, had vanquished 16 foes, a feat that placed them among the elite in their ranks. The crimson clouds of forbidden magic clashed with the serpentine black clouds of arcane energy, producing a thunderous cacophony in the skies above, as the collision of these two formidable forces culminated in a horrifying explosion of magical elements. Even now, the Taxis and the Silan Empire have yet to issue a retreat order to their aerial cavalry. How infuriating! To ensnare us, they would employ their own airborne forces as bait. Quickly, everyone, retreat from the battlefield, Morin exclaimed, smiting his mount in frustration. The Dragon Knights are granted the autonomy to withdraw from combat, an act not of cowardice but of wisdom. Each sovereign mandates that their Dragon Knights, when faced with insurmountable odds, must not fight to the death recklessly, for these knights represent invaluable ultimate combat prowess. Each one a rare gem, not to be squandered in futile struggles. Morin, what are my military achievements? The only son of the Minister of Civil Affairs, Galang, perched precariously atop a draconic steed, carelessly soared towards Morin, solely preoccupied with seizing military accolades. During the recent aerial skirmish, this individual had cowardly distanced himself from the fray. lacking even the courage to approach the battleground. Prior to unleashing forbidden spells in a mutual barrage, both sides would typically withdraw their aerial knights to avoid collateral damage. However, the first to retreat often found themselves vulnerable to a ferocious counterattack, as turning one's back to the enemy is hardly a strategy for success. For aerial knights, agility is the key to victory. Retreating mid-battle while losing maneuverability is tantamount to courting death. The first to withdraw signifies heightened peril, transforming the act of safely vacating the battlefield into a nuanced art within the ranks of aerial cavalry. The cataclysmic clash of forbidden spells reverberated through the skies, capturing the attention of all aerial knights. Instantly, the chaotic melee delineated itself with striking clarity. At that moment, a tempest of crimson fire clouds erupted, unleashing a multitude of fireballs that streaked through the air like trailing white smoke, assailing the ranks of the Taxis Empire. In the blink of an eye, the sky became shrouded in an overwhelming inferno, engulfing both factions' aerial warriors indiscriminately. Meanwhile, various aerial creatures frantically executed rapid evasive maneuvers, while a few fireballs might be manageable. A concentrated barrage would spell disaster. At this juncture, the Taxis Empire was enveloped by a dark cloud crackling with countless violet-blue lightning bolts, weaving a blinding electric net that descended from the heavens to the earth below. In the 7th chapter of the tale, the wizarding factions of both sides meticulously regulated their magical energy input while collectively directing the forbidden clouds of spells towards their adversaries. Due to the intricacies of mental fortitude and control, these ominous clouds could not directly descend upon their foes, but were instead laboriously pushed into the opposing territory from above. At this juncture, the two great empires could scarcely attend to their aerial cavalry, relying solely on their ability to retreat and evade danger. The elemental tempest raging at high altitudes caused violent disturbances in the air, rendering many winged riders, who relied on flapping their wings for lift, incapable of maintaining their balance. They began to plummet towards the ground, where the presence of enemy soldiers posed an even greater threat. Yet, in the skies, the loss of lift implied a grave risk of crashing to the earth in a catastrophic manner. Both factions of aerial cavalry, disinterested in further conflict, desperately struggled to fly away, swaying perilously as their speed diminished. From the ground, gazing skyward, a cluster of once converged black dots dispersed into two groups, each veering off in opposite directions. Even the golden-hued dragon, adept at manipulating the void's magnetic fields, found it arduous to maintain its composure and avoid losing control. Morin clung tightly to the saddle of the golden dragon, aware that any misstep could lead to a disastrous fall. He could not rely on luck for salvation, nor could he expect the creature to catch him if he slipped. Given the circumstances, Morin felt immensely grateful that the dragon had not turned against him. Gazing downwards, the scene was beyond horrific to adequately describe the initial eruption of the forbidden spell cloud. In an instant, both sides suffered a staggering 10% casualty, with over 100,000 lives extinguished in the blink of an eye. The commanders on both fronts had turned red with rage. Such monumental losses could not be compensated without a decisive victory. Upon returning to the imperial capital, should their accomplishments and failures balance out, they might not even receive a modest reward, as countless orphans and widows of fallen soldiers would surely seek retribution against them. The mages of the Sorcerer's Guild had entirely lost their former grace and composure, their faces flushed with anger, their eyes wide and unblinking, veins throbbing on their foreheads. They recited their incantations with fervor and speed, each appearing as if under the influence of levitation, slowly ascending into the air, pouring every ounce of their mental acuity, control, and magical power into the endeavor. The forbidden spell cloud in the sky once again amassed energy, countless offensive spells taking form, now magnified in both size and potency several-fold compared to the previous round. Enormous fireballs and bolts of lightning clashed in the heavens. Leaving no time for the airborne knights to evade, they were caught mid-flight, unable to even utter a scream before being reduced to ash, vanishing from existence. The residual force of the forbidden spells cascaded down, claiming the lives of more soldiers, as if the gates of hell had been flung open. Suddenly, the world seemed to halt, a fierce wind rising, and numerous tornadoes appeared, connecting heaven and earth. The sound of fabric tearing, magnified countless times, echoed incessantly. It was as if countless black fissures swiftly spread from the ominous clouds of the black lightning forbidden spell. This darkness was unlike any shade of black previously encountered, distinctly separate from the clouds of black magic, deep enough to seem as though it absorbed all light, as if the very souls of men were being drawn towards this abyss. It was the great forbidden spell of the spatial absolute prison. A magician from the Silan Empire's Mage Guild let out a desperate cry, his magic spiraling into chaos as he spewed forth a torrent of blood, plummeting from the sky. Rendered unconscious, the other magicians stood pallid with fear, as if they had witnessed the most terrifying spectacle imaginable. The despair was evident even in the eyes of the commanders of the Silan Empire, reflecting a profound hopelessness. They had never anticipated that the Taxis Empire would possess such a formidable trump card at this critical juncture. The power of the spatial absolute prison was well known to all who had dabbled in magic, ranking forth among the top 10 forbidden spells. However, spatial mages were exceedingly rare, and even the weakest spatial spells could not be unleashed by just one or two magicians. The emergence of a spatial forbidden spell was invariably a harbinger of annihilation, a cataclysmic weapon capable of devouring all. As the Taxis Empire invoked the great forbidden spell of the spatial absolute prison, the officers of the Silan Empire knew they were facing an inescapable doom. Even if the Mage Guild remained unscathed and brimming with magical energy, they were powerless to withstand the carnage wrought by this mighty spell. Whether on the ground or in high school, an invisible force was felt drawing towards the black fissures within the ominous black lightning of the forbidden spell clouds. These dark cracks appeared to tear through everything, be it air or the forbidden clouds, brutally ripping apart the black clouds and extending directly towards the crimson flames of the forbidden spell clouds. The red flames seemed utterly defenseless, torn asunder as if a frail maiden was violently stripped of her last vestige of modesty, subjected to wanton ravishment. The forbidden fire clouds of the Silan Empire were obliterated by the initial explosion of the spatial absolute prison forbidden spell, laid in ambush by the Taxis Empire. As if nothing could thwart the space's power to shatter and devour all, numerous mages from the Silan Empire, who had engaged with the forbidden clouds, continuously spewed blood and plummeted from the sky, their fates appearing dire. In contrast, the Taxis Empire, having prepared in advance, saw many mages drawing forth exceedingly precious potions from their robes, consuming them in one swift motion. Those mages who fell due to the backlash of the forbidden spell numbered barely a fraction, as the value of these potions surpassed the entire wealth of a duchy affiliated with the empire. To hasten the conclusion of this protracted conflict, the royal family was compelled to deploy their most strategic reserves. In the realm of the Taxis Empire, the mages of the Space Affinity faction donned nearly identical ensembles of the highest caliber, wielding elite staffs crafted from the same materials and techniques. This meticulously assembled cadre of space mages, having undergone immense toil to gather and cultivate their ranks, chanted an arcane incantation in harmonious synchrony. Through countless rehearsals, their collective recitation resonated with magical energy, significantly augmenting the efficiency of their spell casting. The very air around them trembled in response to the lengthy incantation, creating a shimmering distortion that blurred the vision, as if transparent ripples were radiating outward. Spatial absolute prison. The Dragon Knights of the Silan Empire, desperately striving to escape the reach of the forbidden spell, instinctively narrowed their pupils. The dragons, without the need for words, unleashed their full potential, exerting every ounce of strength to accelerate with unparalleled fervor. Even the proud dragons dared not confront the forbidden magic alone, let alone the rare and devastating spatial grand spell. A moment's miscalculation could lead to the annihilation of the entire Silan Dragon Knight Legion, a catastrophic loss for an empire, as such a blow would directly undermine its political clout and military prowess. Had the wretches of Tex truly gone mad? The Golden Dragon, with its obsidian scales and formidable wings, bore the marks of relentless battles against the tempestuous lightning of the Taxis Empire. Its sharp, protruding appendages glowed faintly red, a testament to the residual heat that lingered from the fierce confrontation. Though the intense warmth would not leave the Golden Dragon unscathed, it did impede the dragon's control over its own body, ensnared within a shimmering, ethereal magnetic field that enveloped it like a slender, double-pointed pyramid, slicing through the air in a chaotic dance above. Help! Help! Someone save me! The desperate cries of the sole heir of the Minister of Civil Affairs echoed in the distance. The wyvern, lacking the true might and velocity of its draconic kin, found itself ensnared within the confines of the forbidden spell's reach, its form twisting and faltering, for it was not of genuine dragon blood and could hardly endure. You bastards, come save me. If I perish, my father will ensure you meet a grim fate. Despite the imminent peril, this loathsome insect continued to issue threats. A faint smirk played at the corners of Morin's lips as he feigned ignorance of the cries for help. Compassion? Perhaps. After all, a dog that bites a human would not expect retaliation. Yet if the dog were to find itself in perilous waters, one would hardly be remiss in refraining from kicking a drowning dog. Having once fought wild dogs for scraps in his youth, Morin harbored little sympathy. Akka, please save me. If I meet my end, my father will drag your family down with me. For reasons unknown, the minister's son, Glan, fixated on Akka, his voice hoarse and laden with naked threats as the wyvern's strength visibly waned. You scoundrel! Akka's face turned pale as the fire dragon, Misael, battered by fierce wounds, struggled to flap its wings, evidently suffering significant injuries from the recent battle. It was perplexing how this coward, so afraid of death, had managed to approach the battlefield so closely. Surely, seeking military merit would not compel one to court danger so recklessly. Initially, Akka intended to feign ignorance, indifferent to the fate of this fool, yet this very imbecile had the audacity to involve him, leaving him in an untenable position. Should he choose to turn a blind eye, he would likely incur the wrath of the civil minister, who, devastated by the potential loss of his only son, would lash out indiscriminately like a rabid dog. Despite being a dragon knight, Akka's family head was merely a count, and when all was considered, it would be difficult to withstand the fury of one of the Empire's 4 ministers. Inwardly, Akka berated Jelon, deeming him a calamity. Just before the battle, he had cautioned Morin to be wary, yet here they were, with the chaos now coming to bear upon him. Misael, I implore you, bring that fool Jelon out. Akka gritted his teeth and patted the back of the fire dragon, acutely aware of the severe repercussions of allowing Jelon to perish. The fire dragon, Misael, said nothing but nodded resolutely. With a fierce concentration, it conjured fireballs beneath its wings, generating powerful jets of hot air that propelled its massive form toward the increasingly chaotic Jelon and the bipedal dragon. As they drew near, Misael's claws swept down with force, capturing both Jelon and the dragon in its grasp, before accelerating with all its might towards the periphery of the battlefield. Morin, wait for me. A cacophony of cries erupted from Akka in the lower right corner. Originally, the fire dragon Misael was gravely injured, and now burdened further by an additional encumbrance. Its flight became increasingly arduous. Hurry, Akka. That is a grand spatial forbidden spell. We must escape swiftly. Otherwise, we are doomed. Morin furrowed his brow, waving his hand and urgently shouting to Akka. The battle had spiraled completely out of control, and all he could do was alert others to vacate the battlefield immediately. Even the Earth Dragon, renowned for its defensive prowess, could not withstand the tearing of the spatial rifts. Likewise, the Silver Dragon of the spatial domain, once caught in the furious maelstrom of chaotic space, was destined for eternal exile. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an immense force of attraction surged from behind, causing the airborne knights to falter, their speed noticeably diminished. Some of the slower, less agile flying beasts cried out in frustration, flapping their wings with all their might. Yet they could not counteract the pull from behind. The knights, their voices hoarse, shouted desperately, channeling their energy into their mounts, but still, they could not resist the overwhelming attraction, being gradually drawn backward. On the ground, lighter objects trembled and began to ascend into the air. The grotesque fissures, robust and irregular, extended with an alarming rapidity that astonished all observers. Black cracks proliferated, consuming the aerial knights who were abruptly ensnared by these dark spatial rifts, which could tear through anything with a mere brush. The swiftness of this phenomenon rendered any defense utterly futile. The growth of these spatial fractures encountered little to no resistance, devouring all in their path into an abyss of nothingness. The lethality of the spatial realm was indiscriminate. Within the radius of destruction, proximity equated to certain death. Whether warriors of the Silan Empire or the Taxis Empire, all were gripped by a terror that sent their souls soaring beyond the mortal coil. Their attempts to flee were futile, for they could not outpace the relentless spread of the spatial void, a truly horrifying prospect. A roar erupted, mere meters away. A colossal dragon of the Silan Empire, along with its rider, was caught off guard as a spatial crack, slender as a forearm, swept through them in an instant. The mighty dragon's body was silently severed in two, plummeting to the ground, its despairing roar fading from a thunderous crescendo to a feeble whisper. The throned dragon knight was unable to receive aid before another rift obliterated his head, his body helplessly drawn into the void. The flight formation of the Silan Empire's dragon knights was thrown into chaos by this sudden eruption of spatial rifts. Fly, with all your might. Break free. Not a single dragon knight has refrained from channeling their entire battle aura into their colossal dragon companions, yearning to augment even the slightest flicker of speed. The sky reverberates with the relentless roars of dragons, while every person, their eyes ablaze with crimson fervor, fervently stirs their battle energies. This perilous clash surpasses the earlier chaos. Rather than be unceremoniously torn to shreds by spatial rifts, they would rather face annihilation alongside the aerial cavalry of the Taxis Empire. On the other hand, the aerial forces of the Taxis Empire find themselves in a dire predicament. Their individual combat prowess is notably low, and their flight speed and endurance fall woefully short of the mighty dragons. In the blink of an eye, they are devoured by the spatial rifts, with nearly half their forces obliterated, teetering on the brink of total destruction. In the ground command center, the supreme commander of the Taxis Empire is nearly driven to the brink of despair, tugging at his own beard in frustration. The moment the forbidden spell is unleashed, it spirals into a state of uncontrollable chaos. Even with the presence of a spatial mage corps, they are powerless to contain its destructive force. Otherwise, the battlefield would have devolved into a one-sided massacre long ago. Amidst the melee, soldiers are horrified to find their bodies seemingly stripped of weight. Initially elated at their newfound ability to leap great distances and infiltrate enemy ranks effortlessly, they soon realize that once they leave the ground, they're unable to descend. Flailing helplessly, they begin to ascend into the air, only to behold the abyssal depths of the spatial prison above. Like an immense, ravenous hedgehog, the consuming darkness looms over them, eliciting collective cries of despair. Quickly, order the mage corps to halt, the supreme commander of the Taxis Empire exclaims, as he witnesses a multitude of his soldiers ensnared within the radius of the forbidden spell's power. It cannot be stopped. The forbidden spell is completely out of control. We are doomed. Our fate is sealed. The commander of the magical legion, Master Magus, approached the commander of the Taxis Empire with a pallid complexion, his voice completely out of tune. Similarly, the leader of the magical faction of the Silan Empire, facing the Taxis Empire, was enveloped in despair. The essence of forbidden spells lay not in the intensity of their release but rather in the mastery of control. A forbidden spell that spiraled out of control signified mutual destruction, for what other merit could it claim if it did not? Gazing upon the formation of spatial mages, those invaluable practitioners hovered helplessly in midair, their earlier composure completely shattered. Their faces drained of color, eyes rolling back, they writhed as if caught by the throat. Suspended in the air, mercilessly drained of their magical essence by the uncontrollable forbidden spell. Some mages could not withstand such a drain, their very life force forcibly extracted. Aging rapidly before our eyes, wrinkles, age spots, white hair, and withered skin appeared as if time were hastening its passage, ultimately leaving behind only a pile of ashes. The spatial absolute prison, indeed deserving of its formidable title, spread across nearly half the battlefield within mere breaths of eruption and expansion. Countless soldiers were engulfed, swallowed by an abyss of despair. The dragon knights of the Silan Empire found themselves plunged into chaos and hopelessness, desperately dodging the spatial rifts around them, striving with all their might to escape the lethal grasp of the spatial absolute prison. Morin heard someone calling his name. He turned towards the direction of the voice, and his expression changed dramatically. The fire dragon, Mizel, and Akka were nearing their limits, burdened not only by their injuries but also by the encumbrance of Garen, who was slowly being drawn towards a dark rift in space. Despite being grasped in the claws of the fire dragon, Garen's mount, the bipedal dragon, was not foolish. It flapped its wings with all its might to alleviate the dragon's burden. This was also why Akka had no intention of abandoning the bipedal dragon. As for Garen, the only son of the Minister of Civil Affairs, he had long lost his former bravado. Faced with the rift that loomed ever closer, his complexion was pale, devoid of color, leaving him with no strength to utter a sound. Akka, hold on. Throw that damned Garen away. He will be your downfall. Morin shouted at Akka. The thought of abandoning his steadfast friend, who had grown up with him in the training camp, to save himself was utterly inconceivable. An unprecedented wave of murderous intent surged within him towards Garen. If it weren't for this scoundrel's reckless ambition and the burden he imposed on others, his comrades, Akka and the fire dragon Mizel would not have found themselves in such dire straits. No, do not abandon me. Akka, I beg you, do not forsake me. I will offer you vast riches and beautiful women. I will persuade my father to elevate your title, Duke, Count, whatever you desire, just say the word. A castle and territory are not beyond reach. I can provide your family with ample benefits. You know my father is one of the 4 ministers of the empire. He can certainly make it happen. Please, do not abandon me, Akka. Upon hearing Morin's words, Garen was utterly paralyzed by fear, forsaking any lingering resentment towards him. He placed all his hopes for survival in Akka and the fire dragon. Garen understood all too well that with his meager, slender claws and wings of a bipedal dragon, he stood no chance of survival in such an environment rife with uncontrolled forbidden spells. He even set aside his pride, pleading with an almost tearful voice as he desperately promised Akka various rewards, humbly begging for a chance to live, like a wretched dog groveling for mercy. What were money and beauty worth? However, a noble title, the potential aid for his family's future, Akka's face bore a bitter smile. This scoundrel was indeed devilish. How could such incentives not stir his heart? Setting aside his own interests for the sake of his family, he could only resolve to take a gamble. It seemed Akka had made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed at his dragon, "Misael, unleash your full power. Whatever it takes, we must break through today, and I shall repay you." The aura of battle surged forth, flooding into the body of the fire dragon with an intensity that seemed to disregard any notion of expense, showcasing the greatest advantage of a dragon knight of the same attribute. The fire dragon Misael let out a resounding roar, its flames beneath its wings growing ever hotter, resonating with a thunderous explosion, choosing to trust and support its dragon knight without reservation. Gold. To save Akka and Misael. Morin bellowed as he struck the gold-scaled armor of the metallic dragon, recognizing that the fiery dragon, Mysur, was still unable to escape the gravitational pull of the spatial rift, its speed gradually declining. "You are insane. That is a grand forbidden spell. I cannot guarantee my own escape, and your actions are tantamount to seeking death." The gold coin turned its head towards Morin and roared, "Mysur, exert yourself, you wretched beast. Push through. I shall reward you handsomely." Garen shouted in a frenzy, entering a state of desperate hope. Yet, Mysur, the fire dragon, emitted a series of anguished roars, having expended all its fiery energy to no avail. The tremendous sound reverberated as it continued to be ensnared by the formidable gravitational force of the rift, its enormous eyes filled with despair, fighting against the inevitable with furious cries. "Morin, if you survive, please take care of my sister Luna and my beloved Onissa. Tell her to find a man better than I, and I wish them happiness. I shall forever love her and Luna." Akkar, perched upon Mysur's back, removed his helmet, tears glistening in his eyes as he desperately shouted towards Morin, who was not far away. Mysur had done its utmost, yet still could not escape the allure of the spatial curse emanating from the rift. "Help? Is anyone there to save me? Akkar, you scoundrel. I swear I will see your entire clan buried with me." Garen cried out in a fit of madness, his ungrateful nature surfacing as he vehemently cursed Akkar and Mysur, completely disregarding their earlier efforts to rescue him from peril. Save them. In an unprecedented display of determination, Morin fixed his unwavering gaze upon the golden dragon, refusing to yield. Absolutely not. The dragon roared with indignation, appalled that a knight he had always regarded with disdain would dare to issue such a command, wagering the dragon's life on a foolhardy endeavor fraught with peril. Section 9. The inherently bloodthirsty golden dragon, having chosen not to trouble others, was a mercy in itself. Yet, in this moment of danger, it was unthinkable that it would risk itself to save another. In its vast, sea-like eyes, a rebellious and feral glint emerged, as if it yearned to hurl Morin off its back and rend him to shreds, even at the risk of breaching their pact and facing retribution from its kin. Morin raised the peculiar 7-inch dragon flute, his voice cold and resolute. "Utter another no, and I shall confine you within this flute, casting you into the rifts of space, exiling you for eternity." His tone resonated with an otherworldly chill, firm and unwavering, devoid of any semblance of a hollow threat. Should the dragon persist in its defiance, Morin would willingly embrace destruction alongside this loathsome beast. The golden dragon, seething with rage, could barely utter a single word before its vocal cords were constricted. Its eyes blazed with fury, as if ready to unleash flames. Morin's words were far more menacing than any forbidden spell, for it was utterly convinced that Morin would not hesitate to engage in mutual destruction. Being confined within the dragon flute was already a fate shrouded in darkness, and to be cast into the rifts of space, lost amidst the chaotic currents, meant a slumber until death without the hope of release. For a dragon with an eternity of life, this was a fate more despairing than death itself, a chilling dread rising from the depths of its being. Each dragon flute, a witness to the dragon god contract, was exceedingly precious. Few would ever consider using one as a prison for their own contracted partner. Yet Morin had devised this lethal tactic to subdue the disobedient dragon. It was crucial to understand that the duration of a dragon's confinement would render the dragon flute utterly unusable, a loss that could not be outweighed by any gain. Since the inception of the Dragon Knight Pact between dragonkind and humankind, the number of dragon flutes in existence had only diminished. Morin, you are truly ruthless. The golden dragon gasped heavily, its scales rising and falling as if struggling to contain its fury and murderous intent. It recognized that Morin's character was one that would not only make threats but also carry them out. With a deep-seated reluctance, it turned and soared towards Akka and the fire dragon, Misael, ensnared by the rift in space. The choice was stark: to remain subjugated in eternal confinement or to risk being consumed by the rift, both paths leading to an inevitable demise. Morin's words had driven the golden dragon to the brink, forcing it to gamble everything. For the dragon flute in Morin's possession was the sole means to reign in this unruly beast. With unrelenting determination, Morin commanded the golden dragon to unleash its magnetic field, forcefully propelling their adversaries aside. He was resolute, ready to sever ties with gold coins and embrace the risks of becoming a dragon knight bereft of its draconic companion. Even facing the wrath of his former ally, the golden dragon's void magnetic field worked in harmony with the spatial pull, effectively neutralizing a significant portion of the attraction. As it retracted its armor's sharp appendages, deftly avoiding the encroaching rifts in space. Seeing Morin recklessly charging towards him atop the golden dragon, Akka immediately grasped his intentions and, in a state of panic, shouted desperately, "No, Morin, you're insane. Don't come any closer. Run away." In disbelief, the fire dragon, Misael, watched the golden dragon, once indifferent to him, launching itself toward him. Suddenly, an excruciating pain coursed through his body, sending him hurtling backward, further from the grasp of the spatial rift. In stark contrast, the two-legged wyvern and the son of the Minister of Civil Affairs, Gulong, found themselves in dire straits. Howling in agony as blood spewed from their mouths, Gulong, in a fit of rage, cursed Morin with all his might, completely oblivious to the peril lurking within the range of the spatial curse attack. As Morin crashed into the fire dragon, he abandoned all restraint, clutching the dragon flute tightly to his chest, and bellowed, "No, this is not enough. Gold coins, explode the void magnetic field. If I survive this, my life shall belong to you." He acutely felt the formidable allure of the spatial rift, which exceeded his expectations. In a desperate bid to rescue AKA, he threw caution to the wind. He could not bear to witness AKA and Misael being devoured by the gaping fissure in space. As for that insipid brat, Geraint, Morin had not the slightest interest in his fate. The life and death of such a privileged scion were of no concern to him. "Morin, you shall not have a good end." The anguished roar of the golden dragon, filled with despair, was utterly off-key, lamenting the misfortune of having such a reckless knight as a companion. Was it truly a debt from a past life that he was now obliged to repay in full? This was a golden dragon, one that even knights dared not ride, not a mere chick to be trifled with. Though the dragon was seething with fury, it found itself powerless. The dragon horn, which witnessed the bond of the dragon knight, was firmly in Morin's grasp. It understood all too well the dire consequences should it dare to voice dissent. Having already fallen into a predicament from which there was no escape, things could hardly worsen. The fragile Geraint could hardly withstand the combined intensity of Morin and the golden dragon, both ignited to their utmost potential. As if the specter of death had raised its scythe high above him, he let out a voiceless scream, and the resplendent mithril armor he donned exuded a foul stench, seeping through the seams and provoking nausea. The golden dragon, its metallic body shimmering, quivered, and the dual-pointed prismatic barrier of the void suddenly erupted, unleashing a tumultuous magnetic shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The explosion created visible ripples, twisting and morphing into bizarre arcs of light, a testament to the chaotic energy unleashed. Molin's entire being was engulfed in a radiant aura of golden battle energy, burning like a tangible, blazing fire. In his furious roar, the energy erupted, transforming the quantitative into the qualitative. Its flames exhibited a ferocity surpassing even that of the fire element itself. The golden dragon felt an intense heat radiating from its back, causing its unique dragon armor to turn a bright crimson, with wisps of white smoke rising, as if it were on the verge of melting. Despite the damage Molin's eruption inflicted upon the golden dragon, its thoughts were solely consumed by the singular desire to escape the gravitational pull behind it, fervently grasping at the faintest glimmer of survival. The recently displaced fire dragon, Misael, along with the dragon knight, Akka, was propelled like a cannonball by the shockwaves of the two consecutive energy detonations, swiftly distancing themselves from the gravitational range of the spatial rift. The unfortunate young master, Gran, and the hapless wyvern were rendered unconscious, utterly oblivious to their fate. From the very beginning, Molin had given no thought to the lives of these unfortunate souls. "Molin, you scoundrel!" Akka, devoid of any elation from his narrow escape, cried out in despair towards Molin and the golden dragon, extending his hand in a futile gesture. The spatial rift that had initially ensnared Akka and Mazel, now provoked by the explosion of the golden dragon's magnetic field, suddenly expanded exponentially. The overwhelming gravitational force emanating from the chaotic dimensions far exceeded the intensity that had previously ensnared Mazel, rendering all of Molin's remaining battle energy and the dragon's might insufficient to withstand its pull. "Haha, Akka, you must strive to survive, cherishing your beloved Anissa and sister Luna." With a triumphant smile, Morin waved farewell to Akka as he noticed a shadow flit past the fire dragon Mazel. The half-visible shadow dragon and its master, Gadair, emerged behind the fire dragon. The shadow dragon extended its front claws to grasp Mazel and swiftly escaped the gravitational pull of the explosive spell, ascending further away alongside the other dragon riders. The scoundrel Glan and his wyvern fortuitously evaded the perilous zone as well. Gadair, the shadow dragon rider, regarded Morin with an impassive gaze from beneath his visor. Yet his eyes betrayed a hint of regret. At this moment, every rescue mattered. Managing to extricate Mazel was no small feat. He felt utterly powerless to assist Morin or the Gold, for the Silan Empire lacked spatial silver dragon riders. Even if such riders existed, they would be unable to navigate the violent rifts of space to rescue anyone. By sheer fortune, he had leveraged the explosive force of the Void's magnetic field to facilitate the escape of the fire dragon and its rider. Akka had her Anissa and sister Luna. While I possess nothing, there is a certain merit in being unattached. At least fewer people mourn my absence, which seems like a gain in itself. A look of relief spread across Morin's face as he smiled, never having anticipated that his humble existence would culminate in such a grand and reckless act. The golden dragon of the gold system was utterly bewildered, letting out monstrous roars as it desperately flapped its wings, striving to escape this overwhelming force. Suddenly, a vast darkness enveloped both the golden dragon and Morin. With a thunderous crash, the spatial prison spell, adorned with countless crackling fissures resembling a porcupine, ultimately transformed into an enormous black sphere, stretching from the heavens above to the earth below. As the Taxis Empire's Mage Guild could no longer channel any magical energy, the sphere swayed lightly like a delicate bubble before gradually becoming transparent and vanishing, as if it had never existed at all. In the sky, the previously dense clouds parted to reveal a grand void, once again showcasing the clear blue heavens. Under the devouring might of spatial forces, radiant sunlight streamed unobstructed to the ground, causing countless individuals to raise their hands and squint, slowly adjusting to the sudden brilliance. The collision of two forbidden spells, along with the eruption of a grand spatial enchantment, resulted in a nearly circular pit that threatened to engulf the entire battlefield. It was foreseen that years later, this would transform into a beautiful lake. The howling winds swept across the desolate battlefield, where the remaining soldiers of both empires stood powerless, gazing blankly at the circular abyss left in the wake of the cataclysmic spell, as if all had been rendered to nothingness. A haunting dragon's lament echoed through the sky, leaving both commanders in a state of bewilderment. However, it was evident that the ministers and His Majesty, who were rapidly apprised of the latest developments, would soon find themselves in a similarly disoriented state. The events that were to unfold henceforth bore no connection to the vanished realms ensnared within the confines of the formidable spell. Could this signify an end? Or perhaps it was merely the dawn of a new beginning. Chapter 10: Cursed Fate. What on earth has transpired? Where am I? A youthful voice resonated in a secluded alley, accompanied by the sound of his groans, intermingled with the jarring noise of metal scraping. Thud! A metallic glove, armed to the fingertips, struck against the alley's red brick wall, dislodging a cloud of dust. The young man unsteadily rose to his feet. Had anyone else been present, they would have been astonished to witness a figure draped in an obsidian-hued armor standing in the alley. The armor's exotic design exuded an artistic allure, while the intricate, arcane patterns hinted at unfathomable mysteries. Towering behind him was a colossal sword, nearly the height of a man, sure to captivate the gaze of countless onlookers. With a deliberate motion, The armored figure removed his helmet, revealing a cascade of black hair framing the youthful visage of a man in his 20s. He wiped away the dark crimson remnants from the corner of his mouth and leaned heavily against the wall, greedily inhaling the air around him. Where's this place? The figure clad in black armor seemed to regain a modicum of consciousness and strength, scanning the surroundings with an air of bewilderment. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a shimmering golden object partially obscured amidst a chaotic array of incongruous debris, glinting in the sunlight. Stumbling a few steps closer, he picked up the object and scrutinized it intently. It was an item roughly the size of an egg, resplendent in gold, appearing almost metallic in nature. Its surface adorned with countless sesame seed-sized symbols that seemed as though they were inherently etched into its scales. Faint electric patterns flickered across its surface, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. This golden, egg-shaped metal evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within the armored figure, as if the metallic egg possessed a life of its own. Gold coins. Gold coins, he exclaimed hoarsely, glancing around in desperate hope. Yet, only the distant murmur of noise from outside the alley met his ears, and the silence of his surroundings was deafening. With a swift motion, he revealed a concealed compartment within his chest armor and extracted a strangely shaped flute, trembling as he brought it to his lips. The alley resonated with an eerie, elongated melody, sharp and haunting, repeated time and again. Disappointment washed over him as no visions materialized. The enchanting notes failed to summon the desired response. Reluctantly, he played the tune a dozen times more, but the alley remained resolutely desolate, save for the occasional chirp of birds overhead, which seemed to echo his forlorn melody. Clad in black armor, the figure gazed vacantly at the sky and the ground, eyes wide with a sense of bewilderment, as if he had lost something of great significance. He despondently sank to the ground, his gaze aimlessly returning the peculiar flute to the concealed compartment of his breastplate. The metallic egg in his hand seemed to emit a gentle warmth, its surface adorned with faint, shimmering runes that hinted at glimmers of golden light. Yet the armored figure remained oblivious to it all. Linimo, what are you doing here? Stop dawdling, hurry up, or you will be late. A melodious female voice, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps, resonated in the alley. The voice swept through the narrow passage, drawing nearer with each step. The man in black armor remained unresponsive to the approaching sounds, until two delicate hands suddenly grasped his wrist, exerting a gentle tug. Startled, he lifted his gaze and was met with the sight of an unexpected visitor, elegantly slender legs leading up to a figure draped in a cornflower blue robe that embraced a curvaceous silhouette. The edges of the robe were adorned with intricate six-pointed star patterns, complemented by exceptionally graceful designs. A beautiful girl with flowing black hair, crowned with a delicate tiara, captured the attention of the man in black armor. In her hand, she held a slender staff, embedded with an unknown gemstone that sparkled with a myriad of fiery glimmers. Who is she? The armored figure stared blankly at the girl, unable to discern whether she was a goddess of magic, a high sorceress, or merely an apprentice of the arcane arts. The embellishments adorning her figure did not adhere in the slightest to the stringent standards of the magical profession. Rather, they appeared in a disordered and chaotic manner. One must acknowledge that the self-proclaimed noble and extraordinary wizards are a group that places immense value on rank and tradition, with few daring to deviate from the norm. How could there possibly exist a magical girl with such an incongruous appearance? Moreover, she seemed rather youthful. Upon closer inspection, her attire was adorned with a plethora of exquisite magical accessories, giving the impression of considerable prowess. Yet, strangely, these ornate magical trinkets, along with the staff in her hand, whose elemental affiliation was indiscernible, emanated not a trace of magical energy, which was decidedly peculiar. The individual clad in black armor fell into a state of stupor. Linimo, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and follow me. If it weren't for my oversleeping this afternoon, I would have joined everyone else long ago. I never expected you, who are usually punctual, to be late as well. Fortunately, fate has allowed me to encounter you. Had I missed a significant matter, I would have made you rue the day. The magical girl shot a playful yet reproachful glare at the man in black armor, pulling insistently on him as if they were old acquaintances. The man in black was caught off guard. The magical girl's strength was quite formidable. However, being encumbered by hundreds of pounds of armor, he was not easily moved. Nonetheless, he found himself involuntarily following the girl out of the alley. Who would have thought, Linimo, that you would look so incredibly cool today? Secretly possessing such a suit of armor? The one you had before pales in comparison to this one. It appears utterly authentic. You should have revealed it long ago. Later, I shall inquire where you had it custom-made. I want to have a set of my own. Today, our chances of success have certainly increased. The magical girl, dragging Lin Mo along, sprinted ahead without looking back, her voice a constant murmur. This dark steel secret armor is genuinely remarkable. You know, is there even a fake version? The figure clad in black armor appeared at a loss for expression, merely allowing the magical girl to pull him forward. His mind remained clouded, struggling to comprehend everything around him. What were those large, small, human-filled iron boxes on wheels? They came in red, white, silver, and black, various sizes and lengths, instantly filling his vision. Moreover, why were the people on the street dressed so peculiarly? And those towering buildings, what material was the road made of? What colossal stones must have been required? The houses on either side of the street sparkled above their doorways. Were those magical signs? How extravagant! Have magicians truly become so undervalued? Good heavens! What manner of world is this? A visual cacophony of bizarre and wondrous sights, both near and far, overwhelmed the noble Dragon Knight's mind. The 8th China International Animation Festival, held at the World Trade Exhibition Center, drew countless animation enthusiasts from both China and abroad. On this day, animation transcended age, gender, and profession, becoming a spiritual feast for all. On the 3rd day of the festival, the International Cosplay Super Contest hosted by the organizers brought the event to its zenith. In the vibrant realm of anime, characters from Naruto, World of Warcraft, Saint Seiya, Gears of War, One Piece, and even the domestically produced animation Kiba graced the stage in a dazzling display of cosplay. Participants showcased their meticulously crafted, hyper-realistic costumes and makeup, striking a plethora of dynamic poses that ignited fervent cheers from countless anime enthusiasts gathered before the grand stage at the Shobo Yuan Anime Festival in Hangzhou. Cosplay transcends mere imitation of a character's appearance and actions. It demands that the performer vividly embodies the essence of the character and the narrative. It is not sufficient to merely resemble the character. One must also capture their spirit to gain the unanimous approval of discerning judges and audience members alike. The keen eyes of anime fans are not easily deceived. The live performances here are far more rigorous than those of film and television stars. Devoid of a director's cut to start anew, it is a one-shot endeavor. The elite cosplay teams that have reached the finals at the Shobo Yuan Anime Festival today are the CR de la CR, having triumphed through 2 rounds of stringent selection just 2 months prior. They are fervently preparing to vie for the coveted championship prize, which includes an iPad 3 among other rewards, totaling nearly 100,000 yuan. Each competitor is poised and ready, eager for the challenge ahead. As I ponder the absence of Lin Mo and Chi Fei, a sense of unease creeps in. Could they be faltering at such a crucial moment? Is there perhaps a secret romance brewing? Meanwhile, a towering cosplayer, wielding a prop long-handled double-bladed axe, casts a sidelong glance at his phone, muttering under his breath. In just 1 hour, it will be our turn. Was it not agreed that we would gather here at the outset of the competition? Attendance has been taken, yet they still have not arrived. This is a major television broadcast event. After all, hasten to speak with the host and request that we be placed towards the end. If both Lin Mo and Chi Fei arrive late, all our preparations will be in vain. With just a handful of us, we could create quite the spectacle. A dwarf, no taller than 1.50 meters, grumbled while clutching an exaggeratedly large firearm and sipping mineral water. Upon closer inspection, he was a stout young man, starkly contrasting with the nearly 2-meter-tall minotaur beside him. Their differences in stature showcased their inherent advantages splendidly. Enough, Ding Tuo, Qianjia. You two must remain still. Be cautious lest your makeup become disheveled. I shall speak with the host. Meanwhile, you two must persist in attempting to reach Lin Mo and Chi Fei on their mobile phones until you succeed. This performance must be a triumph, leaving no room for failure. The makeup artist responsible for this duo swiftly retrieved her kit to touch up the makeup of the dual-bladed axe-wielding minotaur and the firearm-bearing dwarf. In this sweltering heat, the backstage air conditioning was feeble at best, and the foundation and other cosmetics smothered the skin, creating a stifling atmosphere. The sweat of the cosplayers threatened to ruin their carefully applied makeup. Without a dedicated makeup artist on hand, they risked appearing as mere clowns before even taking the stage. Competitors who made it this far would never commit such a glaring error. After the competition, the makeup artist would meticulously remove the performer's makeup with professional cleansing products. If they fail to arrive, the stage shall be mine. The nefarious sorceress's domain. Goodness, it would be an utter surprise. I can already envision the audience's astonished expressions. Oh, how wickedly delightful. An evil sorcerer, clad in a black hooded cloak and brandishing a skeletal staff, emitted a sinister chuckle. Fortunately, this was behind the scenes. Had it occurred on the street, it would surely have frightened the tears out of a 3-year-old child. The villainous cosplay as soon attracted a chorus of eye rolls from those around him. In cosplay performances, antagonists typically embody the archetype of formidable yet ultimately ineffectual characters, often falling to the heroes after a brief flourish. This phenomenon is nearly a law, with instances of villains achieving ultimate victory being exceedingly rare, as it must align with the prevailing societal belief that good triumphs over evil. Oh dear, Sister Faye, finally, I've managed to get through to your phone. You're still using an iPhone 4? What a dreadful signal and antiquated device. We're all on the verge of panic here. It's nearly our turn. Ah, Lin Mo is with you, is he? That is splendid. His phone has been indicating it's off for ages. What on earth is going on? You two leaders are being rather pretentious, aren't you? Hurry up. You're the last ones we need. The Tauren warrior, wielding an axe, exclaimed frantically into his phone. After finally hanging up, he let out a long sigh of relief and addressed the dwarf gunslinger, the evil sorcerer, and the makeup artist, stating, "All right, at last. I've made contact. Sister Faye overslept and encountered Lin Mo on the way. They should arrive in half an hour." Phew, what a relief. He wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling how anxious he had been earlier. Having just wiped away the sweat, the makeup artist's piercing scream echoed. "Ding Tua, you scoundrel. You've smudged the makeup again. If this continues, I shall transform you into a savage." The artist's shrill voice nearly frightened the essence out of Ding Tua, who was embodying the character of the Axe Bull Demon. Her high-pitched tone rivaled that of a siren's haunting call. "Is the divine battle ensemble complete?" The director backstage shouted, brandishing the newly arranged schedule. He called out the team leader's name, yet at that moment, the leader was conspicuously late. "They'll be here shortly. Everyone will arrive imminently." Ding Tua and his companions were anxiously counting down the seconds for their teammates' arrival. Just a minute prior, they had reconfirmed that Chi Fei and Lin Mo, the duo known for their clumsiness, had only just reached the entrance of the main venue. "Ding Tua, Qian Jie, Ximing Shan, and Sister Chening, we have arrived." In burst a strikingly beautiful sorceress clad in a flowing blue robe, wielding an elegantly elongated staff, accompanied by a formidable warrior clad in black armor. The sound of her steel boots resonated against the floor, drawing the attention of everyone backstage. All eyes were fixated on the armored knight, who boasted a prop of impressive weight and quality. "Finally, we've made it. It's all Lin Mo's fault. I do not know where he procured such cumbersome new gear. It's so large and heavy that I could barely fit it in. I had to hire a small pickup truck just to transport this character." The blue-robed sorceress gracefully approached the Axe Bull Demon, the diminutive gun-wielding dwarf, and the malevolent sorcerer. "Wow, Lin Mo, you look incredibly cool." The eyes of the Minotaur warrior, Ding Tua, widened like bronze bells, scanning up and down with fervor, smacking his lips in awe. "Incredible, absolutely incredible. Just for this. The delay of a few minutes was worth it. Where on earth did this equipment come from? It can't be genuine, can it?" The hand of the gun-toting dwarf instinctively brushed against the black armor, the icy sheen of the metal and the peculiar texture igniting a frenzy within him. This can't be real. It can't be real. In comparison, his own attire felt utterly shabby, a mere pile of refuse. The gathered crowd was equally captivated by the warrior in black armor, which adorned him from head to toe, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. The resplendent and ostentatious armor exuded an air of ferocity, complemented by a sword nearly as tall as a man and a tattered crimson cloak, as if a seasoned veteran had just stepped off the battlefield, each movement imbued with lethal intent. "A divine battle ensemble. 1 minute until the performance begins," announced the backstage crew. The host at the front had already commenced the introduction. "All right, let us proceed as rehearsed." The blue-robed magical girl, Chi Fei, extended her hand, and others gathered around, placing their hands atop one another. The black-armored Lin Mo seemed momentarily dazed, caught off guard as he was pulled into the center of the circle. "We are the champions," everyone shouted in unison, rushing towards the grand stage's entrance. The black-armored warrior remained bewildered, still grappling with the overwhelming sights and sounds he had just encountered. He had soared from a large iron box to this astonishingly crowded locale, and even now, he had yet to regain his composure. Among the diverse array of costumes, He recognized some familiar archetypes: orcs, swordsmen, and sorcerers, yet many more donned bizarre outfits of professions he could not identify. He was utterly confounded, unable to comprehend the actions and dialogues of those around him. It seemed that a magical girl, whose true abilities were indiscernible, had mistakenly taken him by the hand and dragged him here, evoking a sense of unfamiliar familiarity within him. He remained passive, subject to the whims of this eclectic assembly. This cosplay competition boasted an unprecedented level of prestige. Those who advanced to the finals were all elite performers, each group showcasing singular talents. Elaborate displays of sound, light, and even pyrotechnics and specialized equipment transformed the portrayals beyond mere imitation of characters and movements, infusing them with an enchanting sense of special effects. Now, let us welcome the Divine Battle Ensemble. After bidding farewell to the previous cosplay group, the host finally announced Chi-Fei's team. Suddenly, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, burst onto the stage. With a silicone skin that accentuated his muscular physique, robust limbs, and adorned with elongated bull horns and a bronze helmet, he brandished a massive double-bladed battle axe. His specially designed roar reverberated throughout the venue, captivating the audience. A wave of cheers erupted at the scene, as the meticulously crafted cosplay makeup and props rivaled those seen in Hollywood films. The dedicated makeup artist, Chen devoted over 3 hours solely to the application of makeup, while the choreography was expertly designed with the assistance of a skilled martial artist known through personal connections. Soon after, a dwarf brandishing a massive firearm and a warhammer joined the stage, eliciting yet another round of applause. With a resounding bang, the firearm discharged a plume of smoke accompanied by a dull thud. It was no mere prop, but a high-quality replica. The dwarf, pleased with his performance, whistled and replaced the spent cartridge with a new one, firing once more and igniting a second wave of cheers. The flash of digital cameras illuminated the area, desperately consuming the remaining storage space and battery life. The Divine Battle Ensemble secured a place in the finals, not only due to the impeccable character portrayals and superb makeup skills of its members, but also owing to the meticulously crafted props that played a significant role. Following this, a magical girl clad in a blue robe and adorned with a splendid crystal crown gracefully took the stage. With a flourish of her wand, the gem at its tip ignited, leaving a luminous halo on the spectators' retinas. Simultaneously, the gems adorning her blue robe began to shimmer, enveloping her in an aura of mysterious enchantment, which provoked an even higher pitch of screams from the audience. Men, women, the young, and the old, all intertwining in a cacophony of excitement. Truly, the Divine Battle Ensemble had invested considerable thought into their impressive equipment. In the background, a performer dressed as a character from One Piece made audible sounds of astonishment, equally taken aback. The expressions on the judges' faces revealed smiles, indicating that the intricately designed props were indeed commendable. Suddenly, the ambient sound transformed. A sinister and eerie melody crescendoed from a whisper to a resounding echo, accompanied by ominous laughter and the hushed murmurs of an owl. A plume of black smoke erupted from the stage entrance, carrying with it a hunched figure that darted onto the stage. A ghastly white staff, adorned with flickering ghostly flames, instantly infused the atmosphere with an unsettling aura. The evil sorcerer had made his entrance. Were this ensemble to appear in a secluded alley at night, it would likely terrify onlookers. However, the response here was markedly different, as it elicited a wave of applause and cheers. On stage, 2 opposing factions of the same ensemble emerged from either side. The axe-wielding Tauren, the musket-toting dwarf, and the malevolent sorcerer portrayed the villains, embodying ranged, melee, and spell-casting prowess. Standing in stark contrast was the magical girl, seemingly solitary and outmatched. After a prolonged wait, the magical girl, not hearing the anticipated cheers for the next character's entrance, bit her lip in confusion and turned to glance back at the entrance, only to find the black-armored knight frozen like a statue, motionless at the threshold. "Fool, why aren't you coming up?" the magical girl exclaimed in a flurry, casting anxious glances toward the knight. "Hey, Linimo, stop dawdling and hurry up." Behind the black-armored warrior stood his dedicated makeup artist, Chen, who observed as the warrior stood there at the entrance, seemingly frozen like a wall. In a flurry of urgency, she pushed against his back several times. Alas, the burden of the 300 to 400 pounds of black mystic steel armor was far beyond the strength of a delicate woman. Outside the stage, an overwhelming sea of spectators surged, which left the black-armored warrior in a state of shock. When had he ever been the center of such a grand spectacle? The crowd was like a relentless wave, seemingly poised to engulf him at any moment. At that moment, the host, standing to the side, sensed something amiss and quickly adapted. Grasping the microphone and proclaiming loudly, "Let us welcome the Knight of the Divine Battle Ensemble to the stage." The mention of Knight sparked recognition within the black-armored warrior, jolting him back to reality. He felt the persistent push from behind, compelling him to take a few steps forward and approach the stage's edge. The host, ever the jester, couldn't resist teasing the newly arrived warrior, inquiring, "Where is your steed, my knight?" It was, of course, impractical to bring a horse onto the stage, otherwise. That would be quite extraordinary. Yet, the black-armored warrior paid no heed to the host's banter, choosing instead to brush past him without a glance. The thick-tempered glass stage emitted a faint groan, yet this sound was overshadowed by the resounding background music that filled the venue. The only one able to discern the noise was the host, who stood on stage, rendered speechless by astonishment. Surely, even the designer of the stage could not have anticipated that someone clad in such heavy armor would traverse this platform. Suddenly, a flurry of silver fire trees erupted from the front of the stage, reinvigorating the atmosphere. The armored warrior, cloaked in black, appeared startled by the abrupt emergence of the shimmering flames, instinctively retreating several steps while cautiously surveying his surroundings. Everything around him felt alien and unsettling, a realm he had never encountered before. The crystalline surface of the stage seemed capable of supporting such weight and multitude, while the dazzling array of lights, a chaotic blend of colors, dazzled and blinded him. The audience below, witnessing the imposing figure of the black-armored warrior, perceived his bewilderment as that of an unworldly being, shielding himself from the harsh glare of the spotlight. "Young man, I have invested significantly in this production. Even incorporating cold fireworks in advance, do not falter at this critical moment." The host silently wiped the cold sweat from his brow, recognizing that a lull on stage would not only tarnish the event hosted by the organizers, but also diminish his own reputation. After all, he relied on this profession for his livelihood. Just then, he discreetly signaled the staff below with a cue to ignite the cold fireworks and elevate the atmosphere. What on earth was happening with Lin Mo? Having participated in such events numerous times, one would think the nerves would dissipate. Dressed as a Tauren with a battle axe, Ding Tuo let out a sigh of relief and promptly adhered to the script, hoping to avoid any further embarrassment. Their ensemble had not only taken part in various cosplay competitions, but had also frequently been invited to commercial events, earning some extra income. Otherwise, the expenses for crafting their intricate costumes and makeup would be quite burdensome. The Tauren warrior shook his long-handled double-bladed axe, emitting a pre-recorded roar typical of his character. As he strode forward with purpose, across the stage, a blue-robed magical girl intoned an incomprehensible incantation, waving her hand to release a diminutive fireball. This was not a genuine fireball, but rather a special effects prop crafted from pyrotechnics. Despite its seemingly simple appearance, it was the result of extensive brainstorming and considerable investment by the entire team, a testament to their ingenuity. While the untrained eye might merely enjoy the spectacle, those versed in the craft recognized the meticulous detail. Other cosplay groups could not match such precision, and expressions of envy and admiration were evident among the backstage competitors. The judges in one corner of the stage were equally astonished, acknowledging the unprecedented talent displayed by this year's participants. The black mist, the sound of firearms, and the small fireballs, though seemingly unremarkable, were the fruits of careful planning and specialized props, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. Was this truly an arena? As the Tauren warrior approached him, axe in hand and roaring fiercely, the cacophony of the surrounding crowd's cheers reminded the black-armored knight of a scene he had witnessed before. A gladiatorial arena? His nerves immediately tensed. Damn it, this is a trap. The steel boots grazed against the tempered glass stage, emitting a faintly piercing shriek. His hand reached for the colossal sword at his back, for in his memory, no matter who the adversary was, or the nature of the opponent, one must never let their guard down. This lesson was imparted by every martial arts instructor since his days in the training camp. Countless examples exist of great figures being toppled by insignificant ones. Even when facing a mere rabbit, one must exert their utmost effort. Lin Mo, you have finally stepped into character. Ding Tuo, portraying the Minotaur, embodied the creature's imposing presence and relentless spirit as if rehearsed countless times. The Minotaur's muscular thighs propelled him off the stage, bellowing as he leapt high, wielding a double-bladed battle axe aimed at the black-armored warrior. The intensity of his performance, akin to a professional cosplayer, sought to replicate reality as faithfully as possible, demanding rigorous physical prowess rather than mere feeble poses that would surely invite the judge's scrutiny. Clang. It was as if a sharp crescent moon had erupted, causing all lights on stage to momentarily dim. The black armored warrior, with the battle axe raised high in the Minotaur's hands, prepared to strike, when suddenly the colossal sword from his back sprang forth, gripped resolutely in his hand. He unleashed an exquisitely lethal arc of light from the blade. The Dragon Knight, known for handling formidable foes, prioritized maximum lethality, displaying a ferocity far surpassing that of an ordinary warrior from the very outset. In the grip of a 200-pound broadsword, nearly matching the user's height, the black-armored warrior sensed an anomaly as he executed a mere half of his swing. The opponent's downward strike, though launched with a leap, bore no murderous intent and was delivered from an impractical distance. The show of strength and speed appeared to be mere facades, with only the aura of ferocity remaining palpable. It felt as though, with just a few steps forward or a single step back, he could effortlessly neutralize the assailant's advance without any effort at all. When did the notoriously single-minded Minotaurs begin to engage in such hollow displays? Were they not renowned for their brute strength and singular focus, their minds supposedly filled with muscle? The black-armored warrior's thoughts raced like lightning, and with a flick of his wrist, the downward diagonal arc of his sword swiftly transformed into a horizontal swipe. As he simultaneously retreated a step, a sharp whistle erupted from the stage, a wave of force dissipating the momentum of the charging Minotaur warrior. The battle axe never even had the chance to descend, having been shattered by the residual power of the previously dissipated sword light. The Minotaur's eyes widened like brass bells as this sudden blast of energy sent him flying backward, ultimately crashing off the stage with a shriek, inadvertently dragging the malevolent sorcerer along with him, resulting in chaos as debris scattered across the stage. Amidst the tumult, only a diminutive firearms-wielding dwarf remained, mouth agape in sheer astonishment, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The actor portraying the dwarf, Qianjia, trembled inwardly, realizing that the script had not unfolded as anticipated. Wasn't it supposed to unfold over 3 or 4 rounds first? The colossal sword whirled around, casting a multitude of formidable sword blossoms that glimmered with a chilling light, rendering it impossible for any onlookers to gaze directly upon it. The sword trailed behind the black-armored warrior, dissipating the explosive energy that had just surged forth. The blade's tip emitted a piercing, shrill noise against the tempered glass surface of the stage. A wave of icy, disquieting aura radiated outward, causing many who had never encountered such a ferocious killing intent to feel as if their hearts had been abruptly frozen, their legs weakened, as they instinctively yearned to flee. The cacophony of the crowd seemed to be suspended in time, enveloped in silence, save for the persistent strains of background music. The stage and its surroundings lay in an eerie stillness, as if all sound had been cleaved in two by that brilliant flash of sword light. The only interruption came from the pitiful cries of the evil sorcerer, played by Shiming Shan, who was being firmly pinned down by the unconscious Minotaur. Ding Tua, a most unfortunate turn of events for him. Who were these individuals? The black-armored warrior assumed a standard close combat defensive stance, wielding the massive sword that rivaled a shield. Fully alert to his surroundings, had he not reigned in his power moments ago, the Minotaur that had been thrust from the stage would have surely been cleaved in twain. The might of the dragon-slaying sword was such that even the dragonkin dared not underestimate it. How could a Minotaur, outwardly strong yet fundamentally weak, withstand even the residual force of its dissipating wind? The mastery of one's own strength is an essential lesson for every high-ranking warrior. It was precisely this skill that saved the life of the Tauren actor. The sole remaining gunslinging dwarf across from him clearly heard the sound of his teeth chattering, his prop gun trembling in his grasp. Just moments ago, a fierce gust had struck his face painfully, as if his very soul was being forcefully extracted. The Tauren wielded a dual-bladed axe, fragile as a mere straw, which stirred a sense of doubt in the heart of the black-armored knight. What a shoddy weapon. Light as a feather, it bore no semblance to a forged metal blade. Even without armor, one could withstand its strikes without harm. Is this truly a Tauren? Suddenly, it felt as if a torrential downpour had erupted, the deafening sound of countless raindrops pounding the ground igniting a fervor among the audience below. The black-armored knight had never imagined that such a multitude, after a moment of silence, could produce such a tremendous uproar simultaneously. Chapter 13. My heavens, what is that? Is it fighting spirit? Goodness, what a colossal sword. It even carries a sword aura. Is it real? Is that sword genuine? It resonates with sound. It's too lifelike. Too magnificent, too exhilarating. That massive figure was sent flying. How extraordinary, to leap so far backward as if it were real. However, I wonder, will he be injured? As a seasoned and devoted anime enthusiast, Gulu has long been a prominent figure within the domestic anime industry. This time, he has been invited by the organizers to serve as one of the judges for the cosplay competition at the anime convention. However, at this moment, his heart races at an astonishing speed, pounding as if at 180 beats per minute. His tongue stutters and mumbles in a daze. This armor, this sword, is nothing short of an extraordinary replica. Can it truly be considered imitation at such a level? No, it must be genuine. But how could that be possible? How heavy must it be? Which workshop in the country could produce such exquisite craftsmanship? Oh no, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece, a work of artistry beyond compare. It must be handcrafted. And that gleaming sword, this does not resemble mere special effects. We are in the presence of reality, not a digital effects studio. When the chilling, ethereal light of the crescent moon sword suddenly grazed the stage, he could not help but rise to his feet, his mind saturated with an overwhelming torrent of questions, yearning to rush onto the stage and demand clarity from the night performer. Subsequently, the other judges, who had been engaged in light-hearted banter moments before, instinctively fell silent, rising in a state of sheer astonishment. This was no ordinary cosplay. They could not discern whether they were witnessing a performance or authentic swordsmanship. From the moment the black-armored warrior stepped onto the stage, they sensed an immense weight upon it. This was far beyond mere realistic props. The other judges were also discerning anime aficionados, some even former champions of past competitions, yet now they too were utterly astonished. The reactions of the audience below were entirely unforeseen by the members of the Divine Battle Ensemble. A myriad of emotions, excitement, admiration, confusion, and exclamations filled the ears of the black-armored warrior. Even someone as dim-witted as he could piece together the fragmented information and grasp the absurdity of the situation. Was he truly wielding a subpar weapon in a mock display, garnering accolades for such farce? What manner of spectacle was this? The arena bore no resemblance to a gladiatorial combat ground, nor did the stage reflect a theatrical performance. Were sacred duels among warriors truly this ludicrous? Linimo, are you out of your mind? Come back. The first to regain her composure, the blue-robed sorceress, paid no heed to whether she stood on the stage or off it. She frantically shouted at the black-armored warrior, "What on earth are you doing? Are you attempting murder? This is a stage, not a battlefield. If you're genuinely equipped for killing, what are you doing dressed in such heavy armor?" Despite her initial bewilderment, she finally recognized that the colossal sword in the warrior's grasp was undeniably a genuine metal weapon, far from the plastic or hollow tin props she had presumed. She could hardly fathom where he had acquired such formidable equipment. Amidst the chaos that engulfed the stage, she overlooked the sheer strength required to wield such a massive sword while encumbered by heavy armor, capable of inflicting such tremendous damage. The blue-robed maiden's ire directed at him, compounded by her disdain for sorcerers, particularly one whose rank was indiscernible, provoked an instinctual response from the black-armored warrior, who felt the surge of battle energy within him. Summoning the last remnants of his fighting spirit, the runes on the surface of the black mystic steel armor began to emit a soft, golden glow, one after another. The tattered crimson cloak billowed without wind, though this would greatly deplete the energy reserves embedded within the magical crystals of the armor. Who could tell whether this young sorceress, who had dragged him to this wretched place, would unleash a ferocious high-level spell upon him? As soon as he summoned his fighting spirit, he felt his body convulsing, an overwhelming sense of weakness flooding over him, as if all vitality had been drained away. The only thing sustaining his actions was the pure strength forged through years of rigorous training, leaving the black-armored warrior devoid of any sense of security in his current diminished state. He needed to escape this inexplicable location. The tumult of unheard individuals and phenomena he had encountered today weighed heavily on his mind. All he desired was a tranquil space to process the bewildering events transpiring within him. Humph! The black-armored warrior delivered a swift strike to the sorceress's head, his wrist flicking as the great sword somersaulted gracefully in midair, landing precisely in the scabbard at his back. With a flourish, he tossed his cloak aside and made his way to the edge of the stage. "Linimo, stop right there. What do you think you're doing? Come back this instant." The sorceress stood behind him, flustered and exasperated. Her frustration stemmed from a series of misfortunes, arriving late, dawdling before taking the stage, and then inadvertently knocking Ding Tua and Shi Ming Shan off the platform. What on earth was happening today? It seemed as if fate was conspiring against her at every turn. From a height of over a meter upon the stage, the black-armored warrior leapt down before the captivated audience, producing a thunderous crash that reverberated through the air, causing the very framework of the stage to tremble and emit a creaking lament, as if it might collapse at any moment. Below, the spectators struggled to maintain their balance, some toppling over in disarray. The impact of the extraordinarily heavy figure striking the ground resembled a localized earthquake, perfectly illustrating the phenomenon of potential energy conversion. As the black-armored warrior withdrew his foot, an imprint over 2 inches deep was left upon the ground. A profound silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sound of friction from the enigmatic steel armor as he strode forward. Even the dimmest of observers could discern that this individual was no mere cosplay performer. He was clad in authentic, pure metal plate armor, for the weight was truly formidable. His physical prowess was remarkable, allowing him to walk with an air of nonchalance despite the bulk he bore. "Wow, it's real," exclaimed an awestruck onlooker who dared to touch the warrior's armor, feeling its cold, hard surface adorned with intricate patterns, an undeniable testament to its metallic authenticity. Could he possibly be a time traveler? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, some conjectured with surprising accuracy. The heavy armor was not merely striking in its opulence. It effortlessly carved a path through the throng of onlookers, the immense weight generating momentum that rendered the unprotected bodies in his way powerless to halt his advance. The black-armored warrior chose to disregard the defenseless civilians, moving forward with resolute confidence. An hour and a half later, the absent members of the Divine Battle team reappeared on stage, collectively grappling with a complex mix of emotions as they accepted the championship trophy and a cash prize of 100,000 yuan from the host, their expressions still seemingly lost in a dream. Initially, the leader of the Divine Battle team, the enchanting sorceress in a blue robe, Qi Fei, had contemplated abandoning the competition entirely after Lin Mo sabotaged their performance. She had planned to reluctantly follow the original script, battling the lone remaining gunner dwarf, and hastily conclude their act, feeling disheartened as she stepped off the stage. In fact, she was so absorbed in her own thoughts that she barely registered the judges' scores, cursing Lin Mo inwardly countless times. However, when the host announced that the grand prize winner was the Divine Battle team, Qi Fei, along with her teammates Ding Tuo, Qian Jia, Shi Mingshan, and Shen Ying, stood in stunned silence. Even as they accepted their prize, the leader of the team, the magical girl Qi Fei, remained in a daze, struggling to comprehend how a victory that seemed unattainable had miraculously fallen into their hands. It was a bewildering moment for anyone, and the expressions of the other members reflected nothing but silly grins. However, the colossal scar left on the stage and the chaos on one side seemed to bear witness to all present, attesting that a premier cosplay performer once graced this place. Fully equipped with astonishing authenticity and wielding a breathtaking sword that could instill fear, no one could have imagined that cosplay could reach such heights. It transcends the realm of reality. Neither before nor after has there been a cosplay performance capable of leaving the audience in such awe that even when the performer slipped away, everyone generously overlooked the incident. The instigator of the escaping cosplay samurai event now finds himself outside the city, at the renowned Qiantang River embankment, gazing blankly at the water's surface. After squeezing through the daytime crowd at the venue, he wandered aimlessly along the road, attracting curious glances from countless passers-by, yet remaining utterly indifferent. As the night wind swept by, the chaotic thoughts of the black-armored warrior gradually began to clarify and align. The names Lin Mo and Mo Lin, seemingly similar yet contrasting, echoed in his mind. He could only recall losing consciousness after his golden dragon coins were devoured by a rift in space. The remnants of Lin Mo's fading memories began to surface, thread by thread. Chapter 14. Lin Mo, a recent undergraduate graduate from an ordinary university in Hangzhou, found himself navigating life after his parents' divorce, which led them to pursue separate paths. The only legacy left to him was a modest apartment in Hangzhou, where he lived alone. To sustain himself, he juggled part-time jobs to cover his living expenses and tuition fees. An enthusiast of cosplay, he was a member of a performance group known as the Divine Battle Ensemble. Lin Mo possessed remarkable skills, crafting his own props and participating in numerous cosplay events, earning some supplementary income along the way. A week before his graduation, he fortuitously passed the rigorous selection process for the Air Force pilot recruitment, which is notoriously more stringent for university graduates compared to high school students. Initially, Lin Mo had merely hoped for a stroke of luck, Yet he unexpectedly navigated the series of stringent political evaluations and medical examinations with success. A letter of acceptance soon arrived, heralding his future as an Air Force pilot. Following today's cosplay competition, Lin Mo would embark on a journey to the Air Force Aviation University tomorrow, carrying his belongings with him. However, no one could have anticipated that just a few days ago, while crossing an intersection, a business vehicle recklessly ran a red light and sped towards them. Beside Lin Mo stood a young girl, engrossed in her phone, oblivious to the imminent danger. Without a moment to contemplate, Lin Mo forcefully pushed the girl out of harm's way. She was propelled to safety, unharmed, while Lin Mo himself was struck head-on by the business vehicle. Flung several meters away, the driver of the offending vehicle, seemingly paralyzed by fear, shocked everyone by not exiting the car. Instead, he turned the vehicle around and accelerated away, showing no intention of stopping, fleeing the scene so swiftly that bystanders hardly had time to note the license plate number. Two other pedestrians rushed to assist the fallen Lin Mo. Aside from a few torn patches on his clothing and some abrasions that oozed a bit of blood and bruising, he remained relatively lucid. After a brief respite, he managed to rise to his feet, feeling fortunate that he had sustained no serious injuries. Lin Mo, in good spirits and preoccupied with preparations for a cosplay competition, had no desire to visit a hospital. Meanwhile, the girl, who had narrowly escaped disaster, vanished just as quickly as the business vehicle, failing to express even a word of gratitude. Lin Mo did not harbor any resentment. Instead, he consoled himself. Perhaps the girl had been too frightened to utter a thank you before departing. Perhaps feeling fortunate and blessed with a strong constitution, Lin Mo and the two bystanders merely exchanged a few harsh words regarding the hit-and-run business vehicle. After reporting the incident to the nearby auxiliary police for documentation, they continued on their separate ways. It was understood that the traffic police would eventually locate the vehicle, and the insurance company responsible for it would naturally deliver the compensation to Lin Mo. Whether the driver would have his license revoked or face other consequences was of no concern to Lin Mo. The established protocols would function autonomously, alleviating any worries he might have had. Lin Mo believed himself to be unharmed, not realizing that the collision had inflicted deeper injuries than mere surface wounds. Unbeknownst to him, internal injuries began to worsen over time, as the subtle damage to his organs manifested gradually. Though he occasionally experienced minor symptoms, he dismissed them, believing that his robust health, evidenced by passing a pilot's physical examination, would shield him from any serious affliction. Had he sought medical attention immediately, undergoing thorough examinations, necessary surgeries, injections, or medications, he might have recuperated within 2 to 3 months. Alas, all of this was overlooked. On the day of the cosplay competition, just after leaving his residence, the internal injuries that had been ignored and progressively intensified erupted dramatically. Dressed as a samurai and poised to make a phone call, Lin Mo suddenly collapsed in the alleyway. By the time he realized the connection between this incident and the earlier car accident, it was already too late to regret. At that moment, it seemed as though a vast black void materialized on the wall of the alley behind Lin Mo, consuming the light and casting a somber shadow over the sunlit passage, transforming it into a semblance of night. Suddenly, a golden glimmer pierced through the darkness, seemingly enveloping a humanoid figure that lunged forth from the shadows, colliding directly with Lin Mo. In that instant, their forms appeared to merge, as if two ethereal silhouettes had intertwined, their bodies instantaneously dissolving into a haze of particles, surrounded by a faint mist that suggested both a loss and an augmentation of essence. The black void arrived and departed with equal swiftness, akin to the fleeting moment of a fly's wing beat, leaving the alley restored to its original state, bathed once more in light, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the silhouette collapsed on the ground bore armor that had entirely transformed in that fleeting moment. In the unseen realms, perhaps divine forces were orchestrating this convergence, assimilating the residual memories of Lin Mo after their fusion. Two beings from disparate worlds had united, likely achieving a state of soul synchronization that transcended mere resonance, a manifestation of destiny itself. In that instant, the same individual from different realms converged, bound by the supreme laws of existence. Molin stood motionless on the riverbank, gazing into the faint glow of the city lights across the river. He retrieved a metallic egg from the hidden compartment of his breastplate. Dragon eggs, without exception, towered above a 7-year-old child. And he certainly could not believe that a gold coin would yield a palm-sized egg for him, especially since the coin represented a male dragon. Although the creature was not present, this golden egg might indeed bear an intricate connection to the gold coin. The internal injuries he had sustained, along with the original wounds, vanished in an instant when Molen merged with Lin Mo. At the same time, his nearly 9th-tier light battle aura dwindled to an almost imperceptible remnant. The sword strike he had delivered on stage had nearly depleted all his internal energy, as if to remind him of the high-tier combat skills he once possessed, rivaling those of the divine warriors of the celestial court. Perhaps this was the price for his internal injuries. Indeed, there are no free lunches in this world. Whether in the past or present, Molen wholeheartedly agreed with this adage. This world struck Molen as peculiar. His first impression was the appalling quality of the air. Although the food appeared exquisite, it subtly lacked the authenticity one might expect. The lifestyle was entirely different, with royal authority long disregarded, and social hierarchies measured solely by wealth. Interpersonal interactions were laden with sophistication, often surpassing the cunning of administrative officials in some imperial cities. War is equally grand. The era of cold weapons has irrevocably passed. However, the methods of combat can swiftly empower ordinary individuals, as everything hinges on the utilization of tools. The unexpected creativity exhibited is far more advanced than in the previous world, almost manifesting as an overwhelming force. It is akin to becoming the aerial might of this nation once again. The steeds of the sky are not colossal dragons or other large flying creatures, but rather mechanical constructs known as airplanes, whose speed and offensive capabilities rival, if not surpass, those of the world Morin once inhabited. In certain aspects, they may indeed be superior. The ultimate strategic power is formidable. Devices known as nuclear warheads possess the potential to annihilate the entire world. Yet, much like the high-ranking officials of the Empire, they are employed with utmost caution. Even the most deranged tyrants hesitate to wield something that could lead to their own destruction. A thunderous roar. A white wave surged across the river from east to west. On the embankment, several individuals clad in red armbands shouted urgently at Morin, fervently waving their glow sticks as the loudspeakers blared. The tide is coming. Everyone on the embankment. Hurry back. Run. The embankment patrol. Morin recalled their identities through the fragmented memories of Lin Mo, yet he paid them no heed. During the forging of his own strength, he had stood bare upon the slick, storm-lashed rocks by the sea, wielding the Dragon Slayer's sword against the relentless onslaught of towering waves, never retreating an inch. How could he possibly fear this trivial tide? Renowned throughout the land, the tidal waters of the Qian'an River, each year, claim countless lives. Surging forth like a herd of galloping steeds, relentlessly stacking towering waves of several meters high. A long, white line of tumultuous tide stands out starkly against the yellow river waters, its force ever increasing as it rushes along the narrowing embankments. Occasionally, when it breaches the barriers, it sends forth waves soaring dozens of meters high. This child is doomed. An elderly member of the patrol gazes at the silhouette still on the tidal barrier. The dim light, coupled with his failing eyesight, renders him unable to discern the armor adorning Morin, which would have certainly startled him. Perhaps, in another realm, Akka and Captain Geedle have successfully escaped the lethal radius of the spatial prison. However, as for His Majesty the Emperor of the Silan Empire, I cannot continue my loyalty. Nor can I bid farewell to the brothers of the Dragon Cavalry. With all thoughts set aside, Morin slowly turned around. Realizing that the other world had completely bid him farewell, he could only persist in this existence under the guise of Lin Mo. For the devastating power of the spatial prison's curse would either obliterate everything within its radius or cast it into the chaotic currents of space forever. Perhaps there are other fortunate souls like him, thrown into different worlds, yet for countless dimensions, retracing the path back to their original realm is nearly impossible. Chapter 15, Boom. The murky tidal waters of the Qiantang collided with Morin as waves several meters high surged over the tidal barrier, raising the river surface by 4 or 5 meters in an instant. This was merely ordinary tide. During the Mid-Autumn Festival's great tide, it would likely rise even higher. The onlookers by the riverbank watched in stunned silence as Morin was engulfed by the relentless tide, their hearts heavy with sorrow for a life so carelessly lost. After a moment, the tumultuous waters continued to churn, yet suddenly, a figure emerged from beneath the surface, draped in formidable armor, a colossal sword towering behind him. What on earth was happening? The members of the patrol rubbed their eyes in disbelief. With each deliberate step, Morin ascended the riverbank, the weight of the several hundred pounds of dark steel armor encasing him like an iron mass. The defensive array inscribed upon the armor's surface rendered him impervious to the force of the tide, even without the infusion of battle energy. The water could not displace him. The air resistance encountered by a dragon knight soaring through the skies was far greater than that of mere water. "Hey, what is your name? Do you realize how perilous it is to stand by the river?" The elderly man who had earlier called out was now fuming with frustration. The youth of today are truly absurd, clad in such peculiar armor, standing at the river's edge, inviting disaster. Have they lost their minds? Morin paid no heed to the man's outburst. The pride and dignity of a dragon knight rendered him indifferent to the concerns of such powerless civilians. Even though this world operated not on the basis of individual might, but rather on economic standing, he continued to act according to the standards he had once known, before he fully embraced the new rules of existence. In the early morning, Morin awoke from his slumber, gazing vacantly at the pristine white ceiling, feeling as though he were still ensnared in a dream. The intertwined memories of his fusion were muddled, leading him to believe that he was indeed a person of this era, merely transformed in his dreams into a noble and formidable dragon knight. The memories of both worlds were equally vivid and profound, leaving him to ponder whether he was Lin Mo or Morin. Just before the dream dissipated, he found himself reflecting on whether he had merely experienced a fleeting dream or perhaps a more profound transformation akin to Zhuang Zhou dreaming of a butterfly. As he pressed against the bedside, he threw aside the thin blanket and sat up, his gaze suddenly fixated. His secret armor of profound steel, yes. Ever since he forged the covenant of the Dragon Knight, he had received this bespoke armor crafted by a master artisan. It was a remarkable piece, meticulously fashioned from an array of rare materials, a privilege reserved for the Dragon Knights. However, he distinctly remembered having removed the armor the previous night, leaving it stacked in the corner of his chamber. At this moment, not only was the immense dragon-slaying sword missing, but even his small dagger, silver flask, and a handful of gold coins had vanished as well. All that remained was a uniquely shaped short flute and a resplendent golden egg, accompanied by a scattering of metallic shavings. Turning his attention to the window, he noted that the protective bars were intact, suggesting that no thief had intruded. Even if a thief had entered, it would be illogical for them to carry away the cumbersome armor while leaving behind the golden egg and the dragon flute. Such behavior defied reason. The resplendent golden egg appeared to have grown even larger since yesterday. Morin, or rather Lin Mo as he is now known in this world, recognized that this name represented his identity here. He observed the metallic fragments lingering around the golden egg, clearly composed of the same material as his mysterious dragon knight armor. Occasionally, tiny particles seemed irresistibly drawn towards the egg, as if animated by some life force, swiftly merging into it like droplets of water. Meanwhile, the intricate patterns on the surface of the egg flickered subtly, as though it was consuming the metallic remnants with a semblance of sentience, discreetly savoring each morsel while wiping its metaphorical mouth. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. An entire set of Dragon Knight armor had been silently devoured overnight by this egg. He realized that yet another possession from his original world had vanished, leaving him with only this peculiar metallic egg and the dragon flute. At this moment, he felt unworthy of the title of Dragon Knight. Damn it, this egg must be connected to that coin fellow. Hastily, Lin Mo removed the dragon flute from the vicinity of the golden egg. Although he was uncertain of the flute's material, he feared that if the egg were to whimsically consume it as well, regret would come too late. With no means of returning to his original world and no chance of reuniting with AKA and the others, Lin Mo clung to these remnants as his sole connection to the past. It seemed the egg had satisfied its appetite as it ceased its activity, resting there unremarkably like a lifeless lump. What an insatiable appetite this wretched egg possesses. Lin Mo found a box of similar dimensions to encapsulate the golden egg, then proceeded to pack his belongings. Today marked the day of his departure to register at the Aviation University. After turning off all the power, gas, and water mains in the room, Lin Mo secured the door with a lock. This small dwelling, where he had resided for over a decade, would likely remain unoccupied for several years to come. Hello, Shin-Chi, have you seen Lin Mo? What do you mean you haven't seen him? I even went to his house, and there was no one. Could you help search for him? You few are the ones who know Lin Mo best. This rascal seems to have vanished without a trace. Zhejiang University? I'm looking for Director Jiang. Hello? Is this Director Jiang? I'm inquiring about Lin Mo. He seems to have gone missing, and I can't find him anywhere. Ah, Lin Mo has become a pilot. He has a flight today? Why didn't anyone mention this? I still have the competition prizes and rewards he hasn't divided yet. I swear, when I find him, I'll give him a piece of my mind. Chi Fei, the leader of the Divine Battle Team and performer of the Magical Girl role, fumed as she dialed a dozen numbers of Lin Mo's acquaintances, only to learn this news. Previously, she had thought Lin Mo had disappeared from the face of the earth, and her unease upon seeing him yesterday had confirmed her suspicions. This insufferable person, leaving without a word and leaving me hanging. Chi Fei pouted, her lips resembling a cherry blossom, her adorable face flushed with frustration. This anger was beyond measure. The fleeting opportunity for the Divine Battle Team to gain recognition was squandered by this deserter, fueling her ire even further. Looking back at the meticulously edited replay segments captured from multiple camera angles, Lin Mo found herself enveloped in a profound sense of awe, lingering long after the viewing. It was as if a true knight had suddenly appeared upon the stage. No amount of cosplay could replicate such an effect. While equipment and movements could be mimicked, the aura of one who had battled through countless trials, imbued with a palpable intensity, was beyond imitation. On that day, had Lin Mo truly been possessed by a divine spirit? With the deep-seated resentment of Lady Qi lingering in her heart, Lin Mo arrived early at Shaoshan Airport, where she retrieved her electronic ticket. As she settled into her seat aboard the flight to Changchun, gazing out at the familiar sky, a wave of nostalgia washed over her, an inexplicable blend of familiarity and strangeness. The sensation of soaring freely above the clouds and that of sitting in an aircraft cabin were worlds apart. Despite the merging of souls from two realms, Lin Mo's essence in this world remained fragmented due to a grievous injury, akin to a possession where the spirit of Mo Lin dominated. Were it not for the incomplete merging, she might have lost her sense of self, akin to experiencing a schism in her psyche, leading to erratic behavior. As the aircraft ascended, thrusting forward with powerful force, Lin Mo smiled faintly. Although it was her inaugural flight, she felt no discomfort. Instead, she leisurely opened the book in her hands. "Are you a teacher?" inquired a middle-aged man seated beside her. His curiosity piqued by the title on the cover, Middle School Physics. "Ah, just reviewing some material, as I have returned some to the teacher." Lin Mo's expression remained composed as he focused intently on the book in his hands. The middle-aged man was momentarily rendered speechless. Personal interests, much like vegetables and fruits, vary from person to person. It was not surprising that someone would treat school textbooks as novels. He shook the newspaper in his grip, passing the time. For Lin Mo, the foundational scientific knowledge of the modern era was entirely novel and immensely valuable, akin to the alchemical sciences of a magical civilization. The framework of a different civilization held a profound allure for him. Even a dragon knight must acquire diverse knowledge and become a learned scholar to thrive in various environments. It seemed that there existed a significant disparity between the civilizations of the two worlds, one pursuing material advancement while the other embraced energy-based progress. Yet, there was also a remarkable complementarity between them. For Lin Mo, a considerable amount of knowledge was worthy of emulation. Merely the fundamental concepts of energy transformation presented in this junior high textbook could potentially resolve many dilemmas faced by the alchemical masters of his original world. Some theories in the book even touched upon the rudimentary principles of elemental interactions and transformations, offering Lin Mo substantial benefits. For a first-time airplane passenger, the initial ascent is filled with wonder. As the aircraft pierces the azure sky, the vast expanse of clouds, or a gentle mist blankets the earth below, while the blinding sunlight above casts its glare. Amidst the thunderous roar of the airplane, the novelty quickly fades, replaced by waves of drowsiness. Suddenly, with a jolt, the aircraft trembles violently as if encountering a turbulent air current, rocking up and down in an intense upheaval. Immersed in the pages of his middle school textbook, Lin Mo abruptly lifted his head, his subconscious, forged through countless battles, incessantly issuing warnings of impending peril. The 16th chapter revealed that the majority of those surrounding him remained in a state of half-consciousness, utterly oblivious to the unfolding crisis. Some who were not asleep merely glanced around before returning to their books or other distractions. Such tremors during a flight are quite ordinary, at times, even in severe turbulence. The wings of the aircraft may exhibit notable shudders. However, these manifestations do not necessarily denote danger, and passengers must place their utmost trust in the flight attendants. Amidst the quaking of the fuselage, the flight attendant maintained her composure, steadfast as a mountain, fully aware that this turbulence was nothing new. Through their prior professional training, They had learned that in emergencies, the captain or co-pilot would promptly relay the flight status to the passengers. A slight miscalculation at high altitudes could lead to catastrophic consequences. It was evident that the aircraft had spiraled out of control. The flight attendant shouted several times for everyone to remain calm, momentarily quelling the frenzied atmosphere of despair within the cabin. Now, 3 critical tasks lay ahead. The head flight attendant's melodious voice, tinged with urgency, pierced through the cabin where signs of cabin depressurization had begun to manifest, potentially leading to altitude sickness. First, I urge everyone to securely fasten their oxygen masks and seatbelts. From this moment onward, please refrain from leaving your seats. Those wearing glasses are requested to remove them and to breathe through your mouths, making swallowing motions frequently. The remaining flight attendants are diligently fulfilling their duties, carefully checking on each passenger to ensure compliance with this directive. Indeed, it is a directive. For the head of the cabin crew now holds the highest authority aboard this aircraft. Secondly, we shall soon distribute a pen and a sheet of paper to each individual. Kindly inscribe your final words, as we will place these in a secure box for safekeeping. Upon hearing this instruction, a wave of suppressed sobbing swept through the cabin, with several children bursting into tears. It was clear to all that any mishap at such altitudes would be far more perilous than on solid ground. This pronouncement was tantamount to requesting each person to pen their last farewells and arrangements for what may come. Short, ordinary ballpoint pens and paper were passed around, and every recipient accepted them in solemn silence. A few individuals stifled their cries, desperately attempting to compose their thoughts on paper in the face of mortality. There is no hierarchy of nobility, and all became eerily calm. Thirdly, I seek assistance. If anyone possesses experience in piloting aircraft and is physically capable, please step forward. With this statement, the head of the cabin crew offered a glimmer of hope to all present. The sound of writing abruptly ceased as passengers exchanged anxious glances, hoping that someone among them might have even the slightest knowledge of flying, perhaps even an aviation enthusiast. If someone were to step forward, they might yet grasp a thread of survival, akin to glimpsing a lifeline amidst a desperate struggle. A group of individuals, in a reckless attempt to gamble with fate, was on the verge of rising, only to be struck by the sobering realization of their own folly, collapsing back into their seats like deflated balloons. Lacking any semblance of experience, their impulsive gamble on life was akin to dancing upon the edge of a razor. Furthermore, withstanding the fierce currents within the cockpit posed a formidable challenge. It was no wonder that the flight attendant had previously remarked on the necessity of possessing a robust physique. The consequences of reckless actions could very well culminate in catastrophic disaster. In that moment, amidst the nearly suffocating silence of the cabin, a youthful voice pierced through the stillness. I want to give it a try. The sound of a seatbelt unfastening echoed as a young man, barely in his 20s, rose from his seat in the ordinary passenger cabin. It's you? Can you manage it? A middle-aged man beside him, who had already succumbed to despair, gazed in astonishment at this young man, who had moments ago been engrossed in a junior high physics textbook. It seemed inconceivable that the knowledge of junior high physics could bridge the vast chasm between it and piloting a commercial aircraft. The eyes of many turned towards this young man, their expressions a blend of despair and hope, mirroring the incredulous tone of the middle-aged man. It shouldn't be too difficult, I believe. The young man smiled slightly, his demeanor starkly contrasting with that of the others. Where they exhibited signs of despair and fear, he radiated confidence and composure. Wonderful. There's hope. Within the cabin, it felt as if the weather had shifted from a tempestuous storm to a serene spring day. Regardless of the truth, his presence ignited a flicker of hope in everyone, as they speculated that this young man must possess at least some flying experience. Little did they realize, however, that the experience he held was of an entirely different nature. At present, one can only grasp at straws, with no alternative in sight. Greetings. May I inquire your esteemed surname? The head of the cabin crew gazed eagerly at the young man, perceiving him as an angel poised to rescue them from peril. You may call me Linimo. The young man strode down the aisle towards the cockpit, seemingly unfazed by the jolting of the aircraft, navigating with steady steps as if treading on solid ground, without the need to steady himself against the surrounding seats. The head of the cabin crew felt a surge of confidence upon witnessing his composure. As Linimo approached, she urgently yet clearly instructed him. The cockpit's glass has likely been shattered by a bird strike, resulting in a significantly low pressure inside, accompanied by strong winds. When I open the door, you must rush inside and promptly don the oxygen mask. First, check on the captain and the co-pilot. If they have perished, You will take their place in the pilot's seat. Do not press any buttons in haste. First, put on the captain's headset to receive commands from the ground control tower. Follow their instructions precisely and maintain a steady grip on the control stick. Should you find yourself unable to manage, inform me immediately, and I shall find someone to relieve you. The head of the cabin crew conveyed her instructions with meticulous care, harboring little hope for the captain and co-pilot. Fearing the worst. The probability of a bird strike causing such damage to the cockpit is exceedingly low, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. It is not uncommon for large birds, such as swans, vultures, or brown-headed geese, to collide with aircraft, particularly in a head-on impact, where the combined speed can result in catastrophic energy. Understood. Lin Mo nodded affirmatively. The head of the cabin crew pressed her hand against the cockpit door, while several flight attendants joined forces to assist her. 3, 2, 1, go. The cockpit is not a place one can enter casually. However, given the urgency of the situation, extraordinary measures had to be taken. The cockpit, exposed to the violent high-altitude air currents, is not suitable for those of frail constitution, as it could lead to dire consequences. As the cockpit door swung open, a fierce gust of wind surged into the cabin, swirling chaotically. In an instant, a figure darted forward, and with a resounding thud, the door was shut once more, abruptly halting the tumultuous airflow. The startled passengers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Hello, Lin Mo. Do you hear me? As soon as the door was secured, the head of the cabin crew rushed to the intercom, requesting communication with the cockpit. I hear you. I've followed your instructions. The cockpit windshield was struck by birds, more than one. The captain is deceased, and the first officer is barely hanging on. I am now in the pilot's seat, preparing to carry out ground commands and stabilize the aircraft. Despite the tumultuous winds still raging within the cockpit, Lin Mo's voice remained remarkably steady and clear, as if unaffected by the chaos. The windshield ahead bore 2 large gashes, and the cockpit was strewn with shards of glass and the mangled remains of unidentified avian carcasses. That's good, that's good. The head of the cabin crew collapsed onto the floor, clutching the intercom, her body drenched in perspiration. The vibrations of the aircraft began to diminish, and its condition gradually stabilized. The haunting groans of the fuselage faded into silence, and the tense nerves of all passengers relaxed, leaving them languidly slumped in their seats, devoid of even the strength to celebrate their narrow escape. The low atmospheric pressure at high altitude and the turbulent air swirling within the cabin had little effect on Lin Mo, the Dragon Knight. Accustomed to navigating the skies on the back of a golden dragon clad in armor, he was well prepared for the tumultuous currents that streamed through the small glass window. When the aircraft Lin Mo was aboard encountered its mishap, the destination airport was engulfed in chaos and anxiety. After considerable effort, the control tower managed to re-establish contact with the plane, only to discover that the pilot was no longer the original individual. Upon grasping the true situation, emergency protocols were swiftly enacted. At this juncture, adherence to conventional flight training procedures was of little consequence. They could only resort to an intensive method to aid Lin Mo in mastering the aircraft with utmost efficiency, thereby enhancing the safety margin. In comparison to the fierce winds and frigid temperatures he faced while maneuvering a dragon through the skies, the chaotic air currents that filled the cockpit were negligible for Lin Mo. The emergency response team on the ground was astonished by how well this impromptu pilot adapted to the environment, exhibiting no signs of distress and maintaining a remarkably steady psychological demeanor, devoid of even the slightest emotional fluctuation. This unexpected composure filled them with hope, significantly increasing the likelihood of a safe landing. It was evident that having a resilient and calm operator elevated the success rate to over 50%. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely lose consciousness within a short span due to the impact of air currents, low temperatures, and hypoxia caused by the low atmospheric pressure. Even certified pilots may not possess such robust constitutions. It is crucial to note that at this altitude, supplemental oxygen is almost indispensable for sustaining normal activities. Maintain course. The destination has been revised to Shijiazhuang Zhengding Airport. The emergency response team ultimately communicated the amended destination. Originally, this flight was set to arrive at Changchun Longjia Airport in Jilin, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it necessitated an emergency landing at the nearest airport. Remarkably, the temporary pilot's exceptional performance prompted the emergency team to adjust the aircraft's trajectory to a midway point near the original destination. Considering that the plane was carrying a substantial amount of fuel, which posed a certain level of risk, This adjustment aimed to prevent any potential mishaps while traversing the airspace near the capital, allowing for a controlled descent that could mitigate unforeseen incidents and provide additional preparation time for the receiving airport. Received. Confirming the landing location, Shijiazhuang Airport. Lin Mo's expression turned grave. He had never imagined that before officially becoming a pilot. He would navigate a medium-sized passenger aircraft carrying over 100 people through the skies without a license. His ability to operate this colossal machine with such steadiness was significantly attributed to his prior experience as a dragon rider, which honed his instincts for managing high-altitude turbulence. For Lin Mo, the flight dynamics of his former steed, the Golden Dragon, bore striking similarities to piloting an aircraft, allowing him to effortlessly perceive variations in airflow across the aircraft's surface, resulting in an even smoother flight than before. In the cockpit, Lin Mo deftly maneuvered the aircraft, marveling at the colossal structure composed of metal and various materials. In his original world, soaring through the skies was a privilege reserved solely for the noble class, who rode upon colossal flying beasts or the dragon-riding legions. The notion of effortlessly transporting a multitude of individuals from one location to another by air was unfathomable. The technological limitations and exorbitant manufacturing costs of such an immense flying vessel were beyond the reach of any empire. Otherwise, one could simply airdrop a battalion of sword masters into the enemy's palace, ensuring a swift and complete conquest. As the aircraft stabilized, the passengers erupted in joyous exclamations, their faces alight with elation as though they had just won a lottery of 5 million. Some individuals, overwhelmed with emotion, even wept tears of joy, tearing their farewell letters into shreds. Order within the cabin was restored, with everyone placing their hopes in Lin Mo, who was at the helm. Occasionally, the calm dialogue between the cockpit and the ground emergency response team resonated through the cabin, providing a reassuring balm to all aboard. However, a few still harbored quiet concerns for Lin Mo. His safety was intrinsically linked to the lives of everyone on the plane. Despite the serene atmosphere within the passenger cabin, those with even a modicum of flight knowledge understood the harsh realities of the cockpit environment. 30 minutes later, the aircraft approached the designated airport area. Nearby aircraft were either altering their course or circling in the air, clearing the way for Lin Mo's plane as it prepared to descend. In a normal scenario, a seasoned pilot would effortlessly queue for a landing at a bustling airport. However, this particular flight is being piloted by a novice. Chapter 18. The flight status after a standard ascent requires minimal intervention, as the computer system assists in a semi-autonomous mode. The pilot merely needs to occasionally adjust the aircraft's attitude to navigate through varying air currents, while the most perilous moments remain during takeoff and landing. The airport radar has firmly locked onto Lin Mo's aircraft, guiding it toward the optimal landing path and altitude. The flaps are deployed, gradually reducing lift. As the landing gear begins to lower from the fuselage and wings, fire trucks and ambulances line both sides of the runway, welcoming the aircraft, while foam sprays up to the height of small hills at the runway's end. With a thunderous roar, the plane charges down the runway, executing a textbook landing. The tires of the landing gear generate a plume of smoke upon contact with the ground, and the wing's lift diminishes to its lowest point. Finally, the aircraft glides along the runway, decelerating, as the pilot adjusts the engines and rudder to guide the plane off the runway and into the parking area. Following the guidance system, the moment the aircraft comes to a complete stop, a chorus of cheers erupts simultaneously from the cabin and the temporary command center of the emergency response team. Countless hearts, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally find relief. Akin to a heavy stone being set down, the remaining tasks no longer required Lin Mo's attention. The airport's passenger shuttle aligned seamlessly with the aircraft's door, and the passengers descended with remarkable haste, joyfully embracing one another on the ground, their exuberance palpable. This perilous journey would indelibly imprint itself upon their memories. As Lin Mo pushed open the cockpit door, he was immediately enveloped by the flight attendants, who lavished him with affectionate kisses. Among them was a strikingly beautiful chief flight attendant, who greeted him at the cockpit entrance with a kiss that left his cheeks flushed. Despite having faced countless harrowing battles, including the perilous depths of a forbidden realm, Lin Mo was nearly overwhelmed, contemplating a hasty retreat. The fervor that erupted from the flight attendants, having confronted life and death situations, was far beyond what the oblivious Lin Mo could withstand. "Mr. Lin, we are immensely grateful to you." A throng of individuals had gathered around Lin Mo, who was preparing to leave with his belongings. It was hardly a mystery how they recognized him so swiftly. The airport operated on a real name identification system, allowing for immediate access to the list of all personnel on board, along with their detailed information. Not at all. It was my duty, Lin Mo replied matter-of-factly, not perceiving his actions as particularly extraordinary. He was preoccupied with the thought of reporting back, anticipating a series of celebratory gatherings, debriefings, and being thrust into the media spotlight. His aspirations of returning to the skies had been dashed. The military would not grant him any special exceptions. Simply put, there was no room for him here. Lin Mo, through the memories prior to his fusion, recognized the tiresome old routines. Wasn't it merely about flying? The Dragon Riders have always been a profession that thrives in the skies. Regardless of the perilous situations, they began with a few antiquated Japanese fighter jets and training aircraft, exhaustively scouring for every spare part and drop of fuel to establish their logistics. They shattered the conventional three-step training method, leaping directly from advanced trainers to the skies. Amidst the relentless bombings by the nationalist forces and the continuous harassment from spies, they gradually developed. In 2004, the original Second Air College of the Air Force, intertwined with the legacy of the Northeast Aviation School, merged with the Changchun Flight Academy and the 7th Flight Academy, forming the Air Force Aviation University. This institution, comprised of 7 campuses, sprawls over an area of 19 million square meters across Heilongjiang, Jilin, and Liaoning provinces. The 19th section of the school is expansively vast, housing a small airport located just outside the suburbs of Changchun. Were it not for the dedicated transport from the airline, finding this place would have consumed considerable time. Carrying his registration notice, Lin Mo traversed nearly 20 minutes within the enormous campus before locating the registration point. Search for the latest updates on Lin Mo. Here is your dormitory number and meal card. Within the next week, you will undergo both a psychological evaluation and a physical fitness test. Should you fail, there remains a possibility of being dismissed. A Mediterranean-style, balding man in his 50s, adorned with black-rimmed, round glasses, meticulously reviewed Lin Mo's information. Understood. Lin Mo felt as though he had returned to the moment he was selected for the Dragon Rider Preparatory Corps. Upon exiting, turn right for 100 meters. Then left at the intersection to reach dormitory 15. The middle-aged man, in his 50s, perceived an unusual calmness in the young man, who refrained from uttering more than a few words, starkly contrasting with the excitement exhibited by others during their check-in. Lin Mo remained reticent, carrying a half suitcase of belongings and half a suitcase of books. It was prudent for him to exercise caution in his words until he fully acclimatized to this new world. Navigating through the labyrinthine campus once more, Lin Mo located his dormitory room 722 on the top floor of dormitory 15. As he inserted the key and opened the door, a wave of warmth, reminiscent of summer, enveloped him. The northern heating system rendered the room far more comfortable than those in the south. "Hi, welcome," exclaimed a young man of similar age, with a dark complexion, clad in a basketball jersey and shorts, holding a basketball as he demonstrated various streetball tricks in the room. The walls of their two-person room were adorned with a basketball hoop, while a laptop blared energetic rock music. Upon seeing Lin Mo enter, the young man promptly dropped the basketball, rushed over, and took Lin Mo's luggage to help him settle in, all the while chattering away. "I'm Lei Dong, from Qin Huangdao. I arrived just the day before yesterday. It seems this dormitory is just the two of us, you and me. My friends call me Dongzi, so you can call me that as well. If I were left here all alone, I would surely be lonely. By the way, I love rock music and basketball. Do you share the same interests? How splendid it would be if you were akin to me. However, should you find me unappealing, I sincerely hope I do not intrude upon your space. I shall endeavor to temper my demeanor. Despite my rather dark complexion, my heart is not shadowy. In fact, I possess a rather amiable disposition. Truly, believe me, I am not affiliated with any nefarious underworld. Otherwise, how could I have been chosen to become a pilot? If one were to trace my lineage over 3 generations, it would undoubtedly reveal a lineage of integrity and honor." This young man, with his sun-kissed skin and slightly larger, bright eyes, chatted incessantly, even taking the liberty to commend himself. "Greetings, I am Lin Mo." Lin Mo responded with a smile, recognizing the young man's friendly and exuberant nature upon their first encounter, which suggested he would not likely succumb to loneliness. "I hope I am not encroaching upon your space. My luggage is rather abundant, as my father insisted on cramming it with numerous items, including my beloved basketball, which I could not bear to deflate, as it would greatly affect the feel when I play. Although Lei Dong appeared somewhat rugged, his manner of speaking belied a gentler nature, as the saying goes. He was rough in appearance yet tender at heart. He swiftly began to tidy up the considerable area his belongings occupied, clearing a space on another desk for Lin Mo. "Thank you. I can manage on my own," Lin Mo replied, finding a favorable first impression of this peer whose emotions were clearly etched upon his face. As he began to arrange his own belongings and set up his sleeping quarters, the room may not be spacious, yet it feels anything but cramped for Lei Dong and Lin Mo. The radiator by the window continuously dispenses warmth throughout the space. In the dormitory building, even the bathrooms are equipped with radiators beneath the sills, ensuring that one can comfortably wear summer clothing indoors. A series of knocks resonates at the door. "Room 722, Dongzi. I heard there's a newcomer. Let's have dinner together tonight and introduce ourselves." A voice calls from outside. Coming. Oh dear, Aunt Chin doesn't visit without reason." Lei Dong nimbly navigates through the obstacles of water bottles, waste bins, and basins scattered on the floor, opening the door. He turns to Lin Mo and says, "Lin Mo, this is our dormitory leader, Chen Haiqing. He's a good fellow. You can approach him for any trifling matters. We all call him Aunt Chen." "Hello, I'm Lin Mo." Lin Mo puts down his belongings and steps beside Lei Dong. Outside stands a young man with fair skin, smiling as he regards Lin Mo. Lin Mo continues, "I'll take the lead in preparing dinner tonight. I'm not familiar with any restaurants around here, so I would appreciate it if Brother Chen could help me choose one." Understanding the importance of social connections, Lin Mo recognizes that cultivating relationships is a vital lesson in this new world. "No need for formality, just call me Haiqing. Tonight, I will treat you. As the dormitory leader, I cannot let you bear the expense. Consider it a warm welcome from all of us. There's a decent Korean dog meat restaurant nearby. I'll take care of the arrangements. I arrived a few days earlier than you, so I am somewhat more familiar with this place." Chun Haiqing, with his striking phoenix eyes complementing his well-defined facial features, possesses the charm of a refined gentleman, yet subtly exudes an innate charisma of a natural organizer. He smiled warmly, taking the initiative to take charge. Lin Mo was somewhat taken aback by such a warm welcome upon his arrival. It was evident that being appointed as the dormitory leader for this group of 47 specially recruited flight students indicated he had some exceptional qualities. "Lin Mo, don't be so formal. Our Chen Ma is quite the character, a quintessential second-generation wealthy individual, and indeed, one who is exceptionally affluent. His father is the chairman and CEO of a major conglomerate. When he came to school for registration, he arrived in a Maserati, parked right behind the dormitory building. He is exceedingly generous, hosting lavish banquets every few days. To this day, I have barely touched my meal card. As everyone jokes that Chun Ma is helping us all to bulk up before winter, ensuring we all face the inevitable consequences come spring." Lei Dong, seemingly seasoned by previous welcome feasts for new students, appeared completely at ease, showing no hesitation as he eagerly anticipated the restaurant selected by Chen Haiqing. Laughing and joking without a care. "Then let's express our gratitude for Chen's hospitality." Upon hearing Lei Dong's introduction, Lin Mo understood the type of person Chen Haiqing was, one whose goodwill could not be easily declined. To refuse such kindness would be to show a lack of courtesy, potentially casting a shadow over their relationship. Thus, he could only graciously acquiesce. "I shall defer to Chen's arrangements then." "Excellent. Lin, you truly are a straightforward person. I appreciate that." Chen Haiqing's face radiated satisfaction and admiration as he raised his hand to pat Lin Mo on the shoulder, saying, "Wait for me. At 5 o'clock, I will come to summon you all. I will be in room 701, so feel free to find me if you need anything." Nestled in a narrow alley, approximately 2 bus stops from the main gate of the Aviation University, there stood a modest Korean restaurant, bustling with activity. Suddenly, over 40 young patrons surged into the establishment, filling it to capacity. The proprietor, adorned in traditional attire, hastily instructed his staff to clear space on the tatami mats for 4 low tables, while he brought over 4 large round tabletops to cover them. "Order up," he exclaimed, as the crowd could neither fit into a bus nor hail enough taxis, leading Chen Haiqing, the dormitory leader, to rally the group to walk the 2 stops to their dormitory. Once inside, he exchanged his shoes for slippers and stepped onto the Korean-style tatami, gathering around the 4 large round tables. The once quiet restaurant buzzed with the vibrant energy of its new guests. Menus adorned with colorful images were promptly brought to the table. Chen Haiqing casually passed them around, encouraging everyone, "Come on, take a look and order whatever you fancy." This place may not be large, but it has its charm. A friend of mine recommended it. So don't be shy. He finished with a snap of his fingers and added, "Oh, and let's start with 4 pots of dog meat. Make sure they are extra large." Based on the number at the table, the young waitress quickly set out bowls and chopsticks, also serving boiled peanuts to appease their appetites. The atmosphere was lively as everyone eagerly selected their favorite dishes. This establishment offered not only Korean cuisine, but also a variety of home-style dishes and specialties from Northeast China, such as chicken stewed with mushrooms, Northeast-style cold noodles, and sauerkraut. After ordering, Chen Haiqing took the lead and announced, "Now, let us welcome our new student, Lin Mo. Come on, introduce yourself." His gaze turned toward Lin Mo, who was seated nearby. "Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Mo, and I hail from Hangzhou. I have a deep love for the sky, especially the exhilarating sensation of chasing the wind and clouds." Although Lin Mo's words were few, they resonated profoundly with the crowd, inciting a fervent round of applause. Each aspiring pilot present shared a common longing for the freedom of soaring through the azure heavens. "Well said. You've truly voiced our innermost sentiments. Now, let's have everyone introduce themselves and get acquainted." Chen Haiqing expertly managed the ambience, likely anticipating that the university's leaders had not overlooked the emergence of such a unique talent among the new cohort, one with remarkable organizational skills who had, in just a few days, united over 40 newcomers into a cohesive group, devoid of any feelings of alienation or discord. Each individual seemed as if they had known one another for ages, seamlessly melding into this community. Chen Haiqing gestured toward a young man beside Lin Mo, who grinned and stood up. "I am Fong Weitao, from Taizhou College in Zhujiang." "Welcome, Lin Mo." Another voice chimed in. "I am Ma Yan, from Xi'an Jiaodong University in Shaanxi." The next individual waved his hand, signaling for attention. Another person, half rising from his seat, introduced himself. "I am Qin Shanshan from Hainan University." Following this, one by one, the attendees took the initiative to stand and introduce themselves, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a clockwise dance. Even a few female participants, nestled among the crowd, joined in the introductions. After several gatherings of this nature, faces became familiar. Names were exchanged, and laughter soon filled the air, rendering the ambience remarkably vibrant. As the 20th course, the signature dish of dog meat was presented, its enticing aroma wafting through the restaurant. The mere sight incited an eager response, compelling everyone to indulge voraciously, as if competing for a more satisfying appetite. Amidst the joyous clamor, the battle for the delectable dog meat commenced, with these young individuals exhibiting remarkable dexterity with their chopsticks, seamlessly navigating the chaotic scene without a single mishap occurring. Boxes of beer were brought to the table, with patrons resorting to various creative methods for opening them, whether by biting, using chopsticks, or other unconventional means. In the absence of heating, the beer would grow increasingly cold, yet the effervescent brew combined with the savory broth warmed their spirits, creating a delightful interplay of sensations akin to experiencing both ice and fire. For those who favored stronger spirits, the bold choice of Red Star Erguotu was made. Each person reveled in the experience, exclaiming their satisfaction. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept into the room, causing everyone, who had been joyfully consuming food and drink, to shiver in unison. Boss, I am here to settle the bill." 7 individuals clad in thick denim attire, their hair dyed in hues of red and yellow, adorned with nose rings and earrings, burst through the door, exuding an unmistakable air of menace. Without changing their shoes, they trampled onto the tatami, leaving behind a trail of black footprints. "Oh, what a crowd! It seems business is thriving today," one might observe. These ruffians, upon noticing the 4 large round tables and several scattered patrons, crowded the establishment to the brim. With forced grins and sinister chuckles, their demeanor abruptly shifted to hostility. "We are no longer open. Everyone, please leave. Settle your bills and depart at once." "Hey, I'm speaking here. Enough eating. Pay up and scram." A brash individual with half-dyed yellow hair rudely kicked away a small stool from beneath a diner, the force causing the unsuspecting patron to fall unceremoniously. Some patrons, unaccustomed to sitting cross-legged on tatami, were provided with small stools. "What are you doing?" the diner exclaimed. Indignation etched on his face. Before he could utter another word, he received 2 sharp slaps across the face, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Observing the chaotic scene, a female diner seated opposite him swiftly tossed down 200 yuan, grasped his arm, and dragged him away from the unfolding turmoil. The gang of miscreants proceeded to evict patrons, their arrogance palpable. The restaurant owner, busy serving dishes, was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He hastily retrieved several packs of soft Chinese cigarettes from behind the counter and approached with a conciliatory tone. Come, everyone take a smoke. Sit down. Tell me what you wish to eat. It's on me. Let us discuss this amicably, shall we? Who are these individuals? Chen Haiqing and his companions, who were enjoying a hearty meal with their classmates, suddenly fell silent. Their thick denim outfits were not merely a display of flamboyance and fashion when faced with danger. The protective qualities of heavy denim are akin to that of leather armor. One could easily discern that these individuals were seasoned ruffians. What is there to discuss? Today, we have come to collect a debt. If we do not retrieve the money, it would be difficult to report back to our superiors. Hurry up, gather the funds. The total amounts to 128,000. Let us brothers leave in peace. It seemed that the leader, a man with bright red hair and an earring, rudely shoved the shop owner. Can you grant us a few more days? Business has been quite poor lately, and I am just a little short of what I need to settle this. Did you miscalculate? I only have 97,000 here. I initially borrowed 50,000. The shopkeeper dared not show any anger, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he offered a cigarette. The ruffians showed no courtesy, snatching the cigarette and stuffing it into their pockets while surveying the corners of the shop, continuing to intimidate the diners into leaving swiftly. The leading thug, with a sardonic tone, declared, "This is not my concern. In any case, the boss has spoken. Today, we must gather the funds. You know the rules. 9 out of 13 must return, like a donkey rolling over, interest compounding, and the old hawk somersaulting. These are the established norms. If you delay further, your debt will only grow. Who knows if you might attempt to flee, Boss Jean? You would do well to remain vigilant. After all these years in this trade, we have encountered every type of individual. Some, despite their evident wealth, still insist they are broke. Just last week, a young man owed our second master 10,000 and stubbornly refused to repay. Can you guess what happened? His hands were cut off and fed to the dogs. Yet in the end, he coughed up the money. Some people simply do not shed tears until they see the coffin. 10,000 here refers to a sum of 10,000 yuan. Depending on the location, a number might signify 500 or even 10,000. Different places have different rules. The thug's words rendered the owner of the Korean restaurant pale, his voice trembling as he stammered, "I implore you, my good brother. I truly do not have enough money at present. Please, I beg you to speak a few kind words on my behalf and reconsider the interest. Even by the standard calculations, this is unreasonable. I would be eternally grateful. From now on, every meal at our establishment will be on the house." Good heavens, he thought. They've already reduced me to such desperate measures to repay my debts. Will I even be allowed to live? Enough of this nonsense, the thug interrupted. What I say is final. Blame your son for this predicament. He chose to stray from the righteous path, indulging in debt and chasing after women. Let me offer you some advice. If you lack the funds, simply put this establishment up as collateral. At least it would save us from having to visit you every few days. Your troubles become our troubles. This society values economic efficiency. Time is indeed money, boss. Hurry up and speak. I have other business to attend to. The ruffian produced a lighter from his pocket and lit a filtered cigarette, inhaling deeply. Tilting his head, he noticed that 4 tables of patrons had yet to settle their bills, and irritation flickered in his eyes. He raised his finger and shouted, "Hey, can't you hear? Settle your tabs and leave. Business hours are over. We're closing up. Move it, move it." The 4 tables, brimming with patrons, presented a formidable presence, and the ruffians, not entirely oblivious, refrained from resorting to physical force. Instead, they resorted to verbal intimidation, with 2 of them brazenly storming into the kitchen. Instantly, the kitchen fell silent, and everyone inside was expelled. What followed was a chaotic search for valuables. Even the kitchen staff were not spared, their pockets rifled through mercilessly. The young Korean waitress was subjected to unwanted advances, fleeing to a corner in tears, her distress palpable amidst the mayhem that resembled a robbery. The onlookers, unfamiliar with such a scene, remained silent, paralyzed by fear. Chen Haiqing raised his beer glass towards the leading ruffian and said, "Brother, why don't you sit down for a drink? Let us talk this over calmly. It's not easy for us to be here. Let us finish our meal first before we discuss anything. Hey, my friend, you were quite courteous. To put it more casually, let's share a few drinks together." However, at this moment, suddenly, the leader of the ruffians drew a hefty butcher's knife, about a foot long, from behind him and plunged it into the large round table. The 2-inch blade pierced through the tabletop, its gleaming surface startling everyone at the table into exclamations of shock. The leader seemed pleased with the effect of his display, curling his lips in a smirk as he surveyed the group around the table. Gentlemen, I apologize. But this is merely a prelude to business. Let us depart swiftly and consider us friends. Initially, a few students, ready to stand up for themselves, were unnerved by the sudden appearance of the butcher's knife, losing their resolve. These ruffians were no inexperienced novices. Their demeanor and manner of speaking revealed them as seasoned thugs capable of unspeakable actions if provoked. Underestimating them could result in dire consequences. Yet, I refuse to believe that our meal must come to an end. With a resounding clap, one student slammed his palm on the table, his tone unmistakably displeased. The others turned to see Lei Dong, who shared a dormitory with Lin Mo from Qinhuangdao, his face flushed with anger, loudly protesting against this unwelcome disruption. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the abrupt demand to leave was intolerable. The ruffians immediately reacted as if ignited by firecrackers, drawing their long butcher's knives with alarming speed. Such a scene was untenable. How could they continue to operate in this territory? Kid, you have quite the audacity. The leading thug's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the audacious individual who dared to slam his hand on the table. It seemed that I had been too lenient today. Brothers, seize this lad and take him for a submarine ride, so he may learn a lesson and understand the perils of speaking carelessly. Several thugs, disregarding the presence of others, charged towards Lei Dong, who was already intoxicated. The submarine is a notorious tactic employed by loan sharks to deal with those who fail to repay their debts. Under the cover of night, they would storm into a debtor's home, ensnare the unfortunate soul in a sack, and submerge him in a body of water, repeatedly pulling him out only to cast him back in again, tormenting him until he neared drowning. Coupled with surveillance and restrictions on movement, their methods are undeniably effective in debt collection. What do you intend to do? The hot-blooded students could no longer contain their indignation, rising en masse to glare at the thugs attempting to drag Lei Dong away for his submarine experience. I must say, my dear brother, my companion speaks truly. We merely wish to enjoy a peaceful meal today, harboring no ulterior motives. Show us some courtesy. How much does Boss Jean owe you? I shall cover it on his behalf. Let us consider this a gesture of friendship and finish our meal before further discourse. Should you doubt our sincerity, I can issue a check or transfer funds online at this very moment. Chen Haiqing felt a surge of anger within him. Why could they not simply dine in peace? He had already extended enough goodwill, and it would fare poorly for others in a similar situation. If they were to be driven away today, how could he ever establish authority among the students in the future? Oh ho, who would have thought there was a wealth god among us, with such grandiose words? The leading thug finally cast a scrutinizing glance at Chen Haiqing, his eyes flickering with a sudden shift in tone. Well then, Mr. Jean, we truly owe you our gratitude, you great benefactor. How about this? You hand over $1 million to my little brother here, and without a second thought, I'll turn around and leave, settling this matter once and for all. Chapter 21. What? $1 million? The students and patrons in the restaurant erupted in indignation, their nostrils flaring with anger. Moments ago, they had overheard a conversation between the restaurant owner and the thug, realizing that whether by design or sheer incompetence in arithmetic, the thug had calculated the total, principal and interest included, to be a mere 128,000 yuan. Boss Jean had around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan in hand, which was still far from the actual amount of 97,000 yuan owed. To their astonishment, this thug had the audacity to demand a staggering $1 million, akin to suggesting they rob a bank instead. Setting aside the previous miscalculations and inflated interest, it was evident that this was a blatant act of extortion. Chen Haiqing's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. This fellow was utterly unreasonable. Rising to his feet, he said, "Brother, if I am not mistaken, I believe I heard the restaurant owner owes you 128,000. Not to mention his son had previously borrowed 50,000 from you. I understand the principle of compounding interest, and your tally should amount to 97,000, not the outrageous 128,000 you claim. Typically, no one engages in lending practices quite like yours. Even for a wealthy second-generation heir, $1 million was not an insurmountable sum for Chen Haiqing, yet he would not allow himself to be taken advantage of so brazenly. An unmistakable look of displeasure crossed his face. Your audacity is truly astonishing. I am well aware of the rules surrounding usury, yet I have never encountered anyone quite like you. AI1, a spirited girl from Hunan, rolled her eyes in exasperation, her fiery temperament surfacing. Chen Shanshan, a graduate of Hainan University, concurred vehemently, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is utterly devoid of ethics. Is this not akin to robbery? To demand 1,000,000 as if money holds no value, and to expect repayment of tenfold or more. Borrowing 50,000 yet returning 1,000,000, 20 times over. This is more ruthless than selling illicit substances or arms." The other students glanced at one another, emboldened by their numbers. "Let us leave some room for civility. We may cross paths again in the future. I propose 10,000, be content with that. We still need to eat. So do not obstruct us here." This individual, likely seasoned in the underbelly of society, spoke with an unyielding tone. "Who is to blame but the owner for owing us? Debts must be repaid. It is a matter of principle. I will declare my terms, and should anyone dare to contest, let them step forward." The ringleader of the thugs lifted his chin defiantly, a brazen expression adorning his face as he waved a cleaver menacingly at the 4 large round tables of students. Feigning intimidation with exaggerated gestures. "Dissent? I shall not tolerate it. I refuse to be cowed. You are committing blatant robbery." Laughter erupted from the thugs, their words igniting the students' fury. Many among them could no longer contain their outrage, voices rising in protest. "Such audacity! I advise you to behave yourselves and refrain from drawing unnecessary attention. Take heed, or you may find yourselves facing a blade. A mere scratch is trivial. But should this escalate, no amount of numbers will save you." The leading thug nonchalantly drew the butcher's knife that was embedded in the table, brandishing it in his hand, the gleaming blade glinting menacingly. He addressed one of his companions, instructing him to make a call and summon He Zi and his crew, urging him to bring several vehicles full of men, declaring, "I refuse to believe that sheer numbers won't intimidate anyone." His malicious gaze swept over the remaining 4 tables occupied by patrons, dismissing the 40-odd students with an air of contempt, despite their numbers surpassing those of his gang. "Please. No. For heaven's sake." The restaurant owner, sensing the escalating tension between the 2 factions, hurriedly intervened as a mediator. "These are merely spirited young men. If emotions run high, the repercussions could be grave for this establishment. Get lost." The lead thug barked at the owner, evidently unwilling to relent. Among the 4 tables of students, a few had encountered such confrontations before. Seasoned individuals discreetly grasped empty beer bottles nearby, recognizing them as makeshift weapons. Though inferior to a knife, they could still pack a punch. "Lin Mo, take a few of the ladies and leave. We'll handle this." Chun Haiqing signaled to Lin Mo, who, despite being a wealthy heir, was no stranger to the harsh realities of life. Assessing the situation, he realized that no resolution would come easily, even if they showed submission. These thugs would likely assert their dominance over a few of their own to maintain their reputation. Today had become a test of resolve. They had either to avoid trouble or, once embroiled, to stand firm in the face of it. "Old Chen, can you handle this?" Lin Mo had remained silent, merely observing the group of ruffians before him. With just a few glances, he gauged their combat capabilities and estimated that, when his battle energy was intact, he could effortlessly crush them with a mere fingertip, akin to squashing an ant. Even though his battle energy was currently depleted and had not significantly recovered, his innate strength alone would suffice to dispatch them. This world is exceedingly peculiar. It seems to be governed by certain restrictions that impede Lin Mo's efforts, causing his battle energy to recover at an agonizingly slow pace. To date, he had regained only a minuscule amount of that precious energy, and it remained uncertain when he might return to his zenith of power. Are we truly afraid of these individuals? Chen Haiqing displayed none of the naive bravado typical of the inexperienced. As the dormitory leader, he was well aware of the formidable characters among the assembled students. Despite their seemingly jovial and gentle demeanor, many had once been notorious figures in their previous schools, where brawling was a common occurrence. Even those of lesser notoriety matched the capabilities of these thugs, both in number and prowess. Engaging in a brawl in this secluded corner, they could easily retreat back to the safety of the school, evading any potential pursuit by these ruffians. Chen Haiqing was already resolute, intending to establish his authority. Sometimes, mere words are insufficient to fully command respect. One must also employ a blend of benevolence and strength. At that moment, the group, fueled by the effects of alcohol, rallied around Chen Haiqing, cheering him on. "Very well." Lin Mo rose, saying little. He recognized that the others were more than capable of dealing with these ruffians. Although Chen Haiqing was uncertain about Lin Mo's combat abilities, he nonetheless chose to allow him and several female students to proceed ahead. Lin Mo's unwavering agreement took Chen Haiqing by surprise, prompting him to steal a few extra glances at Lin Mo, who remained composed in such a situation. It was hard to discern whether this was audacity or a steadfast rationality. As Lin Mo rose with the female students to make their way toward the restaurant's entrance, two ruffians immediately obstructed their path, grinning mischievously as if they were about to pester the waitress in the same manner. One short, stocky thug leered as he attempted to make a move, saying, "You think you can just waltz in and out as you please? Not so fast. Come on. Why don't you give your big brother a little striptease? Otherwise, just stay put. Soon our brothers will be here to entertain you." The ruffian's words caused the female students' faces to flush with indignation. The audacity of such behavior in broad daylight was utterly outrageous. "Don't worry. We guarantee you ladies will be satisfied. We will serve you to the fullest. You'll have the time of your lives." Another ruffian chimed in, completely disregarding Lin Mo's presence. Lin Mo, in turn, chose to ignore the thugs, dismissing both their fighting prowess and their social standing. He recalled how, back in the imperial capital of Silan, those noble rascals would recoil in fear at the sight of a dragon knight, well aware that provoking such might could lead to their own demise. As two ruffians, foul-mouthed and emboldened, prepared to take action, a group of over a dozen students from the 4 dining tables surged forward, swiftly pushing aside the 2 brazen thugs, whose heads were filled with lustful thoughts. Armed with beer bottles, benches, and an assortment of makeshift weapons, including a rolling pin seemingly conjured from thin air, Lin Mo, accompanied by several female students, made her way through the throng without hindrance. With a disdainful glance cast upon the 2 miscreants, she mused on their fortunate circumstances. Had their hands dared to encroach even a fraction further, they would have found themselves sent flying by a single punch, rendered incapacitated for years to come. As tensions escalated and a standoff ensued, the leading ruffian ceased his verbal taunts, opting instead for a continuous, sneering chuckle. He dismissed the students as merely numerous, acknowledging that while they held the advantage in numbers at present, reinforcements from his comrades were not far off. Once they arrived, he would ensure the students learned a harsh lesson in humility regarding the balance of power. Just as Chen Haiqing and the others observed Lin Mo and the 6 female students exiting the restaurant under the protection of their peers, they breathed a sigh of relief, contemplating a brief intimidation of the ruffians before their departure. However, the piercing sound of screeching brakes echoed from a distance, followed by the cacophony of shouts and hurried footsteps converging upon the establishment. "Little brats, do not presume that your numbers make you formidable. Today, I shall ensure you learn a memorable lesson," sneered the ruffian at the helm, brandishing a butcher's knife across his chest. He glared at the students, demanding, "Kneel and beg for mercy, and present a tribute of 1 million to honor us, or else, rest assured, each of you shall leave here with a broken leg, if not worse." The expressions on the faces of the other trainees in the restaurant changed simultaneously. Even Chen Haiqing appeared exceedingly grim. To their astonishment, this group of ruffians had indeed summoned reinforcements. It seemed their gang was quite formidable. The situation appeared dire, and he discreetly retrieved his phone, sending a pre-written message from his draft folder. After all, he was a clever individual. Although he occasionally acted impulsively, it did not mean he was reckless or left without a safety net. Surely, Lin Mo and the female trainees would not encounter the arriving thugs, would they? A fellow trainee whispered to Chen Haiqing, and concerned glances were exchanged among the others. No one anticipated the swift arrival of these ruffians' reinforcements, making a brawl seem inevitable. A few students, previously well-behaved at school, began to turn pale, their minds blank and dazed. "Don't worry, they are outnumbered, and it's been a while since they left." Chen Haiqing hesitated to make any guarantees, realizing that had it not been for the delay caused by the 2 thugs, the approaching gang might have noticed Lin Mo and the others, who had already moved a few paces away, dismissing them as mere passers-by. "Thinking of calling the police?" "Huh," scoffed the arrogant leader of the thugs. "It's too late. The chief of the local police station is a close associate of our brothers, and they are practically relatives. Just wait and see. Today, you will enter upright and leave horizontally." Brandishing the slaughtering knife in his hand, he was not skilled in taking lives. Yet he could not escape the act of bloodletting. This truly instilled fear in numerous trainees. They were an exceptional group destined to become future pilots. For the threat posed by the slaughtering knife held far more significance for them than for ordinary individuals. The medical examination requirements for pilots were exceedingly stringent. Even the slightest scar was deemed unacceptable. Under conditions of high altitude and low pressure, the disparity between internal and external pressure would intensify, particularly during rapid changes in elevation, causing scars to easily rupture. The rate of blood loss in such circumstances far exceeded that on the ground, and even the platelets would be unable to seal the wounds in time, resulting in a swift depletion of the body's blood supply, a far more lethal scenario. Previously, they had relied on their numbers to bludgeon a few ruffians into a state resembling that of a pig's head with a few smashed bottles and stools, and even a knife could do little harm. However, with reinforcements now arriving for the opposing side, chaos was inevitable, and one could not merely expect a reprimand from school. The very qualification to become a pilot could be jeopardized. The thought of this was unbearable. Many trainees began to regret their earlier naivety, lamenting their lack of experience and oversight, wondering why they had not acted preemptively instead of providing the adversaries an opportunity to summon help. "Damn it!" someone shouted, as an unopened beer bottle was hurled violently at the leader of the ruffians. With a resounding crash, the bottle struck the leader's forehead, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him, stars dancing before his eyes, as the foamy beer splattered across his face, obscuring his vision. In that moment, a chorus of trainees surged forward, resembling a pack of wolves, ready to pounce. As future pilots selected from across the nation, their psychological resilience is exceptional. At such a moment, no one would lament their fate or rebel internally. Rather, they unanimously choose to secure their own domain before confronting external threats. With unresolved matters at hand, they decide to subdue the ruffians within the restaurant before negotiating with the rowdy mob outside. The Aviation University boasts individuals armed with weapons and aircraft, rendering the thugs incapable of challenging its authority. What a scene it is, as bottles and stools soar through the air, while hot pot and dishes blend into a chaotic spectacle. This airborne display of distant assaults truly befits these aspiring aviators. Each possessing keen eyesight of 5.2 or above, their gaze is sharp as eagles, and their strikes precise. Mastery of the principles of accuracy, timing, and decisiveness allows them to unleash a volley that sends the thugs within the restaurant scattering in panic, disregarding their weapons entirely. This crossfire of light and heavy attacks cannot be countered merely by reckless bravado wielding a cleaver. The leading thug contemplates this. But upon witnessing the flurry of stools flying through the air, he realizes that his comrades have been sent reeling, their cleavers lost in the fray. Surrounded by 7 or 8 adversaries, escape becomes an impossibility. The cacophony of fists meeting flesh, intertwined with the chorus of anguished cries, reveals the dire plight of these ruffians. The powerful dragon cannot overpower the local snake. Yet, a dragon possessing a significant advantage in numbers and local dominance presents a different scenario altogether. The principle of securing one's own before confronting external threats is a lesson well understood, even by the likes of Chiang Kai-shek. And the students are resolute in their commitment to this doctrine. While the thugs may call for reinforcements, the students are equally capable. The nearby police station may have been compromised, but could they also sway the faculty and students of the Aviation University? Moreover, the university's leadership would not remain passive in the face of such turmoil. The value of future pilots is considerable, even if they have yet to officially qualify to fly an aircraft. However, should an incident occur, the repercussions could be exceedingly severe. In less than half a minute, the 7 ruffians in the restaurant were thoroughly subdued, left with bruised faces and barely able to make a sound. The staff and young women in the establishment harbored a deep-seated hatred for these thugs, eagerly retrieving ropes and other implements to bind them as if they were mere swine. Having dealt with these ruffians, Chun Haiqing did not allow himself a moment's respite. Instead, he swiftly organized the other trainees to arm themselves with sticks and various makeshift weapons to establish a defensive perimeter at the restaurant's doors, windows, and other entrances. The few miscreants inside were a minor concern, as the greater threat loomed from the gang of thugs outside. Chun Haiqing and his trainees regarded the situation as a full-fledged battle of offense and defense. Some astute trainees even uncorked several bottles of potent Red Star Erguo 2, tearing strips from cloth and combining them with cheap plastic lighters to craft incendiary devices. Kerosene from the kitchen was also retrieved, leaving the restaurant owner in a state of utter bewilderment. He was completely at a loss. Who were these individuals that appeared more professional than terrorists? My apologies, dear owner. I regret the trouble we've caused you today, Chun Haiqing called out while directing the preparations. Rest assured, I will compensate you. Money is no object for me. He approached the situation as if it were an exhilarating real-life PK game. Alas, it's all my wretched son's doing. I shall certainly deal with him later for bringing such trouble upon me. Boss Jean, unable to heed Shin Haiching's consolation, slumped onto the tatami like a deflated balloon, allowing his employees to join the raucous antics of the students, rummaging through the restaurant and uncovering every useful item. These ruffians seemed intent on driving him to the brink, while the employees had long been seething with pent-up frustration. With strength in numbers, the restaurant was swiftly transformed into a makeshift battleground, fortified with layers of defense. Shin Haiching felt a surge of pride. With his arrangements, no matter how many outsiders there were, they would have to pay a price to breach the defenses. If they could just delay a bit longer, Lin Mo would bring reinforcements from the school, and they could launch a coordinated counterattack. Ah, ruffians, are they? Organized thugs, indeed. The atmosphere outside the restaurant was eerily silent, devoid of voices and footsteps, as if the ruffians had heard the commotion within and were strategizing their assault. The tension heightened among those inside, all on high alert and prepared for combat. Shin Haiching's strategy was to employ a tactic of attrition, leaving a gap for one to enter and swiftly take down, thereby instilling immense psychological pressure on the adversaries and buying time for his side. Suddenly, the restaurant's door creaked open a fraction, and a sturdy student poked his head inside, shouting abruptly. He halted mid-swing with the rolling pin in hand, exclaiming, "Lin Mo, is that you?" This student, along with the others in the restaurant, gasped in unison. The rolling pin halted a mere 10 centimeters from Lin Mo's head. Had the student not restrained his force in time, Lin Mo's occiput would have nearly experienced an intimate encounter with the kitchen tool. "What on earth are you doing?" Lin Mo inquired, feigning innocence as he surveyed the drastically transformed restaurant. Armed patrons stood ready, fortified positions established, and various obstacles cluttered the space, leaving the bewildered crowd staring at him in disbelief. "You, why have you returned? Did you not escort those lovely ladies away? What brings you back? Have you been cornered?" Shin Haiching rushed forward, seizing Lin Mo and bombarding him with a barrage of questions, his voice a cacophony of anxiety and urgency. Lin Mo shook his head. "Not at all. I saw them into a taxi, watched them leave, and returned. I'm still hungry." At last, Shin Haiching and the others discerned the essence of this fellow. He was a glutton. "What about those outside? They haven't harmed you, have they?" Shin Haiching's expression grew tense as he fixated on Lin Mo, fearful to even glance outside, uncertain if the perilous situation might turn dire with a gunman lurking. They're all on the ground practicing their crawling skills." Lin Mo pondered aloud. "What?" The patrons in the restaurant collectively fell into a state of shock. "Is that for real?" Shin Haiching's trembling voice articulated the sentiments of all present. "Am I not well?" Lin Mo blinked playfully and shrugged. "I shall venture out." The robust trainee, who had previously stood guard wielding a baton, exchanged it for a butcher's knife, took a swig of erguo-tu to bolster his courage, and, driven by curiosity that finally eclipsed fear, volunteered to be the vanguard. Carefully prying open a crack in the door, he cautiously peered outside, ensuring no one was watching. As he leaned further out, his body froze, as if he had encountered something extraordinary. Suddenly, he dashed out, his footsteps not straying far, and the others in the restaurant heard him bellowing outside, "Wow, wow. Everyone get down. They are truly practicing the dog crawl. This is miraculous." The patrons inside exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the bizarre performance. The new students from the aviation school could no longer contain their curiosity, erupting into chaos as they pushed and shoved their way through the restaurant's entrance. What lay before them rendered them utterly speechless. The ground was strewn with an array of weapons, knives, guns, and clubs, alongside the very firearm that Shin Haiching dreaded most, the so-called spraying shotgun. Yet, these items had lost their lethality. No one could wield them any longer. A dark mass of people writhed on the ground in various contorted poses, radiating outward from the restaurant's entrance like spokes on a wheel. Their faces were ashen. Some had completely lost consciousness. Others curled up like shrimp, while some gasped and flailed as if in the throes of agony. Without exception, they all convulsed, seemingly enduring immense torment, where even the utterance of a scream became an unattainable luxury. Upon a casual count, I discovered that over 50 individuals, unmistakably of dubious character, were sprawled in various unique poses outside the entrance of a Korean restaurant, a sight both impressive and alarming. The students and those inside the restaurant could not help but gasp in shock, a chill creeping down their spines. How utterly ruthless. One student muttered in disbelief, while the others nodded in silent agreement, rendered speechless. "This is madness. We should call the police and leave." Shin Haiching, the first to regain his composure, quickly urged his companions to snap back to reality. The sight of dozens of burly men incapacitated was indeed extraordinary. This place had undeniably become a zone of chaos. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Haiqing produced a handful of bright red bills, the currency of the founding father, and without counting, thrust them into the hands of the restaurant owner. Insisting on settling the bill for today's losses, he hurriedly rallied his group to make their exit. As the incapacitated ruffians caught sight of the approaching students, they recoiled in terror, as if confronted by a nightmarish apparition, instinctively parting to create a path for the trembling students to flee unharmed. At that moment, there was no time to ponder who had dispatched these 100 or so thugs or by what means. The arrival of the police would surely spell trouble. A group of future aviators, their spirits dampened, returned to their dormitory at the flight academy, behaving as though nothing had transpired. In unison, they maintained a solemn silence, each retreating to their respective rooms. Only Chen Haiqing, while ascending the stairs, quietly gazed at Lin Mo with a contemplative expression. The events of the day exuded an unsettling aura. He had pondered whether it was conceivable for Lin Mo to incapacitate so many individuals in a mere half-minute. Yet, the moment Lin Mo entered, his complexion remained unflustered and his breath steady, as if utterly unfazed. This peculiar demeanor was perplexing, leading Chen to speculate about the inexplicable absence of a large-scale brawl, attributing it temporarily to supernatural phenomena. What an exhilarating day it had been. At this moment, Lei Dong had sobered up, sprawled on a single bed, gasping for breath, oblivious to the trouble his drunken bravado had cost. Indeed, this place was far from tranquil. Such characters did exist. Lin Mo took his seat at his designated desk, noting that the bulk of his luggage consisted not of clothing, but of an abundance of books. The astonishingly low prices of literature in this world allowed even the common folk to procure the tomes they desired with ease. The accessibility of knowledge was, for Lin Mo, the most gratifying aspect of this realm. The human populace here generally exhibited frail physiques and possessed a unique weaponry system and order. Lin Mo was not in a rush to craft specialized self-defense tools. Dragon Knights often pursued particular skills out of personal interest, aimed at navigating isolated and precarious environments. It was essential to recognize the significant logistical support required to sustain a Dragon Knight in battle, given the exorbitant expenses involved. The only regret Lin Mo harbored was the absence of magic crystals in this world. Perhaps it was precisely this lack that hindered the emergence of a magical energy civilization, subsequently leading to the development of an exceptionally advanced physical civilization. However, the illumination technology in this world is remarkably advanced, and the night is far from devoid of light sources. As a being attuned to the properties of light, Lin Mo finds himself fortunate, thriving effortlessly without the need for deliberate searches. He is able to draw minuscule amounts of light energy from the surroundings, allowing him to operate the meager remnants of his light-based combat aura. The accumulation of light energy over the past few days enables him to perform a few simple spells, albeit with great effort. After muttering a few words, Lei Dong, unable to resist the intoxicating pull of alcohol, succumbed to slumber, snoring contentedly. This glutton indulges primarily in eating and sleeping, or occasionally getting into trouble. Lin Mo, on the other hand, kept a small desk lamp aglow, quietly engrossed in his studies until the curfew bell rang outside the dormitory, forcibly cutting off the electricity. Such is the nature of a semi-militarized school at the appointed hour. All activities must cease, except in designated reading rooms that remain illuminated throughout the night, compelling everyone else to retire to their rooms for rest. After the lights were extinguished, Lin Mo did not intend to invoke a light-based illumination spell, which he had grown accustomed to in another realm, to continue his reading. Instead, he set down his book and sat on the edge of his bed, silently channeling a nearly imperceptible strand of combat aura, reflecting on his recent gains. Sunlight, moonlight, and artificial light. Though recovery is excruciatingly slow, as long as he perseveres, he is bound to reap some rewards. Strength symbolizes everything. It is his principle of survival and the unchanging law of the jungle that governs human interaction. Lin Mo's remaining memories, faint as they are, combined with his experiences in this world, have led him to comprehend that society is enveloped by so-called laws and constrained by moral codes. Yet, the jungle law starkly manifests itself in the relations between nations. Historically, this world has spent the majority of its existence embroiled in conflict, with periods of peace being exceedingly fleeting. Although the external manifestations of survival have evolved for each individual, the essence remains unchanged. In the former world, life was extinguished through magic and swordplay. In this realm, aside from a myriad of firearms, one can also be brought to ruin through economic and legal machinations, rendering the situation more intricate. Power and martial prowess are no longer the cornerstones of social hierarchy, rather. The diverse skills that individuals possess have become the means by which they sustain their existence. As a Dragon Knight, the prospect of relearning essential life skills is daunting and often yields minimal returns. Thus, Lin Mo resolves to maintain his expertise in personal combat, recognizing that returning to the skies is his true path to survival. He caresses the metallic egg, its surface adorned with subtle runes that provide a gentle texture. This egg, the sole memento bestowed upon him by his golden dragon, possesses an inexplicable ability to consume metals, yet it does not significantly increase in size. After secretly devouring his mysterious dark steel armor, it merely expanded slightly, only to revert to its original dimensions, indistinguishable from a chicken egg. He keeps it close, a token of remembrance. If only gold could accompany him to this world, he would undoubtedly experience bliss until death. The metallurgical prowess of this realm far surpasses that of his original world by immeasurable magnitudes. In every city, one can find a wealth of metals rivaling the combined stocks of the entire Silan Empire. Gates, windows, sidewalks, railings, and trash bins are all adorned with metal. Should the gold dragon kin, who feast upon metals, arrive here, they would not even need to exert themselves to indulge in ample portions of high-purity gold. Even if the entire clan were to relocate, the mere surplus of discarded metal would suffice to nourish them as if they were livestock, allowing them to thrive until old age. Fortunately, the nation in which he resides is robust, with opposing forces present but unable to pose a significant threat, and devoid of the specter of war. Thus, Lin Mo finally finds an opportunity to relax. Having endured the relentless tension of the protracted conflict between the Silan Empire and the Taxis Empire, a warrior, no matter how formidable, cannot sustain the burden of prolonged high-intensity combat and the accompanying stress. For Lin Mo, this environment is one of unparalleled comfort and ease. He spent the night seated upon his bed, accompanied only by the thunderous snores of his roommate, Lei Dong. Thankfully, the room was warmed throughout the night by a continuous heating system, ensuring he would not suffer from the chill. As dawn broke, the horizon was tinged with a pearly hue, and the wake-up call resounded from various loudspeakers near the dormitory. The registration for the special recruitment of pilots had officially closed, marking today as the inaugural day of their academic journey. This cohort consists of a mere 47 individuals, as the Aviation Academy traditionally refrains from large-scale recruitment. Consequently, no grand opening ceremony was organized specifically for them. Instead, attendance was taken in a spacious classroom, where they were introduced to the esteemed faculty and subsequently divided into two classes, A and B. Lin Mo was randomly assigned to Class B, and by a stroke of good fortune, his dorm mate, Lei Dong, was also placed in the same class. Upon the division, the students' initial exhilaration at the prospect of soaring through the skies was swiftly doused by the instructor's admonitions. They were informed that a minimum of 6 months of theoretical study was required before they could even touch an aircraft. Moreover, this initial contact would be limited to mere handling. Only after undergoing simulator training for a significant period could they accompany experienced pilots on flights. The aspiration to truly pilot an aircraft hinged upon individual performance, as not everyone would be granted the privilege of taking to the skies. A rigorous regimen of training and assessments awaited them. The school provided a straightforward rationale. An airplane is not akin to a bicycle. Each aircraft, even the most basic trainer, surpasses the value of any luxury sports car on the market. An inadvertent mishap could result in catastrophic outcomes, and no one would dare allow novices, who have never touched an aircraft, to risk such peril. The profession of a pilot is fraught with danger. Even a moment's distraction could lead to ruin. This was a crucial reminder imparted by the administration on the very first day of school. In the specialized training for pilots, a stringent elimination rate was also enforced, a reality that did not surprise Lin Mo. The previous selection process for the Dragon Knight Corps had even included mortality metrics during the training camp, underscoring the fierce competition they would face, rather than being struck down from the heavens by foes, leading to the defeat in battle. It is preferable to succumb in the selection process, allowing the unworthy to fall away. This reality instills a profound appreciation among every warrior who successfully ascends to the rank of Dragon Knight for each comrade by their side. Before ascending the battlefield to claim victory over their enemies, they must first tread upon the corpses and blood of their own kin to forge the glory of a Dragon Knight. In the struggle for survival, Humans can transform into beasts. These stringent standards are merely a reflection of that truth. Lin Mo, once away from a small city in another realm, possesses a deep understanding of this. The instructors of the two classes rotate in their teaching duties and upon the enrollment of new recruits. The first order of business is military training. This is not merely to torment them or solely to enhance their physical prowess. Rather, it aims to cultivate a strict sense of discipline. Maintaining a high level of discipline even after exerting oneself to the utmost is what the military desires, to ensure that in the future, they will not be reckless enough to hurl bombs at their own comrades on the battlefield. On the 400-meter athletic track, a sparse group of over 20 figures jogs, contrasting sharply with the robust and towering instructor of Class A, who resembles a mighty bull. In stark contrast stands the instructor of Class B, slender and dark, yet brimming with vitality, his raspy military intonation echoing as he continuously counts the laps. This unique hoarse voice, passed down through generations of soldiers, has nearly become a distinct dialect. In response to the 24th lesson, a student from Class B vehemently rebutted, "Do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. It's merely the training machinery for cycling and electric bikes, intended to enhance our physical fitness." The expressions of the group softened somewhat, and the student added, "However, I must prepare everyone for the arduous days that lie ahead." Everyone's complexion has turned notably pale. Some are fatigued from running, while others are frightened. What are they doing? Do they still have the energy to speak? Quite impressive. Give me 2 more laps. The stern instructor, with a commanding presence, brandished his baton and bellowed at the group of university graduates who had momentarily strayed from their tasks, causing them to hastily pick up their pace. On the athletic field, Class A was engaged in disorientation training. Although they did not have to endure the grueling exertion that Class B faced, they spun until the world blurred, feeling nauseous and unwell. Assigned to Class A, Chen Haiqing occasionally stole glances at Lin Mo, who stood at the front of Class B. Deep down, he acknowledged that Lin Mo possessed extraordinary capabilities. His physical endurance was astonishing, and even double the workload might not tire him. The incident with the gangsters yesterday surely had some connection to him. Chen Haiqing had long harbored suspicions, yet Lin Mo remained reticent, and he did not dare to inquire directly, opting instead to remain observant. After completing a grueling 20 laps, the arduous 8-kilometer run left Class B with no energy, even for complaints. They were forced to complete a lap, collapsing onto the ground like exhausted dogs, unable to move. Under normal circumstances, these individuals, having passed the initial screening for pilots, could endure 3 to 5 kilometers. But the instructor's relentless encouragement and intimidation had pushed them to their limits. As soon as they lay down, the medical team waiting at the sidelines rushed over to monitor blood pressure and heart rates, gathering vital data. The medics had it easy, having just been snacking and enjoying the spectacle from the sidelines. Many trainees silently lament, for despite the Air Force's glamorous facade, soaring into the azure sky is no easy feat. Old Zhao. Take a look at this trainee's profile. A medic, adorned with the rank of sergeant, approached a middle-aged officer in a white coat who was checking the heartbeats of the trainees, carrying a document folder. What is it? The 50-something colonel, a military physician in white, set aside his stethoscope to accept the folder, following the medic's finger to a freshly compiled physical data report. After a mere glance, his eyes widened in disbelief. Did this fellow just sneak away? No, we were all watching closely. Lieutenant Luo from Class B wouldn't let anyone off easily. This data seems rather exaggerated. The medic clicked his tongue, adding, I distinctly remember, not a single person dropped out during the run. This individual was indeed present. Shaoli, are you certain this is the actual measurement? You haven't made an error, have you? Colonel Zhao did not immediately react, a look of skepticism crossing his face. Old Zhao, do you still doubt me? I personally verified it several times. It is absolutely genuine. How could I possibly fabricate such a thing? Sergeant Li nodded emphatically. By heavens, we've struck gold this time. Who would have thought among this batch of trainees there lies a hidden gem? This physical examination report should be kept safe. We mustn't allow the army comrades to lay eyes on it. This is simply the making of a natural-born soldier. The middle-aged military physician surnamed Zhao shook his head slightly, regarding the data before him as utterly inhuman. Were it not for the blood test included in the preliminary physical examination for the Air Force enlistment, he might have mistaken the owner of this medical report for an extraterrestrial being. While China's vast population may indeed harbor individuals with unique physiological traits, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. The medical documentation at hand possesses significant scientific research value, primarily concerning blood and genetic analysis, which can be conducted with remarkable simplicity. A few drops of blood and a strand of hair suffice, rather than the grotesque dissection often depicted in novels. Yes, this report shall be classified as a Level 2 secret and duly reported to superiors. The medic namely saluted Colonel Zhao. Fully aware of the appropriate procedures for handling such extraordinary circumstances, opting instead for a more discreet approach. Upon arriving in this world, not only was there a synchronization of souls, but the physical attributes of the dragon rider from the other realm also seamlessly integrated with his existing body. For an ordinary person, this would entail a considerable depletion of energy, yet Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware. His understanding of this world's scientific framework was limited, and he had not anticipated that his intentionally concealed formidable physical prowess would remain undetectable in the presence of scientific instruments. After all, he was merely a skilled dragon rider, not an expert in human physiology. A month of military physical training, complemented by a rich and specialized nutritional regimen, had allowed the Flight Academy to thoroughly grasp the detailed physical condition data of its cadets, consequently elevating their physical capabilities significantly. In the second month, the students had already begun to delve into theoretical courses such as aviation law, meteorology, navigation, and radio-assisted equipment, as well as the study of flight theory and instruments. However, they had yet to catch even a distant glimpse of an aircraft. All aspiring pilots had thoroughly researched prior to enrollment, and while their knowledge of books and aircraft manuals had grown, the frustration of not being able to experience flying was becoming more palpable. They often mused about the possibility of eventually piloting a biplane, even if the prospect of flying a J-10 seemed far off. Occasionally, one could overhear students discussing their ambitions in hushed tones, while Lin Mo remained unperturbed. The aspiration to soar into the skies was not as easily attainable as one might think. Despite the significant cultural differences, both worlds exhibited a similar level of caution regarding aerial armaments. After the school received Lin Mo's physical fitness data, there was a notable silence from the academy until, following 3 months of theoretical study, a major clad in a sky blue Air Force uniform arrived at the Aviation University with an official order, abruptly interrupting the students' learning. 47 students were urgently assembled in the small auditorium of the school, standing in neat rows, the atmosphere charged with gravity. None of the students understood the reason for this sudden gathering, and as they beheld the imposing figure of the Air Force officer in his immaculate uniform, their glances exchanged, each harboring a flicker of anticipation ignited by an unspoken camaraderie. This cohort of trainees is markedly different from its predecessors, featuring the astute and resourceful heir, Chen Haiqing, who has adeptly consolidated everyone into a cohesive unit. Those with notable social skills have been tasked with gathering intelligence and fostering relationships with the school's hierarchy, thereby providing the group with a wealth of valuable information. However, the specifics regarding when and what aircraft they will operate remain shrouded in secrecy, as the institution has historically been reticent on such matters. This group is still in the foundational training phase, and it is uncertain whether they will eventually pilot helicopters, transport planes, or fighter jets. After all, pilots are not permitted to operate multiple types of aircraft. Following training on simulators and trainer aircraft, they are assigned to specific aircraft types. The same principle applies to commercial aviation, where a captain is typically restricted to flying a single aircraft type throughout their career to avoid the risk of misoperation. Aviation is a serious endeavor, where even minor errors can lead to significant dangers. Students, Major Yang is here to select a group of exceptionally talented individuals for specialized training. Now, let us welcome Major Yang to announce the names of those chosen. The words of the school's instructional director, characterized by a Mediterranean-style receding hairline and black rectangular glasses, sent a wave of astonishment through the trainees. They had anticipated that only after theoretical studies and assessments would the allocation of various aircraft training be determined. To their surprise, before the theoretical portion had concluded, the Air Force arrived to select candidates. Those chosen undoubtedly have a promising future ahead, ready to soar to great heights. Chen Haiqing exchanged a discreet glance with another trainee beside him. It seemed they were already privy to certain information, their expressions remaining calm and unflappable. It is indeed unusual to have advanced knowledge of military affairs. Search for the latest updates from Wang Jun, Fan Daji, Chen Haiqing, Yi Xiaowei, Lei Dong, and Lin Mo. Those whose names have been called, please step forward. The Air Force Major announced the names of 6 students, casting a glance at those standing before him. The current cohort of students had formed a tightly knit team from the very beginning of their enrollment. Apart from the 6 named individuals, the faces of the other students reflected a collective astonishment, and even the director of education displayed a look of surprise. Clearly, this list fell within the realm of confidentiality, known to very few, even among the school's upper echelons, and the director had only just learned of it. Chun Haiqing calmly stepped out of the line, and the student who had exchanged glances with him also emerged prominently. One by one, the others followed suit, the named individuals harboring a mix of excitement and restrained emotions as they formed a line. Lin Mo, standing among the students, furrowed his brow slightly. He felt a considerable gap in his understanding of this world, which reflected in his academic performance that was not the most outstanding. Uncertain as to why his name had been called, he observed the reactions of most students indicating that this selection was indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing his name, he took a few steps forward to join the others who had stepped out of line. After a period of interaction, the trainees have gained a profound understanding of one another. Among the 6 selected candidates, Chun Haiqing excels in theoretical knowledge. Wang Jun possesses remarkable memory. Yi Xiaowei has an exceptional sense of direction. Fan Daji boasts keen eyesight. Lei Dong exhibits lightning-fast reflexes, and Lin Mo's physical abilities surpass those of the average person. Each individual possesses unique strengths, lacking any common advantages. Despite the high intelligence of those selected as pilots, the criteria for their selection remains elusive. Even if these individuals were deemed inadequate, their innate talents would suffice to form an elite bombing squad, capable of executing commands, navigation, piloting, target locking, deployment, and counterattacks with ease. Report. Finally, one trainee could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Major Yang, I suspect this selection is classified, and I do not wish to inquire about the destination or purpose of these 6 classmates. However, I still wish to understand why they were chosen and the criteria that guided this selection." Each of these trainees, having been meticulously chosen from the CR de la Sarmi of university graduates across the nation, possesses outstanding physical and psychological attributes, and are generally quite proud. Being eliminated is something they find hard to accept. The trainee who spoke out voiced the collective sentiment. Among those I pointed out, some have even piloted a Boeing 737. Major Yang's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly dropped a metaphorical bombshell, assessing the questioning trainee before continuing. "Are there any further inquiries?" A chorus of gasps filled the air as the sound of someone drawing in a sharp breath echoed through the room. Who could possibly be the source of such astonishment? The assembled candidates, without exception, were recent graduates from various universities meticulously selected to embark on the foundational theoretical studies of aviation. They had yet to fathom the day they would truly soar into the azure skies, and yet there were those among them who had already piloted a Boeing 737. It was akin to a cow performing a handstand, utterly absurd. One could not help but ponder if others had perhaps flown UFOs as well. Nonetheless, the mere utterance from Major Yang indicated that their selection criteria must have been grounded in indisputable rationale. It seemed as though the entire cohort had been struck by a bolt of lightning, their minds reverberating with Major Yang's proclamation. Chun Haiqing and his companions stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances as they endeavored to identify the individual among their group of 6 who had the audacity to pilot a large passenger aircraft. They were utterly perplexed. If one had indeed flown a commercial airliner, what could possibly compel them to be here? Maintain a low profile, they thought. Lin Mo feigned curiosity, glancing around as if searching for the illustrious pilot among them. He understood that the matter had likely been shrouded in secrecy, even if it had made the news. The details would surely have been obscured to protect their identities. Otherwise, it would have circulated widely on the internet. This mobilization had been both sudden and highly confidential. Given that he had been chosen, it was evident that any prior experience in operating commercial aircraft had played a significant role. For pilots, each hour of flight experience is an invaluable asset, particularly for seasoned aviators whose qualifications are meticulously quantified by the hours logged in the cockpit. Major Yang's gaze and expression remained composed, revealing not a hint of the true identity of this extraordinary individual. He promptly curtailed his remarks, seemingly only having spoken to placate those unnamed students. The director of education was also taken aback. The emergence of Chun Haiqing, a captivating figure, was merely the tip of the iceberg. This cohort of trainees was indeed more formidable than previous ones, with individuals capable of piloting aircraft arriving here for registration. explaining the military's direct recruitment efforts. Students whose names were mentioned should gather their belongings. We shall convene here in 1 hour for departure. Dismissed. Major Yang continued to maintain an enigmatic demeanor, choosing his words sparingly and refusing to divulge further details. Even the accompanying Major Yang refrained from informing the 6 students of their destination or purpose. An hour later, they were ushered into a military van, which journeyed for 5 to 6 hours before arriving at a small airport. As night enveloped the earth, everything below succumbed to darkness, save for the scattered lights. The S-70 Black Hawk helicopter, procured from the United States in the 1980s, sliced through the inky sky during its prolonged flight, flashing signals. The somewhat antiquated olive-green transport helicopter transitioned from a thunderous roar to a soothing lullaby, its engine's rumble becoming a hypnotic melody. Upon boarding, Major Yang maintained a solemn silence. Resembling a monk in deep meditation, his gaze fixed inward, observing the essence of his own thoughts. 6 trainees, each burdened with their own luggage, boarded the aircraft and, like Major Yang, chose to remain silent. A robust psychological disposition is an essential prerequisite for becoming a pilot. No impulsive individual could possibly pass the psychological evaluation. In the presence of Major Yang's meditative composure, the 6 others exhibited remarkable equanimity. The seasoned captain, who had previously piloted a 737, was now poised to take the lead. However, unable to tolerate the oppressive silence, which was a stark contrast to his typically vibrant nature, Lei Dong's eyes darted around restlessly. He was the first to disrupt the drowsy atmosphere pervading the cabin, his curiosity having been piqued since their departure from the academy. Leaning against the vibrating cabin wall, Major Yang, securely fastened by his seatbelt, barely flinched, as if oblivious to the world around him. Unexpectedly, no one responded within the cabin. Lin Mo, leaning against the wall with his head tilted, had even drifted into a gentle snore. He was astonished to find himself comfortably asleep mid-flight. A stark departure from his usual experiences where ascents were fraught with combat or vigilance against potential mishaps. Chen Haiqing, equally perplexed, had gleaned news of this sudden deployment order only a day in advance through external channels. Yet, many matters fell under military confidentiality, and not all information could be unearthed. While conserving his energy, he discreetly scrutinized his companions, seemingly in search of any hint or clue, internally musing about how deeply this individual concealed his secrets. Goodness! Could it be yet another confidentiality regulation? Lei Dong muttered to himself, pondering the heightened secrecy surrounding Air Force enlistment. Where on earth are we headed? Lei Dong felt like a deflated balloon, his murmurs drowned out by the thunderous roar of the helicopter's blades, the aircraft's soundproofing proving rather inadequate. At that moment, the stoic Major Yang finally glanced at his wristwatch and remarked, "We shall arrive in half an hour. Make sure to gather your belongings." Outside, the inky blackness of the night enveloped them, suggesting they had long departed from heavily populated areas, with the fate of the entire aircraft resting solely in the hands of the pilot. The 6 trainees, a blend of curiosity and tension, sat silently for over half an hour until they sensed the helicopter's power beginning to wane. Shortly thereafter, amidst a jolt, they landed, and the hatch was abruptly pulled open from the outside. Where were they? As the aircraft touched down, Lin Mo awoke from his slumber. Realizing that this world's Air Force maintained a level of secrecy regarding their capabilities that rivaled that of the dragon cavalry of the Silan Empire, to which he had once belonged. The camps were mostly concealed in unknown locations. Lin Mo had always kept a low profile. Should the inhabitants of this world discover his origins from another realm, he would likely find it impossible to attain freedom. Much like how their world dealt with the occasional uninvited guest crossing over from alternate dimensions for unknown reasons. Without exception, they were subjected to extensive manhunts. Captured or killed at any cost, their remains offered for scholarly examination. Thus, Lin Mo dared not reveal his uniqueness lightly. Here lies a special training base for the Air Force, where you shall embark on further learning and rigorous training. Do not presume that your arrival here signifies a swift ascent to success. Should you fail to meet the required standards, you will be dismissed, returning whence you came, where arrangements will be made for your departure. Major Yang did not descend the aircraft alongside Lin Mo and the others. Leaning against the cabin door, he addressed the 6 cadets, burdened with their assorted luggage, with a commanding voice, and after completing his remarks, saluted sharply before calling out to the helicopter pilot. Mission accomplished. We're leaving. Subsequently, the S-70 Black Hawk helicopter, modified by the Chinese side, stirred the air with a powerful gust as it ascended into the night sky. Lin Mo and his companions stood transfixed, watching the helicopter vanish into the darkness, momentarily lost in thought, as the clock struck 3 in the morning, leaving them abandoned in the pitch-black surroundings. A chill breeze swept past, causing everyone to involuntarily shiver. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light swept across the area from a distance, accompanied by a faint screech of brakes at the edge of the concrete runway. "Gentlemen, gather your belongings and board the vehicle." An officer leapt from an electric transport vehicle, surveying the unfortunate souls left carelessly discarded in this desolate place. A long, flat transport vehicle idled nearby, prompting Lin Mo and his companions to hastily board with their belongings. This vehicle, typically used for transporting goods, was equipped with makeshift barriers and lacked seating. Fortunately, its speed was moderate, allowing for a smooth and swift journey to a nearby barracks. The expansive interior of the barracks was adorned with classic bunk beds, capable of accommodating over 20 individuals. Yet it remained largely unoccupied. Under the guidance of the soldiers stationed there, each person selected an empty bed to stow their luggage and rest. As dawn broke, Lin Mo, Chen Haiqing, and 4 other trainees were ushered through morning rituals and breakfast, finally afforded the opportunity to survey the base where they had landed by helicopter the previous night. Their overnight quarters were constructed from large, stacked boulders, resembling a warehouse from the outside, with 7 or 8 buildings arranged in 2 rows, most of which stood unused. Beyond these, several multi-story buildings were visible, and the view in front was remarkably open. Over 1,000 meters away, a fleet of gleaming aircraft could be seen. The keen-eyed Fan Daji was the first to identify a dozen J-10 fighter jets, positioned alongside a straight runway and a massive hangar not far off. "J-10. It's the J-10. Am I dreaming? This is unbelievable," exclaimed Lei Dong, who could hardly contain his excitement as he attempted to rush forward, only to be restrained by a patrolling soldier. After all, fighter jets are far more precious than Ferraris. It was no place for reckless curiosity. The base may appear unremarkable, yet it is a hub of incessant flight activities. Within its confines, numerous pilots engage in training, and every hour, 4 to 5 aircraft take off or land with a thunderous roar, indicative of routine exercises. Lin Mo surveyed the surroundings, catching a glimpse of undulating mountains shrouded in the hazy morning mist. This base seems to be nestled within a small basin, truly an ideal location for an Air Force installation. Lin Mo mused silently, appreciating the blend of concealment and openness, an impeccable combination. As for connectivity with the outside world, advanced communication technologies would effortlessly bridge any gaps, and supplies could be airlifted without a hint of concern. Are we really going to fly the J-10? Fighter pilots? Chen Haiqing and several classmates exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. They knew they had struck gold this time. For the affluent Chen Haiqing, driving a BMW or a Ferrari paled in comparison to the thrill of soaring through the skies in a fighter jet, experiencing the exhilaration of breaking the sound barrier. This was one of the reasons he had chosen to become a pilot. No matter how wealthy one is, owning and piloting an aircraft is a complex endeavor. The stringent regulations governing air traffic control and the elaborate pre-flight procedures for private jets make it far from straightforward. Unlike sports cars, which can be taken for a clandestine spin without a license, flying without the proper clearances could lead to catastrophic consequences, as anti-aircraft missiles are adept at targeting unauthorized flights. After breakfast, 6 trainees each received a thick volume of safety and confidentiality regulations. The sole directive issued to them was to memorize this comprehensive document, which was even more detailed than the school's own confidentiality guidelines, within a week. The stringent nature of secrecy at this base surpassed the trainees' expectations. The level of vigilance was such that every 10 steps there was a guard, and every 5 steps a lookout, rendering the description insufficient. The entire facility was replete with various surveillance cameras and detection devices, ensuring that even the slightest disturbance within a 20-kilometer radius was meticulously monitored. Failure to adhere to the safety protocols and wandering about recklessly could result in severe consequences, including 3 days of confinement or even worse. Military law took precedence over national law. In the ensuing days, a number of newcomers arrived, and to their astonishment, Lin Mo and his companions found themselves elevated to the status of seniors within a week. Among the newcomers were individuals from various regions, including some who had already been trained at other aviation schools. Collectively, they numbered over a dozen, filling much of the dormitory space. The The strict management was unexpectedly rigorous. Chun Haiching's habitual cliquish behavior was swiftly curtailed after a few days of warnings, leading to the disbandment of his small group. The base recognized only the larger military units and prohibited the formation of private factions. All personal devices, such as mobile phones, laptops, PSPs, and iPads, were confiscated for inspection, leaving the trainees to wonder if they would ever see these items again or if they would even function upon their return. The environment here was nearly isolated from the outside world. This situation further exacerbated the frustration of Chun Haiching and his companions. In this desolate place, wealth seemed futile, as even the scions of affluent families found their money rendered useless. The bank ATMs were of no assistance, with cash so coarse that it was deemed unsuitable even for the most basic of needs. All aspects of sustenance were governed by a rigid rationing system, leaving little need for currency. The meager offerings at the soldiers' convenience store within the base were dishearteningly scant. No cigarettes, no alcohol, only a handful of nearly identical stationary items. Toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, uniforms, shoes, and basins. The only items resembling snacks were compressed biscuits, luncheon meat, and some specialized aviation treats, but even these were limited in quantity. The height of indulgence consisted solely of peanuts and Oreos. The store was managed by a retired veteran couple who had once worked in ground support and had now settled here. Their business could hardly be described as thriving. Ordinary army soldiers received a monthly allowance of merely 500 yuan, while seasoned pilots earned around 2,000 yuan. The newly arrived trainees fared even worse, with a meager allowance of 1,000 yuan barely sufficient for meals in the outside world. In this bleak base, it was almost miraculous if they managed to save 900 yuan by the end of the month, though relying on canned luncheon meat as a snack daily was hardly feasible. Once all the trainees had gathered, the chief instructor of the base finally elucidated the purpose of their presence. The Air Force had selected elite students from various flight schools for concentrated specialized training, with the goal of producing a cadre of pilots adept at operating the newly equipped combat aircraft and, where possible, nurturing aerial combat aces. The trainees arriving here were secretly filled with excitement, and naturally, none wished to withdraw midway. This experience was not akin to those pilots destined for helicopters, transport planes, or even commercial aviation. They were true aerial warriors, poised to realize their dreams of soaring freely through the skies. In addition to the fundamental theoretical courses provided by the flight school, the base equipped each trainee with a set of textbooks marked with confidential labels, covering a series of evidently militaristic subjects such as aerial combat geometry, offensive maneuvers, and defensive tactics. Even before classes commenced, most trainees could not resist perusing their materials. Even after the lights-out signal sounded, some remained in their bunks, engrossed in their flashlights and books. Lin Mo was one such individual, clutching a small flashlight purchased from the military canteen as he delved into the texts. The strategic theories within were profoundly impressive to him as a visitor from another world. Although the methods of warfare differed slightly, the essence bore striking similarities. Many trainees had grown accustomed to this fervor, with several military enthusiasts able to commit the material to memory after a single read. The enthusiasm for learning among the trainees was unprecedented, and although theoretical study soon approached its conclusion, they were still unable to board the aircraft directly. The practical operation of the planes would differ somewhat. The general steps remained consistent. However, the subsequent flight simulator sessions allowed the trainees to indulge their cravings, akin to obtaining a driver's license, but with far greater rigor. True pilots are measured by their accumulated flight hours, akin to the years of experience in driving. In comparison to the F-15 full mission flight simulator utilized by the American forces, this base is remarkably equipped with the most advanced simulator currently available domestically. Each individual is provided with a pilot operation manual, which, albeit not extensive, clearly elucidates the procedures and precautions for takeoff, landing, and various flight maneuvers. However, with an abundance of students and only 2 6-degree of freedom flight simulators, the demand is far from being met. Adjacent to the simulators is a computer room housing dozens of high-performance computers, each equipped with an array of flight training software and games. Yet these can only serve as a tantalizing glimpse of what is to come. Upon his initial encounter with computers, Lin Mo nearly found himself in an embarrassing predicament. Staring blankly at a black screen, utterly unsure of how to proceed, nearly puncturing the case in his confusion. Ultimately, a fellow student, unable to bear the sight any longer, assisted him in powering on the machine. However, the keyboard, with its 26 letters of the English alphabet, posed yet another challenge for him. Having spent years immersed in a foreign tongue, he had only just managed to assimilate the Chinese language of this world through a process akin to a soul merger. Yet this new linguistic format rendered Lin Mo's performance akin to that of a primitive individual. It was evident that others regarded Lin Mo as a computer illiterate. In this era of advanced technology, such individuals were not uncommon. A group of self-appointed computer experts eagerly offered complimentary beginner's enhancement tutorials, allowing Lin Mo to awkwardly practice typing with a single finger using the Wubi input method. This experience was a stark contrast to the earlier hands-on training he received for piloting a Boeing 737 at the airport, where the aircraft was in autopilot mode, and operations were streamlined to minimize errors. Under normal circumstances, the aircraft's lifespan would not be compromised by such shortcuts. Chapter 27. This world possesses wonders akin to magic. As Lin Mo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, he endeavored to harness his learning abilities to adapt to these unprecedented and unseen phenomena. The computer, in his eyes, appeared almost divine, capable of boundless possibilities. He resolved that once he saved enough money, he would procure one to indulge in its marvels. Fortunately, laptops were available for purchase at the base, albeit military-grade models that were not only expensive, but also required prior approval. While observing others reveling in their gaming experiences, he attempted to launch a flight simulation game. Unfortunately, his initial foray ended in disaster. His inexperience with the keyboard and unfamiliarity with the flight perspective led to numerous runway collisions. Had he been atop his erstwhile steed, the mighty dragon, such erratic command would have surely resulted in his demise at the claws of the irate creature. This left Lin Mo in awe, marveling at the existence of such extraordinary and widely replicated wonders in this world. The instructor for the trainees was a man named Shen, a 37-year-old lieutenant colonel with a sunny disposition and striking handsomeness. He was not only responsible for their theoretical lessons, but also for their training sessions. Serving as the head of new pilot instruction at the base, renowned for his extensive flight experience and exceptional teaching skills. Despite his amiable and patient demeanor during theoretical classes, he transformed into a stern figure during simulation training, where even the slightest error in operation would earn scathing reprimands without a hint of leniency. After a week of exploration with the computer, Lin Mo finally adapted to the intricacies of its operation. His eyes could now follow the erratic movement of the mouse cursor across the display. In order to familiarize himself with the over 100 keys, and to avoid being ridiculed for his clumsy one-finger typing, he procured a discarded keyboard and diligently practiced touch typing whenever he had a moment. Each finger became intimately acquainted with the location of every key. Through persistent memorization and practice, he mastered the keyboard. This arduous endeavor yielded remarkable results, as his proficiency with the computer soared like a rocket, contrasting sharply with his initial bewilderment when first confronting the machine. Before it was his turn on the simulator, he was already adeptly maneuvering the joystick, engaging in gameplay that resembled a seasoned player. He even participated in local area network battles. Although his skills were not yet polished, the strategic mindset he had cultivated during his time as a Dragon Knight endowed him with a solid foundation in combat thinking, enabling him to secure victories despite the occasional missteps and shaky maneuvers. During the recent flight simulation exercises, Lin Mo, who possesses extensive flying experience and a background in commercial piloting, emerged as the student least reprimanded by Major Shin. His prior experience of flying exposed in armor perhaps endowed him with a profound sense of self-protection, allowing him to execute the most stable flights with minimal incidents during practice. Unlike some of his peers, who frequently encountered stalls and mismanaged unexpected situations, Lin Mo demonstrated remarkable proficiency. The L-15 trainer aircraft, when compared to the J-7 supersonic trainer currently in service, boasts superior aerodynamic performance, high maneuverability, a favorable thrust-to-weight ratio, prolonged service life, rational structural design, advanced manufacturing technology, and significant versatility in mission profiles and developmental potential. In terms of technical standards, it is comparable to the T-50 Mako and Yak-130 advanced trainers that are currently under development abroad. Moreover, in effective payload capacity and maneuverable flight performance, it can even rival the A-37 light attack aircraft. The students, well-versed in the parameters and piloting techniques of the L-15 Falcon through simulation and operational manuals, are acutely aware that this aircraft has been specifically prepared for the J-10, a third-generation fighter jet. For Lin Mo, this serves as a personal talisman. Chun Haiqing extracted a pendant from his pocket and placed it into Lin Mo's hand, astonishing everyone with his remarkable ability to establish a procurement channel with the base, finally allowing him to spend the much-despised renminbi. He had made considerable purchases during this time. Naturally, he did not forget to provide a silver chain to each of the other brothers who had graduated from Changchun University of Aeronautics, each adorned with an eagle-shaped insignia. For the trainees experiencing a real aircraft for the first time, this served as a psychological reassurance. No matter how thoroughly one had memorized the theories and manuals, or how adeptly one navigated the simulator, the reality of flying differed immensely. The overwhelming force experienced during takeoff was an unprecedented sensation. Even consulting seasoned pilots could not prepare one for the sheer pressure pinning them against the seaback or the disorienting spins in the sky. At the moment one grasped the actual control stick, it was inevitable to feel a bead of sweat forming in their palm, despite the presence of veteran pilots accompanying them in the training aircraft. Noticing Chun Haiqing's subtle gesture, the commanding officer, Colonel Shun, subtly nodded in approval of Chen's cleverness. Indeed, it was a common practice among Air Force pilots across nations to carry talismans to alleviate psychological stress. The psychological demands during the first flight often surpass those of flying skills. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences, as the loss of an aircraft was trivial compared to the extensive training cost of a pilot, which required considerable time and dedication. Mithril? Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the silver pendant that Chun Haiqing had given him as a protective charm. What is mithril? Have you been reading too many novels? Chun Haiqing chuckled upon hearing Lin Mo's words and continued to explain, titanium alloy chains are said to be beneficial for health, but they do no harm to people. It's merely a matter of perception. Are there many of these things? Lin Mo could no longer suppress his modest demeanor. Goodness! Mithril, where could such a thing be so casually given away? No sorcerer would be so generous as to gift such a treasure. Chun Haiqing, thinking Lin Mo was unaware of where to procure this titanium alloy chain, shrugged and remarked, "Oh, they are sold everywhere. Although this item is not particularly cheap. It isn't exorbitantly priced either. I had someone purchase it for me. You can even find it on Taobao or contact manufacturers online for custom orders. Most chains available in the market are made of fiber with a small amount of titanium alloy. Pure metal chains are rare." I never imagined Lin Mo's thoughts would be so far removed from mine. Really? Lin Mo's eyes glimmered with a hint of red. Mithril has numerous applications. Whether for weapons or magical artifacts, it can significantly enhance power and effectiveness. Keeping a stash for oneself could prove immensely profitable. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Mo clutched the titanium chain tightly, resembling Lu Laolao's astonishment upon first encountering a pigeon egg in the Grandview Garden. Perhaps Lin Mo was unaware that in his world, mithril was exceedingly rare, possessing remarkable hardness and a strong affinity for magic, making it the favored material of esteemed wizards and alchemists. However, in this realm, a grayish metal known as titanium, which boasts a hardness comparable to steel and weighs nearly half as much as steel of the same volume, is abundantly available. Even a handful of soil contains minute traces of titanium. The technological advancements in this world have rendered titanium extraction economically feasible, allowing the common folk to afford it. Unlike in Lin Mo's original dimension, where even a slight refinement demanded exorbitant costs, a fact that would astonish all the esteemed wizards. As Lin Mo reveled in the plethora of mithril materials present in this world, Colonel Shun began reiterating the flight protocols to the cadets clad in pristine anti-gravity suits. The cadets were about to embark on their inaugural flight. Chapter 28. 3L, 15 Falcons ascended into the sky, each carrying a cadet amidst the deafening roar of immense engines. A temporary communication terminal established on the tarmac provided real-time feedback of the dialogue between the three aircraft and the ground. This initial flight required the cadets to follow the operational procedures demonstrated by the pilot in command as they occupied the front seats, mimicking the controls. Though the rear seats were equipped with identical control panels, the constraints of those positions allowed them to relinquish authority and manipulate the aircraft as if they were truly in command. Should they demonstrate commendable performance during practice, they might even have the opportunity to engage in some hands-on flying. As the aircraft ascended, Colonel Shun, the official pilot in the rear seat, diligently elucidated the various essential techniques and operational procedures to the trainees. Despite their familiarity with the aircraft's instrument panel and operational steps, nearly able to recite them verbatim, the base maintained an exceptionally cautious approach, adhering to a methodical teaching process that emphasized stability. The investment in each trainee's development and selection far surpassed the cost of a single aircraft, with even the most ordinary pilot training expenses exceeding millions. In an effort to capture the trainees' attention and instill a sense of seriousness for their inaugural flight, Colonel Shun presented a sobering calculation, leaving them all speechless. The cost of each takeoff and landing was measured in tens of thousands, with the aircraft incurring expenses every moment from the moment it left the factory. The loss of either the aircraft or the pilot would undoubtedly be a painful blow to the nation, as it represented taxpayers' money. Even Chun Haiqing, who typically dismissed financial concerns, found himself moved. Luxury vehicles like Porsches and Ferraris paled in comparison to the value of this training aircraft. The affluent playboys flaunting their wealth with extravagant cars were hardly superior to the freshly arrived country bumpkins at this airport, witnessing the aircraft's thunderous ascent and descent up close. While mentally tallying the costs, Chen Haiqing, the sole second-generation rich heir among the trainees, had completely lost interest in his automotive pursuits. The thrill of speed on land could hardly rival the exhilaration of breaking the sound barrier. The training expenses for fighter pilots are covered by the state, whereas for private individuals, even the cost of obtaining the most basic helicopter license can reach upwards of $1 to $200,000. The price for a standard business aircraft begins at several million, and simply maintaining a plane at an airport, without any active use, incurs an annual management and maintenance fee of over $1 million. Once airborne, every hour translates into a literal expenditure of currency for fuel, not to mention the precious airways. Even those with power, wealth, and influence cannot freely commandeer airspace without regard for national security. In every group of 3 trainees, each flight lasts half an hour, followed by a refueling and inspection period of another half hour. By the time it was Lin Mo's turn to take to the skies, it was already afternoon, and the group had settled for a meal beside the runway, clutching their lunchboxes. With the assistance of ground crew, Lin Mo climbed into the cockpit, fastened his seatbelt, donned his flight helmet, and lowered his visor. Lin Mo, don't be nervous. Just treat it like your regular training. The seasoned pilot in the back, with a wealth of flying experience, turned his head slightly to glance at Lin Mo. Lin Mo gestured an okay, acknowledging that flying an airplane and riding a colossal dragon are entirely distinct experiences. Through diligent study of theoretical texts, images, and flight videos, he had garnered a substantial understanding of aircraft. In comparison to the aerial knights of another realm, the planes of this world possess intricately designed components, intricate operations, and astonishing speeds, particularly at their limits, where they can even exceed the speed of sound. Their offensive capabilities rival those of the otherworldly aerial knights, being sharp and fierce, equipped with both long-range and beyond visual range attack capabilities. However, their defenses are feeble, and they exhibit a lack of agility in close combat, constrained by their turning radii. Unlike the creatures of the other realm, even the most rudimentary aerial beasts can maneuver with ease, while no advanced aircraft in this world can compare. Similar to the otherworldly aerial knights, the maintenance and operational costs are exorbitant. The other realm consumes food and medicine, while this world relies on fuel, imposing equally high physical demands on the pilots, making selection a challenging endeavor. There are strategies for aerial combat formations, yet apart from the dragon-riding knights, the endurance in battle is often insufficient. The outcome of a confrontation between 2 aerial knights from the other realm remains unpredictable. This experience unveiled to Lin Mo an entirely new world of aerial warfare, leaving him utterly captivated and exhilarated. Protected by a flight helmet, Lin Mo could still perceive the deafening noise and vibrations as the dual engines of the L-15 Falcon unleashed immense thrust. During the takeoff roll, he felt the overwhelming pressure that reminded him of the familiar sensation when he had once sprinted at full speed alongside the Golden Dragon. As he was firmly pressed into his seat, the elite trainees commenced their journey aboard advanced trainer aircraft, a tradition that harkens back to the inception of China's first aviation school. Their physical prowess and theoretical acumen are beyond reproach. It was not until they ascended into the cockpit of the L-15 Falcon that the students truly experienced the allure and exhilaration of a fighter jet. In stark contrast to commercial airliners, the supersonic speeds nearly stifled their heartbeats, and Lin Mo could palpably sense that the comfort afforded by fighter jets pales in comparison to that of passenger planes. The turbulence and vibrations would leave an ordinary person pale and gasping for breath, dizzy from the relentless motion. "How are you feeling?" inquired an experienced pilot from the rear seat, noticing Lin Mo's silence. "Excellent. Lin Mo responded, reveling in the unceasing acceleration. His only lament was the inability to experience the biting wind outside the cockpit. All right, I am going to break the sound barrier. Pay close attention to the changes in thrust. I will hand over the controls to you shortly. Give it a try, the veteran pilot remarked. Surprised by the trainee's remarkable adaptability and physical conditioning, his tone unchanged, as if unaffected by the intensity of the flight. The roar of the engines intensified, the vibrations escalating to a point where one might think the aircraft could disintegrate at any moment. The airspeed indicator steadily approached Mach, and Lin Mo, following the pilot's guidance and ground instructions, meticulously observed the aircraft's flight dynamics. Then, with a sharp crack, the sound barrier was breached. As if the sound of an eggshell shattering, the noise within the cabin suddenly diminished, enveloping the world in a serene silence. As the aircraft seamlessly transitioned into a state of relative stability, Lin Mo marveled at the precision with which this realm grasped the concept of speed, effortlessly delineating the threshold of breaking the sound barrier. It is noteworthy that in other worlds, the varieties of aerial knights capable of surpassing the sound barrier are exceedingly rare. How wondrous! Lin Mo sensed the instantaneous transformation of the aircraft, as the pressure of breaking the sound barrier was entirely absorbed by the airframe, allowing the pilot to remain unexposed to the atmosphere without the need for cumbersome armor for protection, thus avoiding the peril of being ejected from the cockpit. However, this came at the cost of significantly diminished close combat capabilities. In this world, confrontations bore little resemblance to melee combat, resembling more the tactics employed by sorcerers, who could resolve conflicts from several kilometers away. Should an aerial knight from another realm engage with a fighter jet without caution, they would likely be eliminated before even catching sight of their adversary. In 1 minute, I will descend below the speed of sound. I will relinquish control and grant you 5 minutes to take over. Relax, I will assist you as needed, the rear seat pilot remarked, observing Lin Mo's steady performance since boarding the aircraft, intending to allow him some practice. Understood, Lin Mo replied succinctly. Since stepping aboard, his hands had remained firmly on the control stick, although he was well versed in the functions and operations of every instrument and switch before him. A slight perspiration formed in his palms, not from anxiety, but from exhilaration. To be reborn and descend to the skies once more was, for Lin Mo, a twist of fate that fulfilled his longing for the exhilarating winds and the thrill of battle in the heavens. Today, we shall first practice several fundamental flight postures to familiarize ourselves, after which you will be able to fly independently. Pay close attention to the instrument panel, as it will greatly assist you during night flights. The words of the rear seat pilot echoed through Lin Mo's helmet headset, followed by, countdown to prepare, maintain stability. Grip the control stick, but not too tightly. Relax a bit, and do not worry about the cannon button. That's a dummy. In an instant, Lin Mo felt as though the control stick in his hands had come alive. Even the slightest movement elicited an immediate response from the aircraft. A gentle maneuver of the control stick caused the plane to break from level flight and begin to change direction. Lin Mo was cautious not to make any abrupt movements or attempt any stunts. Accustomed to piloting the mighty dragon, he had flown in various postures and, owing to its formidable capabilities, could even endure extreme and reckless flying conditions. The aircraft is a blend of strength and fragility, and whether it could withstand Lin Mo's extreme maneuvers remained uncertain. Therefore, he chose to proceed cautiously, step by step, within the bounds of acceptable limits. His solid aerial experience rendered the L-15 Falcon Advanced Trainer increasingly stable under his command, tracing beautiful white contrails against the high-altitude sky. Excellent, Lin Mo. Your flying instinct is remarkable. You are truly a natural pilot, the seasoned rear seat pilot remarked as he monitored Lin Mo's flight. Providing encouragement during the flight is beneficial for enhancing a student's confidence and stabilizing their mental state, and this praise was genuinely heartfelt. Although the intricate maneuvers of Lin Mo remain unseen, the transformation in the aircraft's flight posture and its remarkable stability suggest that he is far from a novice. Rather, he embodies the finesse of a seasoned pilot, perhaps even surpassing his own abilities. The smooth and stable flight trajectory attests to Lin Mo's exceptional piloting skills, as depicted in the latest chapter of Wudong Qiankuan. Indeed, before enrolling in flight school, he had piloted a Boeing 737, saving the lives of hundreds. The cheerful laughter of Colonel Shin from the ground echoed through the cockpit's headset, quickly followed by an uproar of astonished voices from his fellow students. Lin Mo, you sly fox, you're quite the enigma. One ought to be more forthcoming, came the boisterous exclamation from Lei Dong of Chen Wandao. who seemed determined to drag Lin Mo down from the skies and dismantle him piece by piece. The others on the ground exchanged bewildered glances, the only certainty being that the students gathered here lacked any aircraft licenses, implying that the young man soaring above had undoubtedly engaged in some form of unlicensed flying, albeit legally. He had, quite literally, secured a head start. The students collectively simmered with envy and admiration. Minutes later, the aircraft, accompanied by a thunderous roar, landed smoothly, gradually veering off the runway and onto the tarmac. Unlike the other students, Lin Mo remained at the helm throughout, having taken full control from the veteran pilot until touchdown, achieving yet another flawless and secure landing. "Well done," exclaimed the seasoned pilot from the back seat, giving Lin Mo a thumbs up as he emerged from the cockpit. In the evaluation list, Colonel Shin noted Lin Mo's inaugural flight performance alongside a commendation for his exceptional flight awareness. When the Changchun Aviation School assessed Lin Mo, it was evident that his physical prowess far surpassed that of his peers, and undoubtedly, there were more unexpected delights awaiting Colonel Shun's discovery. The L-15 Falcon carrying Lin Mo landed smoothly on the runway. Upon seeing the scores on the evaluation sheet, it became apparent that among this cohort of trainees, Lin Mo was the one who came closest to being a fully fledged pilot, without exception. It wouldn't be long before he commenced independent flight training. As they returned to the dormitory, a lively uproar erupted among the trainees. Lin Mo, somewhat overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of his fellow students, reluctantly succumbed to their relentless inquiries. Upon hearing his account, envy enveloped the others. The cockpit, filled with tumultuous airflow and pressure imbalances, was hardly a place for the faint of heart. Throughout recent interactions, Lin Mo had proven to be the most physically capable among the trainees, a feat that few could replicate in times of crisis. After several successful flights, Lin Mo, demonstrating outstanding performance, was granted permission for solo takeoffs and landings. His operational skills and responsiveness were impeccable, and his flight awareness was flawless. As though he were born for the skies. Were it not for his trainee status, other pilots might have easily mistaken him for an experienced aviator. Consequently, Lin Mo was awarded the privilege of independent flight before completing the standard required training hours. As a paragon among the trainees, the other students exerted themselves with fervor, tirelessly engaging in their studies. The simulator was virtually occupied around the clock, and during the intervals when they took turns on the training aircraft, they practiced flight postures with model airplanes on the ground. A spirit of competition and camaraderie flourished, leading to remarkable progress for each individual. In the initial assessment, Lin Mo undoubtedly secured his qualification as a certified pilot, joining a select few others who also passed the evaluation, embarking on formal flight training. For them, this was merely the beginning. There remained a wealth of knowledge yet to be acquired. These newly minted pilots, or rather, officially designated as new aviators, were collectively awarded the rank of second lieutenant, adorned with a blue stripe, 1 bar, and a small silver star, colloquially known as 1. This marked a significant advancement in their careers, and they were allocated individual apartments within the base, a privilege befitting certified pilots, offering a more generous arrangement than that of typical civil aviation or transport pilots. While it may seem that promotion within the Air Force is straightforward, the actual odds are comparable to those in the Army. The selection of Air Force pilots is stringent, as it is a high-technology branch, demanding both technical proficiency and physical fitness. Those who qualify as pilots typically commence their careers as junior officers, and advancing in rank is not particularly arduous. A one-bedroom apartment with a bathroom may not be expansive, yet for Lin Mo, it was ample and a rare sanctuary of solitude. The base housed several such buildings, designated for the residence of certified pilots and ground crew personnel. The furnishings within the room were entirely ready-made. Lin Mo swiftly arranged his personal belongings and comfortably reclined on the sofa. As he reached for his small satchel, an abrupt stiffness seized his expression. "Damn it, my mithril." Lin Mo, seemingly reluctant, rummaged through the bag with considerable force, only to let out a cry of despair as he helplessly extracted a glimmering golden metal egg, which he hurled onto the sofa. The sofa, exceedingly soft, allowed the egg to bounce indifferently a couple of times before it rolled into a corner, ceasing all movement. The peculiar metal egg had devoured the titanium chain that Chun Haiqing had gifted to Lin Mo as a protective talisman. Prior to this, Lin Mo had been quite curious about the egg's voracious appetite. Its diminutive size belied its ability to consume metal countless times greater than its own volume, all without significant alteration in weight or size. Fortunately, the world he inhabited boasted advanced metal smelting techniques, making metal products readily available, even in the form of discarded remnants. Lin Mo often scavenged for scrap metal to feed the strange egg that had accompanied him from another dimension, pondering when its insatiable hunger might finally be sated. Over the course of nearly 2 months, it had ingested nearly 5 to 6 tons of metal, including steel, stainless steel, copper, and even fragmented coins. The sheer volume of discarded metal in this realm was staggering. He sometimes visited junkyards to collect free scrap metal to nourish this peculiar metal egg. "Damn it! Can't you ever be satisfied, you greedy beast?" Lin Mo exclaimed. Pulling a 1 yuan coin from his wallet and hurling it towards the metal egg huddled in the corner of the sofa, like a droplet merging into the vast ocean. The 1 yuan coin silently penetrated the surface of the metallic egg without any resistance, as if it had reached some critical threshold. Suddenly, the enigmatic runes on the metallic egg's surface flickered to life, emanating a deep crimson glow, moving with an almost sentient swiftness. Lin Mo was taken aback, wondering what was happening. Had this entity finally reached satiation? The peculiar behavior of the metallic egg resembled that of a creature finally stirred to action after being well fed. With a sharp crack, a fissure appeared on the surface of the metallic egg, reminiscent of footsteps crunching in fresh snow, producing a cacophony of delicate shattering sounds. The cracks multiplied, yet contrary to Lin Mo's expectations, no monstrous being emerged from within. Instead, the egg expanded bewilderingly, morphing and evolving into a bizarre creature with a skeletal frame. Upon witnessing this unprecedented entity, composed entirely of metallic elements, Lin Mo's instincts heightened. He summoned the little battle energy he had left, unwilling to hold back, and sprang up from the couch with a sudden burst of agility. As the metallic beast took form, it eagerly surveyed its surroundings. When its crimson-tinged gaze locked onto Lin Mo, who was performing an aerial maneuver, it unleashed a furious roar, "Mo Lin," and lunged violently towards him. "Is it a gold coin?" Lin Mo thought grimly. This once proud and unruly creature, having been coerced into saving a Ka, had been consumed alongside him by the forbidden spell, unexpectedly transformed into a metallic egg and brought into this realm. Given the creature's ferocious temperament, it would undoubtedly relish the thought of devouring him alive. A tremendous force struck him, propelling Lin Mo through the air, crashing violently against the wall of the room before tumbling to the ground, unable to suppress a pain groan. With a body forged of unyielding steel and iron, sharp blades sprouted from its joints, and a row of menacing spikes adorned its spine. A pair of acute horns crowned its head. The metallic beast, known as Gold Coin, sprang forth from the sofa like a flash of lightning, colliding with Lin Mo and toppling him over. It pounced upon Lin Mo, its razor-sharp claws effortlessly tearing through his clothing. Lin Mo distinctly felt the piercing of his skin, a trickle of blood seeping forth. The meager remnants of his battle energy proved utterly insufficient against the ferocious assault of Gold Coin. Meeting the creature's eerie crimson gaze, he could palpably sense its wrath. Despite the excruciating pain, he mustered a faint smile and greeted, "Hello, Gold Coin. Long time no see. Morin, Morin, Morin." The metallic beast's sinister fangs roamed Lin Mo's neck, repeatedly uttering his name as if searching for a place to sink its teeth. In a mocking tone, it taunted, "Oh dear, my noble knight. How have you become so feeble, akin to a commoner? Whatever happened to your former grandeur?" The metal monstrosity tilted its head, toying with its prey, as if it would eventually tire of the game before ruthlessly ending it. A chill coursed through Lin Mo's heart as he turned his head. The dragon flute he had previously retrieved lay quietly on the television cabinet nearby, resembling a mere ornament. Had it been in another realm, he could have forcefully ignited his battle energy to reclaim the dragon flute, rendering him fearless against Gold Coin. However, at present, he was only marginally stronger than an ordinary person, utterly incapable of resisting the metallic beast, its sheer weight rendering him immobile. The dragon flute. Gold Coin followed Lin Mo's gaze, and the dragon flute, which had long eluded him, now hovered just out of reach. It sneered with arrogance, "Mo Lin, do you not realize how long I have awaited this moment?" Gold Coin suddenly lowered its head to inspect its own form, which was no longer the magnificent dragon it once was, but rather a grotesque creature, unrecognizable even to itself. It glared furiously at Mo Lin and roared menacingly, "Look at what I have become. Because of you, I have been reduced to this. Damn you, Mo Lin. For the sake of a mere insect like you, I nearly lost my life. I am a proud member of the dragon lineage, a magnificent golden dragon, and you have brought me to this state. I demand your life." Lin Mo, seemingly resigned, relaxed his body and ceased his resistance. With a sorrowful smile, he replied, You are correct, gold coin. I have already declared that my life belongs to you, so take it. Lin, if you kill me, I shall be free. Haha, what a thrilling prospect. Gold coin held to the heavens, its four claws tightening, causing Lin to involuntarily grunt in pain, clearly suffering significant injury. The grotesque visage of the ferocious beast once again turned towards Lin, its savage eyes brimming with cruelty and brutality. The malevolent nature of the golden dragon was laid bare, and Lin gently closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable moment when his mount, the dragon, would rend him to shreds, much like those legendary golden dragon knights throughout history who had met their demise at the hands of their own dragons. Although the golden dragon was immensely powerful, one of the mightiest mounts known, it was akin to a curse of misfortune, and Lin found himself ensnared in a fate that had long been sealed. Hiss! The gold coin, now a mere shadow of its former draconic self, had scarcely reveled in its transformation before it felt an overwhelming constriction, as if its very soul was being bound. It trembled uncontrollably, its form quaking in a frantic dance, shrinking and disintegrating until it ultimately condensed into a metallic egg the size of a chicken egg. Morlin, wait for me. I shall return. I desire more mithril. The final anguished cry of the coin echoed throughout the chamber, before it transformed into a metallic egg nestled against Lin Mo's chest. Lin Mo's eyes widened, reflecting the expression of one who had narrowly escaped disaster. Thud, thud, thud. The door to Lin Mo's room was pounded with urgency. Lin Mo, are you all right? It seemed that Chun Hai-Ching, assigned to the adjacent room, had heard the commotion. No, I'm fine. Just watching television. I'll wash up and go to bed shortly. Lin Mo dared not open the door, hastily responding, acutely aware that the sounds from his room could likely be heard throughout the entire building. Oh? What show are you watching? Please share with us one day. Your television is blaring so loudly that I thought there was a monster in your room. The voice of Chun Hai-Ching echoed from outside, startling Lin Mo into a cold sweat. This formidable leader had accurately guessed the situation, and Lin Mo had narrowly escaped with his life. All right, it seems my remote isn't functioning properly. I'll adjust it right away. Lin Mo responded loudly. Who would have thought that the sound system in the base would be so exceptional? It truly is military grade. Chun Hai-Ching muttered to himself as he shook his head and returned to his own room. He had been taken aback by the commotion from the adjacent room, initially mistaking the protagonist's name for Lin Mo's, and had genuinely feared for Lin Mo's safety. Lin Mo exhaled heavily, feeling utterly drained as he collapsed onto the floor, unable to move. He was anxious for his secret to remain concealed, for its discovery would spell immense trouble. After a prolonged moment, he mustered the strength to struggle back to his feet and sought out some medical cotton to tend to his wounds. Fortunately, he had only sustained minor injuries and bruises. Though his fighting spirit was diminished, it had nevertheless afforded him some protection, preventing him from appearing too disheveled. Lin Mo abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, his bleary eyes surveying his surroundings. He realized he had just experienced a nightmare, one in which he had been mercilessly torn apart by metallic beasts resembling gold coins, their jagged forms consuming him piece by piece, accompanied by blood and shattered bones. In that dream, chaos reigned as these entities wreaked havoc upon the world, their rampage culminating in destruction at the hands of formidable forces capable of obliterating cities, akin to supernal curses unleashed by nuclear weapons, which enveloped the sky in hues of crimson and fire, leaving no avenue for escape. The soft morning light filtered through the curtains, illuminating the bed, while the distant roar of aircraft drew nearer, a characteristic of the nearby Air Force Base. From dawn until dusk, the sounds of fighter jets taking off and landing echoed across the airport. Another day was beginning. Lin Mo glanced at the metallic egg and the dragon flute, carelessly discarded in the corner atop a 5-drawer cabinet. A lingering fear gripped him, his heart racing uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that the gold coins would evade the spatial rift's tearing force of the absolute confinement spell, miraculously arriving in this world alongside him through the chaotic flow of space. The sudden awakening yesterday was intricately linked to the substantial amount of metal he had consumed, particularly the mysterious silver chain known in this realm as the titanium chain. Before reverting to the form of a metallic egg, it had boasted of demanding more silver coins, declaring, "I shall subdue you and transform you into my majestic steed." Lin Mo clenched his fingers tightly, harboring no intention of carelessly discarding this metallic egg, which bore considerable peril and profound animosity towards him. in a world where metallurgical technology and metal products were ubiquitous. Neglecting this matter would inevitably lead to the revival of the metal egg, transformed from a golden dragon, returning to trouble him once more. Furthermore, harboring such a danger close at hand served as a constant reminder of vigilance. A subtle, almost imperceptible stream of battle energy coursed through his veins as Lin Mo steadied his breath. His decision to join the military upon arriving in this world had proven to be a prudent choice. Regardless of the realm, the essence of the military remained unchanged. By continuously honing himself through the disciplined life of the army, he ensured that he would not easily succumb to complacency in a life of peace and comfort. From the beginning, he considered himself a warrior who valued honor above life itself, rather than a civilian content with the status quo. Danger and opportunity coexisted, and Lin Mo felt no trepidation towards the frenzied dragon. Perhaps the beast was unaware of the adage that stated, "A dragon in shallow waters is toyed with by shrimp, and a tiger fallen to the plains is bullied by dogs." The golden creature likely did not comprehend that it was no longer in its original world, but had instead entered a new realm, where he could be deemed a local potentate of sorts. With this experience in mind, whenever the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to awaken the golden beast once more, until he had subdued this disobedient creature. A confident smile graced Lin Mo's face, the proud dragon knight, who showed no signs of retreat, only an unwavering resolve to forge ahead. Although Lin Mo has been upgraded to a formal pilot, he continues to train alongside those who have yet to obtain their qualifications. Passing the qualification assessment merely marks the commencement of his preparations prior to commanding his own warplane. In comparison to other students, Lin Mo, Chen Haiqing, and the newly qualified pilots Deng Zhan, Yang Luo, and Wang Jihan, who have transitioned from other aviation schools, possess only formal military ranks and the ability to independently take off and land. They must continue to operate the L-15 Falcon for flight training, focusing primarily on formation and attack flying, while those still in the learning phase engage in fundamental operational training. The airport tarmac has divided into two groups. Each of the 5 new pilots is assigned a model aircraft, practicing flight formations and simulating flight routes, all the while absorbing the instructive experiences shared by their instructor. The instructor, Major Ichi Song, is a slender man with a wealth of experience, boasting over 2,000 flight hours and having undertaken numerous special operations tasks. His extensive combat experience is invaluable, particularly in a peacetime context where few Air Force pilots possess such credentials. Typically, only a select few special military operations necessitate the deployment of fighter jets, which are often classified missions. In the event that China employs fighter aircraft, it signifies a departure from diplomatic discourse, opting instead for the direct application of military force. Out of the corner of Lin Mo's eye, he could feel the resentful glances thrown his way by Lei Dong, his former roommate from flight school, who was still in the trainee phase. This fellow had failed the last assessment and was now crammed into the dormitory with the rest of the group. Of course, he had a history of causing trouble, and now he was required to continue his studies. Neither the classmates nor the instructors were at a level of assurance regarding his capabilities. Lin Mo couldn't help but smirk slightly. During the 31st lesson, it was crucial to pay attention to the throttle, otherwise, one could stall and crash down with a resounding thud. Suddenly, while explaining the operational precautions, Instructor Wei Chi-song furrowed his brow and turned his head towards the runway. A fighter jet, having completed its training flight, was making a sweeping arc around the base, roaring as it descended towards runway 2. The base's runways ran east to west, extending approximately 2 kilometers with 2 commonly used strips. Lin Mo and the other new pilots, along with those still in training, utilized runway 2. Lin Mo squinted slightly, following Instructor Wei Chi's gaze. The L-15 Falcon advanced trainer, preparing to land, exhibited a noticeably incorrect flight posture. Pull up. Pull up. The speed is too slow. Hurry. Pull. Instructor Wei's expression changed dramatically as he abandoned all else and rushed towards the runway, shouting at the aircraft while waving his arms. Almost simultaneously, at the communication terminal closest to the runway, the attending instructor, Colonel Shining, sensed something amiss. Grasping the communicator, he raised his voice, issuing operational commands. Yet, inexplicably, the L-15 Falcon advanced trainer, descending at an improper angle, neither ascended nor ejected in time. Instead, it wobbled precariously, rapidly losing speed before plummeting violently to the ground. Before the eyes of all present, it crashed onto the runway with a thunderous roar. A colossal fireball erupted, mingled with thick black smoke. As countless shards of metal and concrete were hurled into the air, cascading down like rain. It had fallen. Lin Mo's eyes widened. He had long been psychologically prepared for aviation disasters. Once, in a different realm, aerial knights occasionally encountered crashes during training due to various reasons, resulting in the simultaneous demise of both the steed and the knight. However, witnessing the catastrophic descent of an aerial weapon from this world for the first time pierced his heart like needles. This was the price of yearning for the skies. Whether it be the aerial knights of another world or fighter pilots of this realm, the fall was their eternal anguish. The higher they soared, the more devastating their plummet. The faster they flew, the more they were reduced to mere remnants. He and others rushed desperately towards the site of the crash, while figures from the distant control tower, hangars, and dormitory areas hurriedly made their way to the scene. Aviation fuel scattered across the ground ignited a raging inferno, scorching the runway to a charred black. A towering column of black smoke ascended into the heavens, resembling a dark mourning ribbon suspended in the sky. The first to arrive, Lin Mo, resolutely summoned the dwindling remnants of his combat aura, shielding his body and eyes as he plunged into the smoke-filled crash site. Holding his breath and widening his gaze, he meticulously searched for any humanoid shapes amidst the chaos. Colonel Shun, Lin Mo has entered, reported Instructor Wei Qi, who had just arrived at the scene. The oppressive heat enveloped the area, whipping through the air and causing hair to stand on end, while the skin tingled with a searing sting. Instructor Wei Qi found it hard to fathom that just moments ago, the pilot named Lin Mo had boldly charged into the smoke. It was indeed a testament to the audacity of youth, and both Colonel Shin and Instructor Wei Qi felt their hearts race with concern. In the distance, the base's emergency alarm blared to life as fire trucks and ambulances sped down the runway, racing towards the scene. The emergency protocols were immediately activated, setting the entire base into motion. Just as Instructor Wei Qi and Colonel Shun were consumed by worry, the smoke suddenly parted, revealing a soot-streaked Lin Mo emerging, struggling to carry two charred humanoid forms. Colonel Shun's heart sank. The aircraft's pilot, the seasoned veteran Han Xingmin with over 500 hours of flight experience, and trainee Wang Jun were both trapped within. Although Lin Mo had rescued them, it was evident that they were severely injured, their sturdy anti-G suits utterly destroyed. The situation was dire, and all hope rested on Lin Mo's swift actions, praying that they could survive the devastating impact and searing heat. However, even if they survive, it is likely that they will be forever estranged from the skies. At this moment, Colonel Shun's heart weighed heavily, for an aviation accident is no trivial matter, regardless of where it occurs. The expressions of grief were mirrored among the other pilots and trainees who arrived on the scene, as just moments ago they had been acquainted with individuals whose fates now hung in the balance. The cost of training a pilot is astronomical, particularly for fighter pilots, as the expense of training a qualified fighter pilot far exceeds that of the aircraft they operate. The time required to manufacture an aircraft is significantly less than that needed to train a pilot, while a plane can emerge from an assembly line. A pilot cannot be produced in the same manner. Typically, when unforeseen circumstances arise, pilots must eject to escape, valuing human life over machinery. Lin Mo, have you lost your mind? Are you willing to throw your life away? The reckless actions of Lin Mo left Instructor Wei Qi aghast. Had Lin Mo not emerged unscathed from the smoke, he would have feared yet another pilot had been claimed. Gently placing the lifeless bodies of the two pilots down, Lin Mo did not glance at the approaching Instructor Wei Qi or Colonel Shun. Instead, he extended his hands to check the pulses of the two pilots, shaking his head as he said, "One cannot be saved, but the other still has a heartbeat." Colonel Shun and Instructor Wei Qi's faces turned ashen, their lips trembling, rendered speechless. Despite the annual casualties at the base, particularly among high-risk military divisions that even have casualty quotas, each occurrence of such tragedy is utterly unbearable. With the accelerator pressed down with fervor, the military green ambulance nearly neglected to brake, leaving behind a nearly 30-meter skid mark as it screeched to a halt perilously close to the crash site. The rear doors flung open, and 4 or 5 doctors in white coats stumbled out, hastily grappling with stretchers and equipment. They swiftly loaded the 2 individuals rescued by Lin Mo onto the stretcher, administering adrenaline without a moment's hesitation. The attending physician checked the pulse and announced, "One heartbeat is gone, the other remains. Prepare the defibrillator. Apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Let's move." In the face of urgency, all resuscitation efforts were conducted directly on the stretcher. The pilots and trainees who had rushed over carefully and steadily transported the stretcher onto the military ambulance. Emerging from the inferno, Lin Mo, still cloaked in soot, though insisting he was unscathed, was nonetheless manhandled onto the ambulance by the concerned crowd. As the ambulance sped away, the fire truck arrived in a timely manner. The surrounding runway was overrun with wild grass, and an uncontrolled wildfire could prove catastrophic. A few firebombs were deployed, followed by a deluge of foam to encircle and quell the remaining flames. It was likely that the base leadership would soon find themselves troubled by this incident. Upon his first arrival at the pristine medical station, Lin Mo was forcibly escorted inside, promptly shoved onto a hospital bed. His comrades swiftly stripped him down, leaving him terrified. Clutching the sheets to cover himself, exclaiming in panic, "What are you all planning? Lay down. Your hand is rather heavy. And you too, Chen Haiqing. Why are you hiding? Even if reduced to ashes, I would still recognize you. You, along with Yu Xiaowei and Bai Fei, have taken advantage of me. Go play your little games elsewhere. Be wary, or I shall crush you." The crowd erupted in laughter, thoroughly enjoying Lin Mo's predicament on the bed. Typically, he is a quiet and low-key individual, and opportunities to witness his embarrassment are rare. "My friends, I charge into the fire for your sake. What if you were injured? You are a bona fide fighter pilot. How could you possibly board a fighter jet with a scar? Do you intend to switch to piloting transport planes, or perhaps helicopters?" The physician at the infirmary marveled at Lin Mo, who, despite emerging from the inferno covered in soot, bore not a single wound, not even a blister. This elicited a collective sigh of relief from Instructor Yuchi and Colonel Shun, grateful that a third individual had not been lost. Bang, bang, bang. The shooting range at the base echoed with the crisp sounds of gunfire, reminiscent of the firecrackers children play with during the New Year celebrations. Naturally, the Air Force Base also encompasses a ground-based Army shooting range, utilized not for bombarding with aircraft, but rather for the infantry that guards the base. Daily training occurs here, with a 100-meter range adequate for pistol and rifle shooting practice. As fighter pilots, there remains a necessity for sidearms for self-defense, primarily to cope with unforeseen emergencies following an accident in the wilderness, thus necessitating a degree of firearm proficiency. Since the unfortunate incident involving the L-15 Falcon's crash during its landing, all training and flight missions have been suspended, save for essential aerial patrols. The leaders of the base and safety supervisors have been fraught with concern, while the mechanics have faced their share of training challenges. A comprehensive safety inspection was promptly initiated, with the hangar lights illuminating the night. Every aircraft on the base underwent a thorough examination, with engineers from the manufacturing company summoned to assist in analyzing the wreckage and the flight data recorder to ascertain the cause of the accident. Chapter 32. Deprived of their aircraft, the idle pilots sought to amuse themselves to pass the time, engaging in reading and studying, simulating formations on the ground akin to eagles hunting for chicks, or indulging in physical activities such as jogging and will exercises. Many, like Lin Mo, took to practicing with firearms. The cancellation of numerous flight missions left a palpable void. The absence of the nighttime flight's rumbling lullaby rendered the once bustling night sky eerily quiet for many. While the armaments within the Air Force Base's arsenal may not rival that of the Army in completeness, the presence of a security force ensured that even the smallest of provisions was adequately equipped. The arsenal, albeit modest, boasted an array of automatic rifles, grenade launchers, light and heavy machine guns, and even sniper rifles readily available for use. Given that the base not only had ammunition training quotas, but also requirements for equipment updates, the logistics supervisor generously provided opportunities for the pilots to maintain their skills, ensuring that idle hands found purpose. In the latest updates, a new batch of the improved Type 95 automatic rifles has arrived at the base. Lin Mo finds himself utterly captivated by them. The unique design of the rifle renders its recoil almost negligible for him. He can shoot with precision, making it an ideal entry-level firearm for novice soldiers. After just a few rounds, he can hit the target consistently, and with proper handling, the weapon seems to possess a magical power. The learning curve is remarkably low. One simply needs to pull the trigger to fire. Even an average civilian can master it in a short time. If such weapons existed in Lin Mo's world, soldiers would hardly need to practice their combat skills. Even standard heavy armor might not withstand its firepower. Lin Mo has practically become a regular at the shooting range, expending hundreds of rounds daily, honing his marksmanship to impressive levels. In his mind, he ranks this rifle alongside his Dragon Slayer sword as part of his nightly armament. However, he lacks the clearance to access anti-material rifles, and must content himself with the widely available Type 95. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly choose the anti-material rifle as his primary weapon, given its longer range and greater destructive power. The standards for assessing aerial combat capabilities in both worlds are strikingly similar. Have you heard? Wang Jun has awoken. Boom. A distant target is obliterated by a fireball as Chun Haiqing nonchalantly sets down his Type 95 rifle and, as if it were nothing, loads a 90mm grenade. His news travels swiftly, seemingly unaffected by changes in location, and one cannot help but admire the resourceful methods of this affluent heir. Lin Mo found himself utterly devastated when, after a lengthy period of practice, his efforts yielded no results, only to be further dismayed by Chun Haiqing's reckless behavior. Chun Haiqing had been attempting to forge a closer bond with Lin Mo, and subconsciously, this comrade seemed to possess more than just an extraordinary physical prowess. He was genuinely curious about the essence of Lin Mo as an individual, leading to an increasingly intimate relationship between them. If it weren't for your quick actions, Wang Jun would have perished. This fellow owes you his life, Chen continued, reflecting on the turn of events. The following day, Wang was transferred to the military hospital. Having narrowly escaped death, yet his future as a pilot was irrevocably altered. It seemed he would be left with nothing but a compensation package, destined to return to his origins. Among our cohort from flight school, we had already lost one in just under 2 months, a sobering reminder of the perilous nature of aviation. The pilot accompanying Wang Dong was named Han Xingmin, hailing from Hunan. It was indeed a tragic loss, and his beloved arrived in tears, her grief palpable. As Chun Haiqing concluded his account, a profound sense of sorrow tinged his voice, growing noticeably somber. A fragile vessel is bound to shatter by the well. A general is not exempt from perishing in battle, though it was widely acknowledged that the Air Force was a high-tech and high-risk branch. Veterans had warned them upon their arrival at the base that accidents were commonplace. Losing 1 or 2 aircraft a year and the occasional fatality was deemed normal. The impact of flight accidents on Chun Haiqing, who had gained insights far beyond his years, was significant, especially considering his youth and lack of first-hand experience with life and death. Even seasoned pilots, once airborne, would carry a thread of trepidation. Yet the bravado of youth often renders one unafraid of danger. However, witnessing a crash unfold before one's eyes is an experience that no one can dismiss as inconsequential. In the eyes of Chun Haiqing and many trainees, this epitomizes the destiny of a warrior. With a sidelong glance, he launched yet another 90-type grenade, as if selecting such a formidable weapon was merely an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. The explosion reverberated through the shooting range, leaving everyone's ears buzzing in its wake. In a semi-open military club operated by the Public Security Bureau, tossing a 20-yuan grenade was undeniably less exhilarating than firing a grenade here, especially since it required no expenditure. Chun Haiqing's actions drew collective glares from his fellow shooters, yet he refrained from venting his ire on anyone else's target after bombarding Lin Mo's and his own. Instead, the tall, wild grass that stood between the targets and shooting positions became his new focus, reminiscent of a child determined to set off firecrackers in every direction, sending clumps of grass flying in all directions. Have you discovered the cause? Lin Mo, having emptied his magazine, slowly reloaded it with shiny 5.8mm rounds while observing Chun Haiqing's antics. The thunderous detonations of the grenades made it difficult for others to continue their practice. Rumor had it that wind shear was a primary factor, but that was not the sole issue. There were concerns about aging mechanical components, and the domestic alloy formula was substandard. The suppliers were destined for significant losses. Chun Haiqing blew on the barrel, noting that the heat dissipation of the 95-type rifle firing the 90-type grenade was less than satisfactory, with faint wisps of white smoke emanating from the ejection port, carrying the scent of heated gun oil. Low-altitude wind shear can be categorized into vertical and horizontal shear. The sudden onset of descending air currents can thrust an aircraft, preparing for landing at an altitude of 300 meters, into a stall state, leaving no time for necessary adjustments. Such incidents can be deemed as natural disasters, exceedingly difficult to evade. The unpredictability of such atmospheric calamities renders them impossible to foresee. The aging of mechanical components only exacerbates the situation, leaving manufacturers to bear the brunt of misfortune. Is it not true that China's smelting technology is highly advanced? How then can such issues still arise? Lin Mo finds himself astounded by the state of metal smelting on a global scale, firmly believing that his vast nation possesses an extraordinarily developed level of smelting expertise. Yet, The root of the problem lies in insufficient investment in research and development. The rampant imitation among industries leads to stagnation, ultimately resulting in a significant disparity compared to foreign counterparts. The minutiae of processes such as heat treatment and forging accumulate into substantial differences over time. Chen Haiqing, well-versed and perceptive, articulates this truth succinctly. When will the base allow us to resume flight training? Lin Mo is particularly concerned about this matter, as his proficiency in piloting is steadily improving. Having not grasped the control stick for several days, his hands itch with eagerness. Apart from participating in flight training, he dedicates his time to acquiring knowledge about this world, striving to complete and integrate his fragmented understanding of various subjects, relying heavily on his fellow trainees for information and insights. After consecutively launching 6 grenades, the wild grass in the shooting range was reduced to a state reminiscent of a mangy head, with fleeting glimpses of hairs hastily fleeing. Chen Haiqing, feeling a lingering excitement, concluded his session and responded to Lin Mo's inquiry. Once the accident report is issued and the defective components are replaced, we can resume operations. It should be no more than a week. After all, the base cannot afford to have the pilots idling. Suddenly recalling something, Chen Haiqing added, by the end of the month, our classmates from the Aviation University will also leave the shared dormitory and become officially commissioned pilots. The term shared dormitory referred to the collective living quarters of trainees, devoid of any personal space, a stark reminder of the universal desire for an independent room. That would be splendid. I'm eagerly anticipating their progress. Lin Mo nodded encouragingly, his expression brightening as he loaded a magazine into his firearm. The only piece of good news he had heard in days. Ah, what a coincidence. Lin Mo, Chen Haiqing, you are also practicing shooting. At that moment, Lei Dong and a few others approached, shouldering their rifles and clutching several magazines, greeting Lin Mo and Chen Haiqing. We just emptied 2 magazines. Lin Mo replied with a smile, preparing to take aim, only to frown as he realized his target had been obliterated by Chen Haiqing. Observing the 2 gaping holes on the target and glancing at the weapon in Chen Haiqing's hands, the others exchanged amused glances and could not suppress their laughter. Come, let's switch places and have a competition. The loser treats the winner to dinner. How about it? Shall we have a contest? Chen Haiqing raised the firearm in his hand, replacing the blank cartridge with a magazine filled with live rounds. Who fears whom? Lin Mo rolled his eyes and defiantly pulled back the gun's bolt. The sounds of gunfire echoed incessantly across the shooting range, unlike the indoor ranges equipped with target reporting systems. This open-air range extended 100 meters and lacked dedicated target spotters. The focus here was solely on hit rates rather than ensuring the scoring rings were struck. Some eager participants volunteered to hold binoculars, assisting Chen Haiqing and Lin Mo in tallying their scores, while onlookers took the opportunity to place bets. Ultimately, Chen Haiqing emerged victorious by the slenderest of margins. To everyone present, the serious demeanor of Chen Haiqing resembled that of a seasoned veteran. He wielded the Type 95 automatic rifle with remarkable proficiency. His grip was steady, and the shots rang out in rapid succession, each one finding its mark with almost no risk of missing. His shooting stance was impeccably textbook in its precision. In contrast, while Lin Mo also boasted a high hit rate, he appeared somewhat less practiced. His shooting involved more than simply aligning the sights. He had to account for his own physical strength and wind speed. Although not as precise as a sniper, it still required considerable experience. That evening, Lin Mo's lavish dinner inevitably drained his wallet, exhausting 2 months' worth of soldiers' pay. Though braised cabbage with luncheon meat was not particularly expensive, the sheer number of opportunists made it impossible to avoid being taken advantage of. Chapter 33 At the stroke of 11. A solitary warehouse in a remote area was illuminated by a gentle glow. This steel-structured hangar, expansive in size, nearly 1,000 square meters and soaring 10 meters high, was devoid of any supporting columns, typically serving as a maintenance hangar. Above the entrance, a circular metal plate displayed a blue background adorned with the white Arabic numeral 5. Within the mountainous confines of the Air Force Base, there were over 10 such hangars, each designated for various maintenance and storage purposes. 20 or so energy-efficient mining lamps cast their light upon the eerily vacant maintenance hangar, contributing to an atmosphere of stark desolation. Inside, not a single aircraft could be found. Instead, a collection of workbenches and assorted repair equipment lined the walls. The hangar's entrance was securely closed, with doors and windows tightly sealed, even draped with thick canvas curtains that allowed no hint of light to escape outside. In order to gain access to this facility, Lin Mo had exerted considerable effort, feigning a keen interest in learning about aircraft construction and assisting the mechanics with their tasks. His enthusiasm was well received by the engineers, who did not oppose this diligent pilot's desire to familiarize himself with the mechanical components of the planes, viewing it as a positive endeavor. In truth, Lin Mo harbored a genuine fascination with aircraft design, which naturally provided him with a valid reason to occupy this repository of discarded parts. However, on this particular night, the hangar held a unique significance for Lin Mo, prompting him to meticulously arrange his plans throughout the course of the day. Since the last time Lin Mo followed the metallic egg into this world, it unexpectedly transformed into a fearsome metallic beast, revealing its true identity as his contracted mount, the Golden Dragon, Jinbi. It nearly tore Lin Mo apart, but fortunately, for reasons unknown, it reverted back to the metallic egg at a critical moment, allowing Lin Mo to narrowly escape disaster. Ever since that incident, Lin Mo has refrained from allowing this perilous metallic egg to devour any metal. Fearing a recurrence of such a dangerous situation, nothing seemed to happen, but it was maddening. Even the dragon flute could fail at times. Was there truly no way to subdue this frenzied creature? Lin Mo, undeterred by the unforeseen turn of events, blew the flute repeatedly. The metallic egg, which was the embodiment of the golden dragon Jinbi, bound by nylon and universal adhesive, sensed the anomaly. Its initial fear and fury morphed into confusion, soon replaced by raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, has the dragon god abandoned you? Morin, the dragon flute has failed. You can't do anything to me now. You shall not imprison me in that contract space to enjoy eternal slumber again. Let me contemplate how I shall eliminate you, slice you apart, or reduce you to a pulp. No, no, no. It would be far more satisfying to meticulously carve your flesh from your bones. Jinbi's tone dripped with sarcasm and menace, as the long-suppressed bloodlust and murderous instincts of the golden dragon gradually unfurled. The temperature in the storeroom seemed to plummet by several degrees, instilling a bone-chilling dread. As Lin Mo pondered the loss of the dragon flute's former capabilities, an unexpected transformation occurred. The metallic egg suddenly softened and morphed like a droplet of water, wriggling its way out through a small opening in the nylon thread bundle. The instant it detached from the thread, it expanded 100-fold. During this enlargement, the metal flowed and intricately fused into an elaborate design, ultimately transforming into a golden dragon nearly the height of an adult. Lin Mo immediately recognized this as the gold coin, which was now diminutive compared to its previous size in another realm. No longer a giant, merely a metallic dragon. Morin, you once declared that your life now belongs to me. Are you prepared? The metallic dragon sprouted razor-sharp claws, approximately a foot long, which vibrated at a high frequency and swiped through the air carelessly. The meticulously wound nylon thread that Lin Mo had used to restrain the metallic egg was instantly shredded into countless fragments. Facing this creature, whose eyes glowed with a crimson light and whose murderous intent was palpable, Lin Mo set aside the dragon flute, raised his gaze, and met the gold coin's stare unflinchingly. Do not rejoice too soon, he remarked, slightly lifting his foot before bringing it down. What? The gold coin wondered if it had misheard. This individual, facing imminent peril, remained defiantly obstinate. Momentarily taken aback, it had yet to react when it felt an unexpected lightness, causing it to involuntarily ascend. With a clang, before the gold coin could take any action, it was forcefully adhered to a circular disc, which appeared to rest upon an unknown sturdy shell. Beneath this shell emanated a powerful, invisible force of attraction. This was not magic. Rather, it was a lifting electromagnet, a massive suction cup operating at full capacity, suspended in midair with unparalleled magnetic strength. The powerful electromagnetic suction cup, crafted from a metallic texture, has been enveloped by Lin Mo in a thick layer of composite plastic steel armor plating. This armor, utilized in the cockpit of aircraft to safeguard pilots, is capable of withstanding even the most formidable large-caliber rifle bullets. In this world, where metallic materials are advanced, non-metallic substances are equally commendable. Lin Mo's meticulous efforts are undoubtedly evident. The gold coin, without hesitation, began to struggle fiercely. However, regardless of its attempts, every outstretched limb and sharp edge was firmly ensnared by the potent magnetic field, rendering it immobile. Under the constraints of magnetic lines, the gold coin emitted continuous roars, desperately striving yet ultimately futile, wishing to manifest additional metallic appendages, transforming itself into a grotesque, spiky creature. You, what have you done to me? The gold coin, though it endeavored to move, remained firmly fixed upon the large disc. In a fit of rage and confusion, it bellowed, "What schemes have you employed? What sorcery is this?" Yet, it could only see half of Lin Mo's form, as its head was firmly attracted. Suddenly, the gold coin trembled violently, shrinking slightly in size. Alarmed, it realized that without a supply of metal, it would face the dire fate of reverting to its original form, resembling a metallic egg. This coin was not merely a trinket. It was the very essence of the golden dragon's existence, akin to the heart of a dragon crystal, encompassing the quintessence of the golden dragon itself. Having awakened for the second time, each instance fleeting, the gold coin was acutely aware of the malicious intentions of the dragon knight nearby. It was resolute in its unwillingness to be toyed with repeatedly, trapped within the whims of another. The golden dragon, a creature of considerable intellect, is not the most foolish of its kind. Have you not yet noticed the peculiarities surrounding us? Lin Mo shook his head, observing the once mighty golden dragon steed, now floundering like a lobster caught by the back. It was a sight reminiscent of a tiger fallen in the plains, bullied by dogs, or a dragon stranded in shallow waters, toyed with by shrimps. Lin Mo remained composed, exuding an air of confidence that unsettled the golden dragon. The gold coin, caught in a strong magnetic field, presented an unusual posture. Its head tilted towards Lin Mo as it exclaimed, "What differences are there? My name is now Lin Mo. I am a pilot in the Air Force of the People's Republic of China, not a knight of the elite Dragon Rider Assault Squadron of the Silan Empire." Lin Mo waved his hand, expressing a thought that left the gold coin somewhat bewildered. What did you say?" The gold coin, momentarily stripped of its anger and struggle, could hardly fathom Lin Mo's words, as if time itself had frozen. "This is another world, distinct from our own. The spatial prison's profound curse has cast you and me here. I suspect the failure of the dragon flute is related to this. In this realm, there are no dragon gods, and thus the contracts hold no power. You have at least spoken one truth. For now, you are free." Lin Mo regarded the gold coin with amusement. This naive creature from another world was about to confront a new reality. It remains uncertain whether this is a stroke of fortune or misfortune for it. "What? Haha, excellent. Morling, Lin Mo, or rather, whatever I should call you now. You shall never be my knight again. I will never permit you, a lowly human, to mount my back once more." Gold coins emitted a grating, abrasive sound, indicative of its amusement. "Heh, gold coins, you overestimate yourself. Even without you, I can still soar through the skies. I have acquired a new mount, one that is far swifter. The aerial combat capabilities of this world are astonishingly potent." Lin Mo seemed to be reminding gold coins of a certain reality. Even if gold coins refused to serve as a knight's mount, Lin Mo would remain an aerial combatant. His tone shifted. "Furthermore, this world is replete with wonders. Observe the object adhering to you, known as a lifting electromagnet. Although it is metallic, I have layered it with composite armor. Not only is metal the most robust material here, but there are also wondrous substances called nanomaterials. And this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Do not presume that freedom grants you impunity. There are countless entities in this world capable of easily destroying and imprisoning you. You lie. You cannot intimidate me. Once I return to Sky City, I shall inform the Elder Council that my soulbound knight is not only a scoundrel but also a deceiver. Haha, I can legitimately become a free gold dragon." The coin emitted a peculiar, sinister chuckle as the Sky City served as a gathering place for the elite of the dragon clan. Its essence originated from an immense, ancient meteorite that had traversed the cosmos eons ago, possessing the power of levitation, suspended high in the heavens. Ultimately, it was discovered by the dragons, who transformed it into a magnificent city, soaring thousands of feet above the earth, overlooking the mortal realm below, a source of pride for the dragon race. Lin Mo, feigning ignorance to the nonsensical ramblings of this bewildered creature, shook his head in dismay. "This is another world, not the one we once inhabited. There is no Sky City here. The Eastern Dragons do not resemble you. They are far more graceful." He retrieved a military-grade laptop, which he had painstakingly purchased from the base, and after a few keystrokes, displayed an image of the Eastern Divine Dragon, presenting it before the coin. "Do you see? Everything here is beyond your comprehension. Such wonders do not exist in our world. Have you yet to awaken to this reality? Deceive me if you must, weave your fabrications. But is this truly a dragon? It appears rather imposing. Perhaps it is merely famished. Continue your charade with your esteemed dragon lord." The coin remained obstinately resistant to Lin Mo's assertions, its frustration mounting exponentially. Alas, how did I become the knight of such a foolish dragon? Lin Mo shook his head once more, stowing away the laptop. Suddenly, he produced a peculiar metal object, hurling it towards the coin, which was ensnared beneath a suction cup. Instinctively, the metallic dragon absorbed the strange object, merging it seamlessly into its form in the blink of an eye. The gold coins unreservedly accept the metallic sustenance that presents itself, without a hint of concern for toxicity, upon contact with any part of its being. The substance is instantaneously decomposed and assimilated into its essence. What have you just cast forth? It inquires, sensing a hint of mithril within the offering. The gold coin, momentarily forgetting its earlier threats against Lin Mo, is suddenly alight with excitement, its eyes gleaming with fervor. Even within the ranks of the airborne cavalry of humanity, it is implausible for them to lavish precious mithril upon a gold dragon. Yet, from the metallic substance just encountered, it has discerned the tantalizing flavor of mithril. And the purity is notably high. This unique essence presents an irresistible allure to a creature whose very nature is nourished by metals, almost sending its soul into a quiver of delight. Try this one as well. Lin Mo chuckles with an enigmatic smile, complying with the coin's request as he tosses forth another metallic fragment. This act is akin to pouring fuel upon a fire. This piece is entirely different. What metal is this? By the dragon god, I am astounded to discover a metal of which I am unaware. I want more, I crave more. The gold coin, driven by an inexplicable vigor, expresses its desires with a fervor akin to that of a starved and forlorn maiden. It strains to elevate its head, for the second metallic offering from Lin Mo possesses a flavor it has never encountered before, even more enticing than mithril. As a gold dragon in its core essence, it finds the allure of rare metals to be utterly irresistible. Its overwhelming thirst for these substances eclipses even its intent to eliminate Lin Mo. I'm afraid there is none left. Lin Mo extended his hands in a gesture of helplessness, yet the expression on his face was nothing short of hypocritical. The assortment of metals, varying in color and shape, strewn across the nearby workbench, served as a blatant reminder of Lin Mo's insincerity. It was from this very pile that he had previously selected and cast towards the golden coin. No, 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 young Morin, the coin proclaimed with a tone of arrogance. Yet unbeknownst to it, a hint of longing crept into its voice. If you could present me with a few £1,000 of such metals, I would graciously overlook your transgressions, and we could consider our grievances resolved. The golden coin's boastful tone belied its eagerness, as the metals Lin Mo had offered contained elements that excited and delighted it immensely. Lin Mo glanced at the heap of metals beside him and then turned to the coin, saying, I cannot. Truly, I have nothing left. Once, the golden coin had been a relentless pursuer of his life, seizing every opportunity to eliminate him, the knight. Yet today, under the temptation of 2 special alloys, it seemed to have forgotten all past grievances. Ironically, this creature, too, found itself at the mercy of temptation. Had it not been for the fact that Lin Mo's prior world lacked the refinement and alchemical prowess that this realm possessed, he might have devised a similar strategy to subdue this golden dragon. In the vastness of the world, the elemental spectrum of gold is abundant. However, these elements lie deep within the earth, inaccessible for self-reflection or cultivation from the atmosphere. Thus, the golden dragon must rely on the consumption of various metals to strengthen itself and evolve. Rare and extraordinary metals are, in essence, the lifeblood of the golden dragon. In the realm of fighter jets, many components possess specific requirements, and it is not uncommon for them to contain special metals such as titanium. Lin Mo selected a few items, unaware that they would yield such remarkable effects. I suggested to Morin, why not procure a few hundred more pounds? If the mood strikes me, I might even allow you to ride for a while, to experience the thrill of being a dragon knight. I know how much human women admire knights, especially dragon knights. I could assist you in soaring through the skies for a few laps, and those human maidens would undoubtedly cry out for your attention. What do you think? The gold coins, typically proud in their demeanor as a majestic dragon, were now practically drooling, fixated on the pile of metals on the table beside Lin Mo. If not for the magnetic pull, they would have lunged at the heap of metallic treasures. In this moment, all thoughts of Lin Mo and Morin vanished under the allure of these rare metals. As a deep-seated craving overwhelmed the last remnants of its reason, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this muscle-bound golden dragon, usually inclined towards violence, could also possess the cunning to entice maidens, a truly unexpected revelation. With a surprising lightness, Lin Mo tapped the electromagnetic device at his feet, producing a resounding clang. The gold coins fell from the suddenly unmagnetized suction device, landing firmly on the ground. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly sprang back to their feet and fiercely charged at Lin Mo. Chapter 35. Seemingly indifferent to the approaching, menacing metallic beast, Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor. A sharp gust of wind swept past him, and the gold coins exhibited no signs of hostility, completely disregarding Lin Mo as they lunged towards the tool table behind him. With a resounding clatter, a fearsome creature, gleaming with a metallic sheen, leaped onto the workbench, bearing its razor-sharp fangs. It voraciously devoured chunks of metal, exclaiming in delight, "Delicious! This flavor is extraordinary. It enhances my physical strength. In this piece, my heavens, my strength can increase once more, perhaps to a staggering 10,000 pounds. Not only can I restore my original form, but I can also transcend it. I once thought I would need to consume 1,000,000 pounds of iron to barely recover. What was I eating before, slop? I shall never touch that again." Having lived in this world for several months, Lin Mo, now nearly a local authority, combined his recently acquired knowledge of modern advancements with an unwavering resolve. How could he possibly fear the gold coin, a mere creature from another realm? In this place, even the strongest dragon could not overpower a local snake. Lin Mo effortlessly maneuvered the gold coin with finesse. He found a chair, seated himself comfortably, and observed as the gold coin cleared the pile of metal with ease, subsequently darting around to gather every piece of metal in the storeroom, including the heavy-duty electromagnet, and even setting its sights on the entire steel structure of the warehouse. It was evident that the gold coin had completely disregarded Lin Mo, despite its long-held desire to eliminate him. The metallurgical prowess of this world left Lin Mo in awe, with a complete periodic table at his disposal. The myriad of metals available gave him confidence that he could easily satiate this insatiable dragon. However, in comparison to other realms, the laws of this world seem to differ significantly. This world lacks the myriad of unique metals found in those other dimensions. In Lin Mo's original world, magic existed, whereas here, it remains merely a legend, devoid of any tangible evidence of its reality. The trajectory of civilization also leans towards materialistic technological advancements, suggesting that each realm possesses its own strengths and weaknesses. Fortunately, the workbenches and storage boxes are crafted from wood or plastic steel, thus likely escaping the fate of being devoured. The warehouse floor is almost devoid of even a single screw. If this creature were to clear the base's runway, it would undoubtedly serve as an exceptional scavenger, Lin Mo thought maliciously. Ahem, ahem. Lin Mo pretended to cough a few times, interrupting the first frenzied search since the reincarnation of the golden coin. This creature seemed like a starving ghost returned to life. If it truly consumed this warehouse, chaos would surely ensue. The high-powered electromagnetic crane was also assembled by Lin Mo himself. Although powerful, it lacked sophistication and was merely a makeshift contraption of short-lived quality. If a crane were to go missing from the base, it would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble. What a thrill this is. Never in his life did he imagine he would encounter such an assortment of unfamiliar metals. The elders of his clan would surely be envious. The gold coin was oblivious to the fact that it was scarcely distinguishable from a wild dog scavenging for food. It approached Lin Mo, having lost all intent to kill, tilting its head and raising its chin, adopting an unprecedentedly gentle tone as it spoke. "Molin, the dragon god contract has also lapsed. You mentioned acquiring a new steed. Given the splendid feast you have provided today, let bygones be bygones regarding the matter of the spatial abyss. You are no longer a dragon knight, and I am no longer your contracted dragon. I shall return to Sky City, so do not think of me for any reason. I shall not come back." The gold coin was utterly satisfied, having savored an unparalleled meal today. The purity of the metal exceeded its wildest imaginings. The black iron rations it had previously consumed in the Dragon Knight core of the Silan Empire were akin to a gritty concoction that was nearly inedible. The injuries it sustained from the ravages of spatial turbulence during its ordeal in the spatial abyss had also healed significantly. The gold coin's form had nearly doubled in size compared to when it first emerged from the metallic egg, its sharp jaw and elongated fangs nearly brushing against Lin Mo's head. "Very well, gold coin. Since you have chosen freedom, I shall no longer insist on your companionship. I wish you good fortune. However, I must once again remind you that we are no longer in our original world. This is another realm, or perhaps a different plane. Here, there are no dragon gods, no dragonkin, and no sky cities. When you venture out, Be cautious and keep your voice down. There are radars in the vicinity. Fly close to the ground, avoiding great heights, for this is the base of aerial knights in this world. Steer clear of the cities, as danger lurks nearby. In any case, take care and remain vigilant. Lin Mo spread his hands, acknowledging that he was no longer the elite dragon knight of the Silan Empire, but rather learning new methods of aerial combat. Should a true dragon knight appear before the denizens of this world, they would likely be greeted not with flowers and reverence, but with gunfire and missiles. Naturally, Lin Mo had no desire to forcibly retain gold coin as his steed. For being a dragon knight in this realm was not a commendable profession. He first extinguished the lights in the hangar and then opened the massive doors. Gold coin's anti-gravity talent activated, creating a fierce gust of wind as it gracefully ascended into the night sky. Morin, farewell. Gold coin, who had fought alongside Lin Mo in countless battles, felt an indescribable sense of relief. The long-lost void magnetic field suddenly opened up, swiftly lifting it into the dark expanse above. The figure of the gold coin vanished from sight, leaving Lin Mo in a moment of stunned silence. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he sighed and returned to the warehouse, retrieving the now ineffective dragon flute. He closed the door to the storeroom behind him. Lin Mo settled himself on the parched grass not far from the runway, casually sitting down and placing the dragon flute to his lips, gently beginning to play. The dragon flute was not merely a testament to the bond between knights and dragons, nor solely a means to summon the spatial coordinates of dragon companions and eternal realms. It also served as a source of solace for dragon knights, alleviating their loneliness and post-battle fatigue. Almost every dragon knight was a master of musical instruments, capable of performing a tune at any moment, and many could even compose timeless classics. In Lin Mo's world, several renowned flute melodies that circulated throughout the Silan Empire were crafted by the hands of dragon knights. The dragon flute retained its fundamental function as a musical instrument, its peculiar shape of over 7 inches in length producing a penetrating sound that floated into the distance. The unique melody of blood-stained reverse scales, emblematic of the dragon cavalry, resonated from Lin Mo's fingertips, interwoven with harmonic techniques that evoked a passionate remembrance of fallen comrades. Images of Akka and the fire dragon Misael, the elite dragon knight squad leader Gadale and his mount shadow dragon Sky, as well as Akka's sister Luna and her light dragon Emor, vividly appeared in Lin Mo's mind. He yearned to tear through the fabric of space, to retrieve his original world from countless dimensions, yet his absence of any spatial attributes rendered such a feat nearly impossible. Life in this alien realm had gifted Lin Mo with nothing but cherished memories. The melodic notes from a flute near the runway captured the attention of the patrol team stationed at the base. From a distance, the scent of Lin Mo reached them. Yet the base's patrol dog, a Kunming breed, remained silent, casting a few curious glances in Lin Mo's direction before continuing its obedient journey. The patrolling soldiers merely swept their bright LED flashlights over Lin Mo before heading off in another direction. It was not unusual for pilots to wander about or engage in minor hobbies during the late hours, and the absence of any unusual reactions from the typically sensitive patrol dog indicated that all was well. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated Hangar 1, located over 200 meters from Lin Mo, transforming the scene into a bustling hub. Various vehicles, including a refueling truck and inspection vehicles occupied by mechanics, zoomed past along the asphalt path near Lin Mo, with some occupants waving and greeting him. "Hey, Xiao Mo, still awake? Don't catch a chill. Hurry back," called out mechanics Lao Chun and Lao Wang. Lin Mo ceased his flute playing and waved back, responding, "I can't sleep. Just out for a stroll." Glancing at his luminous watch, Lin Mo noted the hour had struck 1 in the morning. The sudden night flight mission was indeed peculiar. He observed 2 tow trucks emerging from Hangar 1, pulling out 2 J-10A fighter jets, a rare model at the base. The ground crew, freshly arrived with an armament truck, began unloading several missiles, working together to attach them beneath the wings of the J-10A. What was happening? Lin Mo could not resist the urge to rise to his feet. He recognized the preparations underway, armaments being loaded onto the J-10A, specifically the PL-8 short-range combat missile and the PL-12 medium-range interceptor, along with ammunition being fed into the cannon. This was not merely a routine drill. It was a significant event. Lin Mo's eyes widened as he perceived the keen gaze of a dragon knight. He spotted none other than Major Shining, the very pilot preparing to board the J-10A. It was truly happening. Although he was unaware of the sudden late-night operation, Lin Mo had an inkling that the base's unexpected activity was somehow linked to the recently departed Jinbi. Boom. 2J, 10 is ascended, one after the other, just 30 seconds apart. The roar of their powerful engines reverberated through the residential area, illuminating numerous rooms as residents were roused by the unusual takeoff. This extraordinary event had certainly captured the attention of many. Yet, all of this was of no concern to Lin Mo, with genuine combat missions at hand. It was the seasoned pilots who would take to the skies first. For novice pilots like him, the priority remained to diligently hone their flying and combat skills. The clash of aerial powers from two worlds was beyond imagination. A wave of anxiety washed over Lin Mo, his back damp with perspiration. He felt as if a rabbit were nestled in his chest, its heart racing. After all, Jinbi had once hailed from the same world as him. Though Jinbi had previously regarded him as a mortal enemy, intent on taking his life, in this realm, they were bound by kinship, distant yet undeniable. This truth remained immutable, regardless of their past animosities. Searching for the latest updates on what transpired between the J-10A piloted by Major Shun and the gold coins, Lin Mo found himself utterly unable to foresee the outcome. With a heart full of unease, he returned to his dormitory, his thoughts tumultuous. Upon entering, he turned on all the lights and aimlessly flicked through television channels, lacking the focus to absorb any content. Although the hour approached 2 in the morning, sleep eluded him entirely. His mind was a cacophony of distractions. He yearned to calm himself and harness his combat energy, yet he could not gather even a hint of it. Frustration replaced his usual composure as he paced the room, finally collapsing onto his bed, merely sitting in silence. Time slipped away unnoticed until the horizon outside the balcony began to brighten with the first light of dawn. A distant rumbling, akin to muffled thunder, drew closer, causing Lin Mo's heart to sink. He recognized the sound of 2J, 10 is returning, seemingly unscathed. He rushed to the balcony, straining his eyes towards the runway. In the soft glow of the morning light, he discerned that the missiles suspended beneath the wings of the two aircraft were entirely expended, unmistakably having been fired. Despite his countless warnings to the reckless gold coin to exercise caution, it appeared that the situation was dire. A profound sense of loss enveloped him, as if his heart had plunged into an unfathomable abyss, further severing his ties to the world from whence he came. His gaze fell upon the dragon flute, lying quietly on the bed. In a sudden rush, he lunged forward and grasped it tightly in his hands. This he could not afford to lose. For nearly an entire day, Lin Mo remained in a state of lethargy, his mind wandering aimlessly. Meanwhile, the base was abuzz with excitement. Real combat flight missions were a rarity. That night, the personnel involved in the flight and the ground crew were sworn to secrecy. And even Lin Mo was summoned for a discussion, instructed not to inquire further. Whatever transpired that evening was to remain under wraps until the base issued an official statement. Yet, no wall is impenetrable to whispers, and gossip along with well-connected individuals were inescapable. Some vague rumors reached Lin Mo's ears, reports of unidentified flying objects in the night sky, fighter jets engaged in pursuit and interception, and even surface-to-air missiles being launched. Days later, while browsing the Tianya forum, Lin Mo stumbled upon some hearsay suggesting missile activity in a certain region of central China. A considerable military mobilization had occurred to scour the mountains, and a group of adventurers had captured aerial combat footage on their DV cameras, which they subsequently shared online. These adventurers, nearly terrified to the point of losing control, believed war had erupted, fleeing the mountains before dawn with panic-stricken haste. The video that surfaced online depicted a darkened sky, punctuated by the roar of fighter jets, sporadic flashes of light, tracer rounds from cannons creating luminous trails, fierce missile plumes, and fireballs erupting in the high altitude, clearly indicating something had been struck. Although the specifics of the aerial conflict remained elusive, the intensity of the encounter was undeniably breathtaking. Opinions on the authenticity of the video varied widely. Some claimed it was genuine, others insisted it was fabricated. Regardless, it garnered a staggering number of views. Missiles and fighter jets. The golden coin embodies both the grandeur of life and the glory of death. Lin Mo has relinquished all hope, for this fellow, the coin, is utterly unyielding, resolutely refusing to heed his counsel. A fortnight after the base's training aircraft met with disaster and the late-night combat missions ensued, the ensuing chaos gradually subsided. The pilots awaited the moment they could once again ascend into the skies, while relishing a brief respite. Meanwhile, the mechanics in the hangar and the manufacturers inevitably indulged in a hearty meal together. However, The meticulous logistics support system ensured that every aircraft at the base underwent a thorough examination, scrutinizing each assembly component with great care. Fortunately, the results of the exhaustive inspections conducted by the weary-eyed mechanics and manufacturer engineers relieved both the base leadership and the production team, as no significant issues of severe component aging related to the crash were discovered, aside from a few minor concerns. Nonetheless, for the sake of caution, a complete overhaul was deemed necessary. This exhaustive endeavor, while ensuring safety, still incurred considerable costs and expenses for both the Air Force and the manufacturers. The ultimately unfortunate child is the production facility for spare parts, which, after deducting the deposit and incurring losses of several million, was stripped of its supply qualifications and replaced by another supplier that adopted a completely new alloy formula. Within the production system of the fighter jet manufacturers, the same component is often supplied by 2 to 3 manufacturers, thus preventing a situation akin to losing a butcher and being unable to procure a pig with fur. However, rumors suggest that an incident at the base has caused Chun Haiching's family to harbor concerns about the profession of a pilot. They are actively engaging in preparations to invest in the aircraft manufacturing industry, claiming they wish to safeguard Chun Haiching, asserting that nothing is better than what is produced by one's own family. This subtly indicates that Chun Haiching is not merely an ordinary second-generation wealthy individual. His family possesses substantial financial resources to venture into aircraft manufacturing. Chickens call for gold coins, and within 30 seconds, ascend to 12,000 meters. Executing a reverse flight maneuver for 15 seconds at the 3 o'clock position, the lead pilot relayed new instructions to Lin Mo, who was serving as his wingman. Since the dual aircraft attack formation replaced the previous 3 aircraft formation, the fierce offensive capabilities of high-speed jet fighters have been unleashed without restraint. Gold Coin is the codename chosen by Lin Mo. Every official fighter jet pilot has their own aerial alias. This serves both to maintain the confidentiality of the pilot's identity and to facilitate memorability, akin to the practice in bygone eras of giving children peculiar names to ensure their survival. Pilots with special code names are less prone to communication errors that could impact combat. In truth, the codename Gold Coin was meant by Lin Mo as a poignant reminiscence of his former existence as a dragon knight. One fateful night, a ragged, shapeless entity, glimmering with metallic luster and charred blackness, shattered the double-layered vacuum glass door of the balcony and tumbled into Lin Mo's bedroom. It barely had time to utter Lin Mo's past name in another realm, Morin, before it convulsed and contorted into a formless metallic mass. Lin Mo, however, immediately recognized it as the once mighty Golden Dragon, which he had presumed to be obliterated by missiles and naval artillery, the original bearer of the name Gold Coin. The creature had completely lost its former majestic golden hue and the intricate patterns of runes that adorned its once smooth, oval heart. Now, it lay forlornly at the foot of Lin Mo's bed, disheveled, mottled, and irregular in shape, resembling an ordinary piece of or haphazardly excavated from a mine. Lin Mo could scarcely fathom how, in merely a few days, the proud and noble Golden Dragon had fallen to such a dismal state. Such a massive metallic lump soaring through the sky would be detectable by even the most rudimentary radar. The Golden Dragon was no stealth bomber capable of absorbing radar waves. Though naturally adept at merging with metals, receiving a solid projectile was akin to a mere delivery of provisions. However, it could not assimilate explosives, making its downfall at the hands of this world's aerial cavalry an inevitable outcome. Oh, the misfortune of this wretched being. Lin Mo nearly believed that this fellow could never be rescued again. It was only after he hurled every coin he possessed onto the shapeless mass that he discovered a glimmer of devouring power remained. Although it was diminished by 100-fold compared to before, there still lingered a whisper of hope. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Lin Mo risked exposure and gathered over 100 pounds of metal, casting the gold coin embodiment into the mixture. What once could be consumed in a mere 10 seconds now took over 20 hours to fully devour, and even then, its form only slightly restored, with traces of fragmented runes gradually appearing on the surface. The recovery of this pinnacle of metallic creatures, the Golden Dragon, proved to be no simple endeavor. Lin Mo tirelessly procured several tons of scrap metal, and after a month of effort, he managed to restore the golden coin's metallic egg to its original shape, with layers of mysterious runes re-emerging on the surface. Yet, its luster remained dull and gray, as though it had been discarded for centuries. The gold coin continued to slumber, showing no signs of awakening. It seemed all of Lin Mo's previous efforts had been in vain, returning everything to square one. In the 37th chapter, Lin Mo continued his quest to gather metal for the gold coin's devouring restoration, carrying it with him at all times. Even during flight training, he kept it close, fearing that the coin might awaken unexpectedly and rebel within the base. If it were to gnaw away at half an aircraft, it would indeed spell trouble. The lead aircraft in the dual formation piloted by Lin Mo is AJ-10, with the pilot possessing nearly 1,000 hours of flight experience. Hailing from Daqing in northeast China, standing at a modest height of 165 meters, he hardly embodies the robust demeanor typically associated with northern men. Codenamed Little Chicken. His real name is Gang, a rather uncommon surname. His flying skills are far from the lackluster connotation of his codename. Today, he is tasked with escorting Lin Mo on an air defense patrol around the base from 3 to 5 in the afternoon, with a patrol radius of 110 kilometers. The control tower of the base where Lin Mo is stationed bears the codename Chicken Coop, hence many pilots' codenames are similarly poultry-related. For instance, Major Gang, who frequently flies in formation with Lin Mo, is codenamed Little Chicken. Other amusing codenames include Old Hen, Lu Hua Chicken, Roast Chicken, and Combat Chicken. To maintain confidentiality, the pilots' codenames are often whimsical and numerous. There are also other Air Force bases with imposing tower names like Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Denver. Initially, the tower leadership intended to select the codename Gray Chicken, but Lin Mo vehemently opposed, arguing that even children on the ground could easily identify him. Look, it's Gray Chicken. This would undermine secrecy. Ultimately, the tower conceded and allowed Lin Mo to choose his codename, Gold Coin, which stands out as an independent and distinguished title. However, the sentiments of the principal remain uncertain. Gold Coin received. Lin Mo skillfully maneuvered the control stick, increasing the throttle as the flaps of his L-15 Falcon advanced trainer aircraft, designated J-2312, gently descended. The aircraft's nose lifted, paralleling the rapid ascent of a J-10 fighter jet situated 100 meters to the side. The insignia on the L-15 bore no significance. It did not denote that Lin Mo was piloting the 2312th L-15 produced in China. Only those involved in procurement for the Chinese Air Force could discern the production volume from the aircraft's designation, as the numbering was not necessarily sequential and could even skip numbers. This peculiarity is emblematic of the uniquely Chinese characteristics of the Air Force, unparalleled anywhere else in the world. Unlike his previous experience piloting the Dragon, this new venture offered a completely different sensation. In the realm of flying a beast, the rider merely needed to guide its direction, altitude, and specific maneuvers, while the beast itself handled the intricacies of flight. The rider could therefore devote the majority of their focus to combat. Conversely, piloting a fighter jet required the pilot to concentrate predominantly on flight control, allowing them to focus solely on aiming, pursuing, evading, and ultimately engaging the attack button during combat. This stark contrast in combat methodologies ignited Lin Mo's interest and exhilaration, fueling his enthusiasm throughout the flight training. The J-10 and the Falcon, two high-speed jet fighters, ascended one after the other into the cerulean sky, transforming into mere specks as they surrendered to the embrace of the heavens. The combustion of aviation fuel left a trail of two elongated parallel lines in the high altitude, marking their spirited ascent. During a steep climb at a high angle, the L-15 generated intense vibrations throughout the fuselage. The J-10 deliberately maintained its speed ahead, while Lin Mo emulated the flight posture of the lead aircraft, albeit with slight variations due to the significant differences in their mechanical and power structures. Well done, Gold. Now stabilize the altitude at 12,000. The voice of the J-10 pilot, Xiao Ji, crackled through the headset. Countdown to inverted flight, 15 seconds. If you experience any adverse reactions, inform me immediately. Do not push yourself. At an altitude of 12,000 meters, the oxygen system in the cockpit activated, as the temperature was extremely low and the air was thin at such heights. Following a rapid ascent, pilots risk altitude sickness without sufficient oxygen supply. Unlike commercial airliners, fighter jets are designed for combat in extreme environments, where comfort is inevitably sacrificed. In aerial dogfights, the contest extends beyond the capabilities and firepower of the aircraft. It also hinges on the physical conditioning of the pilots, necessitating high standards for their endurance. 15, 14, 13, 12, 1. Watch me rise like a phoenix. The J-10 ahead executed a deft maneuver, with its left wing lifted and the right wing lowered. performing a half roll with the cockpit facing the ground and the underside pointing skyward while maintaining level flight. Lin Mo followed suit, though he slightly over-rotated, executing a sideways roll that he quickly corrected. Two aircraft soared through the skies at an altitude of 10,000 meters, executing a formation flight with their bellies facing upwards. In an instant, the Earth appeared to transform into the sky, while the heavens seemed to shift beneath the planes. This disorienting sensation posed a considerable challenge to the pilot's sense of direction. The safety harness securing the pilots to their seats proved invaluable in this moment. However, Lin Mo felt no discomfort. On the contrary, he had grown accustomed to such inverted maneuvers during his previous adventures in another realm, where gold coins frequently adopted similar aerial orientations. Over time, Lin Mo's acclimatization to this peculiar flying style developed as the Golden Dragon. In its attempts to dislodge the bothersome Dragon Knight, sought to send him plummeting from the skies to become a mere splatter upon the ground. Yet, Lin Mo, ever vigilant, experienced no apprehension, echoing the words of the oil seller, practice breeds proficiency. Surrounding the base was a vast expanse of undulating mountains, with winding roads resembling silk ribbons meandering through the terrain, stretching into the distance without end. Scattered throughout the mountainous region were only a few sparsely populated villages, while further afield, one could discern slightly larger towns. However, in comparison to the bustling metropolises of Hangzhou and Shanghai, these settlements were but mere leaves upon a grand tree, barely distinguishable from the patchwork of green vegetation that enveloped them, with only a handful of gray and brick-red structures emerging sporadically from the landscape. Identifying ground markers from high school is an essential lesson for every pilot. Although military satellite positioning and navigation systems exist, no one can guarantee that such high-tech devices will not malfunction or misreport. In the event of lightning strikes, electromagnetic bombs, or nuclear explosions, these electronic devices are particularly susceptible to damage. A plane that loses its sense of direction presents an extreme danger. Without fuel resupply and a suitable landing site, the pilot is left with no choice but to parachute. After a brief yet intense 15-second experience, the two aircraft regained their normal positions. Subsequently, the J-10 assumed the flight mission of the L-15 Falcon, which entailed not only routine aerial patrols but also at least 2 A4 pages worth of training objectives. Now, let us embark on a more exhilarating exercise. The scissors roll maneuver commenced. The pilot, codenamed Chick, was evidently in high spirits as the J-10's engine unleashed a pale azure blue plume. It executed a high-speed 90-degree roll, breaking away from the formation, while carving an S-shaped flight path through the sky, punctuated by resounding booms as it shattered the sound barrier. Lin Mo manipulated the control stick, sharply adjusting the tail rudder to engage in a rolling maneuver, closely trailing the J-10 at an inverse angle. The L-15 Falcon tightly pursued the rear hemisphere of the J-10, striving to close the distance and reduce the angle of their flight paths. However, the J-10 defied the intentions of the L-15, executing a series of rolls with varied radii and even swaying movements, constantly evading the flight envelope of the L-15. The two aircraft danced through the high skies as if engaged in a waltz, a flawless duo entwined in a silent understanding, gracefully navigating the heavens. Each intersection appeared perilous, leaving onlookers in awe. The scissor roll maneuver demands precise judgment of distance and attack angles, while the pilot endures the overwhelming forces of high-speed flight, even without live ammunition. A moment's lapse could lead to catastrophic consequences. After nearly a dozen rolls, the J-10 concluded this wild scissor maneuver with a dive. Even seasoned aviators felt the strain. The voice of J-10 pilot Xiao Ji crackled through Lin Mo's helmet headset, breathless. Goodness, I'm getting old. I almost couldn't handle it. Jinbai, you've blacked out a few times. The G-forces endured took a toll on his stamina. Blackout refers to a physiological phenomenon where both central and peripheral vision vanish under high overload acceleration, plunging the pilot into darkness. If the G-forces are excessive, the brain may suffer from insufficient blood flow, potentially leading to temporary incapacitation or even fainting, which could result in tragic outcomes. In extreme cases of negative G-forces, a pilot's eyeballs might even be dislodged from their sockets, or brain hemorrhaging could occur, culminating in dire consequences for both the aircraft and the pilot. Almost every pilot, particularly those who fly fighter jets, must undergo acceleration endurance training to resist and mitigate the occurrence of blackout. Blackout? What blackout? I feel perfectly fine. Not even a hint of a cough. Lin Mo maneuvered the L L-15 while simultaneously transitioning into a roll. The diving J-10 executed an Immelman turn, ascending once more, with the L-15 closely trailing. The intense and dizzying display of rapid rolling flight was truly breathtaking. Yet Lin Mo maintained a steady command of the L-15 Falcon Advanced Trainer. This aircraft, produced by Hongdu Aviation Industry Group, left Lin Mo with the impression of being remarkably resilient, though it lagged slightly behind the J-10 in performance. It was exceptionally suitable for novice pilots. You haven't experienced blackout? The leading J-10 suddenly jolted. For the sequence of maneuvers just performed was beyond the proficiency of a pilot with Lin Mo's level of experience. It merely served as a challenging training exercise for Lin Mo to adapt to blackout conditions, yet astonishingly, he exhibited no signs of it. This remarkable physical condition elicited a grin from the J-10 pilot. On the other end of the headset, the voice of the J-10 pilot, nicknamed Chick, sounded almost as if it were that of a rooster caught by the throat, struggling to steady his breath. What a monstrous physique. I nearly blacked out twice just now, and you didn't falter once. It seems the A rating on your physical fitness assessment is an understatement. If you were to engage in high-speed maneuvers during close combat, who could possibly contend with you? You ought to consider becoming an astronaut. How enviable. What is this? Child's play. In my lexicon, the term black vision does not exist. Lin Mo delivered a wry jest, leaving the J-10 pilot in a state of utter bewilderment. The latest updates can be found in the scissor roll maneuver. In Lin Mo's original world, this terrifying technique was ominously dubbed vortex strangulation. The Dragon Knights executed their rolls with far greater ferocity, and due to their mounts being colossal dragons, the vortex strangulation was rendered even more brutal and terrifying, characterized by a collision-based spiral assault that dwarfed the scissor roll maneuver in comparison. When a dragon unleashed such an attack, it often left foes in a gruesome disarray, necessitating exceptional physical prowess from the Dragon Knights. Lin Mo experienced no discomfort in performing this maneuver, albeit significantly weakened, in a fighter jet. Black vision is a term that lies exceedingly far from the Dragon Knight's realm. At that moment, the metallic egg that Lin Mo had been keeping in his pocket stirred unexpectedly, nearly startling him. He quickly muted the helmet microphone, retaining only the earphone function, as the long silent soul pact of the Dragon Knight began to resonate once more. Hey, Gold Coin, please stay still. I am in flight, and the space is confined. If you move recklessly, I might end up as a mere puddle of flesh. Lin Mo discernibly felt the anti-G suit's pocket expanding gradually, prompting him to shout in his mind, realizing that this creature had chosen an inopportune moment to awaken. Gold Coin, what are you doing? I cannot see anything. At this juncture, the swelling in the pocket ceased, and a muffled voice emerged as Gold Coin switched to the soul channel. You reside in my pocket, so be honest. Lin Mo, with a divided focus, skillfully piloted the L-15 Falcon Advanced Trainer while following the J-10 on its return journey. He remarked, I am operating a flying machine of this world, honing my aviation skills. Most people refer to it as an aircraft, akin to an alchemical construct. Yet it does not require magical crystal energy. Its drawback lies in its fragility, but the advantage is its low manufacturing cost and high production volume. Without weaponry, it serves as a splendid toy. By the way, this aircraft bears the same codename as you, Gold Coin. And just to clarify, I am now called Lin Mo. Not Mo Lin. I understand, Lin Mo. A deep voice resonated in Lin Mo's mind, that of Gold Coin, which fell silent once again, and the pocket returned to its previous state. Why the silence? Lin Mo waited for a while, yet Gold Coin did not respond. He had anticipated that upon hearing the aircraft share its name, Gold Coin would surely erupt in fury, accusing him of ulterior motives. However, to his surprise, Gold Coin merely acknowledged it with a faint reply, and nothing further transpired. In Lin Mo's understanding, the Gold Dragon, known for its brutality and ferocity, should not possess such a temperament. Had its nature changed? He could not help but inquire, Gold Coin, what troubles you? I am fine. Gold Coin's voice sounded unusually despondent. I just wish to be alone for a moment, regardless of how Lin Mo called out. The L-15 Falcon Advanced Trainer aircraft remained silent until it returned to the base airport. It was unclear what kind of blow had transformed the creature known as Gold Coin. It was as if it had undergone a metamorphosis akin to that of a dragon. After landing, Lin Mo sought out the scrap metal storage area and collected a substantial amount of metal to offer to Gold Coin. To his surprise, the creature eagerly consumed over a ton of metal in one sitting, yet it still maintained its egg-like form, now glistening with an added sheen. However, Lin Mo understood that gold coin had essentially returned to its former state. He dared not supply an excessive amount of metal, as the vast expanse of the scrap metal area, though plentiful, would undoubtedly raise suspicions if a significant portion were suddenly missing. Thus, he could only provide a little today and a little more tomorrow, gradually depleting the reserves to create the illusion of scarcity. Ever since gold coin unexpectedly returned to Lin Mo's side, it had ceased its previous hostile demeanor and exhibited an unusual attachment to him. Lin Mo found himself unable to resist this change. Fortunately, feeding the creature metal was not a burdensome task. He decided to regard it not as a steed but as a cherished pet. After relentless efforts, Lin Mo finally pried open the mouth of the golden dragon. This creature was indeed unfortunate. Shortly after departing from the base, it arrogantly ascended to a higher altitude, only to be met with a sudden assault from surface-to-air missiles, leaving it reeling from 2 or 3 inexplicable explosions. Soon after, fighter jets arrived without hesitation. Relying on their superior speed and ferocity, 2 fighter jets circled the golden dragon, unleashing a barrage of air-to-air missiles as if they were mere trifles, inflicting grievous damage upon the creature. On the brink of being obliterated in midair, the golden dragon initially intended to retaliate. However, it was unprepared for the stark contrast between the combat systems of the 2 worlds. The fighters refused to engage in close combat, instead locking onto it with their missiles. Despite its arrogance, the golden dragon could not withstand such a 2-on-1 onslaught. Additionally, supersonic surface-to-air missiles came from unknown sources, leaving it no time to evade. Its anguished roars were drowned out by the thunderous roar of jet engines and the explosions of missiles. Thankfully, the resilience of the Dragon clan saved it. In a desperate bid for survival, the golden dragon adhered to Lin Mo's advice and narrowly escaped by flying close to the ground, slipping into the radar's blind spot. For several days, the golden dragon flitted about aimlessly, enduring several harsh beatings before it finally grasped the sobering truth. It was no longer in its original world. Lin Mo had not deceived it. This was an entirely unfamiliar civilization. The most disheartening reality was that it did not rank among the pinnacle of power in this realm. The inhabitants possessed innumerable methods to dispatch it with ease. Brazenly soaring through the skies could very well cost it its life. Clinging to the faintest resonance of their soul bond, the dragon ventured out nocturnally for several days, ultimately managing to return to Lin Mo. As for the golden dragon, it was indeed unfortunate. Although China's military control over land and sea had not reached absolute heights, its airspace was fiercely guarded. This vigilance had remained taut since its inception. The sudden appearance of such a large, unidentified flying object on radar screens must have terrified many. Following the first missile launch, at least 5 surface-to-air missiles were fired throughout the night. Eventually, a rare and desperate extermination order was issued to the ascending fighter jets. The ensuing ground searches were nothing short of extensive, with nearby military units on high alert, creating a palpable tension. Having narrowly escaped death, the golden dragon no longer dared to stray from Lin Mo's side. This world was far too terrifying for its liking. Very well, golden dragon. You may stay with me for a while. Lin Mo toyed with the metallic egg, a manifestation of the heart of the golden dragon, realizing that this creature posed no further threat to him. After all, it was a compatriot from another realm, a companion in their shared struggles. Thus, he could only adopt it. Yet, in the depths of his subconscious, Lin Mo felt a surge of joy at having finally subdued this proud and unruly being. It had not been an easy feat. No wonder there exists a saying in this world: the one with the strongest fist is the leader. Even the most disobedient will eventually comply after a few blows. Had Lin Mo chosen to assert his rights as a dragon knight at that moment, the golden coin would likely not have opposed him in the slightest. However, that opportunity had come too late. It is only with a dragon companion, one built on trust and obedience, that a dragon knight can truly claim that title. Lin Mo, tomorrow, Commander Jiang from the military district will be visiting. The base cafeteria lacks good dishes, so you need to make a trip to Dalian and bring back some seafood, preferably the freshest and most vigorous. It is a rare occasion for Commander Jiang to visit us, and we must treat him well. Colonel Jiang Renbin, the flying squadron leader, called out to Lin Mo, who had just risen and was preparing to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. "Oh, I'll get ready," Lin Mo replied, turning around, puzzled as to why the squadron leader would assign him a mission to Dalian. "Prepare what?" Colonel Jiang halted Lin Mo, who had only turned halfway, and continued. "Have a good breakfast first. Then take the J-10. I've already made arrangements at the Dalian base. The earlier you leave, the sooner you can return. You should be back by lunchtime. Wow. Flying a fighter jet just to buy groceries. Lin Mo's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. While he had heard tales of affluent families employing nannies who drove luxury cars for grocery shopping, he never imagined one would pilot a fighter jet for such errands. Even in his previous world, not even a dragon knight or an emperor possessed the authority to do so. Hurry up. This is an order. Do not botch it. It's merely a transition flight. You can manage it. There's a control tower. Captain Zhang's tone suggested he had undertaken such tasks more than once. He produced a sheet of paper and handed it to Lin Mo. Here, this is the menu. Purchase according to it, and then proceed to the finance office to collect the funds from Xiaozhang. Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Lin Mo immediately stood at attention and saluted. He had never flown a transition flight before. The farthest he had ventured was a mere 300 kilometers from the base. Despite his experience in civil aviation, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. As usual, he donned his G-suit, pocketed a metal egg that transformed into gold coins, and first went to the finance office to withdraw the necessary funds. He hastily consumed a bowl of porridge accompanied by steamed buns and side dishes in the cafeteria to ease his stomach before rushing to the hangar. On the tarmac, a gleaming twin-seat J-10 was ready for takeoff, equipped with conformal fuel tanks. Several ground crew members and mechanics were conducting final checks. Upon seeing Lin Mo approach, they waved and signaled that preparations were complete. The ground crew in the hangar waved signal wands to communicate with the personnel checking the runway, simultaneously using a radio to inform the control tower that the pilot had arrived. A dedicated team of mechanics often oversees a select few aircraft. They patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, gently steering him toward the cockpit, assisting him in securing the cockpit's windshield. Although he typically trained on the L-15 Falcon Advanced Trainer, his actual flying time in the J-10 was limited. Much of his piloting experience with the J-10 was acquired through simulators. Nonetheless, Lin Mo felt at ease. He initiated the self-check procedures on the instrument panel and commenced engine startup. The single Russian AL-31F turbofan engine unleashed a formidable thrust, propelling the hefty airframe, weighing over 10 tons, toward the runway's takeoff area. Mere seconds later, the J-10 fighter jet, designated as number 11, roared off the runway, soaring into the skies. Gold coin calling chicken coop. All systems normal, heading due east, current altitude 4,000 meters. Lin Mo communicated with the control tower via radio. He recalled his first experience piloting a commercial Boeing aircraft. Realizing that constant communication with the tower was imperative, not only to inform them of the aircraft's status, but also to convey the pilot's psychological state. Cleared to 12,000 meters. Flight path duly noted. The tower, referred to as Chicken Coop, provided navigation assistance to Lin Mo via radar and satellite. The J-10 delivered a tremendous force against his back, firmly securing him in his seat. Comfort was not a feature one could expect from a fighter jet. However, the speed far surpassed that of a commercial airliner. With external fuel tanks and ample fuel supply, Lin Mo occasionally engaged afterburners, reaching 1.5 Mach, and, given the military air corridor, he hardly needed to worry about evasive maneuvers. Though referred to as a supersonic fighter, it is capable of breaking the sound barrier only during afterburner use, measured in Mach numbers, and cannot sustain supersonic cruising for extended periods. This not only results in a dramatic increase in fuel consumption but also imposes significant strain on the engine. Even the American F-22, heralded as a fourth-generation fighter, can maintain supersonic cruise for a mere half an hour at most. In combat, operating in a supersonic state is primarily a tactical maneuver, and the physical toll on the pilot is considerable. Nevertheless, Lin Mo cannot freely patrol the skies as he desires, akin to flying whimsically near the base. Any deviation from his designated flight path would trigger immediate warnings, and even a slight delay could result in disciplinary action. Should he fail to promptly return to his prescribed course, it is highly likely that a missile would soon seek him out, transforming his flight into a spectacular display of fireworks. Particularly, his route necessitated a wide detour around the capital, Beijing, where the airspace is strictly off-limits to any aircraft not authorized by the Beijing Military District. In fact, any aircraft traversing the vicinity of the capital is simultaneously locked onto by multiple air-to-ground missiles. Guided by satellite, Lin Mo traversed over 2,000 kilometers in just 2 hours, landing directly at an Air Force base in Dalian. Upon disembarking, he hastily boarded a prearranged military jeep, racing towards a seafood market by the sea. Following the menu provided by Captain Jiang, which included abalone, sea cucumbers, and grouper, he also took the opportunity to explore the agricultural market. Ultimately, he filled his cargo with an assortment of over 100 pounds of exquisite delicacies from land and sea, meticulously packed before returning to the military airport in Dalian. After a brief greeting, he piloted the J-10 back into the azure skies. Captain Jiang was not mistaken. After spending over an hour procuring seafood and vegetables, Lin Mo returned to the base just in time to catch the tail end of lunch. The realm above the clouds and that below are entirely distinct worlds. Even though a torrential downpour raged beneath the cloud cover, the sunlight above the clouds remained piercingly bright, and the air was remarkably pure. The clear blue sky, seldom seen in bustling metropolises, extended infinitely above, resembling a vast azure sea. Without sunglasses, the unimpeded sunlight at such altitudes could easily dazzle one's eyes. Lin Mo was thoroughly pleased with the sunglasses on his helmet, and one must concede that the Air Force in this world provides an unparalleled level of comfort and care for its pilots, far surpassing that of other realms. The aerial knights, exposed to the frigid winds and low temperatures at high altitudes, could only rely on their own battle aura for protection. Lin Mo's battle aura was of the light attribute, and at such heights, the activity level of his aura was significantly greater than that on the ground. Every time he piloted through the clouds, Lin Mo seized the opportunity to condense as much battle aura as possible, lest he become too complacent in his current life and squander the foundation of battle aura he had previously amassed. Gold coins, call the henhouse. I am en route back. At an altitude of 12,000 meters, exceeding the height of the world's highest peak by over 3,000 meters, and surpassing the typical cruising altitude of commercial airliners. Lin Mo relished the ample oxygen provided by the onboard oxygen tanks. In the distance, the horizon displayed a distinctly deep blue arc, accentuating the spherical curvature of the Earth. The J-10 is enveloped in a vast expanse of faint mist, a high-altitude sea of clouds, distant significantly from the layers below. Such cloud formations can ascend to altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters, where water molecules, after a process of secondary evaporation, coalesce into solid ice pellets at the base of the stratosphere, drifting ethereally, reminiscent of a celestial realm. Your position has been confirmed by radar. It is anticipated that you will reach the alert zone in 60 minutes. Runway 2 has been opened for your use. The command personnel at the chicken coop have located Lin Mo's J-10 on the screen and received various parameters from the onboard systems. Please inform the cafeteria to reserve a lunch for me. Lin Mo responded once more. Acknowledged. We will reconnect in 30 minutes. The replies from the chicken coop are typically succinct, concluding the conversation. Just after the call ended, the J-10 suddenly plummeted in altitude. Lin Mo felt the fighter jet drop several meters before being thrust upward again. The cabin erupted with alarm sounds, prompting Lin Mo to deftly manipulate the control stick, gradually adjusting the angle of attack. Reporting to chicken coop, encountering high-altitude turbulence. Amidst the severe jolting of the aircraft, Lin Mo sent another transmission, his voice remaining composed. He had previously faced similar challenges in another realm. This was a rare form of turbulence encountered at extreme altitudes, arriving without warning and marked by distinct boundaries that only reveal themselves upon entry, imperceptible to the naked eye and undetectable by radar. According to the textbooks of this world, he had evidently encountered clear air turbulence. Chicken coop acknowledges. Reduce altitude to escape the turbulence. The tone from the tower at chicken coop shifted from its usual calm to one of gravity. Clear air turbulence poses a significant threat to aircraft. Recently, an incident occurred at the base where a fighter jet encountered wind shear during landing and subsequently crashed. Should any mishap befall Lin Mo's J-10, the higher-ups at the base would undoubtedly be left with a considerable grievance. If necessary, discard the auxiliary fuel tanks. The voice from the control tower abruptly shifted, indicating that the head of the tower had taken over the communication. Lin Mo glanced downward, observing a vast expanse of gray, undulating urban sprawl beneath him. He swallowed hard. Reporting, below is the urban area. The remaining fuel in the auxiliary tanks could rival the destructive power of an aerial incendiary device. The personnel at the control tower momentarily fell silent, acutely aware that jettisoning fuel tanks over a densely populated urban area bore a striking resemblance to the actions of terrorists. Almost all Air Force pilots, when faced with malfunctions over urban areas, prefer to prolong their flight until they can reach the outskirts or an open space to make an emergency landing, even if it means risking a crash. In such scenarios, pilots often lack the time to parachute to safety, with many unable to escape the dire consequences. Since the establishment of the People's Republic of China, no incidents of crashes in densely populated urban areas have been recorded involving Chinese Air Force pilots. It is imperative to remain composed. The commanding officer in the control tower shared Lin Mo's sentiments, though the tone from the tower grew increasingly tense. Nevertheless, Lin Mo remained steadfastly calm, diligently recalling the emergency protocols from his training to address the situation. Chapter 40. What on earth? The J-10 resembles a solitary boat amidst towering waves, rising and falling with each tumultuous surge. The single AL-31F turbofan engine, thrusting near its theoretical limit of 130 kilonewtons, reveals a conspicuous decline in the fuel gauge. Despite such power output, the J-10 seems ensnared in a quagmire, laboriously descending. Yet, fate appears unkind. Just as altitude is reduced, the aircraft is flung upward, unable to adjust its angle of attack freely, only to be engulfed by turbulence. Within the cockpit, alarms resound incessantly as Lin Mo manually toggles various switches in a bid to stabilize the situation. The violent oscillations might impose significant strain on an ordinary pilot, but for Lin Mo, his extraordinary physical prowess renders him impervious to such disturbances. Amidst the fierce turbulence, the vibrations of the J-10 have reached a critical threshold, with the shrill screech of metal grinding against metal serving as a warning to Lin Mo of slight structural damage. Should this continue, there looms the grave possibility of disintegration mid-air. The unpredictability of the next moment is palpable. The high-altitude turbulence zone spans vast expanses, extending over 100 kilometers, with a thickness ranging from 200 to 1,500 meters. In ordinary circumstances, traversing this mere 1,000 meters would take only 3 to 4 seconds. Yet now, escaping this perilous situation proves arduous for Lin Mo's J-10. The term struggling aptly encapsulates the aircraft's current plight, akin to a creature ensnared in a mire. In the realm of the extraordinary, situations such as this frequently arise. The latest chapter of Martial Movement in the Universe depicts a scenario where the high agility of the airborne beast adeptly navigates through turbulent conditions. Report to the control tower. Your lift coefficient has fallen below 1. You must rectify this immediately. The voice of the tower supervisor grew increasingly urgent, having evidently detected the aircraft's precarious state through satellite and radar surveillance. The dramatic fluctuations in data cast a palpable tension over the control room. This is dire. The airflow has severely separated. The aircraft has lost power, Lin Mo exclaimed, frantically responding while steadfastly gripping the control stick, undertaking various maneuvers and adjustments. The plane's altitude plummeted rapidly, imparting a disorienting sensation of weightlessness upon the pilot. If the stall condition could not be swiftly corrected, the J-10 fighter would inevitably spiral downward, crashing to the ground and erupting into a fiery inferno. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill alarm reverberated throughout the cockpit as the dials on the control panel swung wildly. The altimeter's needle plummeted alarmingly. The aircraft was nearing the urban-rural fringe, yet Lin Mo's mind was ensnared in turmoil. His hands moved with relentless urgency, and within mere seconds, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Unable to rectify the situation, the control stick had lost all responsiveness, and no effort seemed capable of extricating the aircraft from its stall. This was, without a doubt, one of the most harrowing predicaments a fighter jet could encounter. Eject. Eject immediately. That is an order. Execute without delay. A hoarse voice pierced through his helmet's headset. Among the few instruments still functioning, the altimeter continued its countdown. 4,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. Yet Lin Mo remained unresponsive as the dense cluster of buildings below persisted, a consequence of the city's burgeoning population expanding outward. The impact of a dozen tons of aircraft crashing into a residential area would undoubtedly result in more than a single casualty. The loss of any life carries a profound weight upon a family and its loved ones, with consequences beyond imagination. 1,000 meters. Lin Mo, do you hear me? I command you to eject immediately. The voice of the control tower chief resonated loudly, nearly piercing through the cockpit. The optimal altitude for parachute deployment is 4,000 meters. And it was evident that Lin Mo had already surpassed this threshold. On the ground, people began to sense something amiss. Countless eyes turned skyward as a fighter jet spiraled downwards with a deafening roar, its erratic flight posture unmistakably alarming. Panic ensued as many on the ground began to flee. Those inside buildings and vehicles shouted as they rushed outside. As long as there is altitude, one must never yield. This was a steadfast principle held by Lin Mo as a Dragon Knight. 800 meters. 500 meters. Ignoring the incessant calls from the control tower, Lin Mo instead switched off his microphone and headphones. With a firm grip on the control stick, he deftly maneuvered the wings and tail, continuously adjusting engine output. At 400 meters, Lin Mo felt a sudden movement in his pocket. A metallic orb, resembling an egg, tumbled out. In an instant, it expanded forcefully, akin to a shapeshifter, merging seamlessly with the cockpit wall. Inside the cockpit, it appeared as though countless small creatures were emerging, forming bulges that rapidly extended to every corner of the aircraft. Gold coins, no? Lin Mo shouted anxiously, realizing that the gold coin had taken advantage of his momentary distraction to leap from his pocket and, with astonishing speed, had swiftly begun to consume the entire J-10 fighter jet. This was disastrous. Given the voracious appetite of this creature, the J-10 would undoubtedly become its prey. He fretted over how to explain this to the base. An unadulterated J-10 had an international base price nearing 180 million renminbi, a loss that would far exceed his worth. Almost simultaneously, the descent speed of the J-10 began to slow significantly, yet its flight posture appeared remarkably peculiar, entirely inconsistent with the propulsion required for the over 10-ton aircraft, exhibiting an evident sense of stalling that surpassed design parameters. Finally, it was brought back under control. Lin Mo released the control stick, disregarding the aircraft still in descent, and exhaled heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow. With remarkable agility, his hands danced across the control panel, swiftly adjusting the aircraft systems. The plane was equipped with a black box, and Lin Mo refrained from speaking excessively. Throughout the ordeal, the gold coin remained eerily silent. While he felt a cold sweat trickle down, he also secretly felt a sense of relief. Just moments ago, Lin Mo had been wholly focused on pulling the aircraft out of its stall, ignoring the perilous situation posed by the imminent crash. He cast aside the grave consequences of a potential crash, knowing that at such a low altitude, even if ejected, the survival rate would be drastically diminished. Under such impact, even with the extraordinary resilience of a Dragon Knight's physique, the outcome would hardly differ from that of an ordinary person. Today marks an unforgettable day for the village chief, Chief Chow of Dajiao Village. Having just purchased a pack of Hongmei cigarettes from the brigade office, he was preparing to enjoy his lunch when a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through the sky. How could it thunder on such a clear day? Just as Chief Chow was feeling perplexed, a commotion erupted in the village, with shouts of alarm. An airplane is falling. Run. The entire village was thrown into a frenzy, with young and old rushing out of their homes. Chief Chow raised his gaze to the heavens, his expression abruptly frozen, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a fist. What on earth? In this moment, a fighter jet, previously only seen on television, spiraled down from the sky, clearly out of control. The deafening roar as it neared the ground threatened to render ears deaf, causing a buzzing in his head. Many villagers, watching the aircraft approach, could almost discern the pilot within the cockpit. A bead of sweat formed on their brows, as they wondered why the pilot did not eject as one might expect to see on television. Perhaps he feared colliding with a house or a person. Chow Village Chief appeared utterly bewildered, uncertain whether to flee, as he watched the fighter jet descend closer to the ground, poised to crash into the freshly harvested cornfield. Just as it seemed destined for collision, the aircraft miraculously slowed, as if cradled by an invisible hand, twisting its body to ascend at a sharp angle of 90 degrees. The flames erupting from its tail sent plumes of smoke, fragments of earth, and cornstalk debris swirling through the air. In a breathtaking moment, the jet, reminiscent of an agile swallow, hovered perilously close to the ground, its tail barely a meter from impact. Just before touching down, the afterburners ignited once more, propelling the fighter skyward with the force of a rocket, accompanied by a thunderous roar and brilliant flames, vanishing rapidly from the chief's gaze. My goodness! What on earth is happening? Chow Village Chief stood at the edge of the cornfield, his hand releasing the dropped red plum cigarette, still in a state of shock. The villagers watched in awe as the aircraft stabilized and ascended vertically, the pilot inside clearly visible, giving a thumbs-up gesture that elicited jubilant cheers from the crowd. Well done. It's airborne again. Fantastic. Remarkable. Great job. The spectators on the ground collectively raised their thumbs in response to the soaring J-10, celebrating the spectacle above. No one realized that what they had just witnessed was entirely beyond the capabilities of any fighter jet, let alone third-generation aircraft. Even fourth- and fifth-generation jets would falter in such maneuvers. Damn it. Notify Captain Jiang and Commander Ma. Lin Mo has crashed. The moment Lin Mo's J-10 vanished from the radar screen, the head of the control tower, overwhelmed by despair, ripped off his heavy headset, gasping for breath as he slumped into his chair, furiously pounding his head with clenched fists. Misfortune never comes alone, yet another catastrophic incident. And this time it has fallen in a densely populated area, the consequences of which remain uncertain. Officer Yin, aircraft number 11 is still connected to the satellite. A staff member at the control tower suddenly exclaimed. Aircraft number 11 was the J-10 piloted by Lin Mo. What? Bellowed the head of the tower, Officer Yin Guoqiang, as he sprang to his feet. Just then, a soft beep echoed, and the once empty radar screen flickered back to life with the signal of the J-10. What could this mean? Officer Yin lunged toward the radar, feeling as if he had traversed between heaven and hell. Upon checking the other related displays, he noted that the altitude data from the J-10 was climbing steadily, while the latitude and longitude showed little change, indicating a vertical, high-speed ascent. It seems that the initial altitude at takeoff was too low, causing it to slip beyond radar detection, remarked the radar operator. Radar is not infallible. There are indeed blind spots. If an aircraft is too close to the ground, it may very well evade radar detection. Yet, everyone was baffled as to how Lin Mo managed to pull the aircraft up from such a low altitude. By all logic, it should have crashed. Gold coin calling the control tower. Gold coin calling control tower. Successfully altered course. Lin Mo promptly activated his microphone and headphones, reporting his safety to the command center. Excellent. Please report the aircraft's status immediately. The tower's chief, Commander Yin, pressed the microphone, his voice filled with urgency. The aircraft status is entirely normal. There are currently no alarms. Lin Mo glanced at the instruments, observing that the erratic gauges and readings from earlier had stabilized, and the altitude had once again reached 6,000 meters. However, Lin Mo's hands remained away from the control stick, as if the aircraft were flying autonomously, requiring no manual intervention. This seemed almost miraculous. Yet, Lin Mo felt a profound sense of calm, reminiscent of his experiences in another realm. The innate ability of the Golden Dragon, with its mastery over the void's magnetic field, could withstand any turbulence. This was a form of flight that necessitated neither flapping wings nor thrusting air for lift. With gold coins at his disposal, Lin Mo could remain worry-free. Despite narrowly escaping danger, Lin Mo couldn't shake his apprehension. He was not piloting a J-10 fighter jet. Rather, it could be likened to a Golden Dragon resembling a J-10. How could he explain this to the base commanders? He still lacked a designated aircraft. If he were to return this temporarily piloted J-10, it would simply be commandeered by another pilot. If the mechanics were to notice any anomalies, or if the aircraft were to revert to its egg-like form, the base would find itself short one J-10, and the repercussions would inevitably fall upon him. According to the guidance of the navigation system, Lin Mo encountered no further mishaps along the way. The operation of the J-10, now enhanced by the integration of gold coins, became remarkably effortless, liberating him from concerns about the instrument panel. It was as if Lin Mo had rediscovered the sensation of being a dragon knight in another realm, where the intricacies of flight were no longer a burden. He could now focus solely on tactical command and combat. Upon returning to the base's helipad, the J-10, guided by inertia, glided smoothly toward the hangar. Just as Lin Mo began to ponder how to address the situation of the gold coins consuming the J-10, he realized it was impractical to shrink himself into a ball and discreetly pocket the aircraft amidst the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Life had to continue, after all. While Lin Mo was lost in thought, the interior of the cockpit suddenly bulged, forming a protrusion resembling a golden droplet. In an instant, this object, initially the size of a soybean, rapidly expanded to that of an egg, rolling off and landing upon Lin Mo, defying the laws of gravity. It unceremoniously slipped into the pocket of his anti-G suit, making not a sound, returning precisely as it had emerged. Lin Mo stood in astonishment. This gold coin, which had always been a one-way entity when it came to metal, astonishingly possessed the ability to fuse and then revert to its original form. Why had it never displayed such a capability before? Had he known of this potential earlier, he would have questioned the need for the mystical steel armor and the dragon-slaying sword. With this ability to merge and embody, He could have wielded any weapon or armor he desired, effortlessly changing styles daily, and always the finest quality. Gold coin. Why did you not reveal such a skill to me sooner? Lin Mo switched off the power in the cabin, ensuring that the black box ceased its operations. An inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him. The unique skill of the Golden Dragon could significantly enhance the combat prowess of a Dragon Knight. Yet this gold fellow had never utilized it, leading Lin Mo to believe that the Golden Dragon was solely a consumer of metal. I detest Dragon Knights, and I loathe being ridden. Gold remained utterly indifferent to Lin Mo's fury, as per usual. Lin Mo rolled his eyes in exasperation. The situation was exceedingly aggravating. Lieutenant Lin Mo, why did you disregard the tower's command to eject? The commanding officer of the control tower, Colonel Yin, stormed toward Lin Mo, who had just disembarked from the J-10. As long as I have altitude, I cannot easily concede. Lin Mo quoted a famous saying from the Dragon Knight Corps of another realm. The worth of a pilot far exceeds that of a mere fighter jet. Often, the training cost of an exceptional pilot is comparable to the value of the aircraft itself. While airplanes can be continuously produced on assembly lines from the moment factories commence operations, the journey to becoming a qualified pilot, especially a fighter pilot, entails a rigorous selection and training process lasting over a decade or two. Nurturing a pilot is no simple feat. Hence, the command to parachute or eject is paramount. Military personnel adhere to orders as their foremost duty. Although Lin Mo had received legal authorization to parachute to safety in the outskirts of the city, his failure to comply was clearly a defiance of orders, motivated by a desire to avoid harming civilians. Predictably, upon completing the seafood procurement mission in Dalian, he received no reward whatsoever. Soon after, Lin Mo was issued a disciplinary order, resulting in a week of confinement. The unfortunate fellow, having successfully salvaged a J-10 worth nearly 200 million, thus averting a significant tragedy and fulfilling the mission assigned by Captain Jiang, found himself confined to a solitary cell for a week. This injustice had no outlet for expression, despite it being a manifestation of the base's concern for the lives of its pilots and a form of care for Lin Mo. Those who sympathized with him were equally powerless to voice their discontent. The confinement room possessed but a small window, equipped with lighting and a lavatory. Apart from the occasional delivery of meals, it resembled a secluded form of entertainment, albeit devoid of a television. Nevertheless, where there are regulations, there are also means to circumvent them. To alleviate the tedium of these arduous 7 days, Lin Mo's comrades devised various ways to bring him some amusement. Chen Haiqing stealthily slipped Lin Mo's notebook into the room and, in a generous gesture, along with Lei Dong and a few others, discreetly set up a wireless access point nearby, allowing Lin Mo to connect to the internet. Other classmates seized the opportunity during meal deliveries to smuggle in an assortment of magazines, gaming consoles, books, and even copies of Playboy. After all, Lin Mo had not truly committed any grave offense. There were no guards specifically assigned to monitor the confinement room, and those delivering meals tended to turn a blind eye. Such acts of contraband appeared to be quite commonplace, ensuring that Lin Mo's week of solitary confinement would not be excessively lonely. Chapter 42. The Gobi expedition team within the confines of the chamber. The rhythmic clattering of keyboard strokes echoed incessantly. The master of the computer, Lin Mo, reclined on his bed, engrossed in a substantial tome dedicated to the intricacies of aviation. Since his arrival in this realm, the once majestically draconic form of the gold-based giant dragon had been rendered incapable of manifesting in its true shape. Instead, it resembled a shape-shifting, liquid-like slime, extending dozens of tendrils to incessantly tap upon Lin Mo's keyboard. This was an entirely new world, replete with novel treasures and experiences unknown to both the Gold and Lin Mo himself. Unshackled from the constraints of being a Dragon Knight, and having witnessed the military prowess of this realm, the Gold Dragon was akin to an inquisitive child, with little inclination to indulge its inherent pride and bloodlust. There was an abundance of knowledge to be acquired. Lagging behind would result in dire consequences. Whether in another world or this one, the Gold Dragon was fervently poised to reclaim its honor and assert its dominance. In the realm of the latest updates, this very laptop became the focal point. Lin Mo provided a brief tutorial on its operation. The Golden Dragon, far from being a mindless creature, exhibited remarkable intelligence, swiftly mastering the intricacies of computer usage. To an observer, the current form of the golden coin resembled a delicate layer of protective film draped over the keyboard, its surface intricately patterned with fine lines. Through the medium of the computer, it embarked on a quest to explore the vast expanse of fascinating information available online. We find ourselves in an era characterized by an explosion of information, where an overwhelming flood of technological, cultural, entertainment, economic, and historical data inundates this otherworldly golden dragon, causing it to become ensnared within the ocean of information. Given its golden attributes, the coin even contemplated transforming into a shape resembling a USB plug to facilitate direct insertion into the laptop's USB port, allowing for a more intuitive mode of operation. However, Lin Mo firmly intervened, recognizing that the coin's eagerness to learn and adapt to this electronic input-output mechanism could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially short-circuiting the computer before mastery was achieved. Although the coin's aspirations held immense potential for future development within this world, the extravagant pursuit of such research was beyond Lin Mo's means, especially considering his limited resources and the challenges of navigating the base. The week of confinement swiftly passed, during which the Golden Dragon coin and Lin Mo coexisted in a subtle relationship. The identity of the Dragon Knight had become a relic of the past, and the coin no longer needed to serve as Lin Mo's mount in life and death battles. Instead, it ensured Lin Mo's safety while Lin Mo, in turn, safeguarded its identity and provided a stable source of metallic sustenance. Despite its previous disdain for Lin Mo, even contemplating the elimination of the latter to escape the constraints of being a Dragon Knight's steed, the coin now firmly believed that should it ever be seen by other humans in this world, it would not take long before it found itself ensconced in a laboratory, subjected to unimaginable tortures and dissection. Death, it realized, was not an easy fate to embrace, compelling it to accept Lin Mo's protection and fostering a unique symbiotic relationship. Upon exiting the confinement chamber, the coin no longer followed Lin Mo in the form of an egg-sized entity. Instead, it had transformed into the nation as currency, a 1 yuan coin. To prevent Lin Mo from inadvertently spending it as mere currency, it gleamed with a golden hue, reminiscent of gold itself, aptly reflecting its name, the golden coin. In everyday life, the coin masqueraded as a 1 yuan coin, rolling playfully between Lin Mo's fingers. No one could discern any anomaly from Lin Mo's words or actions. Even if he were to accidentally slip up, any mention of the coin would be dismissed as mere ramblings or an eccentricity, with no one suspecting that it harbored the essence of a fearsome dragon from another realm. What a splendid world this is! The Golden Dragon feels no nostalgia for its former realm. It embraces the present with grace. The thriving metallurgy industry refines an array of metallic elements and alloy formulations, akin to the exquisite delicacies of humanity. The myriad combinations and the purest of qualities render gold irresistible. The Golden Dragon does not indulge without purpose. It merely needs to occasionally monitor Lin Mo's flight safety. Should anything go awry, it could dismissively utter that Lin Mo's new steed, despite its speed and offensive capabilities, lacks the agility and safety that even a sparrow possesses. Although the upper echelons of the base imposed a week's confinement on Lin Mo, privately they harbor extreme envy for this extraordinarily fortunate individual. The flight data recorder, affectionately dubbed the black box of the J-10, is a small, bright orange cube retrieved from the aircraft's tail. Those who beheld the extracted data were left astounded, for Lin Mo's maneuvers occurred at a height of less than 1 meter from the ground, with the jet nozzle nearly grazing the earth. Achieving a stall state while performing vertical maneuvers at such a height is nothing short of miraculous, an unprecedented phenomenon. This data left many in shock, corroborated by the testimony of local villagers who witnessed the event. It must be said that Lin Mo is not merely reckless. His assertion that one must never relinquish altitude is audacious. Even the most experienced pilots in the base, those with exceptional skills and backgrounds in aerobatics, would never dare to attempt such feats. The leaders at the base held a favorable view of Lin Mo's driving skills, subtly elevating his standing. Having just completed a week of confinement, Lin Mo emerged from the confinement room, and before he could even enjoy an hour of freedom, he was assigned a new mission. A Sino-foreign scientific expedition team had gone missing in the Yungar Desert, necessitating the assistance of the Air Force in the search. Major Jiang at the base summoned Lin Mo and Chun Haiqing, as these two were the most exceptional among the new cohort of fighter pilots. Lin Mo's remarkable achievement in ultra-low altitude ground maneuvers undeniably established his status on par with seasoned pilots boasting thousands of hours of flying experience. The blinding sunlight cascaded over the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert in the Yungar Basin. Gazing into the surroundings, One could only see sparse patches of wild grass or moss-like plants scattered among the gravel, which shimmered like scattered gems under the sun. This seemingly lifeless desert concealed immense treasures, beautiful quartz, agate, and ancient plant and animal fossils, not to mention precious gemstones. The Gobi is steeped in legends of countless treasures. Many adventurers recklessly venture into its depths in pursuit of their dreams of wealth. Some find exquisite gems and become instant millionaires, while others vanish without a trace, as if swallowed by the desert. Only in the depths of the Gobi, the occasional sight of scattered bones, indistinguishable in species, serves as a grim reminder that not everyone can emerge as a fortunate one. In the shadow of an unremarkable hillock on the Gobi Desert, 4 rugged jeeps stood parked, while a few red and white tents, capable of accommodating 6 or 7 individuals, were scattered nearby. The tents, pitched atop a bed of fine gravel, offered little in the way of comfort. Hence, a thick layer of padding was laid inside to provide some semblance of ease. Puffing and panting, Lin Hui, a strikingly beautiful and intellectually gifted student from Peking University, felt as though her lungs were ablaze. Despite the generous application of AVNE30 physical sunscreen on her face and exposed arms, this reputed French pharmaceutical product, designed for professional sun protection, proved inadequate against the harsh climate of the Gobi. It was evident that their research laboratories had not accounted for such an environment. By the second day in the Gobi, Lin Hui's once fair complexion had already begun to take on a tanned hue. The scorching sun and intense heat of the vast Gobi Desert rendered even the shaded areas akin to an inferno, drawing little distinction from an actual furnace. The thermometer hanging outside the tent registered a sweltering 51 degrees Celsius, with humidity at a mere 20. The combination of heat and dryness was so extreme that a cup of water placed outside would evaporate in the blink of an eye. Observing the sunlight beyond the shade, Lin Hui watched as 2 American men, Huck and Mike, delightedly engaged in the absurd game of frying eggs without fire, employing a Chinese-made multifunctional military shovel. Though it was past 5 in the afternoon, the relentless heat of the Gobi allowed eggs to solidify slowly, requiring only a dash of oil and salt to create an authentic fried egg. Dr. Chiao, Lin Hui's mentor, sat in a tent with several foreign colleagues, their bare arms gleaming as they engaged in a fervent discussion, entirely embodying the demeanor of scholarly individuals. The sight of their pale, flabby flesh was almost dizzying. How did they possess such vigor? It was a time when Lin Hui had no desire to move. If it were not for the pursuit of her master's degree, she would not have risked her life to join her mentor and fellow students in this American-led scientific expedition to the so-called forbidden zone of the vast Gobi Desert. Miss Lin, have some water. A bottle of Nongfu Spring appeared before Lin Hui, who was on the verge of hallucination. Her eyes widened in surprise. It was not an illusion. She quickly grabbed the precious bottle of water, as rare as gold in the desert, and flashed a sweet smile at the young man who offered it. Wupeng, thank you so much. A refreshing sensation coursed through her, alleviating much of her heat. However, after just a few sips, Lin Hui had to restrain herself from gulping it down in one go and reluctantly capped the bottle once more. Despite the fact that everyone was aware of the Gobi Desert's perils, which were not mere tales to frighten children, there were nearly annual reports of individuals who lost their way and never returned. On the 6th day in the Gobi, the expedition team was suddenly beset by a fierce sandstorm, the winds howling relentlessly for 2 full days and nights, obscuring the sky. The paint on the vehicles was mostly worn away, and several windshields were shattered, resembling a spider's web. Chapter 43. Aircraft Search and Rescue. An all-terrain vehicle equipped with GPS positioning devices and satellite phones was overturned by a fierce gust of wind, tumbling violently 3 or 4 times. The intense vibrations caused the GPS and satellite phone to malfunction, while several other vehicles encountered various issues, such as flat tires and engines choked with sand and gravel, rendering them immobile. The compass spun erratically in this desolate Gobi, leaving them disoriented. According to the team leader of the research expedition, Professor Bryn Jackson from Stanford University, there might be a large magnetite deposit in the vicinity. Don't mention it. I've saved enough for myself. I'm not thirsty. After moistening his cracked lips, Wu Peng, a student of Dr. Chiao, who, like Lin Hui, was striving for a master's degree, found himself in a state of disarray, his t-shirt indistinguishable between black and white, his face covered in dust, resembling someone in dire straits. He plopped down beside Lin Hui, staring blankly at the Gobi beyond the shadows of the hills. Lin Hui refrained from mocking Wu Peng's disheveled appearance, as she was hardly in a better state herself. Despite their lack of experience in such dire circumstances, the seasoned American members of the team maintained a degree of composure. However, as their food and water supplies dwindled, a palpable sense of unease began to grow. The research team had already spent 15 days in the Gobi, and according to their original itinerary, they were supposed to have departed 2 days prior, reaching the northern region of the Yungar Basin in Fuyun County to conclude their expedition. After enduring yet another bone-chilling night on the desolate Gobi, the sky above remained devoid of clouds, and no aircraft traversed its expanse. The distant ground echoed with the absence of vehicles, not a single sound to break the oppressive silence. Lin Hui and Wu Peng, along with the others, began to feel a growing sense of anxiety. Within 2 days at most, the research team would face a dire water shortage, yet old Luo remained inexplicably silent. Lin Hui could start to comprehend the irrational actions of the Americans in such dire circumstances. They too had succumbed to restlessness. To stave off the creeping despair, they sought to occupy themselves, albeit with activities that did not overly exhaust their energy, for overexertion could jeopardize their endurance until rescue arrived. Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced the serene sky. An airplane. Indeed, it was an aircraft. The members of the research team sprang to life. Emerging from the shadows of their tents and vehicles, they scrambled to retrieve anything brightly colored to catch the attention of those above. Rushing into the sunlight to wave frantically at the sky, Wu Ping, a master's student from Peking University, even ignited a discarded tire, sending plumes of black smoke into the air. However, this did not constitute a true signal. Before it could rise more than a few meters, a gust of errant wind scattered the smoke. In the distant sky, a silvery speck trailed a long plume of smoke as it glided across the heavens, oblivious to the research team below, which appeared as insignificant as ants. The aircraft moved from east to west, gradually vanishing into the horizon, accompanied by its thunderous roar. Damn it, what a mess. Professor Blin, the expedition leader, could not help but utter a curse. Over the past few days, the sporadic flights of aircraft overhead had prompted him and his team to sound alarms desperately. Even with the use of specialized distress flares, their efforts failed to attract attention. In this monotonous expanse of desert, only the eagles soaring high above might discern the minute differences on the ground, where they appeared as insignificant as ants. At this moment, Lin Hui had completely lost her former image of grace, retreating in despair to the shadow of the off-road vehicle, muttering weakly, "Oh God, Buddha, Almighty. And the three pure ones, please send someone to save us. I can hardly hold on any longer." Meanwhile, Wu Peng, who had generously given Lin Hui a bottle of water the previous day, lay in a nearby tent, his face flushed and his mind muddled, rambling incoherently. The unfortunate lad had been bitten by an unidentified venomous creature the night before, letting out a single scream before collapsing. Despite the frantic attempts of the others to rescue him, the lack of effective antidotes left his condition precarious. The oppressive heat of the day, the sub-zero temperatures of the night, the aridity, the solitude, and the presence of mysterious toxins had subjected the research team to immense psychological and physical strain. Dr. Xiao's expression was equally grim. He had anticipated an exploration of a mysterious ancient tomb complex. But little did he know that their foray into the desert would be met with such dreadful weather. Even now, those dispatched for help and the rescue teams had yet to respond, casting a shadow of foreboding over his heart. "Chiao, it's all right. Everything will be fine." Upon observing Dr. Chiao's expression, Captain Professor Blin Jackson placed a reassuring hand on Dr. Chiao's shoulder, mustering a rather strained smile to offer encouragement. "Such occurrences are quite common. I firmly believe that someone will locate this place shortly." The Golden Coin contacted the control tower, reporting that the search in Sector 5 had yielded no results thus far. This marked the third occasion of refueling for the ascent, as Lin Mo piloted AJ-10 fighter jet, designated number 11, tracing a spiral flight path over the vast expanse of the Yungar Desert. To facilitate the search, the entire Yungar Basin had been meticulously divided into numerous sectors for systematic exploration. As Lin Mo entered the cockpit, the Golden Coin seamlessly integrated into the aircraft's interior, merging with the structure as if a fish had plunged into water, exploring the confines of its new environment with ease. Since their last fusion, the Golden Coin had developed a profound fascination for Lin Mo's new steed, marveling at its intricate and complex design. For the Golden Dragon of Gold, renowned as the foremost master of weaponry beneath the starry sky, this remarkable mechanical entity, capable of generating immense thrust through the combustion of fuel, within its specialized chambers, was nothing short of extraordinary. The technology that harnessed unidirectional thrust from fuel expansion, coupled with wing adjustments to manipulate airflow and alter the aircraft's attitude, was truly astonishing. Moreover, numerous components, whose precision transcended the Golden Dragon's understanding of metals, captivated the golden coin, leading it to forget that, despite this fusion, it remained indistinguishable from its previous incarnation as Lin Mo's mount in another realm. Save for subtle differences in form, it can be said that the fighter, infused with the essence of the Golden Dragon, represents Lin Mo's mastery over this magnificent creature in an alternative manner. As for the reason why the gold coin can maintain such a form, Lin Mo has a deeper understanding than when he was in the other realm. The heart core, which concentrates the vast essence of the gold coin's colossal dragon form, is an indestructible entity. Even when severely wounded, it can gradually recover unless isolated in a pure vacuum devoid of metallic elements. As trace amounts of metallic minerals exist in water, air, and soil across any world. No longer constrained by the identity of a dragon steed or the limitations of the dragon flute, the Golden Dragon, with its own aspirations, patiently imparted to Lin Mo some secrets unknown to outsiders regarding the dragon lineage. As a creature that dedicates its existence to the pursuit and consumption of various exotic metals, the Golden Dragon possesses unique traits acquired through the ingestion of distinct special metals, leading to the classification of different subspecies. The lineage to which the gold coin belongs is known as the illusory gold dragon, particularly adept at transformation. The reproduction of golden dragons relies on the fusion of heart cores separated from male and female dragons to create a new heart core, which then forms a dragon egg within the mother dragon. After the mother lays the egg, it is placed in a hatching nest filled with an assortment of rare metallic ores, from which the egg gradually absorbs these metals, growing until it hatches. Where golden dragon eggs are found, abundant rare metals that drive other species to madness are typically present, each piece essential for crafting divine weapons and equipment. The lairs of dragons are eternally coveted treasures, a timeless subject of greed. The coin had once consumed the rare liquid magical metal known as Cyerium, its transformation so minuscule that it even surpassed the amorphous aberration of the slime, the Ditto. Moreover, it was fortuitously fortunate to have inadvertently devoured the legendary black indium dust, which is said to harbor the power of rules and bestow immortality. These minuscule grains, scarcely visible to the naked eye, are exceedingly rare. Not even originating from the realms of Morland and the dragons, they are legendary metals, elusive and sought after. Perhaps lingering in the air or concealed within the ocean, no one knows where they may manifest. Just a mere handful of these particles endowed the coin's golden core with an indestructibility that many golden dragons could only dream of. It was continuously battered by spatial storms. Yet, under the protection of the power of rules, it thrived and regenerated, preserving its existence. The coin only recalls that when it was engulfed by the spatial storm, it relinquished its draconic form in a desperate bid for survival, contracting into an egg-like shape, seemingly unintentionally enveloping Lin Mo in the process. Upon arriving in this world, Lin Mo fortuitously provided a plethora of metals, aiding the coin in rapidly regaining its form. Thus, every action and consequence appeared to be guided by fate. In Lin Mo's original world, the elements known to humanity merely skimmed the surface of the vast array of dragon kinds within each elemental category. For instance, the water dragons encompass various branches such as the raging tide dragon, the underworld dragon, the deep-sea dragon, and the pure water dragon, while fire, light, and earth dragons also boast a multitude of distinct subtypes. Chapter 44. Aerial optics. The call from the 3 yellow chickens to the control tower resonated through the airwaves, reporting that the search in the 47th sector had been completed and they were now heading towards the 48th. Lin Mo could hear Chun Haiqing's voice in his headset as he piloted the number 9J-10 in another region of the Yungar Basin. It was perplexing how Chun Haiqing, in a fit of whimsicality, had chosen 3 yellow chickens as his call sign, and he took pride in believing that peculiar names offered a higher chance of survival. This was not akin to the rural upbringing of yesteryears. Upon hearing such a designation, Lin Mo was engulfed by a profound sense of futility. Both aircraft were hesitant to descend, for the air currents above the Gobi were capricious, leading to severe turbulence and the perilous risk of losing lift and plummeting. In such tumultuous oscillations, those with weaker constitutions would surely be left reeling. This was precisely why physical fitness ranked paramount in the selection of pilots. Lin Mo and Chun Haiqing navigated with utmost caution, particularly Lin Mo, who was reluctant to overly rely on the ethereal magnetic field protection offered by the coins, as it would impede his mastery of piloting skills. At that moment, a lustrous golden sphere materialized against the cabin wall, quivering delicately like dew. It bounced lightly onto Lin Mo's fiberglass aviation helmet, swiftly merging into the slender axis of the windscreen, and whispered in a familiar voice. Audible only to Lin Mo. Human entities detected at the 4 o'clock position. Within the cabin lies a black box, and as of now, the golden coin remains incapable of comprehending the intricate structure and control of electronic components, thus resorting to this rudimentary method of communication. Lin Mo began to contemplate whether to procure some broken mobile phones or similar components for the coin to deconstruct. The wisdom of the dragon race rivals that of humanity. The gold dragon has already managed to grasp, within a few hours, the general structure and metallic composition of an entire J-10 fighter jet, aside from its delicate electronic components. After all, the coin has gleaned a wealth of knowledge from Lin Mo's laptop, exploring with utmost caution, fearful of inadvertently damaging this treasured steed of Lin Mo's, who is, after all, its long-term benefactor. Unbeknownst to the coin, it now resembles an exceedingly curious elementary student, utterly disconnected from its former identity as a bloodthirsty butcher dragon from another realm. Lin Mo maneuvered the control stick to change direction, swiftly gliding past the direction indicated by the coin. The dragon rider's piercing gaze swept across the ground 4 kilometers below, shaking his head. No, keep searching. On the ground, a group of men and women were engaged in a barbecue party, surrounded by an array of instruments including drums and saxophones, reveling in merriment. Some were wielding large telephoto cameras, incessantly capturing images, and upon spotting the aircraft in the sky, they waved enthusiastically. Those who are truly desperate would never partake in such frivolities. After all, Lin Mo had spent several months in this world, possessing a wealth of common knowledge far superior to that of the recently revived gold dragon. Light mirror technique. Lin Mo silently intoned the incantation, hissing softly. A translucent, circular mirror, resembling a dinner plate, emerged within the cockpit, its outline adorned with enigmatic runes. This was one of the few low-energy spells that Lin Mo could barely wield in this world. Though simple, it possessed remarkable practicality, as many aerial knights had mastered this technique, enabling them to detect enemies in advance and take the initiative. Although this world differed from the other realm, with magical elements being exceedingly scarce and Lin Mo's combat aura recovering slowly, the altitude during flight significantly increased the concentration of light energy compared to the ground, resulting in a much faster speed of Lin Mo's light-based combat aura. This was one of the reasons he persisted in maintaining his qualifications as an aviator. Not everyone could lay claim to the skies, whether in this world or the other. The light mirror spell rotated gently around Lin Mo within the cockpit, magnifying distant scenes according to his needs, achieving a clarity akin to radar, and even responding to infrared signals. Suspected target detected. Lin Mo's pupils constricted slightly as a gratifying image was transmitted through the mirror. A few dilapidated off-road vehicles were parked beside a small hill, with scattered individuals reclining or sitting near several outdoor tents. The light mirror spell further magnified the focus, allowing Lin Mo to discern the features of the people within the image, their sallow, listless expressions and cracked lips indicating poor physical condition. Lin Mo adjusted the joystick to change direction, and the J-10 traced a graceful arc, turning towards the northwest, leaving a long trail behind. At this moment, Lin Hui found herself engulfed in despair. The search for aid by old Luo had yielded no results, and the remaining drinking water had been accidentally spilled by an American team member, vanishing instantaneously in the parched expanse of the Gobi Desert, leaving no trace behind. Lin Hui had never harbored such animosity towards the Americans, nor had she ever realized the preciousness of water as acutely as she did now. Poor Wu Peng had succumbed to a state of oblivion, his skin resembling that of a burn victim due to dehydration. Huck and Mike, who once delighted in using a shovel to fry eggs, had long since lost their enthusiasm, retreating into the tent with their long, hairy legs drawn up. The shovel leaned askew in the sand, and the oppressive heat rendered the eggs they carried perfectly cooked without any need for preparation. Everyone huddled inside the tent or leaned against the shadows outside. No one dared to venture into the now gasoline-deprived off-road vehicle, which had turned into a veritable sauna devoid of air conditioning. There was no concern over food spoiling in such extreme heat. In this parched environment, The scientific expedition team could almost envision how the mummified remains of the Lulan Beauty had come to be, as they too were being slowly roasted like dried meat. In the distance, thunder rumbled ominously, yet the members of the expedition remained motionless, numbed by their plight. Their earlier cries for help and frantic waves of brightly colored objects had failed to attract any rescuers. The distress flares had been entirely depleted, and they lacked the strength to rise again and repeat those exhausting efforts. At this juncture, their only recourse was to lie still, conserving their energy and maintaining their breath. The flexible light mirror technique, guided by Lin Mo's will, shifted in accordance with his gaze, periodically magnifying and diminishing the images transmitted. The visuals, refracted from the atmospheric light, revealed almost no blind spots. Even the minutest details were discernible within the tiniest crevices. It must be said that on this sun-drenched Gobi Desert, the utilization of the light mirror technique significantly conserved Lin Mo's energy for light-based spells. Target identified. Coordinates: longitude XX degrees, latitude XX degrees. Preparing to launch at the designated coordinates. Lin Mo's voice remained as calm as ever while reporting to the rescue center and the airport control tower. Yet the other end of the radio erupted in jubilation, with Lin Mo clearly hearing a chorus of cheers through his headset. What is their condition? What is their condition? The microphone at the other end seemed to be held by someone oblivious to the calling protocols. After all, a jet fighter is not a helicopter. And amidst the unpredictable currents of the Gobi Desert, it dared not descend too low. The caller evidently misunderstood that a J-10 fighter jet could not be equipped with life detection devices, nor could the pilot's eyes serve as telescopes. However, Lin Mo provided a flawless response. As his pupils slightly dilated, the light mirror technique surged to peak efficiency. Swiftly surveying the situation of the research team on the Gobi Desert, 17 individuals detected. One appears to be in a state of poisoning, while the others exhibit signs of weakness. As Lin Mo's voice faded, the augmented light mirror technique shimmered slightly before silently fracturing and dissipating within the cockpit, signaling the spell's catastrophic overload. Under Lin Mo's adept control, the J-10 fighter jet executed a nearly supersonic lateral spiral above the research team, seizing an opportune moment. A flash ignited beneath the wings, propelling a slender metallic object into the air, which promptly unfurled a pristine parachute, gracefully descending and embedding itself into the sandy terrain near the research team. The airport control tower and rescue center were evidently unprepared for Lin Mo's remarkably clear and precise communication, as if he were standing right beside them. A few Air Force specialists exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring about the extraordinary pilot who could discern such details from a high-speed fighter jet. Could it be mere conjecture? Yet, as long as the target could be confirmed, other matters could wait. The beacon that had been launched was already activating its positioning system, and a small green dot was blinking on the rescue center's monitoring screen, indicating salvation. Lin Hui's hazy consciousness was jolted back to reality by the deafening roar of the jet. She stumbled out of the tent only to behold the imposing silver-gray War Eagle soaring upwards, accompanied by the chaotic flutter of the metallic object being buffeted by the gusts of air as it anchored into the ground. At that moment, Dr. Xiao and Professor Blin supported each other, mustering their final reserves of strength to wave at the aircraft above, their hoarse cries drowned out by the thunderous sound of the fighter jet. It is almost foreseeable that the helicopter carrying the rescue personnel will soon arrive, reigniting a flicker of hope in the eyes of the expedition team. 2 J-10 fighter jets, against the backdrop of the setting sun, gracefully landed one after the other at a rudimentary airport on the northern edge of the Yungar Desert. Chapter 45. Cornering the 7759 Brigade. Lin Mo, greetings. Chen Haiqing remarked with genuine admiration. Impressive, you managed to find it. Indeed, Lin Mo was far more complex than he appeared on the surface. Chen Haiqing mused silently. He was acutely aware of the swift velocity of fighter jets and the unpredictable low-altitude turbulence over the arid desert. Proximity to the ground was ill-advised. Locating a target amidst the vast expanse of Gobi was no trivial feat the longer he spent with Lin Mo. The more he sensed that Lin Mo was truly born for the skies. This sentiment grew increasingly pronounced over time. Had the selectors of their cohort witnessed Lin Mo's current flying prowess, they might well have revised their assessment that his only notable attribute was exceptional physical fitness. As Lin Mo effortlessly pushed open the bulletproof glass canopy and removed his helmet, he caught the tail end of Chen Haiqing's envious remarks as he emerged from the cockpit. After releasing his harness, Lin Mo sprang from the cabin as if propelled by a spring, not even needing the ladder. He landed gracefully on the ground, took a few steps toward Shen Haiqing, and playfully punched him on the shoulder, a slight smile gracing his lips. Luck is also a facet of strength, you know. It just so happened that I spotted them. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to find them. Lieutenant Lin and Lieutenant Chun, I am truly grateful to you. A director of a communications office involved in the rescue operation approached Lin Mo and Chun Haiqing with a beaming smile. Shortly after Lin Mo discovered the research team, 2 transport helicopters from a nearby aviation battalion promptly set off, following the beacon emitted by Lin Mo. 2 hours later, they successfully located the nearly lifeless research team, thus concluding Lin Mo and his team's search mission with great satisfaction. The lives of the stranded research team members were ticking away, and time was of the essence. Had it not been for the carpet-style search conducted by the 2 J-10 fighter jets, finding this team amidst the vast Gobi Desert would have proven exceedingly challenging. Taking advantage of the lively atmosphere welcoming the returning rescue heroes, an Air Force colonel discreetly clapped Lin Mo on the shoulder and, in a tone only the 2 of them could understand, warmly proposed, "Lieutenant Lin, would you be interested in joining us at base number 7 of the Northwest Military District? Our facilities are top-notch, with most equipment being brand new. I can offer you double allowances, no, tenfold allowances, along with premium benefits, housing allocation, and if you have a girlfriend, I can assist in relocating her to a state-owned enterprise, or we can negotiate for a civil service position. If you're single, you can choose from the lovely ladies in our Northwest Military District." The implications were unmistakable. This was an attempt to poach talent. Upon the rescue helicopter's discovery of the research team, it promptly validated Lin Mo's reported headcount and physiological condition, which were entirely consistent with the actual circumstances. The extraordinary vision and judgment exhibited by this individual were, in the eyes of the colonel, emblematic of a future ace pilot. The foremost criterion for a pilot's medical examination is, indeed, vision. Despite the colonel's superior rank, which dwarfed Lin Mo's mere year of service, Lin Mo was determined to maintain decorum. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Well, I personally have no objections. However, we must secure our leader's approval." Subtly redirecting the conversation, he was acutely aware that any perceived greed for better treatment might lead to ridicule from his peers. The colonel, grinning widely, patted Lin Mo's shoulder with enthusiasm. Mistakenly believing he had swayed him, he further reassured Lin Mo, "Once you arrive with me, I will promote you to sergeant immediately. If you perform well, attaining the rank of captain within 3 years is entirely feasible." The colonel's tempting offer was indeed substantial. Had it been presented to a lesser youth, they might have been overwhelmed, eagerly acquiescing. Yet, Lin Mo merely blinked a few times, nonchalantly responding with vague comments, leaving the colonel's ambitious overtures suspended in the air. Feeling an inexplicable sense of futility, the matter of recruitment was not unfamiliar to Lin Mo. He had previously encountered spies from enemy nations and other realms attempting to bribe dragon knights, hoping to entice them into defection. Yet, without exception, such traitors met a gruesome fate at the claws of the dragons. The allure of wealth and beauty may indeed be enticing, but individual strength proves to be insignificant in the face of war. Defectors are invariably left isolated, branded upon the pillar of shame. Even if they manage to integrate into a new team, subtle rifts will persist. How could a knight, who holds honor as paramount, endure the stigma of betrayal casting a shadow over their name? Such attempts at seduction were evidently trivial pursuits for dragon knights. "By heavens, what a seasoned veteran," muttered Colonel, feeling his judgment had faltered in light of Lin Mo's demeanor. Although the reconnaissance team had successfully reached the government in search of assistance, they had lost their way back to the Gobi Desert. The local government and relevant departments were immediately alerted, as the perilous nature of the Gobi expedition warranted such a response. While launching a limited search and rescue operation, local authorities also sought military assistance. Thus, Lin Mo and Chun Haiqing were called upon as reinforcements, piloting 2 J-10 jets to aid in the rescue efforts. In matters of life and death, the military adhered to a specialized protocol, and a series of subsequent actions engaged the hearts of both Chinese and American parties alike. Within a single day, Lin Mo and Chun Haiqing successfully completed their mission, bringing a collective sigh of relief to all involved in the operation, culminating in a harmonious resolution. With the Air Force playing an indispensable role, the rescue center and the airport are not located in the same vicinity, and the rescued members of the expedition team were transported to another facility for treatment by a military transport helicopter. Upon landing, Lin Mo and Chun Haiqing were greeted with a sumptuous dinner prepared in the airport cafeteria. In this desolate and barren desert base, where even greenhouse vegetables cannot thrive, the fresh meat and vegetables on the dining table were all airlifted on short notice. The colonel who had summoned Lin Mo intended to ply him and Chun Haiqing with the potent spirits of the Northwest, assuring them to indulge in a hearty meal, take a refreshing bath, and rest well before departing the following day. However, the underlying intentions of this invitation remained shrouded in mystery. Lin Mo, steadfast in his resolve to return to the base at the earliest opportunity, was adamant about not piloting under the influence of alcohol. Just then, a telegram arrived from headquarters, urging Lin Mo and Chun Haiqing to return to the base under the cover of night, thus providing them with a timely escape. As night fell, guided by the illumination of the runway lights, Lin Mo and Chun Haiqing took off in their fully refueled J-10, embarking on their journey home. Outside the cockpit lay an impenetrable darkness, where one could not see one's own hand, save for the flickering signal lights at the tips of the wings and the tail. At an altitude of 9,000 meters, the external temperature had plummeted to minus 37 degrees Celsius, yet the atmospheric visibility was remarkably clear. Occasionally, as they soared over villages and roads, the ground appeared to shimmer like a necklace of luminous pearls, reminiscent of LED strip lights. For Lin Mo, who had already navigated several night flights, the specific landmark lights on the ground and the guidance from military satellite navigation alleviated any concerns of losing his way. He had long honed his skills to rely solely on the instrument panel data for navigation. Lin Mo, as the lead aircraft designated as number 11, commanded the formation, while Chun Haiqing, piloting the wingman aircraft numbered 9, flew parallel to Lin Mo at a distance of 100 meters. Together, they executed a synchronized cruise in these J-10 fighter jets, which had been officially integrated into the Air Force. These two adept pilots, having undergone rigorous selection processes, skillfully maneuvered their respective 12-ton metallic birds. Report, Chicken Coop. We shall return home in 47 minutes, Lin Mo communicated. Chun Haiqing was responsible for maintaining contact with the base. Received. Please continue on your current course, responded the base's control tower, referred to as Chicken Co-op. The tower operated on a rotating schedule, with 4 shifts covering 6 hours each, ensuring constant vigilance around the clock, 365 days a year, even in the absence of flight missions. Suddenly, an electronic sound crackled through Lin Mo's aviation headset, indicating an incoming communication. Chicken Coop calling gold coin. Chicken Coop calling gold coin. Gold coin received. Lin Mo replied, glancing over at the nearby number 9 wingman. Chun Haiqing remained oblivious, focused intently on his piloting duties, suggesting that this communication was intended solely for Lin Mo attention. This is a special directive. Coordinates at east longitude degrees, north latitude degrees. Land on the G315 highway section and load live ammunition. Detailed instructions will be provided upon arrival. The temporary contact verification code for this mission is K85OFF5, and the channel is Encryption Segment 7445. Please note, the takeoff and landing window is limited to 45 minutes. This mission is to be executed solely by you. Adhere strictly to confidentiality protocols. Again, I emphasize, this is a special directive. Do you require a repetition? Chapter 46. Special Orders. Suddenly, a startling command resonated from the base, sending a jolt through Lin Mo. The term Special Orders was both familiar and foreign. During his training at the base, he had been informed that there would occasionally be 1 or 2 secret missions throughout the year, most of which were of exceptionally high confidentiality and involved real combat scenarios, just like the last time when the gold coin was shot down. Lin Mo had not anticipated that such a special order would be suddenly bestowed upon him. It seemed that his qualifications were still insufficient for such tasks. However, the duty of a soldier is to obey orders, regardless of their nature. A soldier's role is merely to execute. Whether in the alien Silan Empire or in this world as China, there is no distinction. Received. Immediate execution. Lin Mo gestured towards the cockpit of aircraft number 9 in the distance. Brother, take off first. Inside the cockpit of the J-10, Chun Haiqing appeared to have also received the tower's notification regarding Lin Mo's new assignment. He turned his head and gave Lin Mo a thumbs up, conveying a clear message. Wish you good luck. With a swift pull to the left on the control stick, Lin Mo deployed the air brake, rapidly reducing engine power. The J-10 seemed to be pushed backward by the oncoming gale as it disengaged from the dual aircraft formation, gracefully maneuvering in an arc towards the left and heading in another direction. What on earth? It's a highway takeoff. The level of secrecy is exceedingly high. Lin Mo murmured to himself, aware that this clandestine mission was far from a mere sightseeing excursion. He possessed no right to decline. After nurturing his troops for 1,000 days, the moment had arrived for him to showcase his abilities. He adjusted the radio parameters and conducted the connection verification for the temporary code, K8505. This ephemeral channel, coupled with encryption and time verification, constituted a triad of safeguards. Complete decryption would require nothing short of the theft of the entire encryption and decryption system. A crackling noise flickered briefly before the communication light transitioned from red to green, signifying a successful link. The mobile command station called out, "Gold coin." A raspy male voice echoed in Lin Mo's headset, accompanied by the distinct sound of wind. "Gold coin received." Lin Mo's response was succinct. The coordinates were given: longitude degrees, latitude degrees. A temporary clearance of a 10-kilometer stretch on the G315 highway would occur in 30 minutes, with traffic expected to resume in 45 minutes. The raspy voice continued, reciting information as if reading from a script: 200 rounds of ammunition, 2 sets of rocket nests, and 2 LT-2 laser-guided bombs. However, there are no dedicated ammunition personnel. I will arrange for assistance for Lieutenant Lin. Lin Mo's mouth curled slightly. Was it possible that they were merely couriers, responsible only for delivery and receipt, neglecting the rest? With rockets and missiles involved, what was the purpose of such an arsenal? The sheer volume of firepower was sufficient to raise a small village to the ground. The J-10, guided by satellite positioning, soared over the expansive, desolate highway, starkly contrasting with the incessant flow of traffic that characterizes coastal urban areas, where even the midnight hours witness a continuous stream of vehicles. The G315 highway, linking Xining to Kashgar, presented an opportunity for isolation, as the stretch remained devoid of any cars for half a day. 8 police vehicles, equipped with roadblocks, effortlessly sealed off a 10-kilometer segment. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky as Lin Mo's J-10 arrived as scheduled. This particular stretch of highway was indeed suitable for aircraft takeoff and landing. Featuring a dual carriageway with 4 lanes, extending straight for 10 kilometers, precisely the specifications typically constructed for military readiness. One could argue that even a large passenger aircraft could successfully take off and land here, unlike a formal airport runway, which is equipped with illuminated landing zones. This highway lacked even a single streetlight. However, on the roadside, individuals waved signal lights to guide Lin Mo, who had descended to an altitude of 2,000 meters. Perhaps someone wielded a flashlight to illuminate the pavement, with light spots appearing at intervals, barely brightening the surface. The challenge was indeed formidable. The only reference point available was the reflective paint on the road. Activating the landing lights beneath the landing gear, Lin Mo widened his eyes, having failed multiple attempts at light manipulation. In this world devoid of magical elements, gathering photonic energy in the dead of night proved exceedingly difficult. While asphalt highways are not an ideal choice for aircraft operations due to their inherent elasticity, which could lead to vibrations from oversized particles, the J-10 was equipped with an emergency braking parachute capable of ensuring a landing within 100 meters. Nevertheless, Lin Mo hesitated to deploy it. Boom. The J-10 thundered through the air with a deafening roar, soaring onto the northern runway of the G315 highway. The violent gusts of wind sent those illuminating the road tumbling, raising clouds of dust, while the chaotic patches of light captured in photographs seemed to scatter indiscriminately, even aligning with Lin Mo's cockpit. Fortunately, Lin Mo had already aligned himself for landing, firmly gripping the control stick and deploying the speed brakes to their maximum extent. After whizzing by for 300 meters, the J-10 gradually came to a halt, perfectly positioned in the center of the road. A truck approached from behind, halting at the hard shoulder about 5 or 6 meters away. 7 or 8 soldiers, some shouldering and others lifting, delivered the standard munitions for the J-10. Once Lin Mo had brought the aircraft to a stop, he pushed open the canopy and began directing the loading process. Beneath the intake of the J-10, the twin-barreled 23mm cannon boasts an effective range of 1,000 meters, with average dogfighting capabilities. However, when employed against ground targets, its power should not be underestimated. 2 clusters of 6 rocket pods were filled with vibrant orange rockets, accompanied by 2 LT-2 laser-guided bombs, with Lin Mo leading a group of over a dozen personnel. The collective strength proved advantageous, and within a mere 20 minutes, The loading was completed significantly ahead of schedule. The truck even carried a makeshift refueling apparatus, ensuring the J-10's fuel tanks were filled to capacity. Lin Mo officially received the combat orders. Under the illumination of an LED flashlight, he discerned his mission to launch a surprise assault on a suspected terrorist camp located along the border between China and Kazakhstan. The Chinese authorities had already dispatched a special operations unit to engage, and to ensure the success of the extermination task, they had also requested support from the Air Force. The aerial firepower support was intricately coordinated to converge upon a base codenamed Chicken Co-op. Coincidentally, Lin Mo and Chun Haiqing were assigned to this task, as they were in close proximity and maintained a high level of confidentiality to prevent international incidents. The military approached the matter with considerable caution, selecting Lin Mo to make a swift maneuver, thereby depleting the enemy's strength. This was the China-Kazakhstan border. Lin Mo held an A3-sized color satellite image, which vividly depicted the terrorist organization's camp. The quality of the image, both in terms of resolution and visual effect, was exceptionally high. The map included color annotations estimating the number of personnel and the weaponry present. Despite the decades of peace that have followed the Second World War, who could have imagined that beneath this tranquility lay numerous concealed conflicts? Many citizens remained oblivious to the existence of combat scenarios marked by gunfire and chaos within their own country. Furthermore, the presence of the Arrow-2M portable air defense missile system raised questions about their origins. Such weaponry was typically attributed to military forces. Shouldn't assault aircraft be deployed to address this situation? Lin Mo felt a wave of frustration. The fighter jets, specifically designed for aerial combat, were occasionally tasked with dealing with minor bandits. But when confronted with a ground force of nearly 200 fully equipped personnel, it seemed that they would require the professional support of ground attack aircraft. However, considering that the domestically produced Q-5, based on the J-6 model, had been outdated for decades without a successor, it underscored the fact that the Chinese army was indeed unparalleled, capable of operating without reliance on aerial fire support. The mission details remained classified, but in due time, he would be informed. His responsibility was merely to create disturbances and exert fire suppression, while the ground troops would handle the final confrontation. The adversary possessed little more than the Arrow-2M for air defense, so as long as caution was exercised, they would be safe. The individual providing Lin Mo with the information was the very person he had been communicating with over the secure channel. Even now, Lin Mo had yet to discern his features, as his face remained shrouded in the darkness behind the beam of the flashlight. With the loading of live ammunition and fueling completed, Lin Mo coordinated the timing with the hoarse-voiced man before boarding the aircraft once more. The J-10 taxied for 400 meters, then soared into the night sky with a resounding roar. Meanwhile, the G315 highway, previously intercepted by highway patrol, resumed its flow of traffic. Trucks laden with soldiers and munitions appeared no different from ordinary civilian vehicles as they departed from a certain station on the highway, as if no incident had ever occurred. The drivers traversing the G315 remained oblivious to the fact that a fighter jet had taken off and landed on this very road. Attack time, 3 a.m. Attack coordinates, east longitude XX degrees, north latitude XX degrees. Mode of operation, firepower assault. Chapter 47, thunderous might as night deepened. Within the confines of a tattered canvas tent, Mohar Magi, the leader of the so-called Holy War National Liberation Army, squinted under the dim glow of an oil lamp, stifling a series of sinister chuckles that escaped through his clenched teeth. With utmost caution, he retrieved a small, rusted iron box secured with a coded lock. Each night, whenever he found a moment of respite, he would pry it open, otherwise, sleep would elude him. Despite its dilapidated appearance, with its paint flaking and surface marred by countless scratches, the box gleamed with an unusual luster, a testament to the many hands that had caressed its edges. Just as he had done countless times before, Mohar Magi broke into a broad grin, revealing a set of uneven yellowed teeth, and carefully lifted out stacks of thick dollar bills, along with gold bars and precious gems. He would never allow his subordinates to glimpse this trove, for it would undoubtedly attract covetous gazes and trouble. This treasure was a legacy inherited from the previous unfortunate leader, who had met his demise when a shell struck him squarely on the forehead, leaving his skull nearly shattered. Had it not been for that tragic event, Mohar Magi would never have discovered the wealth concealed within this seemingly disheveled band masquerading under the banner of liberation. In comparison to the ragtag forces and equipment outside the tent, this cash was his true fortune. With a mere flick of his will, he could summon the same men and resources, perhaps even rally a more formidable force. In the desolate tribes scattered across the wilderness, one finds only bleakness, poverty, and ignorance. With mere hard currency, one can easily entice the desperate men of the tribes, who are willing to risk their lives for a meager meal and the company of beautiful women. Provide them with firearms and with a whip to spur them on. Each can swiftly become a skilled marksman. The so-called Holy War National Liberation Army is merely a FAAD under the guise of Muharmaji, selling dog meat while displaying a sheep's head. The notions of holy war and nationalism are nothing but naked self-interest. In truth, he would prefer not to bear such a title. Why not call it the Mohar guerrilla instead? Yet, there are those who require such a label. It is precisely these so-called agents, whose origins remain a mystery, who arrive bearing weapons and funds, though one must question their true intentions. Nevertheless, Muharmaji understands that this is merely a symbiotic exploitation. They need him to engage in unsavory dealings, while he seeks only money, more money. The men and weapons outside are but tools for his financial gain. Recently, he has executed a significant operation and is contemplating whether to discard the outdated, worn-out firearms in his ranks, providing them to the impoverished herders in the mountains, while procuring new grenades and perhaps a few women for his men as amusement. Only by expanding his forces can he hope to amass greater wealth. Unlike certain short-sighted individuals, consumed by greed, he remains focused on long-term gains. 15 kilometers away, at an altitude of 11,000 meters, the sky looms vast above. The navigational coordinates indicated that they were nearing the target's airspace. The J-10 swiftly descended through the clouds, beneath which lay an impenetrable darkness. The overcast sky obscured any trace of light. The J-10 maintained a steady flight in the most fuel-efficient manner. The ground was engulfed in blackness. Had it not been for the satellite's verification of the coordinates, Lin Mo might have believed they had either not arrived or had overshot their destination. Even in a different realm, aerial missions were a rarity, particularly due to the lack of effective night vision capabilities. Lin Mo initiated the light mirror technique once more, and after several attempts, he managed to barely sustain a small light mirror, offering a faint glimpse of the situation below. He had begun gathering light elements while still above the cloud layer. After all, moonlight is merely reflected sunlight. Though diminished compared to daylight, it was still better than nothing. Lin Mo unwrapped 2 military-grade chocolate bars and consumed them, preparing for the physical demands of combat. Piloting a fighter jet was an exhausting endeavor. The bitter taste of high-purity cocoa, enhanced with ginsenoside, slid down his throat and was quickly absorbed, revitalizing Lin Mo's spirits. The communication chain's secret code was validated and the combat information link was established. As Lin Mo listened to the response from the combat computer in his headset, he felt a sense of revival in the J-10 he commanded. Now a true weapon of war. The operation commenced. A raspy voice, filled with murderous intent, echoed through Lin Mo's helmet, resembling the sound of steel while scraping glass. It seemed the ground troops had already taken their positions, awaiting the J-10 to fire the first shot. Lin Mo gently activated the fire control system. In the dim glow of the television, a cluster of over 30 tents of varying sizes was arrayed 15 kilometers ahead, accompanied by 11 large trucks and several rugged SUVs. The entire encampment was shrouded in darkness, save for 3 or 4 armed individuals clad in long robes, who loitered in the corners of the camp like vigilant sentinels. Numerous cattle and sheep also roamed within the confines of the camp. As the scene shifted through the lens, more than 60 personnel, clad in black attire and exhibiting military finesse, formed a crescent-shaped line while stealthily advancing towards the encampment. Upon nearing a certain proximity, they positioned 2 light machine guns from the west and north. These individuals were presumably members of the Special Operations Team from the Chinese side. Likely aware that the J-10 had entered the operational zone yet remained inactive. Unbeknownst to them, their every move had long been under the watchful gaze of Lin Mo. As fate would have it, Lin Mo swiftly engaged the throttle, entering a state of supersonic flight. With a resounding boom, the J-10 shattered the sound barrier. The speedometer indicated an exhilarating surge of acceleration. The formidable overload not only failed to induce any discomfort for Lin Mo, but rather ignited a subtle thrill within him. He sought to deliver an unexpected surprise to the target before the roar of the engine reached its ears. The J-10, with its nose resembling a small black cap, angled downwards towards the encampment, igniting its rocket pods as brilliant flashes illuminated the surroundings. In a single breath, 12 rockets, trailing bright tails, hurtled downwards with a deafening rush. What noise was that? Inside a tent, Muhammad Magi, who had been sifting through dollars, suddenly straightened his back and perked up his ears. A distant rumble of thunder echoed from the horizon, and suddenly, the sky was adorned with flickering lights. The sentinels stationed at the camp abruptly lifted their heads to gaze upward. Before they could comprehend the situation, 12 rockets descended upon the encampment. Fire erupted, engulfing the area in chaos, while ephemeral white rings of shockwaves overturned nearly half of the tents. The air was soon filled with desperate cries, resonating in tandem with the explosions of the rocket barrage, and the disordered sounds of gunfire erupted like popping corn. At that moment, the engines of fighter jets, arriving belatedly, reverberated overhead like thunder. Lin Mo gently pressed the cannon fire button, and the aircraft shuddered as 3 or 4 bright projectiles shot forth from the belly of the J-10. Illuminated by the flames within the camp, they accurately struck a tent, where an armed man, barely half out of the entrance, was instantly obliterated along with his companions inside, torn to shreds by 23mm cannon shells. The resultant plume of blood mist glimmered vividly in the light of the flames. A single shot from an anti-material rifle could dismember a person. Thus, one could only imagine the devastation wrought by the 23mm cannon. Lin Mo was wary of wasting ammunition. With only 200 rounds in total, a few careless shots could deplete his supply. What use would a fighter jet be without munitions? Could it kill with mere sonic booms? It would be less effective than a paper tiger. Muhammad Magi, the leader of the Holy War National Liberation Army, hastily stuffed all the scattered valuables from the sheepskin rug into a metal box. Grabbing a revolver, he peeked out of the tent for just a moment, and that fleeting glance nearly stole his very soul. It was nothing short of a massacre. The camp was in chaos, with explosions erupting continuously amidst the thunderous roar of fighter jets circling overhead. The sound of cannons echoed like the grim toll of death as tents were blown away, and those unable to escape were reduced to mere patches of blood upon the canvas. The cacophony of sounds melded into a somber requiem of death. Damn it! Muhammad Magi could scarcely think of rallying his men. Instead, he hastily retreated into his tent, cursing as he seized a metal box, forsaking all else. Utilizing the shadows cast by the flickering flames, he dashed out into the night. It was over, utterly finished. The hard-won jihadist National Liberation Army was doomed to annihilation this very night, and he had no intention of seeking out his loyal subordinates. With resolute determination, Muhammad Magi abandoned everyone, slipping away quietly under the cover of darkness. One was in the air, the other on the ground, armed only with automatic rifles and small arms. They stood no chance against the jet fighters, which were of an entirely different caliber. The bullets might not even reach their target. How could they fight? They would simply have to wait for their inevitable demise. The turmoil within the camp escalated. Just moments ago, Lin Mo's unexpected and overwhelming firepower had nearly decimated the enemy's position, yet more armed insurgents surged forth, firing their automatic rifles haphazardly into the sky. Lin Mo piloted the J-10, deftly maneuvering through the air, easily evading the ground fire. With no anti-aircraft machine guns present, the small-caliber projectiles merely pinged off his aircraft, leaving only shallow dents in the fuselage, unable to penetrate the skin. The J-10 swiftly executed an Immelman maneuver, ascending to an altitude of 3,000 meters before leveling off once again. Even in the context of ground attack, Lin Mo exercised utmost caution. Only someone with his physical prowess could endure the complexities of high-G maneuvers. Even if the aircraft were to disintegrate, he would remain unfazed. In comparison to the formidable dragon steed, the fighter jet offered unparalleled comfort, akin to a noble maiden's plush carriage. At that moment, a beam of light pierced the night, illuminating a large truck laden with supplies, casting a bright spot no larger than a fingertip amidst the impenetrable darkness. Lin Mo was taken aback as the ground special forces utilized laser guidance. He quickly initiated an arcing roll and simultaneously deployed a Thunder LT-2 laser-guided bomb. The domestically produced Thunder LT-2 is a close imitation of the Russian KAB-500L, boasting an explosive weight of 500 kilograms. Upon release from the J-10, it automatically adjusted its tail fins to lock onto the laser target on the ground. The bomb was released in a nearly low-altitude drop, descending like a shadow from the heavens. Moments later, an explosion of cataclysmic proportions erupted, sending a pale shockwave sweeping through a radius of 100 meters, causing tremors across a 5-kilometer expanse. The devastation unleashed was unmatched, even surpassing the might of heavy artillery firing shells of caliber greater than 150 millimeters. Chapter 48. Arrow to the sky. In the aftermath of the explosion, the large truck laden with supplies had vanished, leaving behind a gaping crater approximately 15 or 16 meters wide, from which billowed thick, swirling smoke. Nearby vehicles, positioned perilously close, were upended, while some lay utterly shattered, split into fragments. This singular detonation had rendered nearly half of the camp's vehicles inoperative. As for casualties, the shockwave had tossed individuals about like rag dolls, some thrown several dozen meters away. The remaining insurgents continued to resist fiercely, their AKs and M16s firing in a chaotic array reminiscent of a bustling arms bazaar. The special operations team outside the camp appeared unhurried in their approach, with 2 squad machine guns unleashing torrents of fire that swept across the entire encampment. Others maintained a deliberate pace in suppressive fire, effectively tightening the noose of the perimeter, while snipers on the outskirts intermittently took their shots. The agile J-10 fighter jet swooped down upon the beleaguered insurgents, unleashing cannon fire that decimated ground positions. A thick plume of smoke erupted, obscuring the sporadic flashes of gunfire. Lin Mo felt a surge of alarm as the J-10's defensive radar emitted an urgent warning. A small blip raced toward Lin Mo's aircraft, and the onboard combat computer quickly identified the incoming threat. The Arrow 2M portable air defense missile, also known as the SAM-7B, boasts a speed of 500 meters per second, a range of 200 meters, and an operational altitude of 500 meters. It is equipped with an infrared tracker and possesses friend or foe identification capabilities. A product of Soviet ingenuity. One can only speculate how much military ordnance was scattered following the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Lin Mo dared not hesitate. He pushed the J-10's power to its limits, shattering the sound barrier as he fled into the distance. The Vector engine's formidable thrust swiftly adjusted the aircraft's trajectory. There are a few adages that Lin Mo firmly remembers, such as carelessness leads to loss and a hasty retreat may lead to disaster. Should he inadvertently be shot down, it would mean failure in his mission and a return fraught with consequences. Lin Mo would not permit any missteps with his new steed. He accelerated and executed a barrel roll maneuver, employing every trick in the book to evade the missile. Fortunately, the technological edge of the Arrow 2M could not match that of the so-called 4th generation and a half J-10. Mere seconds later, Lin Mo's J-10 had left the Arrow 2M missile disoriented, resulting in a futile explosion of confused fireworks in the sky. A tinge of anger flickered within Lin Mo as he turned the J-10 back, leveraging his speed advantage to engage in pinpoint strikes on the enemy camp. The 23mm caliber aircraft cannon wreaked havoc on the ground targets, unleashing a ferocious barrage that ravaged the enemy encampment. At that moment, a striking beam of green laser illuminated the encampment of the armed militants in the darkness, guiding Lin Mo towards the target. With precision, he locked onto the objective and confirmed it. The last laser-guided bomb was released. As a versatile fighter jet, bombing was a fundamental skill, and who could claim that the J-10 could not serve as a bomber? A fiery explosion erupted within the camp, accompanied by a tremendous blast. This time, an eerie silence enveloped the world, aside from the thunderous roar of the J-10 prowling at ultra-low altitude in search of targets. Not even a single gunshot could be heard. Outside the militants' encampment, special operations soldiers clad in black cautiously maneuvered, providing cover for one another as they entered the camp, occasionally executing precise shots to the foreheads of the armed men. Lin Mo surmised that these militants must have committed heinous acts, and the special operations soldiers were determined to eradicate them entirely. Muhammad Magi, who had narrowly escaped death by feigning his demise, evaded the encirclement of ground troops outside the camp. After enduring great hardships to flee the battlefield, he wiped the remnants of his comrades' blood from his face, gasping for breath, yet clinging tightly to his iron box. Casting a glance at the fighter jet soaring above, its tail trailing red and blue flames, he cursed under his breath and limped towards the desolate, uninhabited desert. He vowed to seek vengeance, to locate those agents, and to extract a heavy toll, biding his time for a chance to return. Meanwhile, Lin Mo circled at an altitude of 10,000 meters, vigilant in his watch, when suddenly a voice crackled through his headset, calling Coin. Mission accomplished. Permission to return. Coin received. Lin Mo maneuvered the joystick to lower the altitude to 100 meters. Circling above the camp, he shook the wings, seemingly bidding farewell, while the ground special forces observed the J-10 providing them with formidable firepower support, waving back in acknowledgement. Were it not for the J-10's fierce firepower and tactical maneuvers, casualties during this operation would have been inevitable. An inspection of the battlefield revealed that the cannon's impact points exhibited the precision of a marksman, a feat almost unheard of. Who could possibly possess such prowess? The ground attack unit's personnel were filled with curiosity as they cleared the scene. A few days after returning to base, Lin Mo saw on television a joint military exercise between the Northwest Military Region of China and the Kazakhstan military in northwestern China. Another exercise? Lin Mo felt that the mission he undertook that day had been overshadowed by this so-called exercise broadcasted on television. The timing and location were undoubtedly too coincidental. It could be inferred that previous exercises were likely mere facades for military operations, executed with impeccable concealment. Due to the constraints of Lin Mo's confidentiality level, he was unable to obtain any satisfactory information. However, he managed to uncover some clues in a corner of the internet. Not long ago, a certain star-rated hotel in Xinjiang was violently invaded by armed assailants of unknown identity, who indiscriminately sprayed gunfire across various rooms, resulting in a massacre that claimed dozens of lives and left hundreds injured. Although the government has sought to suppress this information, the recent special mission undertaken by Lin Mo indicates that the authorities are not entirely indifferent. When they act, they do so with ruthless determination, albeit with an eye towards maintaining social stability. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Gu. As Lin Mo was deeply engrossed in studying a manual on aircraft mechanics, a persistent knocking echoed from outside the door. He set down his book, rose, and swiftly opened the door to reveal a slender, dark-skinned soldier with a bald head standing before him. The insignia on his training uniform identified him as a squad leader. How Dali? Is that you? What brings you here? Come on in. Lin Mo stepped aside, ushering the shorter soldier into the room. How Dali, hailing from a rural area in Hunan, shared a good rapport with Lin Mo. He was a seasoned veteran who had endured trials and tribulations to earn his place in the base. Having officially transitioned to a volunteer soldier at the end of last year, he enjoyed an elevated status as a professional military member, allowing him to send more filial contributions back home. Lin Gu, are you still conducting research? Upon noticing the large 2-meter-long square table in Lin Mo's room, cluttered with various objects, How Dali's eyes widened in astonishment. The specially customized table featured a simple tabletop with 4 legs and no drawers, its surface covered entirely by a rubber mat. A military-grade laptop and several books were piled together amidst an array of peculiar items. It is impractical for a pilot to be airborne every day. In order to maintain optimal physical and mental condition, they enjoy ample leisure time. Lin Mo's peculiar hobby is not a secret within the base. Indeed, with time on his hands, he indulges in playful distractions. Glancing at the tabletop, Lin Mo's thoughts momentarily faltered, and he couldn't help but exclaim, just fooling around. There, a miniature dragon-like gold coin was audaciously conducting experiments with electronic components, entirely oblivious to the presence of an unfamiliar stranger. Currently, aside from occasionally collecting metal scraps as snacks for the gold coin, Lin Mo had taken on an additional task, sourcing discarded electronic components for its research. The gold coin displayed remarkable enthusiasm, eagerly dismantling various electronic devices each day, and had even gathered several boxes to store the resistors, capacitors, and integrated circuits it had disassembled. Fully immersed in its study of the electronic components clutched in its claws, the mini metallic dragon remained unaware of the newcomer in the room. Just as Lin Mo was silently cursing his misfortune, he swiftly turned to shield the gold coin, discreetly pinching its tail. However, no matter how quick he was, he could not outpace the gaze of Hao Dali, a volunteer soldier from the Shangshiol district, who had also spotted the golden dragon. With a wide grin, he exclaimed, "Hey, Lin, what is this? Such an exquisite craft." The shimmering silver, all-metallic dragon instantly captivated Hao Dali's attention like a magnet. As for Lin Mo, his reckless action of pinching the tail was met with a sharp flick from the gold coin, leaving a noticeable red mark on his hand. Lin Mo couldn't help but gasp, inwardly cursing this thoughtless creature, akin to a dog biting El Dongbin. Merely a toy, an electronic toy at that. Lin Mo's expression grew somewhat rigid, and he decided to retreat gracefully, stepping aside to allow Hao Dali ample opportunity to observe. What Lin Mo did not anticipate was that the gold coin, renowned as a natural master of weaponry, possessed an astonishing innate talent for electronics in this world. In less than a week, it had already learned to create simple circuits by itself, and with its inherent sensitivity to metals, it was also quite responsive to the flow of electricity. It immersed itself in research to the extent of nearly forgetting its identity as a member of the so-called Dragon of Slaughter. Oh, how Dolly, too, was intrigued. Perhaps influenced by the phenomenon of darkness under the lamp, he had no inkling that this creature resembling a dragon from Western mythology was indeed a living being, mistakenly believing it to be merely a battery-operated toy. Such toys were not uncommon in this world, and thus how Dolly felt no overwhelming surprise. After glancing over the gold coin a few times, he recalled that he had come to find Lin Mo for an urgent matter, and promptly said, "The base has issued orders. After dinner, at 7 o'clock, you are to visit Commander Ma's office for new instructions." This was a command, unlike mere messages. Military orders left no room for Lin Mo's refusal. Typically elusive, Commander Ma, the highest authority of the base with strict hierarchy, sought Lin Mo. His eyes shifted slightly, and he replied, "All right, I understand. I will be there on time." Then, lowering his voice a little more, he asked Dolly, "Give me a hint. Are we facing good news or bad?" Having just been released from confinement a few days ago, Lin Mo felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, who relishes the thought of being confined in a small dark room? As an ordinary fighter pilot, being summoned by his superiors could only imply that he had committed a significant error. Next segment preview, Episode 49, Special Mission, Catching Rabbits While Mowing Grass. It likely isn't bad news. The expression of the messenger from the headquarters did not seem unfavorable. Moreover, there is a task at hand. Chun Haiqing and Lei Dong asked me to tell you that we will be heading to the runway this afternoon to catch rabbits. We have already informed our superiors that there will be no flying missions this afternoon, Dolly continued. Lin Mo stroked his chin in contemplation. The birds in the vicinity of the base are frequently driven away, and the eagles do not dare approach. Wolves and foxes can hardly breach the isolation wall surrounding the base. The grass by the airport runway has nearly grown to calf height. And with no natural predators and an abundance of food, the population of wild rabbits has surged to an overwhelming degree. If left unchecked, they would undoubtedly interfere with takeoffs and landings. Dolly scratched his head, recalling as he spoke, aside from you, me, Chen Haiqing, and Lei Dong. There are also Wu Bin and Zhang Xi from the station, Yi Xiaowei and Bai Fei from the 6th Flying Team, Tang Jimin from the 2nd Team, and Old Fong from the fuel depot. There should be around 20 of us, perhaps even more. The peculiar intersection of wild rabbits and fighter jets, two seemingly unrelated entities, indeed holds an extraordinary connection. It is essential to recognize that despite the seemingly delicate nature of the wild hare, it possesses remarkable reproductive capabilities and is quite adept at burrowing. As aircraft soar above, these restless creatures scurry below, if not managed. Their presence can pose significant challenges to the base. They occasionally dart across runways, obstructing normal takeoffs and landings, interfering with ground radar, and even damaging equipment. The proliferation of wild hares has become a considerable nuisance at human airports. The base is not without its strategies to address this issue. Soldiers often spontaneously form hunting parties to cull the hare population. This endeavor serves not only as a means of sustenance, but also helps restore the natural balance of the food chain. The leadership at the base turns a blind eye to these activities, permitting participation from all ranks and branches of service, provided it does not disrupt base operations, becoming an unwritten rule among the personnel. Very well, I shall partake. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, realizing it was time to indulge in a change of palate. Having not savored hare meat in quite some time, how Dolly flashed a bright smile, saying, "All right, I will promptly notify the others." He hurriedly rushed to knock on doors in the dormitory, rallying the hare hunting team. After closing the door behind him, Lin Mo leaned against it, exhaling deeply. He observed Jean Bai, engrossed in studying electronic components on a large table, seemingly oblivious to the situation. A wave of frustration welled up within him. Jean Bai, could you not be so reckless? There are outsiders present, and you remain so brazen, exposing yourself without a care for your safety. You are merely a civilian. It would be effortless to dispose of you. Jean Bai glanced up at Lin Mo before returning his focus to his work, scribbling numbers and probing a circuit board with a multimeter. It seems that the entity known as Coin subconsciously regards all individuals lacking combat prowess, aside from the legitimate warriors, as mere civilians devoid of any threat, perceiving them as insignificant as ants. Lin Mo, nearly consumed by rage, approached the table, his fingers tapping against the metallic surface of Coin's head, and remarked, "This world places greater value on human life than anything else. Do you suppose others are fools? Do not underestimate the ordinary citizens of this world, for they could very well serve you a missile for dinner." or even cast you directly into a furnace to merge with the slag. Coin, unfazed by Lin Mo's admonitions, persisted in its whimsical antics, continuing to poke and prod without heed. The hardness of Coin's metallic head surpassed that of steel, causing Lin Mo's fingers to ache as he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ultimately, he pointed at Coin in warning, stating, "Do not let your hubris blind you. Remember, this world is fraught with danger. Join me this afternoon to hunt rabbits. I require some tools. Should you refuse, be wary of my severing your supply of experimental components." As for Coin's reaction, it remained splendidly indifferent to Lin Mo's words. After lunch, Lin Mo made his way to the vicinity of the airport runway, where he spotted Chen Haiqing and others already assembled. "Finally, you have arrived," Chen Haiqing exclaimed. Having recently bestowed upon Lin Mo a nickname, perhaps in jest, due to Lin Mo's choice of the alias Coin and his penchant for scavenging electronic debris. The others erupted in laughter upon hearing Chen Haiqing's greeting. "Is this how you speak to someone? Be cautious, or I shall unleash my colossal fists upon you." Lin Mo, with a huff, waved his fist, feeling as though he was unjustly bearing the blame for his former steed. It wouldn't be long before Chen Haiqing's momentary slip of the tongue spread throughout the entire base. Though Lin Mo was not as avaricious as Zhelong Tai, he could hardly withstand the weight of public opinion. All right, you're fierce. I concede, he thought. Upon seeing Lin Mo's clenched fist, Chen Haiqing instantly softened. Despite Lin Mo's modest stature, he was not the type to possess a body of bulging muscles. However, his strength far exceeded that of the average person. His lifting capacity was more than double that of an ordinary individual, and unbeknownst to Chen Haiqing, this was Lin Mo holding back. Chen Haiqing firmly believed that a punch from Lin Mo would be no less devastating than being struck by a car at 70 miles per hour. Just as well, Lin Mo mused, having merely feigned intimidation. Such banter among comrades was quite common, serving to enliven the atmosphere and effectively lubricating the gears of teamwork. "Lin Mo, what tools have you brought? Don't tell me you only came equipped with your mouth for eating," Lei Dong chimed in. Having recently passed his assessments to become a formal combat pilot and assigned to Team 2, he couldn't resist the urge to tease Lin Mo. "How could that be?" Lin Mo retorted, glaring at Lei Dong as he produced a magnificent tool, waving it before Lei Dong's eyes. "Look at this," gasped. Not only Lei Dong, but also Chen Haiqing and the others drew in sharp breaths, their eyes widening in astonishment. "You're impressive." Lei Dong opened his mouth wide, raising his thumb high. "Impressive. Truly impressive. I had no idea you were also a master slingshot artist." Lin Mo, with the materials at hand, skillfully fashioned a sturdy bow frame from a thick wire, wrapped the handle with parachute cord, extracted rubber strips from a discarded inner tube for the elastic, and utilized a piece of old cowhide as the pouch. Though assembled from seemingly useless remnants, the use of ball bearings as projectiles lent considerable power to his creation. "And what about you?" Lin Mo arched an eyebrow in a challenging manner. "I have this." Chen Haiqing slowly revealed his weapon from behind, a camouflage military crossbow, lavishly equipped with an optical sight and even a laser pointer, exuding an air of ostentation. Lin Mo felt a twinge of pain in his teeth. While the hunting operation prohibited firearms, it permitted the use of cold weapons, and a glance around revealed that many others bore crossbows, while even more wielded an array of unconventional armaments: engineer shovels, machetes, daggers, and short spears. Lin Mo was not alone in crafting his own hunting tools. Others had fashioned bamboo shortbows, blow darts, and a slingshot made from a rope with stones tied at both ends, in addition to passive trapping devices like snare traps and large nets. Indeed, no one appeared willing to simply show up to consume resources without contributing. It was a veritable display of individual prowess, akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea. The base's guards were also a hidden treasure trove of talent, with many utilizing the most primitive and rudimentary tools, and today, Captain Tang personally led the team, exuding a remarkable confidence. Several individuals from the cooking team have also arrived, and their presence is indispensable to this lively gathering. However, they are not here to hunt rabbits. Rather, they have come prepared with an array of tools, ready to receive any game that may come their way. When it comes to the expertise of processing prey, skinning, bleeding, and deboning, there is likely no one present who can rival their skills. At this moment, they are sharpening their knives, eager for business to commence. "Almost ready, let us begin," Chen Haiqing, a natural organizer, announced as he surveyed the scene. It appeared that nearly everyone had gathered, totaling around 30 individuals, ranging from the lowest-ranking soldiers to officers. Traditionally, rabbit hunting activities have been spontaneously organized, but today's event was initiated by Chen Haiqing himself. In addition to the collective response of the same group of trainees, many veterans have also joined in. Lei Dong, you and your companions with the traps should head to the northeast of the runway. There's a ditch there that will serve as a barrier. Chen Haiqing had already surveyed the terrain around the runway, pointing decisively to the northeast. Captain Tang, the west side is entrusted to your security company. Your efforts will be worth too. While assigning tasks, Chen Haiqing took a moment to commend the security company. Leave it to us. Captain Tang's voice resonated with the distinctive metallic timbre of a soldier as he shouted, "Security company, follow me." Due to the serious and dedicated nature of the security company, their stance resembled that of soldiers prepared to sacrifice themselves in a charge against an enemy stronghold. Linimo, take by Fei and you Shaowei southward. The grass is plentiful there, and the rabbits will not be scarce. It all depends on your slingshot. Catch as many as you can to supplement our meal. Chen Haiqing then pointed towards the eastern side of the runway, at the end of the second runway, and commanded, "Who will head east?" "Yes, you, and you, along with those carrying crossbows, proceed that way. Be cautious of snakes. If you encounter one, don't let it escape. Catch it, and we shall stew it together. As for the netters, follow us to the north. The rest with crossbows will accompany me. No shooting within a distance of 20 meters. Be careful not to injure anyone. Today we shall perform a grand ambush." With an air of authority, Chen Haiqing reveled in his leadership role. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he bellowed towards the cooking team. "Cooking team, send someone over with a basin and a spoon to use as a gong. I need to scare the rabbits out." As individuals dispersed in various directions, they began to comb through the grass, stirring it up to flush out the rabbits. To their astonishment, the dense underbrush by the runway erupted like a boiling pot, unleashing a multitude of rabbits, gray, black, yellow, and speckled, all seemingly different breeds that had taken refuge here. Linimo had never anticipated that the base would harbor such an overwhelming number of these small creatures. It appeared they were on the verge of a rabbit infestation, with a dozen or more darting onto the runway at once. It became evident that the population of the base was dwarfed by the rabbit horde. "Stop them. Use the slingshot. I want to catch them alive." "Old Hu, where are you aiming that flying knife?" "I still wish to preserve a good hide." "Brother, your marksmanship is astounding. An arrow to the eye?" "Oh, no need for such modesty. Watch out. A rabbit has dashed into your legs." "Oldly, aim to break his legs." "Ouch. These rabbits have gone mad. Those nettings should quickly encircle them. Today a sweep will provide enough sustenance for our entire base for several days." The first and second runways are bustling with activity. Over 30 individuals tossed and resemble pebbles thrown into a small pond, their cries echoing endlessly, a one-sided massacre. Others have fared even better, with crossbows equipped with laser sights. The rabbits struck by arrows fall lifelessly. As for those using nets, slings, and ropes, they capture nothing but live creatures, each one yanked by the ears and stuffed into burlap sacks, awaiting the judgment of the cleaver. Moreover, some exceptional individuals rely solely on their legs, racing against the rabbits, barehanded, seizing them by the ears and tossing them into their pockets, exhibiting unmatched ferocity and an overwhelming presence, rendering all opposition futile. Old Hu, in charge of the oil depot, grips a mop handle bereft of its head, muttering incantations. Bang. 1. Bang. 2. Bang. 3. As he counts, he delivers a crushing blow to the foreheads of the rabbits that stumble in panic, each one falling without exception. Confronting these skittish little creatures, devoid of any significant offensive capability, Linimo felt remarkably unperturbed. The steel balls shot from his slingshot found their mark with unparalleled precision. Although the range was limited, the rapid firing speed and ease of aiming allowed him to pierce the foreheads of the wild hares, who met their demise even before they had a chance to touch the ground. Within just a few minutes, he had exhausted an entire pouch of steel balls, having swiftly dispatched over 30 hares. Once his supply of steel balls was depleted, Linimo emulated the prowess of the elite guards, engaging the rabbits with his bare hands. Despite their frantic leaps, the unfortunate hares, lacking the speed and agility of the dragon knights from another realm, were no match for his human tank-like strikes. As he advanced, the hares scattered, and upon landing, they twitched in their final throes. Meanwhile, the culinary brigade operated in a frenetic flurry, skillfully skinning and butchering the hares amidst a scene of bloodshed, reveling in their industriousness. After 2 to 3 hours of relentless hunting, nearly 400 hares lay either dead or wounded, with over 100 captured alive. the collective efforts of the men, all of whom were burly and devoid of any tenderness towards these small creatures, yielded remarkable results, with each one more ruthless than the last. As the commotion by the runway intensified, the abundance of game proved irresistible, prompting others within the base to join the fray. A sweeping net strategy was employed, with movements intersecting in an almost poetic manner, aptly embodying the adage of lying in wait for a hare. In a moment of sheer panic, one hare even leaped directly into the cooking pot of the brigade. As the sun descended, signaling the end of the day, the rabbits at the airport seemed unable to regain their vitality for nearly 2 to 3 years. Besides the rabbits, more than a dozen snakes and several badgers were captured, along with over 100 mice, piled high like a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming stench. It was perplexing how these hunters, driven mad by the pursuit of rabbits, even sought out mice. The cooking team, surprisingly, accepted everything, confidently declaring they would find a way to manage it all. Boiling pot after pot of water. The skins were hung out to dry like small flags. The innards were removed, and the chunks of meat set aside for the evening and the following day's needs. The rest were smoked, accounting for the bounty per person, with the cooking team meticulously keeping track. However, most of the meat was designated for additional rations at the base. In these days, they prepared rabbit meat in various forms, roasted, stewed, and braised, showcasing their culinary prowess in a grand rabbit feast. The few snakes that were inadvertently caught also met their fate, their skins stripped off, and their gallbladders quickly soaked in liquor, eagerly consumed in a frenzy. Everyone knew that the mere 100 or so mice, transformed into fragrant morsels, were insufficient to satisfy the appetites of dozens of hunters, leaving only a few bowls to be offered to the base leaders, while the mid-level officials were left oblivious to the aroma. This rabbit feast was sufficient to sustain the base for an entire week. Yet, there were still those who, unsated, clamored to venture beyond the base into the mountains for more hunting, only to be sternly reprimanded by the base commander, who dismissed such notions. After all, hunting rabbits to support flight operations within the military base was one thing, but seeking out animals in the surrounding area was entirely another, as it could lead to unforeseen troubles. Lin Mo's slingshot had shone brilliantly during the rabbit hunting operation, yet it was snatched away by an unknown quick-handed general, leaving him in a state of vexation. After hastily partaking in a lavish rabbit feast, with a mind burdened by unspoken thoughts, Lin Mo arrived at a blue and white European-style villa at precisely 6:50. He was summoned by Hao Dali to convey orders to the higher echelons of the base. As he stepped into the office of the commanding officer, a wave of unease washed over him. It was a rare occasion for Lin Mo to be received by such high-ranking officials. Had he inadvertently committed a grave error recently? Or was some scoundrel attempting to frame him? Such treachery was not unfamiliar to him from his time in the other world. Though he often shared light-hearted camaraderie with his peers, he maintained a serious demeanor towards superiors, for military decorum transcends worlds. Lin Mo prided himself on being cautious and prudent, whether serving in the Dragon Knight Corps of the Soren Empire or at this Air Force base. He was never one to instigate trouble and faced any issues with resolve. Quickly regaining his composure, he raised his hand and knocked firmly on the dark walnut door of the commander's office. "Report," he called out, his voice resonating with the unwavering steel of a soldier. "Please enter," came a deep, magnetic voice from within the room. Lin Mo pushed the door open and entered a remarkably spacious and brightly lit office, adorned in a classical style. However, an incongruous sight caught his attention. A massive electric retractable map of China hung prominently in front of an enormous wall-mounted bookshelf. In addition, there was a large table supported by 8 legs, its surface conspicuously barren. Yet, as Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the tabletop, he was taken aback. It was a colossal touchscreen display showcasing a vivid aerial combat simulation, complete with a 3-dimensional map and indicators for both red and blue aircraft. The visuals and effects were strikingly intricate and lifelike. How advanced! It rivals even the illusions crafted by the Mage Guild. Although Lin Mo understood that this was a product of advanced technology, far beyond the grasp of ordinary citizens, he was aware that military technology typically outpaces civilian advancements by 1 to 3 generations. The room harmoniously blended modernity and classicism, creating an unparalleled sense of aesthetic coherence that clearly reflected the meticulous thought invested in its design. A sturdy military officer with graying hair was intently focused on the map displayed on the table, occasionally pressing a module to calculate various data. The two gleaming golden insignias on his uniform revealed to Lin Mo that the commander of the base was, astonishingly, a major general. Was it truly necessary for a base commander to be a high-ranking official of such caliber? Gazing once more at the imposing octopod-like desktop display, Lin Mo was suddenly reminded of the stringent criteria that had once been employed to select pilots like himself, as well as the concealed base nestled deep within the mountains. His entire assignment was far from simple. Under normal training protocols, individuals like Lin Mo would have never had the opportunity to engage with a fighter jet so early, especially not the brand new J-10 model. The caliber of this base was unparalleled, far exceeding that of a typical flight school. Reporting, Lieutenant Lin Mo of the 11th Machine. Team 3, Squadron 1 of the 7759 unit, codenamed Gold Coin, reporting to the commander. Lin Mo's feet firmly met the dark red South African teak floor as he rendered a salute to the silver-haired general, clearly and accurately announcing his designation. Greetings, Lieutenant Mo. The silver-haired general lifted his gaze, his penetrating eyes seeming to x-ray Lin Mo from head to toe, returning the salute with textbook precision. With an aura that commanded respect akin to that of an eagle king surveying the world, his piercing gaze could seemingly tear through the very air. Lin Mo felt as though he had been transported to another realm, standing before the revered leader of the Dragon Knights. Please, take a seat. Don't be so formal. The commander's previously austere demeanor softened suddenly, like snow melting in the spring sun, as he gestured for Lin Mo to sit. Sensing the slight tension within Lin Mo, he added, there's nothing of great importance today. We're merely here to chat and catch up. Yes, Lin Mo, captivated by the commanding presence of the general, was careful not to appear remiss, for this man stood on the same echelon as the revered leader of the Dragon Knights. Would you like something to drink? Cola? Or Sprite? We also have coffee. Commander Ma approached the small refrigerator in the room, opened its door, and, after retrieving a can of carbonated drink, waved it towards Lin Mo, remarking, young people tend to favor fizzy beverages. Or perhaps tea. Lin Mo cast a glance at the teapot on his desk, which was steeping a selection of kung fu tea, waiting for Commander Ma to delve into the topic at hand. Ah, you possess quite the discerning eye. Having set your sights on my Da Hong Pao, Commander Ma chuckled lightly, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit in tea appreciation. He selected a miniature teacup, rinsed it with the bright orange-yellow brew before discarding it, and then filled it with the tea. Lin Mo, not one to be polite, lifted the teacup and took a sip. The rich aroma enveloped his palate, leaving an enduring aftertaste. The variety of beverages in this other world was limited to fruit juices and various alcoholic drinks. He had never encountered such a brewed delight. Even within the opulent confines of the Silan Empire's palace, the exquisite taste washed over him like a clear sky after rain, invigorating his spirit, and subtly offering a faint restoration of mental energy. In comparison to the costly alchemical restorative potions with similar effects, tea not only boasted no side effects but also possessed numerous advantages that surpassed those of most alchemical concoctions. Thus, after experiencing the wonders of tea for the first time, Lin Mo seamlessly transitioned into a devoted tea enthusiast. This beneficial beverage for mages became an essential part of his regimen for recovering necessary minor spells. What do you think? Commander Ma, observing Lin Mo's practiced appraisal of the tea through both scent and taste, remarked with a touch of pride. While this Da Hong Pao isn't the most superlative, it's still a fine commodity, costing over 3,000 per caddy. Indeed, Lin Mo concurred, noting the gentle invigoration it provided. He felt assured that he could successfully unleash the light mirror technique, which he had been struggling with in recent days. Lin Mo set down his cup, whereupon Commander Ma promptly refilled it before placing the small teapot aside. He then settled onto the sofa opposite Lin Mo and continued, I'm glad you appreciate it. We don't adhere to the notion of hasty consumption here. Please, make yourself at home and drink freely. Thank you, Commander, Lin Mo replied, careful not to overstep his bounds. Despite his superior's affable demeanor, he remained mindful of his position. You joined the base in November, if I recall correctly? How have you been finding it here? Are you settling in well? Commander Ma inquired, cradling a small teacup as he regarded Lin Mo. Sir, the colleagues and comrades at the base have been exceptionally kind to me. I am finding my time here fulfilling and enjoyable, Lin Mo responded with standard formalities. Understanding that Commander Ma's words were merely a prelude to the main topic. And how is your training progressing? You should be moving on to live fire exercises soon, shouldn't you? Commander Ma queried with a genial smile, observing the young man's ramrod straight posture, reminiscent of a seasoned veteran, composed, solemn, and ever vigilant in maintaining strict discipline. Such a demeanor. The commander seemed to have only encountered among the most elite warriors of other units, akin to a king among soldiers. It is only through rigorous military training ingrained to the core, coupled with trials of blood and fire, that one can attain such a regal stature in the realm of combatants. Yet, having been at the base for merely 2 or 3 months, and considering his sum, he is but a novice, having joined the military for only half a year, with no familial history of military service for 3 generations. The fact that he subtly emanates this aura inevitably piqued the commander's curiosity. Those who qualify for flight school and are selected for this base are invariably individuals of impeccable background, having undergone thorough vetting tracing back to their ancestors. With steadfast political ideologies and sound psychological resilience, embodying the essence of socialist youth, their societal experiences as pristine as freshly fallen snow. Report to the commander. I have yet to commence live-fire training, yet I have already garnered practical combat experience. Lin Mo stated candidly. According to the training syllabus, he has been engrossed in studying formation attacks and offensive strategies, with live-fire exercises scheduled for the following month. However, he did engage in some exhilarating field operations recently. Live ammunition is not a trivial matter. A moment's negligence can lead to fatalities. Not to mention, a single missile costs several 100,000 RMB at the very least, and one must also deploy disposable target aircraft. Each live-fire training session equates to the expenditure of a luxury car of considerable value. Fighter jets, much like dragons, are beyond the financial reach of the common folk. The regulation surrounding live ammunition is particularly stringent. Even within the military, not everyone is permitted to load bullets with ease. There have been instances where a soldier, harboring resentment towards his superior, resorted to violence during a live-fire exercise. Oh, Captain Zhang has mentioned this incident. The curiosity in Commander Ma's eyes intensified. As you embark on your first special mission, engaging in actual combat, what thoughts crossed your mind? Did you experience any anxiety? Lin Mo candidly replied, I did not ponder much, nor did I feel nervous. I aimed at the target and launched my attack until all enemies were eliminated. His words bore no resemblance to those of a fresh recruit. They were delivered with an unsettling calmness, as though he were discussing a trivial task. Typically, the first act of taking a life can leave a lasting psychological scar. The political commissar at the base had made it a point to converse with Lin Mo upon his return from the mission, intending to provide psychological intervention. However, he was taken aback by Lin Mo's demeanor, which was reminiscent of a seasoned veteran, seemingly unfazed by the specter of death, exhibiting an alarming level of mental resilience and no aversion to taking lives. It appears that the reports from the Night Special Operations Team were indeed accurate. Your cannon fire resembles a sniper's precision. How did you hone such skills? Commander Ma's inquiry revealed to Lin Mo that the ground assault team during that impromptu rescue mission was codenamed Night, a rather striking appellation. Report, Commander, Lin Mo continued. Since my first ascent into the aircraft, I have been diligently observing the aiming apparatus and practicing targeting attacks. Consequently, I have become accustomed to being prepared to engage in combat at any moment during flight. Much like the Dragon Knight Legion from a parallel realm, Lin Mo endured countless hardships on his journey to becoming a Dragon Knight. One lesson etched in his memory is the necessity of never revealing a weakness and consistently observing others to uncover their vulnerabilities. Without such vigilance, the invaluable resources of a Dragon Knight could easily fall prey to factions that view them as a thorn in their side, leading to ambushes and assassinations. Excellent. You have performed admirably. A true soldier must remain ever watchful. Commander Ma expressed his satisfaction with Lin Mo's response, refilling his tea for the second time. I have a task for you. I wonder if you might be interested. Of course, you are free to decline, and I can assign it to someone else. Lin Mo's heart stirred at this proposition. Thus far, Commander Ma's inquiries had been remarkably logical, and he had a faint inkling of what this unexpected task might entail. Reporting to you, sir, I assure you I will complete the mission. Maintaining his composure, Lin Mo rose decisively, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned soldier. Commander Ma nodded, pleased to see that this young man was not slow to grasp the situation. He then directly conveyed the true purpose of his summons. In the current international landscape, the likelihood of large-scale warfare is minimal, and small-scale conflicts are infrequent. However, the rivalries between nations have grown increasingly clandestine, employing more insidious tactics. The Commander Ma slightly initiated the conversation, gesturing towards the world map hanging on the wall, and continued. China's international standing is increasingly elevated. In the face of global challenges, We strive for rapid development marked by peace and stability, with an expanse of 9.6 million square kilometers and a substantial population. Once China sets its developmental trajectory in motion, it will inevitably influence the global economy. There are many who harbor envy. For the essence of competition among nations fundamentally lies in the strength of the state. Even nations that maintain close relations may not idly observe China's ascent. Thus, clandestine maneuvers are unavoidable. Presently, various organizations, under the guise of noble ideals, stir discord domestically. These are mere pretexts driven by self-interest. In the pursuit of sustenance, they willingly accept sponsorship from certain nations or organizations to avert the collapse of a 1,000-mile dike due to the burrowing of ants. These subtle actions must be swiftly quelled in secrecy. Consequently, numerous special departments have been established domestically to address these matters, one of which is the Nightshade team you recently collaborated with. Commander Ma unveiled to Lin Mo a hidden aspect of this world and nation. Indeed, this world can be quite terrifying on the surface. It appears tranquil and resplendent with light and peace, yet beneath this facade, clandestine actions send shivers down one's spine. Lin Mo was taken aback by the commander's words. Having only been exposed to this world for a little over 6 months, he had not contemplated the depth of such matters. And the common populace is only privy to the harmonious and prosperous facade of society. In truth, throughout recorded human history, the days of genuine peace without conflict are exceedingly few. Seeing the contemplative expression of Lin Mo, Commander Ma explained to him, the National Army is primarily composed of active duty conscripts and volunteer soldiers. In the event of conflict, the force will transition to a structure dominated by volunteers and reserves. Typically, the vast majority of personnel undergo standard military training without having engaged in actual combat, as certain specialized military operations do not directly deploy them to the front lines. Even during the Sino-Vietnamese conflict in 1979, to maintain the combat effectiveness of troops across various military districts, a rotation system was employed. However, while this method may quickly sift out a cadre of elite soldiers, it incurs significant casualties and is undeniably brutal. Therefore, the special operational units established to address international challenges are composed exclusively of individuals who have undergone rigorous selection, possessing the most formidable military capabilities. Commander Ma glanced at Lin Mo, who had maintained an unusually calm demeanor since entering the office, one that belied his age. Lin Mo discerned the implications of Commander Ma's words. The unit he was to join was a combat-ready force, destined for the battlefield and comprised solely of the most elite warriors. Those of lesser caliber would likely become mere cannon fodder, easily dispatched. Conversely, this also affirmed the recognition that both the base and Commander Ma held for Lin Mo. I understand. Thank you, Commander, for granting me this opportunity. I will not disappoint you and the esteemed leaders. In the face of challenge, Lin Mo felt no hesitation or retreat. The experiences he had gained on the battlefield taught him that fear often leads to peril. Chapter 52, The Farewell Banquet in the Hangar. From the very outset, Lin Mo's diction was remarkably straightforward and devoid of embellishment. For a soldier, actions and words need not be adorned with flourish or complexity. From discussions regarding psychological fortitude, Commander Ma awarded Lin Mo full marks. It was no wonder that Captain Jiang had chosen Lin Mo to collaborate in the Dark Knight operation. Indeed, the personnel of Dark Knight possessed discerning judgment, having unearthed a gem within their ranks. It is noteworthy that every pilot at this base had been meticulously selected, each one destined to become an ace aviator. I hear you have been learning about aircraft structure and repair with the maintenance crew during your spare time. It is commendable that you often salvage discarded components for practice. A young man with such enthusiasm is truly admirable. Dedicate yourself to your studies, and a bright future awaits you. I have a keen interest in this field, hence my involvement. Lin Mo displayed a hint of shyness upon his face, yet internally he felt a wave of relief as he wiped away a cold sweat. Nevertheless, the reputation of being a scavenger was inescapable. Though he discreetly concealed the truth of how he had fed a colossal dragon of the metallic element from another realm with salvaged scrap metal, he dared not linger on this topic, knowing that the commander before him was a seasoned veteran with a wealth of experience. Speaking too much could lead to missteps, a principle he had adhered to since entering the office. However, the operational tasks of Dark Knight carried significant risk, involving live ammunition and the possibility of sacrifice. If you are truly resolute, you should seek out Captain Jiang afterward. He will guide you on how to proceed with the handover. The words of Commander Ma had already become a formulaic expression, universally acknowledged that the Air Force is not only a high-tech branch, but also one fraught with significant dangers. In certain non-combat scenarios, there are even casualty indicators in place. Where there is flight, there exists peril. Lin Mo smiled, rose to attention, and saluted Commander Ma, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Commander. A soldier fears not death. Those who fear death should not serve. Upon finishing, he stood tall, saluted once more, and exited the office. Young man, strive forward. Commander Ma felt a sense of nostalgia as he observed Lin Mo's departing silhouette, reminiscent of his own youth. And he could not help but clench his fists. You are to join the Dark Knight Special Operations Team, directly overseen by Captain Jiang Qin. The Dark Knight unit has previously lacked robust aerial fire support, and your outstanding performance and seamless cooperation in your last assignment have made you the ideal candidate. Your knowledge of aircraft maintenance, as well as your training in repair and upkeep at the base, has been confirmed by mechanics Chen and Wang, who praised your learning aptitude and solid foundation. The Dark Knight team will benefit significantly from your presence, hence they specifically requested you, and the base leadership agreed. However, your participation in every mission is not mandatory. You will have ample opportunity to acclimate to your new team. Nonetheless, you must take on multiple responsibilities involving flight and maintenance. Remember, you are representing our base. Do not bring shame upon us in your new environment. You will learn the specific details upon your arrival. Captain Jiang, who had long awaited, briefly conveyed the mission to Lin Mo. Due to confidentiality regulations, he refrained from elaborating, merely informing Lin Mo of the reporting method and granting him 3 days for preparation. Understanding, Lin Mo nodded. He was about to relocate once again, and this time, it was indeed a call to arms. He felt a familiar surge of adrenaline, as he was accustomed to the battlefield. Chen Haiqing, unbeknownst to the specifics, had somehow learned of Lin Mo's impending transfer. From the military canteen, he procured a variety of peanuts and an assortment of military canned goods. And he stealthily acquired a bit of Red Star Erguo and Shaoxing rice wine from the kitchen staff, all to send Lin Mo off. Life's 4 great ironies, having shared the same roof, shouldered arms together, scaled walls side by side, and divided spoils as comrades. They were all graduates from the same flight academy and part of this base's cohort of pilots. Though Lin Mo was neither the most vivacious nor the most reserved, he was amiable and possessed a gentle disposition, traits that allowed him to integrate swiftly into any community. Despite the winter chill creeping into the mountains, the farewell banquet prepared for Lin Mo was held inside a small hangar. The doors were closed, muffling the sounds from outside. Various sizes of equipment boxes were ingeniously arranged to form tables and chairs as dozens of fellow pilots and close acquaintances gathered together. For a base known for its stringent security, such a small gathering was hardly enough to escape the watchful eyes of the superiors, yet everyone turned a blind eye, allowing the camaraderie to flourish. The food may not be abundant, nor sufficient for all, yet the heartfelt intentions of comrades envelop one with genuine warmth. Although the longest companionship lasts merely 6 months, from the very first day at this base, they have been trusted allies to whom one can confidently entrust their back. Such trust is not easily cultivated in the intertwined environment of societal transactions. Let us toast to Lin Mo's promotion, proclaimed the natural organizer. Striking a large enamel mug on the table, his voice resonating powerfully, to advancement and prosperity. The crowd echoed in unison, the metallic clang of the military green enamel mugs creating a harmonious symphony. Everyone understood that as long as one did not err, being reassigned to any location signified an opportunity for one's talents to shine, and with opportunity comes the chance for merit and elevation. Not at all. It's merely a lateral move. Lin Mo blushed under the enthusiastic fervor of his peers, the pungent aroma of the 45-degree Erguo making him frown, wondering how such potent liquor exists in this world. Cheers, went the chorus, ignoring him entirely. With ample quantities of Erguo and Huangjiu, it was clear that no one was monitoring the situation. They raised their mugs high, tipping their heads back to down the contents in one go. Lin Mo could only stare in astonishment, feeling as though he was surrounded by reincarnated deities of intoxication. Reluctantly, he forced himself to drink from the half-full jar of baijiu in his hand. The Huangjiu, with its lower alcohol content and sweetness, still packed a punch. And many robust men from the northeast, treating strong spirits like mere water, fell prey to the effects without realizing it. Lin Mo, no matter where you go, remember to return often, exclaimed Lei Dong, who had once shared a dormitory with Lin Mo at the flight academy. raising his glass once more in salute. "I will definitely fly back," Lin Mo assured him. As Lin Mo downed his drink, a surge of warmth rushed up from his dantian, causing a light sheen of sweat to appear on his brow. He clinked glasses with Lei Dong, the young man from Qinhuangdao, who typically favored beverages like cola, yet surprised everyone with his impressive capacity for liquor, matching Lin Mo's intake of the freshly filled half-gallon of white spirits. "Safe travels." Another comrade rose to toast, determined to ensure Lin Mo's departure was marked by a proper send-off. "What nonsense. It's not like he's heading to the gallows," Lei Dong interjected, his bronze-hued face turning a shade darker, yet quick-witted enough to recognize the absurdity of the remark. Indeed. Dongzi speaks wisely. May the winds be at your back." The comrade hastily amended. "If the plane is with the wind, can it even take off?" Came another voice, pointing out the linguistic faux pas. "Oh dear. What should I say?" Flustered and crimson-faced from being corrected, the comrade struggled to find the right words. "Let us rally. Cheers," shouted another comrade with a distinct Sichuan accent as he gulped down his initial 2 shots of liquor, his words becoming increasingly muddled. Observing the chaotic scene at the table, Chen Haiqing interjected, "Peace. Peace is true fortune. No high office or wealth can compare to the value of safety." With Chen Haiqing leading the way, the group joined in unison, banging the table and exclaiming, "Peace. Cheers." Although a few struggled with their tolerance, the spirit of camaraderie prevailed, resulting in yet another collective toast. In mere moments, a quarter of the ill-gotten white and yellow spirits from the kitchen had vanished. Thank you. Lin Mo rose to his feet, saluting each comrade present with military decorum. In turn, the others stood to toast him, embodying brotherhood in its truest form. This is what camaraderie means. This is the essence of human connection. The military serves as a grand crucible, where even the most unremarkable refuse, when subjected to the right conditions, can be transformed into fine steel. The pure emotions shared among men erupted within the hangar, an overflow of words and blessings exchanged. Before parting, they spoke their admiration, envy, encouragement, and congratulations to Lin Mo. In the haze of intoxication, even the thoughts unvoiced found their way out, fueled by the spirits consumed. After finishing 2 cases of Erguo and 3 cases of Huangjiu, everyone succumbed to exhaustion. The table remained untouched, with open cans of luncheon meat, braised pork, sardines, and peaches lying in wait. It seemed unlikely they would rise before dawn. The toll of the revelry was steep. The following afternoon, they awoke with throbbing headaches, only to discover that 2 large oil heaters had been set up in the hangar, maintaining a semblance of warmth. At that moment, the cook's sergeant cheerfully wheeled in a large pot of soup, observing their state and exclaiming, "Awake now? Come, have a sip of the hangover soup." Gratefully, they thanked him, praising his thoughtfulness. In the following moment, the cook's authoritative statement rendered the group of pilots as frozen as ice. "Let us tally the cost of the drinks. We have 2 cases of Erguo and 3.5 bottles, totaling 27.5 bottles. Additionally, there are 3 cases of Shaoxing rice wine, amounting to 36 bottles, at a cost of 100 yuan per bottle for Erguo and 80 yuan for the rice wine. The grand total comes to 5,630 yuan. The hangover soup is complimentary, so we will round down to 5,600 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Who will settle the bill?" "Is this serious? Erguo sells for merely a dozen yuan per bottle at the supermarket, and rice wine is even cheaper. Are you trying to rob us?" One individual finally regained composure, astonished by the cook's exorbitant pricing. "Humph." The cook's demeanor exuded a threatening aura. "Whoever depletes my stock without notice will find themselves at this price. It's a mutual agreement. No shirking on payments, or I shall deprive you of meals for 3 days. Oh, and I might even throw in some complimentary beans for good measure." The cook's ostensibly gentle tone fell upon the ears of the assembly, offering little warmth against the frigid air outside the hangar, leaving everyone pale with fear. Chapter 53, Airdrop. The cook glanced at Lin Mo and continued, "Of course, Comrade Lin Mo's share is complimentary." Suddenly, his expression hardened, imbued with an air of menace. "If anyone dares to object, humph, you can take it up with Captain Jiang." The group exchanged apprehensive glances, realizing they had no choice but to confront this predicament, resigning themselves to emptying their wallets under the cook's relentless insistence. At the starting end of the runway, a medium-sized 4-engine turboprop Y-8 Yin 8 transport aircraft had just completed its engine warm-up and was beginning to enter the takeoff zone. Lin Mo's luggage had already been packed and loaded onto the plane. This special flight was not solely for Lin Mo. Accompanying him were 4 or 5 retired veterans. All aboard this domestically manufactured transport aircraft, a replica of the Un-12 produced by the Shaanxi Aircraft Corporation. Once aboard, Lin Mo received a parachute pack. Indeed, he was merely a passenger alighting partway through the journey, not reaching the final destination. His luggage, once on board, was placed into a specially designed airdrop container and secured with a parachute. Upon reaching the designated location in the sky, the aircraft would execute a direct airdrop, necessitating Lin Mo to parachute down, with arrangements made for someone to meet him on the ground. For an Air Force pilot, parachuting was no more foreign than to a specialized airborne unit. One was for combat, the other for survival, and they were not to be compared. Lin Mo recognized the several retired soldiers on board. 2 were from the security detachment, while 4 were ground crew members responsible for the signal lights and communications. As they sat in the rudimentary cabin, exchanging glances, they longed to converse, yet the din required them to shout. The transport aircraft, unlike a passenger plane, had soundproofing, and the cacophony from the 4 propeller engines was even louder than the roar of the J-10 that Lin Mo piloted. "Second Lieutenant Lin, what time is it?" "Oh, that's quite a nice watch you have. Is it a Rolex or an Omega?" The retired soldier from the security detachment, Ping Yong, gazed at Lin Mo's wrist with envy. His question about the time momentarily overshadowed by the allure of Lin Mo's watch. As Lin Mo lowered his gaze, a sleek black lacquered watch snugly adorned his left wrist. Its exceptionally smooth and supple metal craftsmanship, displaying a complex dial and an exquisite chain, all of which exuded an air of opulent mystery, meticulously crafted with great precision. In contrast, my own watch was a counterfeit, broken and inaccurate. Lin Mo couldn't help but internally lament, "Gold coins, oh gold coins. Could you perhaps be a tad less ostentatious?" This flamboyant brilliance is simply asking for trouble. One thing was certain, before entering the base, Lin Mo had been devoid of any watch. It goes without saying that this peculiar creation was yet another manifestation of that capricious golden dragon. A recent product of research that had morphed into a timepiece. It could effortlessly mimic the styles of Rolex, Longines, pocket watches, or wristwatches, changing at will. However, Lin Mo found no joy in it. Its beauty was merely superficial and rather disappointing. This so-called luxury brand watch was utterly unreliable, resembling a brand without embodying its essence. The hour hand was so misaligned that its movements were akin to a blind man's gaze, merely a decorative piece. As if responding to Lin Mo's thoughts, the watch on his wrist suddenly began to spin wildly, seemingly venting some form of dissatisfaction, inducing a sense of dizziness akin to an abrupt acceleration of time itself. Lin Mo silently turned his wrist, presenting the watch's face to an inconspicuous angle, his heart racing with trepidation. Should anyone discern its peculiarities, it would be akin to a ticking time bomb, a dire consequence indeed. If only this gold coin would graciously assume its true form as an authentic piece, rather than stubbornly clinging to his arm. TSK. What a splendid counterfeit. Where did you procure it? Should you find the opportunity, kindly acquire one for me as well. Ping Yong gazed enviously, the watch adorning Lin Mo's wrist exuding an undeniable masculine allure. Naturally, it was an original, high-end luxury brand worth over $1 million. Its design meticulously crafted by renowned artisans. Even a counterfeit could be produced in mere moments. It was a gift. I have no idea where it was purchased. If I come across any, I shall inquire for you. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, uncertain if he could maintain contact with the outside world after entering Dark Night. Given that you've retired, your ability to reach me remains questionable, Lin Mo mused. All right, I appreciate it, brother. Peng Yong exclaimed, lost in reverie, envisioning the same watch adorning his own wrist. As the cockpit door swung open, a figure emerged, gesturing to his own watch and calling out, Second Lieutenant Lin. Airdrop in 5 minutes. Prepare yourselves. Lin Mo acknowledged with an affirmative gesture, swiftly organizing his gear to ensure the parachute was securely in place. At several thousand meters above ground, any mishap could render one a mere splatter upon impact, a fate one would be fortunate to escape. The Y-8 transport aircraft is no less daunting than a commercial airliner. The cabin sways unsteadily, and for those with a weaker constitution, it could easily induce nausea. However, Lin Mo was accustomed to it, moving with the ease of a seasoned traveler. He unfastened his seatbelt and made his way to his luggage, which he nudged toward the drop hatch. The standard airdrop box was already secured with a parachute, requiring only a gentle push to release it. Upon deployment, the parachute would automatically activate a beacon, allowing Lin Mo to effortlessly locate his belongings. In truth, the box contained little of significance: a laptop provided by the base, personal toiletries, various odds and ends, and a collection of books that nearly filled half the space, amounting to no more than half a cubic meter. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the rear hatch of the cabin, swinging open with a sudden jolt. A chaotic rush of air swept through the cabin, rendering breathing a challenge. Even though the aircraft had already descended in altitude, several veterans within the cabin gripped their seatbelts tightly, one hand shielding their faces from the fierce gusts that threatened to invade their lungs, while simultaneously waving goodbye to Lin Mo. Any words spoken in that tumultuous moment would likely be whisked away by the wind. A red light illuminated the cabin ceiling, signaling that the airdrop box was being moved along a conveyor belt toward the open hatch. When the red light shifted to green, the locking claws released, and the airdrop box was instantly engulfed by the ferocious winds outside, propelled far from the aircraft in an instant, its parachute blooming into a pristine white canopy. The advantages of the subsonic aircraft and airdrop operations became evident. It merely required a toss. Had it been a supersonic aircraft, without powerful ejection, the box would likely have remained firmly pressed against the aircraft by the turbulent airflow. Lin Mo waved goodbye to the others in the cabin, sprinted a few steps, and leaped out into the open air. It was as though he had once again reclaimed the exhilarating sensation of riding atop a colossal dragon. Clad in the standard-issue dark steel armor of the Dragon Riders, braving the tumultuous winds of the high altitude. In the past, he would never have dared to undertake such a perilous solo descent, for Gold Coin would certainly remain indifferent until he was reduced to a mere pulp. It relished the thought of him engaging in such reckless endeavors. However, now he was equipped with a parachute, free from the concerns of a safe landing. The two worlds presented entirely different approaches to such challenges. In this realm, the rapid secretion of adrenaline was palpable, with a breathing mask and goggles in place. Lin Mo reveled in the thrilling excitement of free fall, extending his limbs to navigate the air currents toward the location of his supply drop. A slight miscalculation in the sky could translate into a significant distance on the ground. You've lost your mind. You're courting death. Gold Coin's thunderous voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind through their soul pact. Instantly, the wristwatch on Lin Mo's arm morphed and expanded, as if attempting to transform into a dragon's form to halt his reckless folly. In a different world, Gold Coin had eagerly desired its knight to take such reckless risks, hoping for an early demise so it could soar freely as a dragon. Yet, having been frightened by the weapons of this world, it could not bear to part with Lin Mo, its long-term source of sustenance. Although the inhabitants of this realm appeared frail, lacking even the most basic of warriors, they wielded a terrifying intellect far surpassing that of beings from other worlds, having developed highly lethal weaponry, with an aggressive disposition that only intensified. The Gold Coin lacked the courage to challenge the radar and missiles once more. This accursed world is predominantly a civilization centered around the utilization of metal. As a creature of the gold element, it stood out far too conspicuously, leading it to deeply regret not being a dragon of another element. Aha! Lin Mo let out a hearty laugh as he was suddenly lifted upward, causing his descent to slow considerably. The parachute deployed automatically. You. The Gold Coin, halfway through its transformation, was taken aback, its newly formed dragon head widening its eyes in astonishment at the parachute above Lin Mo's head. Such a contraption exists in this world. It had heard of ejection parachutes on fighter jets, but it had not connected that to the one Lin Mo bore at this moment. With such an apparatus, who fears falling from the sky? The Sky Knight seemed to have gained an extra life. It once thought of tossing Lin Mo from the heavens, but now, with this device, it seemed an even greater challenge. Perhaps it should read more. Ha ha ha. Lin Mo roared with laughter. With a swift motion, the Gold Coin silently shrank back into the form of a watch, its strap tightening fiercely. How had the pride of a dragon been so scorned by a mere human? Humph, just wait and see. Yet Lin Mo remained unfazed by the Gold Coin's rebellious indignation, still laughing uncontrollably. For him, such an opportunity to humble the proud dragon was exceedingly rare. He had come to this world with a fervent desire to acquire various knowledge, having more time to engage with this realm than the Gold Coin. This was the essence of disparity, the disparity of knowledge. At that moment, the Y-8 transport plane had already roared away, leaving no trace in the sky. Controlling his parachute, Lin Mo descended slowly to a spot 50 meters away from the airdrop crate. He unlatched the parachute pack, drew forth his tactical dagger to sever the parachute cords, and neatly gathered the now useless parachute. He proceeded to do the same with the parachute from the airdrop crate. The four corners of the crate were adorned with flashing beacons, emitting a flickering orange-red light, while the yellow container stood out prominently against the landscape. Lin Mo's landing site was situated on a vast expanse of prairie, where the parched grass revealed not a hint of green. It was now January, and the Siberian cold wind sweeping in from the north rendered the air frigid, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 54. The nation's ultimate defense system. Yet, in such harsh conditions, Lin Mo remained unfazed when compared to the severe cold and turbulence at high altitudes. This seemed trivial. Based on his landing location, Lin Mo estimated his position, likely in the northwest region of the country. Until now, he had been unable to memorize all the constellations of this world, and with night yet to fall, he could not confirm his exact location through astrological means. Leaning against the airdrop crate, which shielded him from the biting wind, Lin Mo wrapped himself in the parachute fabric, awaiting the arrival of Dark Knight, a special secret unit. Particularly given their engagement in real combat, they surely had made numerous enemies, and the secrecy surrounding their base was substantial. Accepting a newcomer like him would undoubtedly involve a unique method of retrieval. For now, all he could do was wait. Having replenished himself with a few pieces of military rations stowed in his pocket, darkness enveloped the land, with only the beacon's light flickering in the wilderness. The counterfeit watches, resembling gold coins, were utterly unreliable, leaving Lin Mo uncertain about how long he had been waiting. At that moment, a faint roar echoed from a distance, accompanied by two beams of pristine white light drawing closer. As they approached, Lin Mo rose to his feet, sensing it was time. A rather unremarkable blue Changhe van came to a halt less than 5 meters away, its high beams switching to low. As the door swung open, a middle-aged man emerged, scruffy. Wearing a cap and dressed in a Zhongshan suit, he appeared no different from the truck drivers one might encounter in society. The middle-aged driver glanced at Lin Mo and said, "Lieutenant Lin Mo, my surname is Kai. You can just call me Old Kai. Come, let us verify your fingerprints. I hope you don't mind. It's a regulation." As he spoke, he retrieved a PDA from his pocket. Lin Mo surmised it was a necessary security protocol. And since they knew his name, these must be the people sent to escort him. The device seemed quite advanced, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Old Kai grasped Lin Mo's index finger, rubbing it firmly before slowly sliding it across the fingerprint scanner on the side of the PDA. A beep echoed, and the scanned fingerprint magnified on the screen, which flickered briefly before displaying Lin Mo's information, his photograph, name, and rank. Lin Mo's wrist trembled slightly. He couldn't help but notice how envious Kai seemed of his compact device. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, Kai's vigorous rubbing could easily expose a counterfeit if a fingerprint film were used. Old Kai waved his hand, saying, "Haha, your identity has been confirmed. You may enter the vehicle." He glanced at Lin Mo's airdrop box and inquired, "Do you need assistance?" Lin Mo smiled faintly, shook his head, and turned around. With a gentle lift, he raised the airdrop box, which was more than twice the size of an ordinary one, effortlessly in his hands. Lao Kai assisted in opening the enclosed cargo door, observing as Lin Mo placed the airdrop box into the empty compartment and deactivated the beacon, causing the lights at the corners to extinguish immediately. Lao Kai mused to himself that this fellow ought to join the Olympic weightlifting team. A casual glance at the footprints left by Lin Mo while he hoisted the airdrop box revealed its considerable weight, yet Lin Mo lifted it with ease, as if it were a bundle of cotton. Clearly, Lin Mo's strength was somewhat astonishing to Lao Kai. Outside, visibility was nearly non-existent, with only the dim glow of the headlights barely illuminating the road ahead for a few meters. Beyond that, in the event of an emergency, there would be little time to brake. After all, this was merely an ordinary cargo truck, not some magically disguised vehicle. After approximately 4 to 5 hours of travel, the truck finally reached a main road, where sparse, yellow streetlights began to appear along the roadside. Seated beside the driver, Lao Kai, Lin Mo observed that the scenery outside had transformed from grasslands to patches of farmland. The absence of mountainous terrain afforded a broad view, allowing him to see far into the distance, where a faint glow perhaps indicated a city. Navigating from the main road to smaller, winding paths, it seemed that only the driver known as Dark Knight could find his way through the myriad twists and turns. It was indeed difficult to imagine why Dark Knight would choose a location close to the city rather than in the desolate outskirts. The truck came to a halt at a farmhouse that still glowed with lights. Arriving at their destination, the driver, Old Kai, switched off the engine and, without removing the keys, promptly exited the vehicle. "Come, let's have a meal first," he exclaimed. But my luggage. Lin Mo protested as he prepared to retrieve his belongings from the car. Do not worry. Someone will assist you with that and ensure it reaches your accommodation. Old Kai assured him, patting the side of the truck with a hint of pride. The security here is exceedingly high. The locals are not ordinary folk, so there is no need to fear thieves. With that, Old Kai led Lin Mo toward a rather unremarkable three-story farmhouse nestled within the courtyard. This seemingly ordinary rural abode concealed profound intricacies, and Lin Mo was reminded of the adage that great secrets often lie in plain sight. In the courtyard, a couple busied themselves with household chores, casually acknowledging Old Kai's arrival with a nod while remaining focused on their tasks, seemingly indifferent to the truck's entrance. Just as Lin Mo intended to follow them upstairs, he noticed Old Kai veer unexpectedly, opening the door to a storage room beneath the staircase. With a press of a hidden mechanism, the floor tiles of the storage room descended, revealing an underground passage. How mysterious. Without turning back, Old Kai stepped into the tunnel, stating, "This is merely one of the entrances. For the sake of confidentiality, the access points are frequently altered. After all, we cannot expose ourselves to public scrutiny, as it may incite international disputes. In this regard, we share similarities with terrorists." His words elicited a knowing smile from Lin Mo, revealing a subtle understanding amidst the tension of confrontation. The architect of this unit was evidently not confined by rigid moral doctrines. However, upon entering our base, one must heed a crucial piece of advice: ask less and do more. The less you know, the more advantageous it will be for you, potentially sparing you from suffering. This, of course, pertains to the scenario of being captured by the enemy. Sometimes, a swift bullet can manifest a peculiar form of bliss. After entering the tunnel, Old Kai's words took on an air of grim detachment, suggesting a profound understanding of life and death. Lin Mo remained silent. Upon entering the tunnel, it felt as if he had stepped into an entirely different realm. The initial entrance was shrouded in darkness, where visibility was utterly obscured. It was only after descending several steps, feeling his way along the staircase, that he encountered a dim light. Navigating through a lengthy corridor, Old Kai paused before a typical steel air defense door, making no motion. The entrance seemed to possess an unknown verification method. With a click, the door gradually slid open, revealing a small isolation chamber of about 10 square meters. Without uttering a word, Old Kai gestured for Lin Mo to follow him inside. They proceeded through several passages until they arrived at a spacious room, approximately 100 square meters in size, characterized by its vastness. The walls were pristine white, and against one wall rested a collection of beige, soft fabric sofas arranged in various configurations. A sleek LCD television adorned the wall, and the decor was exquisite. A gentle breeze of fresh air wafted through the ventilation, while the lighting in the room was soft yet bright, complemented by verdant plants. Aside from the absence of windows, it resembled a lounge, the depth of which underground remained a mystery. As Lin Mo made his way inside, he noticed an unsettling sensation of being observed despite encountering no one along the way. Surveillance cameras were positioned at every corner. Yet he was acutely aware that the monitoring apparatus extended far beyond what was visible. "Please, take a seat. I shall order some food for you. We can handle the registration together shortly. It will be done in no time." The driver, Old Kai, opened the door and stepped outside. On the wall, a clock caught Lin Mo's attention, revealing the time to be 2:16 in the morning. He sank into the sofa, idly surveying the room, his keen eyes detecting several inconspicuous cameras nestled in the corners. A smile crept onto his face as he playfully waved at the cameras. Regardless of who was watching him, they would soon be colleagues, and a friendly greeting seemed in order. After waiting for half an hour, Old Kai appeared to have vanished without a trace, his absence palpable. Glancing at the clock, Lin Mo noted that it was nearing 9 o'clock. Though he maintained his composure, he contemplated turning on the television to pass the time. Idly sitting was proving to be rather dreary. Just as his fingers brushed against the remote, he heard laughter and footsteps approaching, growing louder as they neared the door. "Ah, someone's coming. Who could it be?" A curious head peeked through the door, seemingly drawn by the light emanating from the room. "Who are you? Are you the new arrival?" A young man with thick brows and a robust build scrutinized Lin Mo with interest, stepping inside, followed by several others clad in identical camouflage tank tops. Lin Mo rose from the sofa and saluted with a crisp and powerful voice. "I am Lin Mo, codename Gold Coin, here to report for duty." Although he could not see the rank of the others and was a newcomer, he knew he must uphold the decorum of the military. "Ah, a true rookie," exclaimed a sturdy young man, his eyes wide with surprise. "Wow, He even has a code name. This newcomer is quite impressive. A towering figure, dark-skinned and nearly 2 meters tall, glanced around and burst into hearty laughter. Look at that lad, quite dashing. Do you fancy him? If not, I certainly will. You love-struck fool, you're getting all flustered again. Chuckled 2 female soldiers as they jostled each other in amusement. Newcomer, do you understand our rules? Don't be so hasty with your code name. Come. Let us test your mettle. The towering man, having spoken only a few words, could no longer contain himself and suddenly swung a punch towards Lin Mo's head. Dilly. Hold on. A short-haired female soldier shouted in urgency, but it was too late to intervene. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned as the massive fist loomed closer. But he remained unmoved. With astonishing speed, he countered, using his palm to block the punch before it could land. With a resounding thud, the impact echoed through the room. Dali's jaw dropped in disbelief, realizing that his powerful strike had been effortlessly thwarted, not conceding even an inch. The room fell silent, all eyes wide in astonishment. Dali towered over Lin Mo by at least 2 heads. Chapter 55. A brief encounter. Dali's facial muscles twitched, a surge of astonishment coursing through him. Though he had not intended to inflict harm and had only exerted half of his strength, it was still an amount that most could not withstand. Yet, the opponent effortlessly blocked his strike with but a single palm, revealing a profound truth. In both power and speed, the adversary far surpassed him. Once more, Dali exclaimed, a rush of exhilaration filling him as he launched another punch, this time with 90% of his might. Bang! Yet again, there was no alteration in the outcome. Spectators stood in wide-eyed disbelief. Dali's strength was renowned, a result of innate prowess combined with relentless training, clearly not a mere display of brawn. However, today he found himself utterly and effortlessly subdued, shattering the image of the formidable powerhouse he had cultivated in the minds of those around him. This newcomer was swiftly branded with tags of mystery and strength. Were they to learn that Lin Mo was merely a pilot with less than a year of military service, they would likely bestow upon him the label of prodigy on the spot. What immense power! Dali marveled, while Lin Mo maintained an expression of ease. Dali's 2 fists were ensnared within the grasp of his opponent, akin to being caught in a vice. The disparity between his large fists and the small palm of Lin Mo was strikingly incongruous. Suddenly, Dali felt an overwhelming force surge from the opposing individual, rendering his body completely uncontrollable. He was abruptly lifted off the ground, soaring through the air before crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. In an instant, he resembled a human-shaped pancake, groaning in pain. Without even a single round, he had been decisively knocked out. What manner of monster had joined the team? The previously jovial atmosphere in the room vanished, replaced by the sounds of gasps and dropped jaws. This individual was indeed extraordinary. The young man with thick brows and bright eyes, possessing a sturdy physique, could not help but murmur softly to himself. In the military, rank is determined solely by strength. And Lin Mo's performance would surely reshape many perceptions of him. As a dragon knight from a parallel world in an era of cold weapons, he not only excelled in commanding dragons for aerial combat, but was also adept at close-quarters fighting. Hey, what are you all doing huddled together? Shouldn't you be off to wash up and sleep? Suddenly, the voice of driver Lao Hu rang out from outside the room. What? Are you bullying the newcomers again? You all have no sense of organization or discipline. Expect to write a reflection when we return. He pushed through the crowd, exclaiming, Make way, make way. Let me see if you're hurt. Second Lieutenant Lin, you're not injured, are you? You. As driver Lao Hu squeezed past the throng, he was met with the sight of Lin Mo completely unharmed, not even a wrinkle on his clothing. Meanwhile, in the corner, a familiar figure was groaning and struggling to rise. It appears that brawls are a commonplace occurrence here. Old Hu should not have been surprised, yet he found himself astonished. The newly appointed Second Lieutenant Lin Mo seemed unperturbed, while the towering figure of Big Li appeared utterly disheveled. Big Li, I remarked. Have you filled your belly only to engage in wall collisions for amusement? Old Hu had not considered that a solitary training session for newcomers had just taken place. Bah! Old Hu, from where did you unearth this monster? Such strength, he could easily toss me aside. Big Li was acutely aware of the immense power required to hurl someone out like that, and the force of impact against the wall was beyond his contemplation. What is the matter? Have you truly exchanged blows? Old Hu scrutinized Big Li, then turned to thoroughly examine Lin Mo from head to toe, his lips twitching with intrigue. Ha, Second Lieutenant Lin, do not take offense. These rascals possess such a temperament. It is an unwritten rule in our team that every newcomer must endure this initiation. Soon, we shall all be brothers, so do not dwell on it. Old Who finally grasped the caliber of the individual he had brought back. It's no trouble at all, Lin Mo replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference, for he had effortlessly gained the upper hand and felt no loss. Displaying magnanimity, he glanced at the others in the room and said, "Since we will be sharing the same pot of rice from now on, let us become acquainted." The first to notice Lin Mo was a young man with thick brows and bright eyes, robust in stature. He stepped forward and saluted Lin Mo, chuckling awkwardly as he introduced himself. "Hehe, I am Huang Shang, a marksman, codenamed Field Frog. It is a pleasure to meet you." Lin Mo returned a military salute. Realizing that the members of this unit had begun to accept him, a short-haired female soldier stepped forward behind Huang Shang, elegantly executing a salute as she introduced herself with confidence. "I am Feng Xiaoyan, responsible for communications and electronic countermeasures, codenamed Potato. I am Yuan Jingxing, an assault soldier, codenamed Toothbrush. I am Qin Baozong, a sniper and observer, codenamed Wrench." Finally, the tall soldier who had previously sparred with Lin Mo approached him, introducing himself. "Li Xiuwen, machine gunner. My codename." He scratched his head. "I don't have one. They all call me Big Li, so you can call me that too." This tall fellow was rather straightforward, showing no resentment towards Lin Mo for having bested him. One by one, the individuals in the room stood up to greet Lin Mo. Old Who felt a sense of relief. These soldiers had ultimately recognized the newcomer without any major issues. To put it bluntly, this was a form of initiation. The Dark Knight Special Operations Team was not a place for just anyone. The majority of special forces did not meet the qualifications. Those who managed to join this unit were undoubtedly the elite among the elite. If placed in a regular army, they would be referred to as the kings of soldiers. To be a bit boastful, the Special Operations Team is a concentrated camp of soldier kings. Without exceptional skills, one could hardly expect to join peacefully. Here, status is determined by strength and capability. Titles and ranks hold no significance. Indeed, harmony is paramount. Driver Lao, who has assumed the role of a versatile facilitator. He continued, "My name is Hu Shu, a driver responsible for logistics, code-name Driver. This individual is truly a resourceful person. His code name genuinely reflects his primary occupation. Yet it is certainly not as simplistic as merely being a driver." Lin Mo surmised that he must be adept in operating and repairing various modes of transportation. To form an elite combat unit, the role and positioning of each member are of utmost importance, and none can be omitted. Look at the time. You all know each other by now, so disperse. Driver Hu Shu recalled the matter at hand and began ushering people out, beckoning towards the door. Come. Help little Lin log in and bring over the food. This young lad is still on an empty stomach, yet he is here entertaining you ungrateful lot." He feigned a shake of his head. "Lieutenant Lin, please have your meal first. We shall meet again tomorrow." Sniper Huang Shang promptly excused himself. "Lieutenant Lin, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Gold coins. A prosperous codename, indeed. He left, not forgetting to jest before departing. The group gradually dispersed, leaving only Driver Lao Hu, a few guards, and a food basket in the room. After verifying fingerprints, scanning iris patterns, capturing infrared facial images, and completing the registration form, Lin Mo finished the registration process in just over 10 minutes. The dinner brought to Lin Mo by Driver Lao Hu was indeed quite commendable. A selection of 7 or 8 small dishes accompanied by a bowl of soup and a substantial box of rice demonstrated both quality and quantity. The meal served at Dark Knight was no less impressive than what Lin Mo had experienced at his previous Air Force base. The fish, meat, and vegetables were all flavorful and visually appealing, resembling a dish meticulously prepared by a top chef rather than a mere cook. "Here, this is your tactical board," Lao Hu said, handing over the item. "The underground map of this base is contained within. The restricted areas are clearly marked, so do not wander aimlessly. Additionally, this is your identity wristband, which serves as both your room key and payroll card. Your room number is 709. The initial digit does not indicate the floor, but rather the sequential order. You can refer to the tactical board for navigation, which includes a location tracker. Do not worry about getting lost. After a few walks, you will become familiar with the layout." As Lin Mo swiftly devoured the food, Lao Hu smiled and presented him with an envelope. Inside was an ultra-thin tablet, the size of an A4 sheet. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows, recognizing the sophistication of the equipment here. It was no wonder that the military technology was said to be ahead of civilian advancements, only transitioning to civilian use when it was nearing obsolescence. Lin Mo recalled reading a military science book that revealed the military had completed the basic applications of laser technology by the 1980s, progressing from integrated optical paths to laser weaponry. Yet, while the public remained excited about the dawn of the optical age, they remained oblivious to the fact that the laser technologies available on the market were on the verge of being phased out and transitioned from military applications to civilian use. I want it, I want it. Lin Mo's mind was filled with the frantic cries of the golden dragon, reminiscent of a heartbroken woman in seclusion. The moment this fellow laid eyes on such advanced electronic devices, he seemed utterly lost, as if his very life had been claimed. Lin Mo sensed that he had grasped a crucial thread to compel this individual to comply. With a grateful smile, he discreetly accepted the document bag, placing it in his right hand, while the pitiful coins, transformed into a watch, rested in his left. Even as the frantic clamor of the coins echoed in his mind, Lin Mo did not offer a single response. Your aircraft is likely to arrive in about half a month. As for the departure location, feel free to familiarize yourself with it. There is already an aviation team in the brigade, and the logistics personnel can assist you. After handing over the items, Lao Hu observed the soldiers clearing away the meal remnants and continued, you should get some rest. Tomorrow you will meet with Captain Feng and the members of the Night Special Operations Team. Thank you. Lin Mo saluted, clearly recognizing that Lao Hu was a meticulous and dedicated soldier. Although not a combatant, his position within the night unit was indeed remarkable. Utilizing the positioning system on his tablet, Lin Mo swiftly located his quarters, a two-bedroom apartment featuring a study, a living room, and a bathroom, approximately 90 square meters in size. Chapter 56. The Notebook's white party. Though concealed underground, the air circulation is remarkably adequate, and the lighting employs bulbs that mimic the warmth of natural sunlight. It is evident that this subterranean facility serves not merely as a hiding place, but rather resembles a temporary command center designed to withstand nuclear strikes, boasting a comprehensive array of amenities. Lin Mo has gleaned some information from Old Hu. The Night Special Operations Team possesses a certain degree of aerial combat capability for transportation and evacuation cover. They are now in urgent need of an aggressive aerial assault force, which subtly indicates that Knight's adversaries are becoming increasingly formidable, necessitating the deployment of jet fighters to assist in attacks. Relying solely on ground assaults may prove insufficient, especially considering the enemy may also possess aircraft. It is universally acknowledged how precarious it is for infantry to confront airplanes. The era of rifles and rudimentary weaponry has long since passed, and with a nation backing them, the provision of advanced weaponry is assured. Ensuring a significant firepower advantage is not only advantageous but essential. The decision made by the commanders of Night to upgrade their troops' equipment is resolute and unwavering. As anticipated by Old Hu, Lin Mo's belongings are indeed situated in the living room of his quarters. The airdrop packaging has been removed, leaving behind several boxes containing various items. Lin Mo begins to organize his clothing and personal effects, meticulously arranging the room and filling the once-empty wardrobe. Subsequently, he retreats to the bathroom, indulging in a soothing hot shower, washing away the chill accumulated during his time spent waiting in the wilderness post-airdrop. Clutching a towel to dry his body, he rummaged through his backpack, only to find it utterly devoid of contents, as if it had always been so. All that remained was a mouse pad and a forlorn mouse, seemingly mocking Lin Mo. A sense of foreboding enveloped Lin Mo's heart. He stood in shock, glancing around in disbelief, and opened every other box once more. Finally, the suppressed volcano of his frustration erupted. Gold coin. You scoundrel. What have you done with my laptop? Lin Mo's furious shout nearly reverberated through the entire room. His branded watch's gold seemingly vanished without a trace. Just then, an inopportune belch echoed from the corner of the sofa. Lin Mo inhaled sharply, stirring a strong gust within the room, only to behold a peculiar creature sprawled on the sofa, fiddling with a newly acquired military tactical tablet. Described as strange, its body was exposed, displaying bizarre circuitry, dense integrated circuits, capacitors, and various electronic components. A screen-like surface twisted and revealed Lin Mo's familiar desktop, even showcasing the names of folders he had established on his own computer, identical in every detail. Gold coin. You rascal. What have you done to my computer? Lin Mo snatched the newly issued military tactical tablet, glaring at the creature on the sofa. Return my laptop, or I shall send you to the laboratory for dissection. Lieutenant Lin Mo, first and foremost, I must declare, it was not intentional. In actuality, the die has already been cast, alas. It was merely an inadvertent mishap. Truly an unintentional blunder. Alas, alas, having been transmuted into a formless golden coin, it seemed to have ingested something disagreeable, incessantly belching forth components. And with an air of brazen indifference, it declared, "Since you have already acquired a new paramour and will no longer be beholden to that dilapidated laptop, why fret? In your magnanimity, you might as well let it go. At worst, I shall metamorphose into a laptop for your convenience, guaranteeing unparalleled performance. Heh. Alas. Judging by its smug demeanor, this was assuredly a premeditated scheme. This reprobate had been coveting Lin Mo's laptop for quite some time. Previously, it would merely pilfer a dilapidated radio or a broken instrument for a fleeting indulgence, but nothing could compare to the gratification of devouring an intact laptop. Coupled with this tone of surreptitious gluttony in the disappearance of the laptop, the conclusion was inescapable. This fiend had undoubtedly devoured his laptop. Lin Mo vowed in his heart that the laptop was not solely composed of metal, it also contained other intricate constituents. This gluttonous wretch had quite the appetite. Seemingly unconcerned about the potential for indigestion. "You scoundrel." Lin Mo's retort was a direct kick that propelled the golden coin off the sofa. This time without any regard for its past as a bloodthirsty and bellicose dragon. Alas, alas, my display screen. How could you bring yourself to do this? Can you reassemble it? Are you a dragon or a swine? You persist in kicking. Enough is enough. If you continue, I shall be incensed. The dragon possesses dignity. If you continue this way, I shall retaliate. Be cautious not to strike the display. It took considerable effort for me to achieve this integration. Alas, what are your intentions? Who fears whom? Engineering plastics, glass, PCB materials, and various electronic components. There is scarcely time to decompose and assimilate the gold coins, and I am burdened with numerous considerations. At this moment, Lin Mo is no match for me. He was thoroughly pummeled, rolling on the ground amidst a chaotic scattering of parts. Although he did not sustain any significant injuries, it was a tremendous disgrace for the dragon lineage, were it not for the concern over more critical components. I suspect that the gold coins would have retaliated with fervor. A dragon should not be trifled with. Do not mistake it for a mere lizard. Humph. Gold coins. You shall never again lay a hand on my computer. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Lin Mo cradled his military-grade tactical tablet. Having long since relinquished any hope for his original computer, given the gold coin's peculiar expertise and glaring deficiencies in fundamental electronic knowledge, he harbored no expectation for its restoration. This was Lin Mo's most satisfying opportunity to unleash his pent-up frustrations on the gold coins. After the latter had audaciously devoured his laptop, he realized that this troublesome creature could never hope to restore it. The decomposition of electronic products to such an extent is beyond the grasp of even a dragon's wisdom from another realm. It is an entirely different concept from interrupting the black box of a fighter jet. At this moment, the battered and misshapen coin could no longer recall the positions of its scattered components. The once cohesive assembly of notebook circuitry and components had long since disintegrated. Despite its pitiful attempts to gather the fallen parts from the ground, wisps of smoke continuously emanated from its body, the result of individual electronic components being incinerated. The room of Lin Mo was suddenly filled with a charred odor. The sole achievement it could presently claim was the ability to generate a type of electronic component, a ferrite capacitor. The ferrite capacitor, also known as a supercapacitor or gold capacitor, belongs to the category of double-layer capacitors and is the largest in capacity among those mass-produced worldwide. It employs a double-layer structure formed from porous activated carbon electrodes and electrolytes to achieve its immense capacity. This relatively simple construction entails minimal technical complexity, allowing the coin to effortlessly assemble a high-capacity battery within itself. Now it could even power a light bulb, illuminating its surroundings, barely marking its reluctant entry into the realm of electricity. Not yet having mastered running, yet wishing to fly? Humph. Lin Mo scoffed. Diligently researching the conventional regulations and fundamental information pertaining to Dark Knight on his tactical tablet. The tactical tablet of Dark Knight was far removed from the ordinary computers encountered by the masses, with a thickness comparable to that of a 1 yuan coin. It was remarkably thin yet exceptionally sturdy, equipped with a carbon fiber shockproof casing and a robust alloy back that felt incredibly solid to the touch. Lin Mo even questioned its ability to withstand close-range gunfire. Although the device boasted a plethora of interfaces, some of which Lin Mo could not even identify, the primary operation still relied on the touch of his fingers. In the dark of night, the unit designated by the actual code 651 3895 comprises over 300 combat personnel, nearly 100 intelligence operatives, 15 advisors, 30 equipment specialists, and close to 1,000 non-combat logistical support staff, commanded by Colonel Feng Chang-ai. It encompasses 4 operational battalions tasked with assault, assassination, and reconnaissance missions. The resources allocated for equipment and training are boundless, featuring the latest weaponry that is prioritized for immediate deployment. While the conditions appear remarkably generous, it is universally acknowledged that such benefits are earned at the cost of one's life. The surface area of the Dark Knight base spans nearly 5 square kilometers, with ownership ostensibly attributed to a myriad of individuals or collective entities, all of which, however, covertly align with military authority. The subterranean expanse is even more extensive, consisting of 7 levels that extend over 100 meters underground, capable of accommodating more than 80,000 individuals. As a garrison, the Dark Knight utilizes merely 1/5 of the entire underground area, with numerous enigmatic sectors remaining sealed. These areas are not entirely devoid of content. Rather, they house a substantial stockpile of military armaments, food supplies, essential commodities, energy sources, and various industrial and electronic equipment that undergo periodic replacement, though not publicly disclosed. The most seasoned members of Dark Knight are acutely aware that this facility serves as one of the nation's last lifelines. With the resources and equipment stored in the sealed sections, it is conceivable to reconstruct the entire agricultural and industrial civilization of the country in times of dire crisis. This immense underground base is but one of many scattered across the corners of China, thereby rendering one of Dark Knight's lesser-known missions the safeguarding of this mysterious ultimate lifeline. This underground city may be connected to the establishment of the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps in 1952, which consolidated the retired and transition troops of the Xinjiang Garrison and Engineering Construction Units. Its immense scale is beyond the capacity of ordinary engineering teams, and it is uncertain how many generations have labored in secrecy and how much financial investment was required for its completion. On the tactical board's map, Lin Mo identified the location of the hangar, which houses 4 WZ-12 attack helicopters and 2 Mi-17 B-5 transport helicopters, representing the current aerial combat and transport capabilities of the base. As the only newly arrived fighter pilot, Lin Mo possesses higher access privileges than the average combat personnel, allowing him to access more comprehensive information through the tactical tablet. His primary concern is the aircraft's takeoff and landing environment. The flat terrain map reveals that the runway for the fighter jets is rather limited, measuring only 800 meters in length, situated within a sunken valley approximately 15 kilometers from his current location via an underground passage. Chapter 57, 10 Rings Against 10 Rings. The vicinity of the airport is shielded by extensive military reclamation farms, and a 15-kilometer-long tunnel extends directly from the base into the valley. This runway may have originally served other purposes or functioned as a temporary aerial transit point during wartime, yet it now serves as a takeoff and landing site for Lin Mo's fighter jet. Despite accessing only a fraction of the data available at the Dark Knight base, Lin Mo was profoundly shaken by what he saw. It was akin to a fully realized kingdom, capable of expanding fighter jet capabilities at will. The base's design seemed to have preemptively accounted for future facilities from the initial blueprints, negating the need for any major overhauls for decades, a testament to its visionary conception. Could this be attributed to the dig deep, store grain, and actively prepare for war mentality of that era? It was simply astounding. The information on the tactical tablet deeply engrossed Lin Mo, bringing him a series of surprises. To cultivate this unique combat force in times of peace, the military had invested resources without reservation, regardless of cost. The personnel were also the elite of the elite, which explained how such a small team could support various combat methods and tools. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Mo was roused from his slumber on the plush bed by the electronic alarm emanating from an unknown source. He opened his eyes and realized that the beeping sound was coming from the tactical tablet he was still holding. It even has this function? Lin Mo rubbed his eyes and sat up in bed. In reality, each tactical tablet was not just a simple personal computer, but a personal terminal wirelessly connected to a high-performance mainframe, somewhat like a diskless workstation. In addition to basic computer equipment, the extensive complexities of calculations on a tablet are primarily processed by colossal server units before being transmitted for direct display on the screen, complemented by cloud service capabilities. As long as the device is powered on, the tablet maintains a wireless encrypted connection with the servers, ready to receive the latest commands at any moment. Suddenly, the device emitted a sound, and a simulated human voice announced, "New command received. Would you like to read it?" Lin Mo tapped the screen, which then transformed into a command display window, and a voice stated, "Second Lieutenant Lin Mo. Please arrive at the physical training center by 9 a.m. Breakfast is prepared in the cafeteria. Would you like it delivered?" "No, I will go eat myself." Oh. Lin Mo responded without further action. Command confirmed. End of message. Came the automatic reply from the tablet's voice control system. Lin Mo smirked, marveling at the unimaginable advancements hidden within this world. Such technology is not exclusive to the military. Similar functionalities can be found in the Siri system on Apple's iPhone 4 and IBM's Via Voice system. When compared to civilian mobile phones, the systems utilized by the Chinese military, supported by high-performance omnidirectional microphones, exhibit extraordinary prowess, approaching the sophistication of intelligent systems. Wow, is this a feature? This is not just a computer, it is a brain. At an indeterminate moment, I finally managed to transform the scattered fragments of my gold coins into a metallic serpent, which emerged from the unknown. With a tone imbued with a hint of melancholy, it slithered onto the bed, coiling around Lin Mo's left wrist. After a few twists, it morphed into a watch akin to the one from yesterday. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, it suddenly began to play music, specifically the final segment of Machina. The fervent strains of heavy industrial metal seemed to declare the existence of my gold coins to Lin Mo. This creature, astonishingly, behaved like a child vying for attention from a tactical tablet. Lin Mo shook his head in disbelief. It was utterly preposterous. Had I ventured into another realm, where even the minds of dragons had grown peculiar? In the span of a single night, the serpent had rendered Lin Mo's perfectly functioning laptop obsolete. Although it had not entirely incorporated the laptop into its being, the harvest of gold coins was substantial. Not only had it gained the new functionality of a loudspeaker, but it had also acquired a radio, a storage device, and a calculator. It was unclear which crystal oscillator it had consumed, but now it could accurately keep time, more than sufficient for use as an alarm clock. A few non-metallic components, which I was reluctant to discard yet unable to merge, were hidden within the body of the gold coins, preventing it from shrinking to an insignificant size at will. While I felt a surge of indignation at the gold coin's presumptuousness in commandeering my laptop and rendering it inoperative, the primary function I utilized my computer for was research. The hard drive contained numerous documents, yet at the very least, the gold coins had preserved them, sparing them from being lost in the tumult. For now, it could still serve as a functional USB drive. After freshening up, Lin Mo relished a sumptuous buffet breakfast at the cafeteria before making his way to the training grounds at the fitness center. Observing the watch crafted from gold coins, he noted that it was a reliable piece, and at 8:30, he had arrived slightly ahead of schedule. The training grounds were bustling with activity. The firing range echoed with the sounds of gunfire, while the equipment area was populated by individuals engaged in vigorous physical training, honing their muscles. In the sparring zone, combatants donned protective gear, engaging in spirited exchanges with not only military personnel but also non-combatants sweating profusely, thoroughly immersed in their training. Here, even the kitchen staff from the cafeteria were adept in grappling and marksmanship, embodying the adage that proximity breeds influence, with even administrative personnel not to be underestimated. Lin Mo, a new face on the training grounds, attracted considerable attention. Those who had seen him the previous day began introducing him to others around. The glances directed at him shifted progressively from curiosity to astonishment, illustrating the omnipresence of gossip. "Lieutenant Lin," boomed a robust man at a nearby table, fiddling with a machine gun, waving enthusiastically. "Hey, Duel. Good morning." Lin Mo responded with a smile. "Come join us for some fun." Duel, straightforward and unpretentious, showed no signs of holding a grudge from the previous day's encounter with Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at the array of gun parts on the table before Duel, realizing that he was in the midst of weapon maintenance. With hands moving like the wind, Duel swiftly assembled an automatic rifle on the table, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, completing the task in mere breaths. He presented it to Lin Mo, a 9mm caliber weapon, visibly a fine piece of craftsmanship. Undoubtedly impressive. Care to give it a try? Lin Mo accepted the robust firearm, pulling back the bolt. The barrel, dark and thick, was certainly not a part of the small caliber arsenal employed by various nations. It was a custom-made variant. While small caliber rifles are lightweight, with reduced recoil making them easy to handle and quick to master even for the average citizen, their effective range is limited to around 300 meters, beyond which their lethality diminishes. In contrast, larger caliber rifles possess formidable stopping power within an effective range of 500 meters, exemplified by the AK-47. However, the recoil is not something the average person could easily manage, marking it as a weapon of significant lethality. The large caliber rifle in Lin Mo's hands was clearly designed for those with specialized training. For an ordinary individual, the recoil from a single shot could very well send them reeling. Dali produced a box of ammunition and 2 magazines from the ammunition case, handing them to Lin Mo with a glint of challenge in his eyes. Strength is on your side. Let us compare our marksmanship. Though he had earlier displayed a nonchalant demeanor, it was evident that he harbored a desire to reclaim his pride through competition. During his tenure at the airbase, Lin Mo had ample experience with firearms, even experimenting with grenade launchers. However, the novel design of this large-caliber rifle ignited a sense of excitement within him. Its sleek aesthetics evoked a surge of fervor, and as he caressed the cool, unyielding texture of the gun's frame, he nodded in affirmation, agreed. 500. Intending to engage in a fair contest, he retrieved 500 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table, assuming the other party was familiar with the custom. 500 it is. A shorter burst than 3 round. Dali paused, then grinned, nodding vigorously. He swiftly assembled another large-caliber squad automatic weapon, an act that would have deemed him an anomaly in a typical military unit. He hefted the weighty machine gun with the ease of grasping a burlap sack. For those who frequented this shooting range, the specific firearm employed was inconsequential. The competition hinged on stability, precision, and ruthlessness. Mastery was the key to victory. Akin to the way of experts, even a falling blossom or a plucked leaf could inflict harm. The variance in weaponry was immaterial. Even a misaligned sight would have negligible impact, as an acute sense of the firearm, honed to its zenith, would automatically compensate. Lin Mo promptly located an unoccupied target lane, and together with Dali, they entered the range. Exchanging a glance, they wordlessly raised their weapons in near simultaneity. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. The staccato bursts of 3 shots, fired in rhythmic cadence, reverberated almost in unison. The duel between Lin Mo and Dali immediately captivated the attention of many onlookers, who were eager to witness whether the local strongman would prevail against the outsider or if the newcomer possessed superior skills. Both men, holding their firearms nearly level, refrained from deliberate aiming, relying instead on their innate sense of the weapon to discharge their rounds. With each trio of shots, a new target paper was automatically replaced. After both parties had fired 30 rounds into the air, they simultaneously activated the counters. The LED screens on the 2 target stations displayed the shooting data. 10 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings. A hint of pride graced Dali's face. He felt he was in exceptional form, and the scoring device astonishingly recorded all 10s. A rare achievement for him. Not a single bullet had missed its mark. All 10 bullseyes were obliterated by his trio of shots, and remarkably, none had grazed the outer ring. However, when his gaze shifted to Lin Mo's scoring screen, his expression froze in tandem with others. This fellow had also hit the bullseye every time, mirroring his performance with 10 perfect scores. The newcomers cheered. Our Dali is no slouch either, machine gun precision. The Grim Reaper's choice. It was a draw, no winner declared. Hitting the bullseye with such rapid-fire accuracy was no small feat. Dali's countenance darkened slightly. Although they both scored 10s, he was undeniably more familiar with firearms, while Lin Mo was handling the 9mm rifle, humorously dubbed the bottle opener, for the first time. The name implied that shooting someone in the head would be as effortless as popping a beer cap. No, Dali had lost. Just as the crowd began to accept the draw, an untimely voice broke the silence. Chapter 58, Facing Off in Formation. This unexpected utterance splashed into the boiling pot like a scoop of water. What? How could Dali possibly lose? He and the newcomer both scored 10 rings. Could there still be a mistake? It is evidently a tie. Where did you see Dali lose? The voices of dissent erupted immediately. Look at the target paper. And you will understand, interjected the individual who had suddenly emerged to assert his opinion. Target paper? What is so interesting about that? The target paper, relayed back from the shooting range by automated equipment, was being passed around among the crowd, seemingly in search of the evidence to substantiate Dali's defeat. Suddenly, a gasp of disbelief echoed through the air, followed by a cascade of similar gasps reverberating around them. Although no one spoke, Dali sensed an ominous shift. Someone had unearthed the proof of his loss. What is going on? Can this old hen truly transform into a duck? Dali, somewhat skeptical, snatched the target papers from those comparing them beside him. each piece of target paper costing 5 yuan. Distinctly recorded the scores of Lin Mo and Dali's recent shots. Look at the scoring. Someone quietly urged Dali and those who were still in disbelief. Well, at last, someone exclaimed. Hearing the reminder, he focused intently on the target papers in his hands, then snatched another from someone else to confirm. Glancing left and right, he finally grasped the underlying intricacies. Oh my, Dali exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. I lost. Dali had completely lost his temper. Several target sheets clearly displayed 2 utterly distinct styles of impact points. On Lin Mo's target sheet, 3 circular bullet holes formed 3 intersecting circles, with the overlapping areas uniform and each sheet identical. In contrast, Dali's own target sheet resembled a flower bursting at its center. Although all impacts were within the inner 10 ring, the points were irregular and varied. The onlookers were seasoned marksmen, well aware that hitting the bullseye is not particularly challenging. However, achieving the precise, identical impact points akin to Lin Mo's, which seemed almost photocopied, required an extraordinary level of strength and control. With a 3-round burst, the position of the muzzle would inevitably shift due to recoil and the explosion of gunfire after the first shot, and the subsequent 2 shots would veer unpredictably. Nevertheless, Lin Mo could swiftly regain his aim and replicate this miraculous feat, rendering him almost superhuman. Yet, should anyone claim that leaving a single bullet hole in the bullseye was the true mark of prowess, such a statement would only hold merit under conditions of meticulous aiming. Captain Feng Chenai of the Night Brigade surveyed the assembly, his expression stern and resolute, his tone devoid of emotion yet remarkably clear. Today, we gather to announce the commendation from our superiors for the 5th Squad's successful completion of their combat mission. During last week's operation, the 5th Squad eliminated 121 terrorists and captured 7, sustaining 0 casualties. Therefore, every member of the 5th Squad is awarded a collective 3rd-class merit. A spontaneous round of enthusiastic and synchronized applause erupted, though it was without a leader. As Captain Feng raised his hand, the applause ceased immediately. He turned his gaze towards the air crew and called out, Second Lieutenant Lin Mo, step forward. With a sudden impulse, Lin Mo took 3 steps forward. From the moment he entered this foreign realm, the discipline of a soldier had been deeply ingrained in his very essence. Welcome, Comrade Lin Mo, to our dark night. From this day forth, you shall be one of us, a fighter pilot. Your role will be to provide aerial reconnaissance and fire support for our combat troops. Let's give him a warm welcome. Captain Feng Chenai spoke with an intentionally motivating tone. A wave of organized and fervent applause erupted, though it was interspersed with murmurs of confusion and disbelief. Many in the crowd appeared astonished, their eyes nearly bulging in surprise. Dali, what expression is that? Are you not welcoming our new comrade? Colonel Feng Chenai's gaze fell upon the most visibly shocked member, Machine Gunner Li Xiaowen, and anger flickered across his face. And no. Dali shook his head fervently, fearful of challenging the authority of Captain Feng. He stammered, shouldn't he belong to the ground forces? The others, especially those who had met Lin Mo the previous night, were expressions of incredulity. This strength, this marksmanship, shouldn't they be utilized in ground combat? How could he possibly transition to a fighter pilot? Soaring through the skies as if the Air Force had become so formidable that they were encroaching upon the domain of the army? Was this not an egregious overreach? Colonel Feng Chenai's expression darkened. Dali was causing yet another disturbance. In a displeased tone, he retorted, have you not understood? Second Lieutenant Lin Mo is a fighter pilot, a member of the air crew. As Captain Feng's countenance darkened, Dali resolutely swallowed his words and stood at attention, affirming with a crisp, yes. He dared not utter another syllable, yet his mind was rife with confusion. How could it be that someone with superior marksmanship and formidable prowess, unmistakably a champion of the Marine Corps, had somehow transitioned to the Air Force? He shook his head, unable to fathom the situation. The authority of the Night Operations Unit's commander was indisputable. Dali was not alone in his perplexity. The others were equally filled with questions. Dismissed. Captain Feng concluded the assembly with a sweeping glance over the gathered ranks. A rugged, red-faced man strode confidently towards Lin Mo, extending his hand in greeting. With a broad smile, he introduced himself. Lieutenant Lin, I am Huang Da, the captain of the 1st Squadron. Welcome to our unit. I hope you will offer your support. You must have met my men, including Dali, last night. Don't take them too seriously. They can be quite unruly. If you find the time, do join them for some leisure. From a distance, Dali and his companions gave Lin Mo a thumbs up, grinning and gesturing playfully. Despite Captain Huang's rough exterior, it was evident that he was well informed. His subordinates had likely tested Lin Mo's mettle before he approached. In the realm of grassroots combat units, strength alone dictated one's standing. Mere connections would not earn respect. Chapter 59. Express delivery of the J-10A Lieutenant Lin. Do not confine your visits solely to the 1st Squadron. Do come and spend some time with us in the 3rd Squadron as well. If there are minor tasks that pose little danger, you may accompany us for a leisurely flight. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chun Rinkai, the captain of the 3rd Squadron. I look forward to your support in the future. A tall, dark-faced soldier approached, seemingly intent on preventing Captain Huang from monopolizing Lieutenant Lin. Go on, Chin. Everyone knows your 3rd Squadron only handles trivial tasks. Last time you received a significant assignment, and now you still lack personnel. Our 1st Squadron is ready for action. We are all seasoned veterans, and the safety margin is quite high. Lieutenant Lin, as a pilot with keen eyesight, could easily take up a sniper rifle for some thrilling shots. Captain Huang of the 1st Squadron retorted, clearly unyielding. Is it only your 3rd Squadron that knows how to recruit? We can do the same. Establishing good relations with fighter pilots is essential when air support is needed. Our soldiers will expend far less energy, and it merely requires Lieutenant Lin to press the launch button a few more times. Just look at the recent accomplishments of the 5th Squadron. Collective 3rd-class merit is as easy as picking it up off the ground. Old Huang. How can you speak like that? Shall we have a little sparring session? Upon recalling that their unit was short 9 personnel due to casualties, Captain Chun Rinkai could no longer contain his agitation. Let us practice. It has been a while since we trained together. Come, let us have a go. Captain Huang Du of the 1st Squadron was equally unyielding, ready to engage in practice, living up to his name by winning over others with virtue. Serving in the military entails not only receiving a salary and achieving merit through combat, but also a reliance on more than mere words. Fistfights within the ranks are a common occurrence. Despite explicit prohibitions against personal duels, the unspoken rules prevail. A soldier who refrains from engaging in a scuffle cannot be deemed commendable, for one who falters in the heat of battle is hardly fit for service. Observing the 2 squad leaders poised for a brawl, Lin Mo finally comprehended that this was, in fact, a tradition of the 1st Squadron. Even the commander adhered to this custom, not to mention the subordinates who insisted on testing their mettle upon encountering a stranger. Captain Huang and Captain Chun, it seems, were thoroughly enjoying their conversation. At that moment, another individual joined them, extending a handshake to Lin Mo. Our previous collaboration was delightful. You certainly have a share in this collective 3rd-class merit. I am Captain Wang Yilong of the 5th Squadron. What? 2nd Lieutenant Lin is the pilot you mentioned. The one who wields the cannon as if it were a sniper rifle? Exclaimed Captain Huang of the 1st Squadron and Captain Chin of the 2nd Squadron, wide-eyed in astonishment. Indeed, you have viewed the combat footage, have you not? A few bursts from the aerial cannon took out a tent, and when we charged forward, it was merely for the purpose of mopping up. Of course, Captain Wang Yilong's account may have been somewhat embellished, yet it undeniably reflected Lin Mo's significant contributions during the engagement. Not at all. It was Captain Wang's command that made it possible. Lin Mo quickly deflected the praise. Without their encirclement, I would have accomplished little on my own. With humility, Lin Mo recognized that success is often a collective endeavor. It appears that Captain Feng, discreetly, has indeed reeled in a significant catch for us. The 3 captains were unabashedly showering the chief with flattery, their sycophantic remarks flowing like the relentless waters of the Yangtze River, creating an illusion that they were not valiant soldiers but rather treacherous court officials. How nauseatingly obsequious you all are, a bunch of flatterers, interjected a refined female voice without hesitation. Following the sound, Lin Mo beheld a poised woman in her 30s, dressed in professional attire, extending her hand towards him. Greetings, 2nd Lieutenant Lin. I am Ji Kong Lin from the advisory team. She introduced herself. Surprised by the presence of such an attractive team leader in the night squad, Lin Mo shook her hand, feeling the delicate touch that belied her formidable role as a decisive combat unit advisor. Hello, I am Zhang Jinyu, captain of the 4th Squadron. Greetings, I am Han Shaoran, captain of the 2nd Squadron. The other 2 squadron leaders also presented themselves in unison. I am Xie Fengdao, head of the intelligence team. I am Sima Peng, head of the equipment team. The leaders of the night squad converged around Lin Mo, while others joined in to greet him, eager to establish familiarity. Despite their higher ranks, they recognized the formidable combat capabilities of this young 2nd lieutenant, making him a desirable ally. No one wished to be caught off guard when Lin Mo took action, potentially leading to a few less pulls of the trigger or a missile left unlaunched. After all, it is often a single missile that determines the outcome of a battle. The unique speed and frequency of the Air Force's attacks can frequently leave opponents utterly defenseless. On the battlefield, the Air Force consistently represents the pinnacle of combat capability. The squadron leader, Pan Rongyong, observed Lin Mo and the others chatting animatedly from a distance, his demeanor relaxed. After all, a duck that has already entered the pot cannot fly away. Lin Mo is his new team member, and there is ample time for them to build rapport. Although Lin Mo had not yet encountered the personnel from the cafeteria or the engineering battalion, he quickly became acquainted with a significant number of individuals at the base within just half a day, diligently memorizing all their names. This established a foundation of camaraderie and trust, a bond that is invaluable and cannot be purchased at any cost. Aside from reporting to the aircrew, Lin Mo dedicated several days to familiarizing himself with the terrain of the base. It was imperative. The labyrinthine underground complex serves as the nation's last line of defense. Equipped with multiple functionalities, it is universally acknowledged that even the most formidable fortress is most susceptible to internal breaches. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, it is crucial to be able to withdraw or counterattack promptly. Until his dedicated aircraft arrives, Lin Mo can only assist his aircrew comrades in tidying up the hangar and maintaining the few helicopters at their disposal. Under the tacit approval of Group Leader Pan, Lin Mo occasionally had the opportunity to practice piloting an armed helicopter. This type of vertical takeoff and landing aircraft operates quite differently from jet fighters. During the transitional flights, as Lin Mo adjusted to the new sensations and habits, Pan Rongyong, the leader of the aircrew, initially harbored some concerns. The Harrier jet, which also boasts vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, had an accident rate exceeding 1/5 when it was introduced into the British Royal Air Force and the United States Marine Corps, with the UK alone suffering the loss of 24 aircraft over a decade. However, Lin Mo, already accustomed to the ever-changing flight maneuvers of the Golden Dragon, experienced no discomfort and quickly regained his sense of control. In many instances in a parallel world, gold coins would rely on their innate void magnetic field to ascend directly. After perusing the manual's precautions, Lin Mo was able to pilot one of the domestically produced WZ-12 helicopters from the base, executing various flight postures. A week after arriving at the base, Lin Mo received an expedited delivery from the military. Several Dongfeng trucks delivered sealed alloy boxes of varying sizes to the hangar. He was roused from his slumber to discover that his fighter had arrived. Yet, upon reaching the hangar and gazing at the towering stacks of boxes, he was momentarily taken aback. It was not the complete J-10 he had envisioned. It was only when a technical manual, thick enough to serve as an airdropped bomb, was presented to him that he was jolted back to reality. "It's all about getting accustomed to it," remarked the ever-watchful Group Leader Pan, who also had not enjoyed a restful sleep. It seemed that this method of delivery was not a first. Originally, this base operated under a veil of utmost secrecy, making it impossible to conduct any ostentatious airborne transfers. Every individual arriving at the base underwent rigorous scrutiny, with only designated transport teams permitted access. Any fighter jet vastly surpasses luxury automobiles like Bentleys or Bugattis in terms of value. The mountain-like pile of boxes contains not only the components necessary to assemble an entire J-10 fighter jet, but also an array of supplementary parts, maintenance materials, and specialized tools. Naturally, the state foots the bill. It is a collective expenditure borne by the citizens, and even the most ostentatious wealthy individuals cannot afford such assets. Lin Mo and Team Leader Pan had not slept a wink throughout the night, their heads resting against one another as they scrutinized the thick technical manuals. The J-10 is primarily designed as an air combat model, capable of carrying specialized munitions for ground attack operations. Although its principal purpose remains providing aerial cover and neutralizing enemy air forces, the absence of the Q-5 fighter jet in the delivery is due to the lack of any notable indigenous ground attack aircraft. Had the J-11 not still been in testing, Lin Mo would have been presented with a brand new J-11 fighter. Assembling an aircraft is undoubtedly a laborious endeavor. They meticulously cleared all the boxes, checked the contents against the inventory, and reorganized them in order of use with a forklift. This process is far more complex than unpacking a home computer. The first box contains unpacking tools, followed by assembly tools, and finally the disassembled modules of the airframe. Among these, the most critical component is the Russian-made AL-31FN turbofan vector engine, encased in a shockproof box and meticulously wrapped. If it were to be damaged, there would be no place left to lament. It is likely that Lin Mo was permitted to join this special operations team due to his considerable understanding of fighter jet structures and his commendable hands-on skills, which greatly ensured the aircraft's operational readiness. Team leader Pan Rongyong rallied the entire aircrew, gradually piecing together most of the airframe. Once the low-temperature assembly components were affixed, they became irretrievable, testing the patience of the personnel involved. Fortunately, those who aspire to work in the aviation industry are generally not of a volatile temperament. They learned and explored as they went along. Thank heavens, no additional components emerged. Lin Mo secured the final cover, wiped the grease-laden sweat from his brow, and exhaled deeply, relieved to have completed the outfitting of his beloved aircraft. The LED clock resting atop an empty alloy box read 2319. The most challenging aspect of assembly was not the inability to piece it together or the difficulty in locating parts, but rather the daunting task of identifying the missing components among thousands, which was often more difficult than disassembling and reassembling everything anew. Without the aid of a boarding ladder, Lin Mo was the first to leap into the cockpit, activating the systems as the cabin lights illuminated instantly. Beep, beep, beep. The indicators on the control panel flickered, alternating between brightness and darkness, continuously emitting alert sounds as Lin Mo deftly adjusted the settings. Chapter 60, Reconnaissance Before Sunset. The Night Operations Special Team is, after all, unlike any ordinary Special Forces unit. Despite the limited manpower, the aircrew comprises only the most elite experts. The Dark Knight base, integral to the nation's ultimate defense system, is perpetually prepared to face unforeseen warfare while ensuring seamless operations. It is equipped to handle scenarios of isolation and resource scarcity, boasting all necessary facilities typical of a conventional Air Force base, along with a highly integrated assembly and maintenance center, surpassing standard capabilities. This constant state of readiness for equipment updates ensures the aircrew can effectively assemble and maintain the J-10 fighter jets. Acquiring such advanced aircraft is not a mere matter of availability. A typical base may struggle to support the upkeep and repair of a jet fighter. Only the Dark Knight Special Operations Team, endowed with such abundant resources, can confidently claim the ability to sustain these aircraft. Numerous critical industrial zones across the country feature similarly fortified preparation facilities, which remain inactive during peacetime while continually upgrading their equipment. These facilities are crucial for bolstering the domestic industrial system's readiness during wartime. Bombing and covert sabotage alone cannot entirely dismantle China's industrial foundation. Indeed, many nations possess similar reserve bases. The self-diagnostic system has passed. Lin Mo leaned out and gestured to the outside. A member of the aircrew inserted a refueling nozzle into the aircraft's fuel tank, connecting a long fuel line to a hand-operated pump attached to a barrel. Everyone stepped back. Watch out for the fireworks, joked team leader Pan, urging others to maintain a safe distance as Lin Mo's inaugural test flight retained considerable risk. Upon observing Lin Mo extending an OK gesture from the cockpit, the individuals near the fuel drum promptly began operating the manual fuel pump, injecting fuel into the aircraft. In a short span, over 100 liters were transferred, a modest yet sufficient amount. As Lin Mo completed the installation of the final component, team leader Pan, accompanied by the others, meticulously inventoried all tools and parts, ensuring nothing was left inside the aircraft, which could potentially result in a catastrophic explosion upon the maiden engine start. A burly, ruddy-faced ground crew member volunteered to test the aircraft in Lin Mo's stead, but Lin Mo declined. Just as a professional racer must possess intimate knowledge and unwavering confidence in their vehicle, so too must a fighter pilot with their aircraft. Only through personally maintaining one's weapon can its maximum potential be unleashed. The technical manual, having been handled so frequently as to appear nearly worn, lay scattered across the ground. To comprehend its contents, Lin Mo had made numerous calls to technicians at his old unit, the 7759 base. Through this assembly endeavor, even if Lin Mo were to no longer serve as a pilot, he could at least secure a livelihood as a maintenance technician. Unbeknownst to all, a golden coin would inexplicably emerge from Lin Mo's pocket each day, darting into the aircraft and vanishing, or just as unexpectedly returning to Lin Mo's pocket. This entity, typically prone to flitting about within the aircraft's internal structure, had surreptitiously inspected the J-10 on numerous occasions during its assembly, finally performing a beneficial act for him. Initiating startup. Lin Mo announced into his handheld radio. In the distance, team leader Pan gave him a thumbs up, and his voice crackled through the intercom. All is normal. You may proceed. Without hesitation, Lin Imo initiated the startup procedure. Under the anxious gazes of everyone present, the J-10 shuddered slightly, its rear emitting a wisp of light smoke. Soon followed by a brilliant crimson flame that erupted forth. The intense heat distorted the air, sending a cloud of dust swirling across the tarmac behind the aircraft. With one hand poised on the ejection handle beside his seat, Lin Imo remained vigilant, monitoring the various signal lights. While a tablet connected to the aircraft's monitoring system displayed a cascade of real-time diagnostic data, should any anomaly arise, he was prepared to swiftly pull the ejection handle and escape. The engine unleashed a tremendous force, causing the airframe to tremble at a steady frequency. All indicators and data appeared normal, prompting Lin Imo to exhale in relief. He proceeded to conduct a series of straightforward tests, including the movements of mechanical components and the malfunction alert systems. Moments later, the fuel gauge warning light illuminated, accompanied by an alarm sound, signaling the conclusion of the testing phase. Lin Imo turned off the engine, rose from the cockpit, and raised his hands in a V sign. Amidst the expectant stares of those around him, he exclaimed, "The test was successful. We have accomplished it." No sooner had his words left his lips than the aircrew members, who had been on edge throughout, erupted into cheers. Starting from scratch to assemble a J-10 and successfully testing it in one go was a resounding victory for them. Ha ha ha, I have long been researching this matter, yet I had never had the opportunity to handle the actual object. Thanks to you, I finally indulged my curiosity. With bloodshot eyes that showed no signs of fatigue despite 2 sleepless nights, Team Leader Pan was the first to rush over, assisting Lin Imo as they jumped from the aircraft. He waved to all the crew members who had come to help and exclaimed joyfully, "Let us celebrate the assembly of our first J-10. I have ordered a late-night feast at the cafeteria. First, let us enjoy a hearty meal. Then return for a refreshing shower and a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, we shall have a day off." Pan's words evoked a chorus of cheers from everyone present. They began to tidy up their tools, marking the conclusion of nearly a week of hard work. However, the adjustment of this J-10 was merely the initial step. There remained a live weapon testing and engine break-in period. The aircraft also required numerous consumables, but fortunately, the shipping department of Chengdu Aircraft Industry Group's Plant 132 had provided everything in one go, resulting in a sight of boxes piled high, most of which contained tools and maintenance parts. Many boxes still remained unopened, containing conformal fuel tanks, various weapons, reconnaissance equipment, and specialized mounting components suitable for different mission requirements. "Comrade Lin Imo, this is Phone Chainai." At that moment, Lin Imo, who was maneuvering the fighter jet in the azure skies for training exercises, received a radio transmission from the base. Although his unit was no longer stationed at the 7759 Brigade's base, he continued to receive training assignments, as the goal was to cultivate him into an ace fighter pilot. A comprehensive understanding of various knowledge and tactical skills was indispensable. Despite being the sole J-10 fighter pilot at the base, Lin Imo could not afford to relax. Gold coins received. Please advise. Lin Imo reduced the engine output and exited supersonic mode, the dazzling sunlight at high altitude illuminating the cockpit. How is the aircraft performing? When will it be combat ready? Captain Feng's monotonous voice exuded a peculiar charm. In 1 week, the engine will have completed its initial break-in period and will be ready for actual combat. Lin Imo assessed the aircraft's condition, particularly the Russian-engineered engine, which required further operation at moderate loads to avoid compromising future fuel efficiency and longevity. All engines must undergo a break-in process to eliminate imperceptible burrs, ensuring that all components operate in perfect harmony. Very well, you are not required for combat at this moment. A reconnaissance mission has been assigned to you. Report the target's position daily, ensuring you remain undetected. Live ammunition is permitted, but you are prohibited from engaging without orders. Mission details have been sent to your tactical tablet. Although Lin Imo was part of the aircrew, he was directly commanded by the Night Brigade's captain. Received. Lin Imo piloted the fighter jet as he began to descend. After a prolonged period of preparation, Lin Imo was tasked with a mission for the first time under the cover of night, a task that was not overly challenging. Upon returning to the base, he watched as the J-10 fighter jet was towed into the hangar. Without delay, Lin Imo opened his cabinet and retrieved the allocated tactical tablet. Eager to access the latest mission directives, examining the flight route outlined on the screen, he noted that the journey would span approximately 30 minutes, leading to a target located in a rugged and desolate mountainous region devoid of substantial roadways. It would be quite challenging to elude any aerial surveillance within a day or two. More critically, Lin Mo needed to consider the immediate repainting of the aircraft in a more inconspicuous black-gray hue, as well as the installation of a specialized high focal length stabilization camera system and side-looking radar to meet the mission's requirements. While optical camouflage techniques were at his disposal, Lin Mo understood the importance of concealing his extraordinary ability to detect targets beyond the limits of human vision. Such prowess would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention. Captain Feng had assigned this task to Lin Mo, likely due to his prior experience in search and rescue operations within his former unit, which allowed for the assessment of personnel numbers and conditions from great heights. What remarkable vision that must require. Thus, this reconnaissance mission was similarly suited to Lin Mo's exceptional capabilities. The painting of the J-10 was executed swiftly, as the crew members possessed considerable expertise, capable of even replicating intricate patterns. A subtle layer of matte black-gray paint enveloped the originally silver-gray fuselage of the J-10, enhancing its enigmatic and substantial appearance. Only Lin Mo, treating it as his personal vehicle, would dare to undertake such a modification. Had this been during his time at the 7719 base, he would likely have faced reprimands for lack of discipline and organization, perhaps even spending time in solitary confinement. Impressive craftsmanship, Lin Mo remarked, giving a thumbs up as he boarded the aircraft once more. During the painting process, both wings, aside from the conformal fuel tanks, were equipped with specialized side-looking radars at the weapon mounting points. Additionally, a long-focus stabilizing camera pod was installed beneath the aircraft, ensuring that the J-10 was well-equipped for its role as an improvised reconnaissance aircraft. It was quite a feat for a convoy of over a dozen Dongfeng trucks to be fully prepared and delivered overnight. With the sun setting, Lin Mo planned to embark on a quick flight to confirm the target location. As a high-altitude, high-speed fighter, the J-10, utilizing the side-looking radar and long-focus camera, could pass by inconspicuously, offering a considerable degree of deception. At most, one might hear a faint rumble from the horizon, likely without even catching a glimpse of the aircraft itself. Lin Mo was determined not to tarnish the reputation of his former unit, the 7759 Aviation Brigade. On his inaugural mission, report, Second Lieutenant Lin has departed. The communications officer announced to Colonel Feng Chang'ai, the highest commander of the Night Special Operations Brigade, who was engrossed in documents within the integrated command hall. Colonel Feng Chang'ai lifted his gaze towards the operational command map displayed on the wall, where a gleaming triangle marked with an identification number and speed gradually moved in a particular direction. A realization dawned upon him. He glanced briefly before lowering his head again. Lin Mo's actions had somewhat taken him by surprise. Initially, he had anticipated that Lin Mo would embark on this mission the following day, yet as twilight approached, Lin Mo had set off without delay. While the onset of night favored covert operations, it also complicated the task of locating the target. Colonel Feng held little hope that Lin Mo would immediately track the objective, surmising that this flight would merely serve to familiarize him with the terrain. Gold coins. We have but an hour until sunset. The voice of ground leader Pan echoed through Lin Mo's earpiece, expressing concern that Lin Mo was perhaps acting too hastily. Though he did not oppose the decision. To avoid being intercepted, Lin Mo had adopted a code name after taking off. Rest assured, leader. 1 hour until we reach the target area, and 2 hours to return. Please save me some dinner. Lin Mo responded with unwavering confidence, recalling his previous reconnaissance missions in another realm aboard a dragon steed, where he had been required to set out regardless of daylight or darkness, or the harshness of the environment. After all, what merit did a dragon knight have if not to be deployed in the most perilous and complex situations? Chapter 61. A sidelong glance, the military meteorological satellite relayed atmospheric data, necessitating constant adjustments to Lin Mo's flight path as he navigated towards the mission coordinates displayed on his tactical tablet. Lin Mo adjusted the oblique radar and camera, muttering to himself, if I can wrap this up quickly, I can hurry home for dinner. The mission coordinates were merely a reference, provided by ground reconnaissance personnel or informants. The target was always on the move, and due to the mountainous terrain, tracking was not only challenging but also complicated by the ever-changing landscape, making timely reporting difficult. The most effective means of reconnaissance was to deploy aerial surveillance. As dusk approached, Lin Mo harnessed the remaining twilight to envelop the aircraft in a shroud of battle aura, eagerly collecting elemental light energy in preparation for the light mirror technique. Unlike the energy-rich realms of other worlds, here he relied on the scant remnants of his battle aura as a seed, accumulating what little he could. Suddenly, a burst of light coalesced into a small disk within the cockpit, revealing a clear image of a specific location on the ground. The light mirror technique seemed perfectly at home within the cockpit of the J-10, adding a touch of sci-fi allure. It gathered reflected photons from the atmosphere to form images, serving as a remarkable aid in search and tracking. Lin Mo skillfully maneuvered the light mirror technique to continuously scan the ground. The tactical tablet clearly detailed the target's characteristics, a horse caravan masquerading as an ordinary merchant fleet, codenamed Crimson Scorpion, specializing in smuggling arms in exchange for poached goods and medicinal herbs. In a nation with stringent gun control, this smuggling operation had severely crossed the national threshold. Moreover, it was intermingled with ambitious separatists who sporadically instigated bloodshed and chaos in the northwest. Lin Mo was tailing a notorious arms trafficker, a group of roughly 30 horses, adept at traversing the rugged mountain paths of remote areas where interception by border forces proved arduous. An antiquated AK-47, procured for a mere 200 or 300 yuan, could easily be exchanged in this desolate and chaotic borderland for rare medicinal herbs and poached goods worth tens of thousands. Engaging in smuggling, despite the long distances, inconvenient transportation, and significant risks, yielded staggering profits, often multiplying by hundreds or thousands with each round trip. These arms dealers were remarkably dangerous, each one a ruthless outlaw. Equipped with advanced weaponry and seasoned in combat, ordinary armed police stood no chance against them, leaving only regular combat units capable of confronting such foes. The J-10 fighter jet descended below the clouds, its silhouette intermittently revealed amidst the billowing vapor as its reconnaissance capabilities swiftly scanned the rugged mountain terrain. The stark, rocky ridges were not ideal for concealment. The western region of China near Central Asia offered no expansive forested mountains. As far as the eye could see, there was only stone, sand, lowly weeds, and rust-colored moss, making it difficult to even find a modest shrub. The fighter jet soared at great speed, conducting a carpet search in tandem with its surveillance system. Lin Mo's pupils dilated sharply as he made a discovery. With the aid of the optical enhancement technique, Lin Mo found it exceedingly challenging for even the keenest-eyed pilot to discern the slowly advancing cavalry, concealed in the shadow of the mountains over 8,000 meters below. In such a rugged terrain, where even motorcycles could not traverse, the reliance on livestock for transportation became paramount. The scarcity of paths rendered any resupply efforts nearly impossible, thereby enhancing the stealth of their movements amidst the desolate wilderness. Finding them was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, a feat only Lin Mo felt confident enough to undertake. The number of horses, personnel, and the characteristics of their cargo were meticulously matched against the information displayed on the tactical tablet. More crucially, these individuals were armed. These desperate souls would not hesitate to unleash gunfire at the slightest hint of disturbance. The roar of fighter jets was not unexpectedly heard by the cavalry. Yet only at the extreme limits of visibility could one spot a small dot weaving through the clouds above. The ultra-telephoto camera promptly locked onto the cavalry, allowing Lin Mo to observe clearly the first rider in the front, a man with a bushy beard and a wrapped head, who casually glanced upwards towards the heavens before resuming his gaze ahead to lead the group. The passage of an aircraft overhead was an entirely ordinary occurrence. However, the cavalry remained oblivious to the fact that they were being scrutinized from the sky by a blend of technology and sorcery. At that moment, as the leader of the cavalry lifted his head, Lin Mo captured a close-up shot with the ultra-telephoto camera, retracted the optical enhancement technique, meticulously noted the direction of the cavalry's advance, and arced back towards the base. The information gathered by the side-view radar and cameras will be transferred to the intelligence team for analysis. Today, we shall seize while the situation is favorable, and resume tracking tomorrow. Reconnaissance by fighter jets is akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, touching lightly and retreating. It is essential to withdraw when the opportunity is ripe. Should we engage in overt tailing, future tracking endeavors would become increasingly arduous. In the western expanse of China, the geographical location of the night brigade typically remains illuminated until after 8 in the evening, as the sun dips below the horizon. Lin Mo's J-10 descends with a thunderous roar onto the designated runway nestled within the hills. The intelligence he brings is promptly conveyed to Colonel Feng Cheng-ai, the commander of the night brigade. What? He found it. Colonel Feng's tone betrays a hint of surprise. He had anticipated that Lin Mo would require at least 2 or 3 days, following a minimum of 1 or 2 verifications by ground personnel, to accurately locate the target. Could it be that Lin Mo possesses a remarkable talent for high-altitude reconnaissance? A thought emerged in Colonel Fang's mind that perhaps they had indeed struck gold this time. Did we obtain the data? Feng, still skeptical, pressed for confirmation. The intelligence team has already reviewed the transmitted images and terrain skin data, verifying that it is indeed Red Scorpion. With a gentle motion, he placed the documents on the table. Maintaining a typically stern and serious demeanor, Colonel Feng tapped his index finger against the surface, signaling that it was time for him to issue orders. Assign the first squadron to handle the Red Scorpion matter. The aircrew will escort them. And inform the staff group that I expect to see the operational plan by 10 o'clock tonight. After rapping his knuckles against the table several times, Colonel Feng made a decisive resolution. This arms dealer was like a leech, surreptitiously providing munitions to certain subversive organizations within the country. It was imperative to eliminate them as soon as possible. Combat troops do not merely rely on rhetoric to vanquish their adversaries. Aye, sir. The signalman saluted crisply, turning to depart and convey Colonel Feng's orders. However, the colonel's voice echoed once more from behind. Hold on. Relay to Captain Huang that I require the principal members of Red Scorpion alive. I intend to ascertain the source of their merchandise. Yes, sir. The signalman responded, saluting again. He committed Colonel Feng's words to memory and turned, slowing his pace slightly. Ultimately, hearing no further instructions from Colonel Feng, he hastened his departure. Having hastily consumed a bowl of pork chop noodles in the mess hall, Lin Mo returned to the aircrew hangar with alacrity. The hangar had virtually become his second home. Save for sleeping, he spent the majority of his time there. He had the liberty to tinker with a brand new J-10 fighter, an opportunity he would not encounter anywhere else. In the shadows of the night, Lin Mo, in addition to his role as a fighter pilot, also held the responsibilities of a maintenance and repair mechanic. Although not formally trained, with the aid of dozens of thick, illustrated manuals and instructional guides that accompanied the aircraft, coupled with the basic maintenance knowledge he had acquired at the 7,719th Flight Group base, Lin Mo had managed to become a makeshift mechanic. At the very least, he could manipulate a J-10 without causing any major complications. Maintenance personnel are not necessarily required to possess a more profound understanding of a product's principles and construction than its manufacturers and designers. It suffices for them to follow instructions meticulously, discerning faulty states and heeding assembly precautions. As Lin Mo wiped his mouth, he was still contemplating whether to modify a particular component, perhaps replacing the electrolytic capacitor with a supercapacitor. He was essentially treating the fighter jet as a personal possession, striving to extract and enhance every ounce of performance. After all, the fighter jet was merely a mass-produced industrial item. Unless it was a prototype, it inevitably struck a balance between performance and cost, leaving considerable room for improvement. To this end, he had diligently sought out learning materials, even sending over a dozen emails to the manufacturer's confidential inbox to validate his modification ideas, positioning himself as a Rolls-Royce-level client. The erstwhile gold-type dragon was not entirely idle either. At the very least, this creature, which relied on Lin Mo for sustenance, could now function as an alarm clock and a radio. Furthermore, it had integrated a military-grade mobile phone SIM card with a secure channel issued by the base, enabling it to serve as a mobile phone. By embedding a TF card within its being, it could even run small games. As for batteries, they were unnecessary, as the gold-type dragon's innate void magnetic field could convert energy into a stable power source based on physical principles. The recently simulated supercapacitor could also store electrical energy for future use. This creature, which had long lost its draconic form, had never imagined that its body would evolve into so many complex structures and modules, finding so many applications. Having departed from the 7719 base, Lin Mo still needed to dedicate some thought to securing sustenance for gold coin. The locale lacked an abundance of scrap metal. However, the leftover bullet tips and casings from training would suffice to provide gold coin with a meager meal. Otherwise, he would find himself in a predicament akin to the lyrics of the song Panda Mimi, wondering where tomorrow's breakfast would originate. Expeditiously, will out both Mi-17s. Ensure they are fully fueled, bring extra fuel canisters, and exercise caution to prevent running out of fuel mid-flight. Mount the machine guns. Ensure everything is prepared before 8 o'clock a.m. You have precisely 1 hour for preparations, Pan, the team leader, vociferously directed, gesticulating emphatically while intermittently consulting his tactical tablet. Reviewing a checklist, the aircrew, consisting of over a dozen individuals, busily scurried back and forth. Lin Mo glanced at his own tactical tablet. Noting the absence of any assigned mission, his task list remained in a standby state. He approached Pan and greeted him. Team Leader Pan. Ensign Lin. Is there anything this evening? Before Team Leader Pan could respond, a series of heavy footsteps and the cadence of one-to-one echoed as a group approached. Section 62, my heart awaits. Company Commander Huang from the 1st Company led the formation of soldiers. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the ranks, quickly identifying familiar faces such as Li Xiaowen, Big Li, Huang Sheng Chicken, and Fang Xiaoyan Potato, each laden with various equipment including machine guns, sniper rifles, and electronic devices. Counting the personnel, Lin Mo observed that the entire 1st Company had not been deployed, including the company commander. Only 40 individuals were present. They all wore grave expressions, their gazes fixed straight ahead, not even glancing at Lin Mo. The jovial camaraderie they displayed during their previous encounter was completely absent, replaced by the demeanor of true, battle-hardened warriors, silent, composed, and poised for action. 1st Squadron has an operation tonight. We'll dispatch 2 Mi-17 helicopters to transport them. Lin Mo, you're temporarily off duty. Get some rest tonight. You've had a strenuous day. As a newly acquired and capable asset, Lin Mo's unexpectedly smooth completion of his first day's mission had greatly pleased Chief of Aircrew Pan, who addressed Lin Mo in a manner that transcended the typical superior-subordinate dynamic. Could it be because of what I did during the day? Lin Mo began, but Chief Pan interrupted him by placing a finger to his lips. Hush. Confidentiality regulations. Consult your tactical tablet. Chief Pan ceased speaking, winking at Lin Mo. Lin Mo understood immediately that each individual within the base possessed a unique level of security clearance. Not all information was accessible to everyone. Only information accessible through their assigned tactical tablet could be viewed, thereby ensuring information security at every level within the base. Squadron Leader Huang did not approach Chief Pan to exchange greetings. Instead, he began assembling his team inside the hangar entrance. After a series of standard procedures, Squadron Leader Huang issued the command, sit down and rest in place. Await further orders. He then glanced at his tactical tablet, noting that the operational plan had not yet arrived, but he could see the projected submission time for the General Staff's preliminary plan. Tactical tablet computers are not universally accessible. The Intelligent Central Command System, established by the base's large computer arrays, can synchronize orders to each node via tactical tablet terminals. This disseminates awareness of individual positions and ensures the most efficient execution, thereby realizing state-of-the-art command management, akin to an office's OA system. In this aspect, the Chinese military is by no means inferior to the international superpower, the United States. At this moment, having relaxed slightly, De Li and the others shifted their gaze. Though refraining from action or vocal celebration, they winked at Lin Mo, revealing a smile. De Li, in particular, grinned peculiarly, seemingly conveying a provocative challenge to Lin Mo, hinting, "Why don't you join us?" Lin Mo rolled his eyes at the fellow and, lowering his voice, addressed Team Leader Pan. Team Leader Pan, could you assign me to assist? After all, I conducted reconnaissance during the day. A Dragon Knight is hardly a reconnaissance scout. There's no logic in observing the scenery from the rear lines. Seeing the 1st Squadron soldiers brimming with combat readiness, Lin Mo grew eager to participate. Well, Team Leader Pan hesitated. Pilots are not the type of soldiers capable of sustained combat. Each flight is fraught with danger, requiring intense concentration and ample physical stamina. Rest assured, I have nighttime combat experience. It's not my first time. Sensing Team Leader Pan's tone softening, Lin Mo pressed his advantage. I'll submit a combat application. I'll forward it to the staff department for consideration. I can't guarantee its approval. After a moment of contemplation, Team Leader Pan was ultimately swayed by Lin Mo's arguments. In comparison to the combat units, which often achieve commendable feats, the aircrew primarily bear the burden of transportation and protection tasks. It would be a shame to keep such an outstanding J-10 pilot cooped up at home. All right. Lin Mo beamed with delight. He swiftly retrieved his tactical tablet from his small backpack and, using his palm print and facial recognition, accessed the system. He submitted a combat application, and given his permissions, he was able to view the 1st Squadron's operational preparation information for the evening, seizing the opportunity before the staff group's operational plan was finalized. He promptly attached his application behind it. Mission accomplished. He had completed the writing. Team Leader Pan glanced at his tablet, and with a swift motion of his finger, he hand-wrote his approval on the screen. Approved. Thank you, Team Leader Pan. Lin Mo exclaimed with joy, performing a salute reminiscent of General Patton to express his gratitude. before dashing towards his vehicle. Hurry up, hurry up. We must be ready before 8 o'clock. No slacking off. Send 2 people to assist Lin Mo. Team Leader Pan's booming voice resonated once more. The black and gray J-10 quietly rests in a corner of the hangar, akin to a poised and elite warrior, silently awaiting its pilot. The side view radar and ultra-long focus stabilized camera beneath the fuselage have been removed. Under the interlacing illumination of the large, bright lights atop the hangar, the dark exterior paint resembles a shadow, remaining understated and composed, rendering the aircraft inconspicuous. Yet, no one dares to underestimate its lethal prowess. The 8-ton J-10 is indeed a formidable weapon. Gold coin. Help me inspect the aircraft. It's time to commence. Lin Mo casually touched a bare corner of the fuselage with his wrist. In an instant, the watch-shaped golden dragon on his wrist flowed like quicksilver, swiftly vanishing into the airframe, unnoticed by all as Lin Mo's wrist became devoid of any adornment. Lin Mo provides sustenance and research materials for Gold Coin, while Gold Coin, in turn, ensures Lin Mo's safety. This once adversarial partnership between the Dragon Knight duo has evolved into a delicate balance of cohabitation. Lin Mo discreetly tucked his hand into his sleeve and bent down to unlock the landing gear wheel. Lin Mo, we come to assist, called out the logistics support crew members, Xiao Hu and Xiao Deng, as they approached in a tug vehicle. Your help is greatly appreciated. Hurry up. I'll begin checking the systems. Lin Mo required no boarding equipment. He grasped the canard beneath the cockpit and leaped up, forcefully lifting the canopy. With a deft maneuver, he secured himself at the edge of the cockpit, akin to a gymnast, leaving Xiao Hu and Xiao Deng, both in their 20s, awestruck and speechless. Initiating ignition success. Equipment check, all systems normal. Half an hour later, the inspection was completed. Lin Mo was always cautious during each inspection procedure. Although he had fallen from a height during high school, shielded by the golden dragon coins of the metal system, he was not in mortal danger. However, how could he explain to his superiors that after returning to the ground, the aircraft had suffered severe mechanical failures, yet could still soar through the skies? This world's regimes do not believe in miracles. If such occurrences happened once or twice, they would eventually uncover the issues surrounding Lin Mo. The fuel tanks of the J-10 were filled in a matter of moments, as Deng and Hu skillfully collaborated with Lin Mo according to the operation manual to complete the inspection. Subsequently, they towed the munitions vehicle towards the ammunition depot, awaiting the list of ordnance for combat, allowing for a swift return to load the munitions. Deng. Lin Mo sat in the cockpit, holding the tactical tablet, anticipating news. Suddenly, the computer emitted a sound. The operational plan from the command department had been finalized ahead of schedule and swiftly received approval from Colonel Feng, entering the confirmation process of the higher military commission. Everything operated seamlessly under the highly concentrated command system of the computer cluster. Lin Mo's combat application was also attached to the operational plan of the 1st Squadron, but due to his access level, he could only view the title of the plan without accessing its contents. Only after his combat application was approved would he be eligible to review the detailed operational content of the 1st Squadron. Another long wait ensued. Outside the hangar, 2 Mi-17 B-5 armed transport helicopters that had been pushed out began to roar with the sound of their engines starting up. The soldiers of the 1st Squadron rose and jogged in formation towards the transport helicopters. At this moment, Lin Mo's combat approval had yet to be granted. My heart yearns, eternally yearning. As if attuned to Lin Mo's emotions, the cabin was filled with the melodramatic strains of Zhang Xing's original rendition of Platform, courtesy of Jin Bai, impersonating an MP3 player, unable to speak directly. Lin Mo was infuriated by Jin Bai's deliberate mockery. The roar of 2 Mi-17 helicopters outside the hangar intensified, then gradually ascended, rapidly receding into the distance. Come back soon. I can't bear it alone. Jin Bai seized the opportunity to switch to Sundance Come Back Soon, self-importantly providing background music for Lin Mo's feigned abandoned kitten-like mood. The fervent music emanating from the J-10's cockpit drew sidelong glances from nearby aircrew members. The sound was deafening, as if amplified, the hangar resonating with the desperate wails of a lovelorn woman. Indeed, the confounded dragon had successfully lampooned Lin Mo. Everyone knew why Lin Mo was there, and the ground crew, having just finished their tasks, felt a cramping sensation in their stomachs upon hearing the song Jin Bai played. Respecting his subordinate's dignity, Team Leader Pan's centipede-like scar on his face writhed arduously, struggling to contain himself. Were it not for having known Pan for some time as a kind and meticulous person, strangers would be intimidated by his menacing visage, marked by the large centipede scar. Lin Mo's face darkened with frustration as he pondered when this accursed dragon had become so cunning. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to pry the gold coins from the J-10 and cast them into the steel furnace for reprocessing. How much of his flight allowance had this rogue embezzled to acquire such an extensive collection of storage cards, containing every conceivable piece of music? Just as the gold coins reveled in their mischief, Lin Mo's tactical tablet emitted a notification sound for a new message. The music from the gold coins abruptly ceased. Upon quickly inspecting the alert, Lin Mo discovered that the mission request had been approved. Colonel Feng had mandated the capture of a key figure, assigning Lin Mo the task of aerially documenting ground combat footage and providing fire support, armed only with cannon ammunition and devoid of air-to-ground missiles. Chapter 63, 2:37 a.m. Is it truly necessary to employ air-to-ground missiles to apprehend an arms dealer? Colonel Feng of the Night Brigade might consider it a waste. After all, should the target be inadvertently killed, it would render their efforts futile. Upon reviewing the intelligence report regarding the target, it was revealed that the Red Scorpion's cavalry consisted of approximately 30 individuals, accompanied by over 50 pack horses, all armed with the Type 81 rifle. The Type 81, characterized by its folding metal stock, is an automatic rifle model 81-1, utilizing 7.62 caliber steel core projectiles. It has been phased out of active service, officially replaced by the Type 95 rifle family. In the harsh conditions of the West, this outdated firearm, bearing resemblance to the AK, remains relatively economical and practical, boasting a barrel life of up to 15,000 rounds and high accuracy. It remains a mystery how they acquired such weapons, with rumors suggesting they may have originated from foreign trade or military aid from certain nations and regions. In the team, there exists a sniper whose firepower is almost on par with that of the military. Who, one wonders, is the enigmatic figure behind the infamous Red Scorpion, capable of affording such exorbitant means to equip this smuggling squad? However, intelligence reports indicate a stark deficiency in anti-aircraft capabilities, with only a single American-made M249 light machine gun posing a minor threat to low-flying aircraft. The advisory group has permission to deploy the J-10 was primarily based on the notion of allowing Lin Mo to partake in a mere supporting role, thereby providing an additional layer of security to the operations of the 1st Squadron. To be a spectator. Lin Mo. The mischievous gold coin then caught a glimpse of the tactical tablet screen in Lin Mo's hands and chuckled with a peculiar mirth. The achievements from this deployment are hardly sufficient to cover the fuel for a round trip. TSK. The 1st Squadron is already in action, outnumbering the adversaries with superior equipment. This is hardly your affair. You might as well return and get some rest. I still need to use your tactical tablet for online browsing tonight. You have surreptitiously used my tablet again. I have yet to settle the score for the damage done to my laptop last time, and you still find the mischief insufficient? No internet for you tonight. And you were banned from online shopping for a month. Lin Mo unreservedly issued this decree to Goldcoin, although the meager flight allowance was seldom utilized. Goldcoin had taken to online shopping with great enthusiasm, often charging purchases to Lin Mo's account. In less than a week, an abundance of titanium bars, referred to as mithril in another realm, had been procured, transforming into mere trinkets of gold coins. As the base inspectors dutifully scanned the coins with their detectors, examining the bewildering assortment of items purchased under Lin Mo's name, they couldn't help but speculate about his peculiar tastes. The delivery address, of course, was a different location, managed by a specialized unit responsible for receiving and subsequently transporting the goods to the base. Do you dare to threaten me? The cabin echoed with the grinding sounds of gold coins, a cacophony of discontent. Although the dragon had yet to voice its grievances, Lin Mo could discern the underlying message of this obstinate creature. Talk any further, and I'll cut off your rations for a month. You will obediently become my plaything. Lin Mo adeptly grasped the dragon's vulnerable point, fully aware of how to navigate the delicate balance between carrot and stick, a skill he had honed from childhood to survive the threats of death and starvation. Instantly, the grinding of the coins ceased, the dragon's pride extinguished. Good boy. Uncle will buy you some mithril. Lin Mo's objective had been achieved, his tone adopting a playful yet patronizing air as he bantered with the gold coins, marking yet another victory. At this juncture, the dragon could only sulk in some corner of the J-10, cursing Lin Mo in vain. Lin Mo, prepare for departure. The order had come from the higher-ups, with aircrew leader Pan Rongyong directing his team's focus towards Lin Mo. The aircrew remarked that during their idle moments, they often found themselves with nothing to do, yet when engaged, they were as busy as ever, exhausted to the point of feeling like dead dogs. Having previously assisted, Little Dang was operating an electric scooter, transporting a string of autocannon rounds and a low-light, night vision camera, collaborating with others to arm the J-10 and load equipment. Lin Mo curled his lip in a slight sneer. That solitary belt of steel-jacketed ammunition was merely for self-defense, and it seemed the brigade had deliberately intended for him to be a spectator. 3 hours later, it was already 2 in the morning. The runway lights outside the hangar illuminated simultaneously, and against the night sky, the J-10, with its bright, azure engine flames, ascended into the heavens. According to the supplementary combat sortie plan from the General Staff, the Mi-17 transport helicopters were required to circle around in advance, setting up an ambush. They needed to refuel en route, and were significantly slower than the jet fighters. Based on the reconnaissance mission Lin Mo executed in the J-10 before sunset, the acquired target location was of immense value. According to the analysis and recommendations from the staff and intelligence groups, the adversary would not have traveled too far. A plan was devised to predict the strike location, exploiting this brief time difference to launch a flawless ambush. The Red Scorpion would never have anticipated being discovered so quickly or being attacked so soon. Hiss. Communication link established. Lin Mo heard the familiar female, intelligent voice from the command platform in his helmet headset. Estimated time to target, half an hour. First squadron attack, countdown commences, 25 minutes. Lin Mo, gripping the control stick, found the cockpit devoid of light save for the signal lamps and screens on the instrument panel. The tactical board indicated that Squadron 1 had pinpointed Red Scorpion's location half an hour prior. Perhaps fearing complications, the mounted troop eschewed camping and continued their nocturnal journey. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they would traverse the border into neighboring Kazakhstan in 2 days. The fatigue of both horses and men paled in comparison to the exorbitant profits, with each of Red Scorpion's operations resulting in numerous horses being worked to death. Lieutenant Lin. This is Captain Huang. The voice of Squadron 1's Captain Huang echoed through the earpiece. This is Lin Mo. Lin Mo mentally implored to arrive at the ambush site before the engagement concluded. We will initiate the attack. Should anyone breach the encirclement, you are tasked with neutralizing them. It was presumed that Captain Huang had already briefed his team before assigning the support mission to Lin Mo. Understood. Leave it to me. Mop up any escaping enemies. Lin Mo shook his head, questioning if anyone could outpace bullets in the mountainous terrain. This was not only self-reassurance but also a testament to Squadron 1's confidence, as he hoped to arrive in time to participate. That Huang has a certain appeal. Lin Mo's exchange with the Squadron 1 captain resonated clearly within the Dark Knight Base Command Center. Colonel Feng, the Dark Knight Battalion commander, known for his stern demeanor, allowed a rare hint of amusement to surface, holding each of his capable company commanders in high esteem. Within the expansive hall, a colossal screen reminiscent of a cinema displayed an enlarged satellite map. A three-dimensional topographical scan revealed numerous green triangles forming an encircling perimeter, awaiting the unaware. Pulsating red dot to approach its confines. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Lin Mo's J-10 swiftly advanced. Colonel Xie Fengdao, head of the intelligence team, exchanged a knowing glance with Colonel Ji Konglin, head of the staff team, silently conveying their shared sentiment. Squadron leader Feng Chang'ai awaited the onset of battle, seated on a sofa within the command hall, akin to a card laid out, reliant on the bravery of the soldiers ahead. Simultaneously, the lower section of the screen displayed the avatars of every combat personnel, showcasing vital signs such as heart rate and blood pressure. As Lin Mo's J-10 drew within 7 minutes of the combat zone, the voice of a squadron leader resonated through his headset. Sniper, fire. Suppress the enemy's fire. Assault team. Close in. Cut them apart. The sudden and intense crackle of gunfire flooded Lin Mo's headphones. The command system, designed with user-friendliness in mind, swiftly lowered the volume to spare the pilot from distractions. Nonetheless, Lin Mo could still discern the ferocious sound of machine gun fire emanating from the vicinity of Huang's squadron. Cursing under his breath, Lin Mo noted the ungracious move of Huang's squadron leader, who had initiated fire first. Gritting his teeth, he propelled the fighter jet into supersonic mode. On the screen in the command hall, the green triangle representing the J-10 surged forward, leaving a trail in its wake. Accompanied by a special alert, a flickering red dot denoting Mach speed, indicating that the fighter had entered a supersonic state. Within the command hall, the distant echoes of gunfire from the battlefield reverberated, yet they were swiftly subdued, filtered out by the sophisticated computer systems of the command center. What resonated more clearly were the dialogues of every combatant engaged in the fray. The video images transmitted from the cameras mounted on the soldiers' helmets were selectively displayed by the personnel in the command center on a designated section of the large screen. A plethora of information media, including three-dimensional scanning maps, satellite positioning, audio, and video, intertwined seamlessly to convey every unfolding event on the battlefield, immersing the observers in a simulated experience of war. At precisely 2:37 in the morning, Major G, head of the staff group, glanced at the time, as if initiating a countdown for Red Scorpion. Since the first shot was fired, every move on the battlefield had been meticulously orchestrated under her command. With a wealth of combat and command experience, she crafted operational plans with the precision of a scalpel, detailing the combat positions of each soldier and devising distinct attack strategies for every enemy, analyzing them as if they were in close proximity. The operational plan formulated by the head of the staff group was regarded as the most commendable strategy by all combat units, receiving the highest accolades from the squad leaders of the 5 operational teams. They needed only to adhere strictly to the plan to accomplish their tasks with ease while minimizing casualties. Suddenly, the command hall was filled with an unusual and resounding explosion, the sound system straining under the intensity of the noise. The countenance of Lieutenant Colonel G, the chief of the advisory group, betrayed a subtle astonishment as he turned to find a similar expression of surprise etched on the face of Lieutenant Colonel Sia, the head of intelligence. The proximity of the detonation suggested either a close-quarters assault or an enemy offensive. Good heavens, a Type 81 grenade launcher. Colonel Fong, the battalion commander, who was reclining on the sofa, exclaimed suddenly. As a seasoned veteran, he was intimately familiar with the sound of the grenade launcher, a historically significant weapon that had been phased out of the arsenal of the Type 81 family of firearms. Damn it, they're using grenade launchers. Type 81 40mm grenade launchers. Take cover, echoed the voice of squadron leader Huang from the distant battlefield, confirming Colonel Feng's assessment. At the bottom corner of the large screen, icons appeared above the portraits of several First Company members, indicating injuries. Vital signs such as heart rate and blood pressure fluctuated significantly, and the combat medic status was activated, along with a list of patients requiring treatment. The entire battlefield command system resembled a real-time strategy game, yet behind it lay the grim reality of a fierce firefight. How can this be? Lieutenant Colonel Sia, the head of intelligence, muttered through clenched teeth as he stared at the screen. It was a known fact that the Red Scorpions employed the Type 81, a firearm derived from the Type 56, with an extended barrel specifically designed for launching grenades. The real-time feedback from Squadron Leader Huang on the battlefield and Colonel Feng's judgment were in perfect agreement. Yet the intelligence reports made no mention of the Red Scorpions possessing grenade launchers. Such a deadly weapon should have been neutralized immediately. Was it a lapse in intelligence? Or an unforeseen circumstance? Unanticipatedly, even the minimal capabilities of the Type 81 rifle were exploited by the members of the Red Scorpion. Had I known, I should have offered a warning. Colonel Xia, the intelligence team leader, dared not meet the gaze of Colonel Fong, the battalion commander. He hastily requested a headset from the staff members in the command hall and promptly established a communication line with the team responsible for Red Scorpion intelligence, whispering his inquiries. Simultaneously, Colonel G also requested a headset to connect with Captain Huang on the battlefield, offering tactical suggestions for the ongoing combat. Utilize the grenade launcher against them. Fire. Sniper. Where on earth are you? Target their horses. Captain Huang's state was far from satisfactory. The heart rate displayed on the large screen surged alarmingly, accompanied by signals indicating injuries. The two team leaders exchanged glances. Nearly half of the soldiers from the First Company had sustained injuries in the recent barrage of grenade fire, with 5 suffering severe wounds, illustrating the audacity of the Red Scorpion's members. Meanwhile, the map indicated that 1/3 of the Red Scorpion members had been neutralized by the First Company, significantly diminishing their advantage in the surprise assault and drawing the two forces closer in strength. The battlefield observer from the First Company calmly relayed the status of both sides to the large screen. At that moment, a faint rumble echoed from the horizon. The earlier explosions of grenade fire and the ferocious exchange of gunfire had masked it. However, now, amid the cautious and sporadic gunfire, the rumble grew increasingly distinct. Colonels Xie and Ji breathed a slight sigh of relief as they observed the large screen, where the triangular symbol representing Lin Mo's J-10 fighter jet had just entered the airspace above the encirclement. Colonel Feng, the commanding officer, remained silent from the outset, observing the intelligence and staff teams as they engaged in real-time responses. Although he did not speak, an intangible pressure emanated from him, affecting both the battlefield and beyond. Lin Mo, come quickly to assist. Captain Huang of the 1st Squadron found himself regretting not waiting for Lin Mo earlier, with fighter jets providing aerial support. The insurgents within the encirclement would not dare to retaliate so brazenly. Received. Target identified. Lin Mo gazed downwards, clearly spotting the fiery points amidst the shadowy mountains, with a few luminous dots darting about. As he piloted the aircraft at night, he focused intently on altitude, gradually lowering the plane, while activating the onboard low-light night vision camera to lock onto the battlefield. A screen on the control panel and one in the command hall simultaneously displayed the visuals. The staff members in the command hall, connected via satellite, took control of the camera, gaining an aerial overview of the ground situation, while adjusting the positions of both sides on the large screen. Lin Mo, however, did not watch the footage transmitted by the night vision camera. He possessed superior conditions, as the solar energy harvested before sunset had not yet been exhausted. With a gentle pop, a light-emitting lens the size of a dinner plate appeared in the cockpit, illuminating the battlefield below as if it were daylight. Though silent, the sounds relayed from Captain Huang complemented the visuals, creating an almost synchronized experience. Be cautious. Do not fire upon our own. As the roar of the descending J-10 fighter magnified, Squadron Leader Huang was struck by a sudden realization. He promptly addressed Lin Mo, simultaneously relaying the order to his subordinates to withdraw from the line of attack, cautioning them against exposure to the fighter's firepower, as the 23mm autocannon rounds were indiscriminate. Instead of a response from Lin Mo, a crimson streak of fire lashed down from the sky, precisely sweeping through the valley. The darkness proved futile as a shield, as the scattered yet concentrated firing points of the Red Scorpions were systematically targeted. Before Squadron Leader Huang could even rejoice, a fiery dragon erupted from the valley, lunging towards the heavens. Beep, beep, beep. As the fiery dragon ascended, the aircraft's warning radar blared an ear-splitting alarm, the onboard computer instantly identifying the incoming weapon. Damn it. It's a Qianwei 4. Lin Mo cursed, scarcely able to fathom how the Red Scorpions had acquired the nation's most advanced Qianwei 4, reaching the J-10's theoretical maximum load of 9G. The display clearly indicated 9.1G. What's wrong, Senior Colonel Feng? Lieutenant Colonel Ji frowned, as Senior Colonel Feng remained fixated on the fighter's feedback data on the large screen, uttering not a word. Damn, Qianwei 4, too close. Pull up. Lin Mo's furious soliloquy echoed through every corner of the command hall. His grip on the control stick tightened to the point of contortion as he rapidly tapped the console. The fighter released a series of infrared flares, despite knowing their limited effectiveness against the image-tracking Qianwei 4, adhering to the interference procedures outlined in the training manual. Whoever claims that domestically produced goods are inferior to imported ones will surely provoke Lin Mo's ire. The Vanguard 4 represents the latest advancement in portable anti-aircraft missiles within the nation, employing an infrared imaging guidance system that surpasses the conventional point source infrared detectors in terms of performance. It is acutely sensitive to the thermal radiation emitted by jet aircraft and has adeptly addressed the 30-degree blind spot issue present in the most advanced so-called omnidirectional attack infrared detectors. The guidance information is derived from imagery, rendering it difficult to interfere with. It boasts a speed of twice the speed of sound and is specifically designed to target jet fighters. The performance parameters of the domestically produced Vanguard 4 missile even exceed those of the internationally renowned shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missile, the Stinger RMP block. As the J-10 fighter jet suddenly veered towards the mountain, almost colliding with it, it executed a dramatic tumble maneuver at the last moment. The aircraft's tail erupted with a pale blue flame of extreme temperature, accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to an explosion. The J-10 ascended vertically like a rocket, while the surface of the mountain below was instantaneously engulfed in smoke and flying debris. At that moment, the Vanguard 4, trailing closely behind the J-10 at less than 200 meters, struck the mountainside at an astonishing speed, narrowly missing the J-10's tail by less than 100 meters and erupting into a fireball. 9G. Once again witnessing 9G? Colonel Feng was left speechless. Was this J-10 pilot even human? How could one endure such extreme gravitational forces in rapid succession without injury? The battlefield fell into a profound silence, with almost everyone forgetting to fire their weapons. The recent encounter was nothing short of exhilarating. In the brief span of mere seconds, during the blink of an eye, a fighter jet faced a close-range confrontation with an air defense missile. With remarkable decisiveness, it plunged into the valley, executing frantic maneuvers to evade the threat, before swiftly ascending and exploiting the missile's lack of agility, allowing the rugged terrain to absorb the brunt of the attack, thus facilitating a narrow escape. This world is utterly insane. Had there been even a moment's delay in reaction or the slightest error in control, it would not have been the missile colliding with the mountainside, but rather the aircraft itself. With a nervous chuckle, Linemo, who had narrowly escaped disaster, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The hand that once wielded the dragon-slaying sword now trembled slightly. Captain Huang, present at the scene, was drenched in cold sweat. Genuinely concerned for Lin Mo's safety, the peril was palpable, known only to those who witnessed it firsthand. Meanwhile, Colonel Xie, the intelligence chief, appeared as if his spirit had been momentarily severed, collapsing onto the sofa in utter disbelief, casting a furtive glance at Colonel Feng, grateful for their fortune. The incident involving the Vanguard for air defense missile was entirely unexpected. It was unfathomable that someone would dare to sell such advanced weaponry. Such an act deserves a punishment beyond measure. An investigation must be conducted with utmost rigor. It is imperative to unearth the identity of this audacious individual and ensure they face military tribunal, unworthy even of capital punishment. Destined instead for a lifetime of toil in the vast southwestern mountains,